What? Others traverse worlds as the daughters of Dark Lords. Harry Potter's biological sister, or at the very least, a divine beast equipped with a system, right? Goodness, how have I become the despised Wormtail, a figure reviled by all? The silver lining is that I am still a female, but the downside is that residing in the boys' dormitory necessitates concealing my true identity at all times. Why does Sirius's gaze seem to grow increasingly intimate as he looks my way? What? Remus, do you wish to have a private conversation with me? Snape, weren't you madly in love with Lily Evans? And, Newt, who might you be? I have no recollection of your name appearing in the original text. Witness how I, Araya, shall turn the tides, transforming from a universally disliked little rat into a captivating leading lady adored by all. Chapter 1. A New World Awaits. Araya, a 16-year-old of mixed German and Chinese descent, never anticipated that her mere criticism of characters from a movie would result in her punishment by being transported to that very world. Was it wrong to denounce a traitor? Upon awakening, she could hardly believe her eyes. While others transmigrate as Hermione or Luna, this youthful maiden had inexplicably become a male, and not just any male, but the character she despised most in Harry Potter, Wormtail. At this moment, she lay dazed upon a remarkably comfortable bed, adorned with the quintessential Gryffindor curtains, the vibrant hues of gold and red radiating youthful vigor. Yet, her heart was heavy, for her repose was anything but pleasant, as a black-haired boy lay sprawled across her, his sleeping position most unbecoming. Araya felt like a mere cushion, utterly immobilized, with one of his legs carelessly draped over her waist. Who on earth is he? The boy appeared to be in his teens, his tousled hair obscuring half his face, yet could not conceal his striking beauty, a hint of the tragic allure lingering about him. How infuriating! She was neither a lump of dough nor a mere plaything. With a decisive lift of her leg, Araya sent the boy tumbling to the floor with a resounding thud, shortly followed by a pillow soaring from the adjacent bed, accompanied by the irate voice of the boy from next door. "Continue your slumber, Peter." Fortunately, the pillow did not strike her, merely sliding down the edge of the bed. Araya refrained from making a sound, lost in contemplation of life's mysteries, pondering why she found herself in the era of Harry Potter's father. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the face of the boy on the floor. He seemed to awaken partially, rubbing his long lashes akin to delicate fans, with tears lingering at the corners of his eyes, slowly crawling on her bed, his languorous voice emitting an irresistible charm. "My bed is uninhabitable. Let me squeeze in, Peter." As the boy bent, the low neckline of his shirt revealed a surprisingly well-built physique for one so young. The enchanting sight caused Araya to swallow hard. Why? Why aren't you sleeping with them? Quit the chatter. The languid boy was disinclined to explain that he found James's sleeping habits intolerable. Having just endured a full moon, Remus unceremoniously tossed aside Alaya's covers and burrowed within, for boys seldom ponder such matters. As long as you make space, they have no qualms about piling together. At that moment, Araya was utterly entranced. The boy appeared extraordinarily handsome in the dim light, his features harmoniously arranged to the extent that she felt compelled to measure them for adherence to the golden ratio. Suddenly, Peter's lingering warning echoed in her mind. Sirius Black. Never mention his family, especially his brother. As she felt yet another weight settle upon her, she inhaled deeply, realizing that she was now Peter, an unappreciated and pitiable secondary character. This inhalation brought with it the boy's uniquely alluring fragrance, so refreshing that it left her slightly lightheaded. What kind of shower gel does he use? Wait, had she forgotten the most crucial detail? Was she currently a man or a woman? Driven by curiosity, her small hand itched to explore, yet she remained vigilant of the fluffy head resting against her neck. Heavens, his hair was so thick, surely he wouldn't have to contend with the balding woes common among Englishmen. She gently raised her hand, prompting the small Sirius, who was pressing upon her, to emit a soft grunt and turn his head. This could be deemed an act of embarrassment on his part. Thus Araya took a deep breath and, resolutely, proceeded to inspect the situation. "It's over. I've turned into a man." Araya truly wept aloud, yet she failed to notice that the small Sirius, who had been peacefully slumbering upon her, suddenly opened his eyes, swiftly rolled away from her, and did not approach her for the entire night. It was not until the following morning, when Alea, still enveloped in drowsiness, stumbled to the restroom, that she abruptly realized she was still a girl. So, what happened last night? No wonder, Sirius's gaze towards her just now was so peculiar. She truly is not a pervert. She did not mean it that way. Alea, in a state of despair, raked her fingers through her disheveled hair, which was of a length that perfectly suited the current youthful pursuit of individuality. She had no desire to sport a conventional short haircut, yet it refused to grow long, merely resting behind her ears. No matter how Alea looked at herself, she appeared rather awkward. However, when she lifted her heavy bangs to take a closer look, the timid Peter from her memories did not seem unattractive. In fact, he had two charming dimples that made his smile quite sweet. Coupled with his sprinkling of freckles and the way his cheeks flushed when excited or nervous, his skin was astonishingly delicate. The more she observed, the more she resembled an adorable girl from next door, one who sported two little pigtails. So, is it because the character was described as a villain that he was portrayed as ugly? In reality, Peter could be considered a rather handsome young lad. It was merely in the shadow of dashing figures like Sirius Black and James Potter. He appeared somewhat ordinary. Additionally, his perpetually slouched posture and lackluster demeanor certainly did not lend him any charm, only evoking a desire to bully him further. Alea let out a bitter smile and quickly allowed her bangs to fall back into place, determined to keep her appearance concealed. Let her be deemed ugly. She remained oblivious to the fact that Peter's trousers were already becoming loose around her waist, as she gradually approached the true form of a young girl. Bang! 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 Hurry up and come out, Peter! Have you fallen in? James was outside, knocking furiously on the door, barely able to contain himself. What was up with Peter today? He usually wouldn't rise so early, and Sirius was acting strangely as well. All right, I'm coming out now. Alea casually splashed some water on her face before emerging. James burst through the door without noticing the peculiar behavior of Peter today. Alea regretted not seizing the moment to freshen up. It seemed she would not have access to the restroom for a while now. At that moment, she was startled by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Turning around, she saw a figure from the other bed, half of his body having fallen off. If she was not mistaken, the disheveled boy with affable features, now contorted in pain, was none other than Remus Lupin. The bruises under his eyes reflected that he had not enjoyed a restful night. Water, the young Lupin murmured unconsciously, resembling a foreign little boy, which caused Alea to worry. She hurried to fetch him a glass of water. He appeared parched, his cracked lips reminiscent of a wolf cub longing for rain, nearly sucking her fingers into his mouth. Thank you. Even though speaking was quite laborious, Lupin still managed to express his gratitude towards Peter with great difficulty. No need to thank me. Alea gently pushed him back onto the bed with her own strength. Lupin swiftly fell into a deep slumber once more, and the cut across his straight nose added an air of ruggedness to the young boy. Although the script featured these individuals as handsome boys, they now appeared merely as 12 or 13-year-olds, which gave Alea a headache. She had once found such teenagers intolerable at her international school, nearly surpassing the bounds of unruly children. Yet now, she had become one of them. At that moment, Sirius Black also awakened, barreling through Alea's space and rushing to Lupin's side, inquiring with concern about his injuries. Peter, did you wake him up with your morning flatulence? Chapter 2. The first encounter with Snape. Peter, did you wake him up this morning by farting? What? I did not. From that moment onward, Alea began to feel a burgeoning sympathy for Peter. What kind of miserable life had he led? It was utterly tragic that everything seemed to be blamed on him. I'm just joking. Hurry up and brush your teeth. You haven't done so in 3 days. Sirius was genuinely joking, but Alea took his words to heart. What? Without a second thought, she dashed into the bathroom, unable to bear the thought of not having brushed her teeth for 3 days, completely disregarding the fact that there were others present. Meanwhile, James Potter, with his pants around his ankles, was shouting with a crimson face and bulging veins, Peter, I'm going to kill you. Why didn't you knock? Ah! Alea exclaimed, covering her eyes, her scream echoing throughout Gryffindor Tower. Sirius, ever the understanding one, stepped forward to help them close the door. Honestly, we're all brothers here. What is there to be afraid of? He said, shrugging his shoulders. Preparing to set an example by elegantly shedding his nightwear. Alea suddenly remembered that she was now a man and mustn't he be afraid. Absolutely mustn't he reveal her identity as a woman. So, She removed her hands from her eyes, only to catch sight of Sirius's beautifully toned back. Just as she had imagined, sharp and well-defined, yet not emaciated. Her mouth and eyes widened in astonishment. Ultimately, amidst their chaotic morning, the three of them suffered the misfortune of being late. Remus had taken a leave of absence due to health reasons, and they hadn't even had time for breakfast. Araya was greatly looking forward to lunch, hoping it would somewhat compensate for the morning's misadventures. Fortunately, their class was potions with Professor Horn, who was notably partial to students, especially those from well-off families and good scholars. Thanks to the aura of James and Sirius, they were spared any difficulties. However, as the rest of the students were already seated, they had no choice but to sit in the front row. While Araya was still craning her neck to find a seat for three, James and Sirius swiftly found their spots and waved her over to sit down quickly. Those two were indeed quick on their feet. Separating to sit was the best strategy. Student, find an empty seat quickly, or I'll deduct points. Araya could clearly sense Professor Horn's impatience directed towards her, a stark contrast to how he treated Potter and Black. Thus, she reluctantly settled into a spot at the back row, left with no choice but to sit next to a boy. As soon as Araya plopped down, she distinctly heard a derisive click from above, as if the boy beside her radiated hostility. At the same time, a strange odor wafted through the air, prompting her to turn and take a closer look. A tall, lanky boy with black hair was glaring at her with a brooding expression and then averted his gaze with a huff. His signature hooked nose and greasy hair hanging down the sides of his face hit Araya like a bolt from the blue. Was this Severus Snape? Indeed. He was the greatest nemesis of the quartet during their school days, the future master of potions. Why was he sitting here alone? Where was his lovely white lily? Araya frantically scanned the classroom for the red-haired girl. But if she followed James's gaze, she would find the girl sitting in the front row, her hair cascading down her back, radiating vitality. Perhaps Araya's gaze was too fervent, as the girl turned to glance back at her. Just as in the original story, she appeared to be a gentle and outstanding girl, smiling kindly at Peter and playfully winking at them. That when Araya heard Snape's almost shy cough. Could it be he was that innocent? Araya couldn't help but reflect on how she never expected to become a witch one day. Looking at the cauldron and the antique scales and jars before her, she wondered if she could truly adapt. Yet, it seemed that Snape, who bore an eternal grudge against the quartet, was intent on confronting her. He slapped her hand just as she was about to touch the stirring rod. You wouldn't want to blow up the entire classroom, would you, Pettigrew? The low, menacing tone from Snape gave off a sickly sweet vibe, oddly captivating. Araya thought she must be losing her mind to feel this way, and quickly stepped on his foot. Then you'd better be careful. I'll get you first, and then your beloved. Araya found her tone rather peculiar. Peter hadn't yet hit puberty, but her voice was clearly not that of a boy-s, nor had it fully transformed into that of a girl-s. It seemed she would need to learn to modulate her voice. Watch your mouth. Snape evidently felt insulted, his voice gritting through clenched teeth, which Araya could clearly hear. It appeared he was genuinely enraged, and she felt a pang of fear. She was still unfamiliar with the magical world, and if he sought retribution, it could be disastrous. Thus, she hastily added, if you dare bully me, I'll tell Lily Evans that you fancy her. Snape gasped in shock, but he stubbornly retorted, is it wrong for her to be my friend? Is she the kind of friend you want to marry? She teased. Absolutely not. Under Araya's provocation, Snape took a moment to reevaluate the once timid boy he had known. Wait, the current him was quite articulate and had a remarkable eye for observation. He had even unearthed the feelings he had desperately concealed. In fact, his smug expression did not disgust her. Rather, it was somewhat animated and charming. Snape thought he must be going crazy, suddenly finding that one of the villains appeared a bit amiable. After casting a sidelong glance at her, he forced his attention back to his textbook, as Professor Horn had already glanced at him multiple times. However, Araya had no intention of relinquishing her opportunity for a protective charm. You'd know if you drank the truth potion. Would you dare to bet with me? If she could make him aware that she knew his secret, she would be safe. He would never let Lily Evans know. Thus, Araya brimmed with confidence. Don't worry. As long as you don't trouble me, I won't tell Lily Evans. Unfortunately, before she could await Snape's response, she was expelled from the classroom by Professor Horn for disrupting the lesson. She caught sight of her friends bearing expressions of confusion, and Snape's face wore a look of schadenfreude, likely mocking her. Araya stepped out of the classroom, ignoring the stares of others, and was just about to head for lunch when she stumbled upon a delightful surprise awaiting her in the kitchen. Chapter 3. An unexpected snack encounter. She would not be like the meek Peter, crying and waiting foolishly at the door. She was set on an adventure. They were now in their third year, still considered lower-classmen, yet James Potter and Sirius Black were already members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. As she passed by a display case, she caught a glimpse of their team photo, exuberant and spirited. Indeed, Hogwarts Castle was magnificent. Araya did her best to minimize her presence, weaving through the corridors in search of the legendary kitchen. She nearly lost her way on the moving staircases, being sent back several times, until a cat led her successfully to the kitchen. The rather unattractive cat, no, it was a kind-hearted cat, seemed to possess an extraordinary affinity for Araya, always rubbing against her legs as if drawn to her. Could it be that her current form exuded an overwhelming rat-like quality that delighted the cat? That left her utterly speechless. Ultimately, she confirmed the cat's identity. "You're Mrs. Norris." However, when this matter was confirmed, it signified that the detestable old Filch had discovered him. The stooped, shuffling figure of the frail and emaciated man abruptly emerged from around the corner, his claw-like hand gripping Araya's wrist with a sinister grin. "Caught you, you little truant mouse." How did he know? Yet, Araya was not an ordinary 13-year-old boy. She quickly concocted a reason. "Professor Horn sent me to the medical wing to retrieve something." As she spoke, she stepped back and employed a smoke-release charm to escape. The good news was that due to Peter's remarkably low presence, Filch had entirely forgotten her appearance and identity. The bad news was that she was genuinely lost. The original Peter was certainly not a living map. He had always relied on his brothers to navigate through life. Now, she might struggle to find her way back to the dormitory. She even suspected that the reason the quartet had invented the living map was because Peter was perpetually lost. With Filch now in pursuit, Araya felt rather unfortunate. While others traversed worlds as either the daughter of a Dark Lord or a sister to Harry Potter, she found herself in quite a different predicament. Just as despair began to settle in, an oddly dressed yet somewhat sophisticated wizard appeared before her. With his silver hair and beard, along with thick glasses, his smiling visage seemed oddly familiar. Albus Dumbledore? How had he come to stand before her? When had this happened? Embarrassed, Araya descended the staircase, awkwardly greeting him. "Good day, Professor Dumbledore." "Oh dear," she thought, "I'm about to be expelled." The kindly old man smiled even more warmly, extending his hand in a friendly manner. "I heard from an old friend that a student requires assistance. It appears I've found the right person." "What seems to be the matter, my child?" His demeanor resembled that of an understanding older sister, and Araya awkwardly touched her nose. "It's nothing, just a bit hungry." At that moment, her stomach audibly growled in agreement. Dumbledore's gaze toward her grew even more affectionate, causing Araya to feel increasingly uncomfortable. "I apologize, Professor. I'll just stand by the entrance," she mumbled, lowering her head as if in dejection, ready to leave. But what happened next? Dumbledore enthusiastically offered to escort her to the kitchen for a meal. He walked alongside her like an old friend, engaging her in peculiar conversations, such as, "Do you think my beard looks healthier today than it did a few days ago? Indeed, I've switched to a new conditioner. And have you noticed that the painting on the wall has changed? Last time, P's got some rather unpleasant things on it, causing the original residents to vacate. Now, no portraits are willing to come near. Have you lost quite a bit of weight recently, my child? The last time I saw you, you appeared as robust as a young troll." Araya found herself with no opportunity to respond, uncertain of how to comfort Dumbledore. Fortunately, he rambled on without a hint of embarrassment. She understood why Snape found him bothersome. He was indeed somewhat loquacious, yet undeniably entertaining. No wonder someone like Harry Potter held him in such high regard. As for herself, she found him amusing as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sorted into Gryffindor. Finally, under Dumbledore's guidance, they arrived before a massive painting. Dumbledore teased, thinking Peter was unaware of this secret, but alas, the quartet had already celebrated a party here on the very first day of their first year. Nevertheless, Araya feigned exuberance as Dumbledore expressed his delight. "Let us see what delectable treats await us." Upon opening the door, they discovered a student who had also skipped class, even more exaggerated than Araya. He was but a first year, with a head of thick, lustrous black hair, exuding a slight air of nobility just by standing there. His demeanor calm and collected, clearly a boy with remarkable composure. Unfazed by being caught sneaking food, he greeted Dumbledore with ease. "Good morning, Professor. Would you care for a sandwich? I just prepared them." His demeanor suggested a sense of comfort, as if he were in his own home. Araya was quite impressed by this young lad, certain he would achieve great things in the future. But the next moment, the truth hit her like a ton of bricks, leaving her utterly astonished. "Good morning, young Mr. Barty Crouch." "Thank you, they look quite delicious." Dumbledore, ever the remarkable character, took the sandwich and began to eat, prompting even Araya to want to inquire. Is it permissible for a first year to skip class? Alas, she found herself lacking the standing to do so. Moreover, young Barty Crouch was destined to become a formidable Death Eater, exceptionally talented and fervently devoted to the Dark Lord. Perhaps it was best to avoid excessive interaction with him. Araya observed the kitchen, bustling with warmth and cheer. Pots simmered with various delightful dishes, and though the house elves appeared somewhat intimidating, their faces radiated joy at the sight of Dumbledore, eagerly approaching him to greet him. However, Alaya noticed a peculiar detail. The enthusiastic house elves distinctly avoided the vicinity of that boy. Despite Barty's sunny smile, an unsettling aura surrounded him. Sure enough, once Dumbledore departed, the boy's true nature was revealed, causing the house elves to scatter away from Barty Crouch. Alaya turned to leave, but was halted by a foot blocking her path. How infuriating. How could a first year be almost taller than her? Hey, why do you sport such a repulsive hairstyle? Barty's taunting tone revealed his true self. As Alaya recognized the bullying and insult directed at Peter. Although she found Peter's disheveled hair somewhat unappealing, that did not justify accepting derision from others. You know nothing. You're a first year. Alaya swiftly turned and pushed Barty, causing him to stumble. But in the next moment, regret washed over her. Wasn't she trying to play the role of the underdog? She now faced a devilish grin on his face, filled with mischief, and thought, oh no, I do not wish to provoke this young master. Haha, I'm merely so handsome that I fear blinding everyone with my beauty, hence I deliberately conceal it. Perhaps Alaya's actions, executed through Peter's body, appeared too crass, or perhaps the line was simply absurdly amusing. Barty actually found himself laughing, clutching his stomach. He doubled over in mirth. You? Too handsome. Huh. He playfully lifted Alaya's bangs, wanting a closer look at the brash boy, but instead, he found a pair of anxious yet innocent eyes staring back. What an eyesore. How could such beautiful eyes belong to such an unappealing face? His gaze reminded Barty of a hamster he once owned, which had gazed at him with similarly wide eyes. Regrettably, it had died after hoarding food in its cheeks. When he found it bothersome, he extracted the food, resulting in a bite that led to its accidental demise. Now, thinking of his former pet, he found Peter's face somewhat more agreeable. Furthermore, his skin was unexpectedly clean, devoid of any blemishes, lending credence to the idea that he was concealing something. However, Barty would never admit that he found him handsome. Thus, he disdainfully rubbed his hand, which had touched Peter's bangs, against his chest. Disgusting. I'll let you off for now. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Junior. Although it was rather embarrassing to be startled by a first-year student, Alaya refused to concede defeat. She turned away with feigned bravado, her pace hastening slightly. Peter? What a peculiar fellow. Only little Barty Crouch remained behind, licking his lips as if he had discovered a new toy. Chapter 4. In the flying class. Alaya hurriedly made her way towards the European-style classroom, pondering whether the lesson had already concluded after such a delay. Unbeknownst to her, she needed to locate James Potter and his companions. Just as she was about to find the potions classroom, she encountered James Potter and Sirius rushing towards her. In passing, they swiftly thrust their books into her arms. Hurry. Peter, go ask Remus if he wants to join us for Quidditch. We'll be waiting for you at the flying field. With that, the two vanished into the crowd without a backward glance. Alaya stared at the tattered textbooks in her arms. They certainly had no qualms about enlisting Peter's help. However, this did remind Alaya that she was yet to check on Remus. Deciding to drop off the books in her dormitory first, she hurriedly made her way, oblivious to the additional textbook she had acquired along the way. Little did she know, a scowling boy was dragging a red-haired girl, searching frantically through the classroom. Against all odds, guided by a benevolent ghost, Alaya returned to her dormitory, discovering that Remus was feeling much better, able to sit up and read against the headboard. Upon her return, he greeted her with a beaming smile, eager to get out of bed to welcome her, but Alaya stopped him. Peter, you're back to see me? Remus Lupin's face radiated warmth, reminiscent of a golden retriever waiting for its owner to return home. His hair, tousled and curly from sleep, almost tempted Alaya to smooth down his wayward strands. Ah yes, James asked me to check if you wanted to attend flying class, though I must admit, I don't highly recommend it. Alaya placed the textbooks down, secretly wishing to remain beside the amiable Remus, convinced they could become good friends. Although Remus was in a much improved state, participating in such vigorous activities as Quidditch still seemed daunting. However, Peter, if we hurry, class should be letting out soon. Remus's expression, a blend of concern and earnestness for his dear friend, left Alaya unsure whether to feel grateful or worried about herself. Had she truly squandered so much time finding her way? Would she be absent for yet another class? Suddenly feeling dizzy, she collapsed onto Remus's bed, inadvertently settling on his lap. Ah, I'm so sorry, Remus. Alaya sprang up, fearing she might crush him. No, Remus. Peter's figure was rather pudgy, and she couldn't bear to think of herself as a little chub, even though she felt soft and delicate to the touch. Remus, too, felt the weight of Peter upon his lap, yet it was as though a ball of dough had settled there, somewhat elastic. His friend's physique was surprisingly commendable. It's all right, Peter. No need to fret. You're not heavy. Remus's gentle reassurance only deepened Alaya's guilt, prompting her to apologize once more and rush to the flying class field, hoping to at least explain herself to the professor before class ended. Just as Alaya hurried to the scene, she spotted two striking boys amidst the crowd, vigorous and spirited, their dark hair billowing in the wind, revealing their prominent foreheads. On their swiftly moving brooms, they collided playfully, executing seemingly daring maneuvers while chasing the golden snitch. Despite being merely third years, they already had their own admirers, with upper-class women in the crowd fervently calling out their names, yet the two remained oblivious, as if they were the very center of the universe. "I won't let you have it, James. Is that so, Sirius? You'd better tell your fangirls to tone it down. They're distracting me." James Potter, having missed an opportunity due to a sudden scream from the crowd, bore a slight grudge against Sirius for his teasing, knowing full well how much Sirius loathed such attention. He couldn't help but jest. "Oh, be quiet, James. Those are your fans." Sirius, momentarily suppressing his laughter, prepared for one last chase with James. "Honestly, where's that slowpoke, Peter? The lie I spun for him with the professor is bound to unravel." As James executed a daring maneuver, Sirius narrowly avoided colliding with his broomstick. "Hey, watch it. Remus might need him." Just as Sirius was about to crash, he executed a stunning halt, drawing gasps from the students below. "So cool. Ah, Sirius. Look at me." Sirius, somewhat disdainfully pursed his lips, casting a glance at the clamoring girls in the crowd, wishing that future flying lessons would consist solely of Gryffindor. At that moment, he caught sight of someone, a starry-eyed Peter. Wait, when did Peter acquire such bright, captivating eyes? When had his face become so appealing? It was no wonder, in Sirius's memory, Peter had always appeared rather ordinary, yet suddenly, he seemed somewhat endearing. Had he been too oblivious to Peter all along? In that moment of distraction, Sirius collided with James, their speeds causing a violent crash that sent them tumbling onto the grass. Thankfully, the height was minimal, and they rolled upon the ground, embracing one another. "Are you out of your mind, Sirius?" "No, it was Peter's fault." Sirius clutched his stomach while searching for Peter in the crowd, afraid that the wondrous sight he had just glimpsed might vanish. "Look, James. Peter has changed." Ignoring his pain, he hooked his arm around James's neck, pointing toward the crowd. "Look over there." James followed Sirius's gaze, but found no sign of Peter, as they were quickly engulfed by concerned girls. Sirius dodged the reaching hands of the girls while craning his neck to shout, "Peter, get over here and help us. Why are you just standing there?" However, our protagonist was rather unfortunate, having been caught by the flying class professor and taken to Professor McGonagall's office. To Araya's dismay, she soon discovered she was not the only truant. Several other students were already present. Yet, unfortunately, among them were Lily Evans and Severus Snape. Had they both skipped class as well? Chapter 5, The Punishment. Severus Snape was filled with regret, lamenting the loss of his textbook, which had inadvertently caused Lily to be caught for skipping class. He wished he had urged her to attend that wretched flying lesson instead of wasting time searching for his book. He should have sought the professor sooner to resolve the issue. However, the true culprits were those four insufferable miscreants. Reflecting on it, he suspected Black and Potter the most. Thus, when Peter entered, Snape's face bore a look of disdain. Previously, Snape had regarded Peter as merely a foolish lackey. Now, he believed he had misjudged him. Peter was nothing more than a cunning fox in sheep's clothing, sly and treacherous. If he dared to threaten him, Snape would not hold back. Araya sensed the unkind gaze of the dark-haired boy and instinctively retreated to the farthest corner away from him. Upon seeing him, Lily even displayed a reassuring expression, as if to say, "Do not worry, I am in the same boat," which touched Araya. It was a relief to know that there were still good people around. Professor McGonagall's demeanor towards Snape and Lily was markedly different from that towards Peter, akin to how a head of studies might exhibit a degree of leniency towards outstanding students. Though they were still not exempt from disciplinary actions, I was aware that Mr. Snape harbored biases against Quidditch, yet such partiality is unbecoming of a truly excellent student. "I shall inform your head of your truancy." The youthful visage of Professor McGonagall rendered Snape mute, compelling him to accept the reprimand without protest. At that moment, Araya found it peculiar how readily he acquiesced, only to later realize that he was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to serve alongside Lily Evans, albeit unexpectedly accompanied by an additional individual. "As for you, Miss Evans, your truancy for the sake of a friend is not typically endorsed by Gryffindor's ideals of gallantry." "My sincerest apologies, Professor McGonagall. We acknowledge our missteps." Lily's response elicited satisfaction from McGonagall, primarily due to her sweet smile and sincere attitude, making it difficult for anyone to continue harboring resentment in this world that often judges by appearances. However, when the focus shifted back to Peter, McGonagall's ire resurfaced. "As for you, I have already heard from Professor Snape that you disrupted the potions class and were also absent from it." Araya, feeling guilty, instinctively shrank back, wishing she could emulate Lily's charm, but regrettably, her current male identity might lead to her being perceived as rather peculiar. "Silence is golden." Striving to embody the humble and earnest Araya ultimately led to Professor McGonagall relinquishing her ire. After deducting 10 points, she sentenced them all to community service. Araya had anticipated such a consequence, but was taken aback by McGonagall's unwavering fairness. Receiving the same punishment as Snape and Lily left her somewhat flabbergasted. It seemed her unfortunate and fragile disposition could be altered. Perhaps one day she might become more agreeable. Meanwhile, Snape increasingly resented that bothersome quartet, particularly Peter. For he could have completed the community service with Lily alone, but now he had to contend with an additional burden. Their punishment arrived swiftly, as that very evening. Old Filch excitedly brandished a lantern, grumbling as he led the three of them into the Forbidden Forest, where they were tasked with locating a lost owl and returning it to the Ollery before a storm approached. Sending a handful of students into the Forbidden Forest to catch owls? It would be more prudent to send us to capture a troll. Snape contemplated countless forms of labor. Never imagining it would be the most dreadful of tasks, he was determined to ensure Lily remained unharmed amidst the perils of the Forbidden Forest. Keep your voice down, Sirius. He might hear you. Lily disapproved, tugging at Snape's sleeve, worried that Filch might seize the opportunity to punish them further. Despite her trepidation, as a proud Gryffindor, she was eager for the challenge. In contrast, Araya felt as if she had received preferential treatment from Filch, being the sole bearer of a lantern. Even perceiving a hint of kindness in Filch's gaze towards her, he had never cursed at her, always speaking in a calm tone. Could it be that the unfortunate Peter elicited a sense of camaraderie in him? Both were overlooked and had a low presence, perhaps engendering a genuine gentleness towards Peter. Regardless, Araya closely followed Filch, fearful of losing her way, with her friends hand in hand behind her. She could distinctly hear Snape's feigned calmness as he reassured Lily Evans, his voice imbued with unspoken tenderness and understanding. Look, Sirius, did that tree just move? It must have been the wind. Don't let your imagination run wild. Look at that branch too. Snape gently wrapped his arm around Lily's shoulders, shy yet resolute, providing explanations. You're right, Sirius, we mustn't frighten ourselves. Lily raised her wand, casting a Lumos spell, illuminating their path. Snape mirrored her actions, and the sight of them standing together in solidarity drew Araya's attention. They truly shared a strong bond, which made Araya feel a tinge of envy towards Lily. Why did she have to be the traitor? If not Peter, then perhaps even becoming Professor McGonagall would suffice. At least the current McGonagall was quite young and accomplished. Lost in thought, Araya suddenly noticed that Filch had vanished. What was happening? Surely he wouldn't leave 3 third years to fend for themselves? Instantly, the darkened Forbidden Forest felt fraught with peril, as the haunting howls of wolves echoed through the depths of the woods, accompanied by the chilling cries of unknown creatures, while thorny plants brushed against her trousers, ensnaring her hair and even scratching her hands. Araya regretted taking the lead. She longed to slip behind Snape and the others. Just as she was about to step back, she heard Snape's dry, mocking voice. What's wrong? Is the brave Gryffindor warrior afraid? Not at all. I'm merely concerned that you might sneak away, Araya retorted, cursing Snape inwardly for his insensitivity. No wonder he couldn't find a partner. She glanced back at Snape, only to find him momentarily stunned before quickly averting his gaze. Snape indeed paused, for in the dim moonlight, he suddenly noticed Peter's tear-filled eyes. He truly was prone to tears, appearing quite weak. Yet, he had never realized how bright Peter's eyes were, twinkling like stars in the dark night. Stop teasing him, Sirius. Peter is just a bit timid. Let's walk side by side. With the invitation from the lovely girl, Araya set aside past grievances and boldly inserted herself between the two. Snape was taken aback. How could he shamelessly position himself between him and Lily? The trio continued deeper into the Forbidden Forest, each consumed by their own thoughts, unaware that they had ventured beyond the boundaries of safety, where danger awaited them. Chapter 6, Community Service. Walking between Snape and Lily Evans, Araya felt considerably more at ease. Despite the slender, somewhat morose figure exuding an invisible pressure towards her, it must be said that at that moment, Snape appeared remarkably dependable. His expression was tense as he scanned the surroundings, frequently employing minor, yet practical spells to clear away the sharp branches, all while keeping an eye on whether she and Lily were holding hands. Mind your own business, Peter Pettigrew, he commanded sternly, retrieving Araya's hand from Lily's. Even at the tender age of 13 or 14, Snape already exhibited the demeanor of a future head of house, professor. I can protect girls too, Araya stated earnestly. This was not an exaggeration. Peter Pettigrew's abilities were not as mediocre as he portrayed. In fact, they surpassed many others, though he kept them hidden, likely to avoid overshadowing his friends. How else could he have partnered with James Potter and others to achieve the advanced Animagus transformation in their 5th year? How could Voldemort accept an incompetent individual as his subordinate? Coupled with the solid magical knowledge and spells that flickered in Peter's mind, Araya concluded that Peter Pettigrew was undoubtedly a master of playing the fool to deceive the wise. Araya felt a resurgence of her own strength, having conquered her fear. She found herself able to walk normally again, even engaging in light-hearted banter with Lily. Lily Evans was indeed a chatty girl, and with Araya and Peter's knack for conversation, they provided ample emotional support. Peter, I never knew you were so intriguing. Would you care to join me for the next book discussion? Lily was utterly astonished to discover that Peter had read an abundance of books, sharing her own tastes. Until now, she had assumed he was just another one of those madcap friends of James. However, these words were particularly jarring to Severus Snape, who had long endeavored to keep that fool James away from Lily, only to find his defenses effortlessly breached by Peter Pettigrew. Snape abruptly halted, and unaware of his sudden stop, Araya collided forcefully with his back. At that moment, she was engrossed in sharing her insights on Chinese cuisine with Lily, and as she fell, her small teeth inadvertently sank into Snape's thin back. Ouch! Snape winced, but upon realizing he would soon confront Peter, he stifled his cry, darkening his expression and clutching his possibly bruised back as he turned around. Ugh, you stopped so suddenly. Araya, sensing Snape's anger, covered her mouth and took a few steps back, attempting to hide behind Lily Evans. Yet, Snape was quick to block her escape. I know it was you. Stop pretending and hand over my textbook. Snape had not intended to expose them in front of Lily, fearing she might perceive him as a bad-tempered individual due to her involvement. However, he could no longer contain himself and began to press the issue. But seeing Peter's bewildered expression, that pent-up anger within him dissipated by half, particularly because Peter's goofy grin reminded him of the mouse he had once captured for experimentation. His flushed cheeks bore an incredulous, delicate pallor. How could a man possess such pristine skin? Snape questioned his own judgment. Was it possible Peter was truly oblivious? Suddenly recalling that Peter had not been present in the potions classroom at that time, he pondered if perhaps he was indeed innocent. What textbook? Araya was genuinely perplexed. When had she ever seen his textbook? Perhaps Sirius or James had hidden it in the books they had brought back to their dormitory. Concealing her eyes behind her heavy bangs, she blinked rapidly, deciding to feign ignorance. I don't know where your textbook is. Just as Araya was contemplating her pretense, a stone unexpectedly hurtled through the air, striking Snape's back. He instinctively tightened his grip on his wand, scanning the surroundings. Who is it? Who's there? Snape quickly cast several spells, but the area remained devoid of any visible figures. Another stone struck him on the calf, igniting his fury. He seized Peter, who had been watching the spectacle, and pulled him in front as a makeshift shield. Lily, come over here. What the hell, mate? I thought we were classmates, not targets. Araya protested, wriggling free from Snape's grasp, suspecting it was her good friend who had arrived, and she felt emboldened. However, the next moment, a sharp arrow shot forth from the shadows, pinning the corner of Araya's robe to a tree trunk, leaving her terrified. Help! This is not my friend. You fool. Get behind the tree. Snape, surprisingly concerned for Peter, was still wary of Lily, and thus swiftly pulled her behind a tree while searching for the direction from which the arrow had come. It's centaurs. We need to leave now. Lily had deduced who was targeting them and extinguished the glowing light in her hand, whispering, We'll escape in that direction. You're absolutely right, Lily. Snape immediately cast a silencing charm upon himself, glancing back at the trembling figure in the darkness, hesitating for a moment about whether to assist the enemy. But seeing Lily move to help him, he made a swift decision. I'll go. You wait here. Snape cursed the four-person group, especially Peter, but still approached him, only to hear Peter muttering a prayer for protection, beseeching various deities to keep him safe as he prepared to shoot Snape in the backside. Araya recalled the earlier bite she had taken. Now, reflecting on it, she felt as if her jaw had gone awry. Snape's back was as lean as a washboard. Oblivious to the fact that the very person he was mocking stood right behind him, Snape thought to himself, it seems I have meddled where I shouldn't have. However, when Araya finally recognized Snape, he transformed from a greasy-haired nuisance into a figure of salvation. In that moment, Snape widened his eyes in terror, watching helplessly as Peter tackled him to the ground. Chapter 7, Peril Lurks. Snape could scarcely imagine a day when he would find himself entangled with Peter, an utterly nauseating prospect, yet astonishingly, he did not find it repugnant. Instead, he was taken aback by Peter's surprisingly soft physique, accompanied by a hint of fruity sweetness in the air. Snape was so shocked that he momentarily forgot the pain in his backside and the sting from the thorny plant that had grazed his palm. Are you insane? Wah wah. Wah. Thank you for saving me. I was wrong. You're a good person. Araya clung to Snape like an octopus, inducing a sensation of near suffocation in him. Could anyone truly embrace him with such fervor? Snape found himself reminiscing. The last time he had been held so tightly was when his mother, inebriated, had confided in him. Though back then, he had ended up with a bloody nose, he had longed for her embrace. Especially gazing into Peter's large, glistening eyes, Snape stood frozen, forgetting to push away his adversary, instead gazing at him with a sense of nostalgia. Yet, a piercing shout jolted Snape back to reality. Trouble was afoot. Lily. As thoughts of Lily flooded his mind, he swiftly pushed Araya away and dashed back to shield her, tumbling into the underbrush. Araya could only hear the sound of a massive tree crashing down, accompanied by frantic bird calls and the scurrying of small creatures. The incredible sights left her utterly awestruck. Was that a unicorn glowing faintly with silver? As the tremors beneath her feet intensified, panic set in. Have we encountered a giant? No, a troll. The best course of action when facing a troll was to hide and pray not to be discovered, but if spotted while fleeing, one would be crushed like a fly beneath the troll's massive stone weapon. This was Araya's first experience with such a scenario, leaving her flustered and unsure of where to hide. Once again, she envied Lily Evans. Snape's reckless act of throwing himself to protect her had been rather dashing, but unfortunately, no one would do the same for Peter. Why are you just standing there? A familiar voice emerged from behind Araya. It was Sirius, who swiftly lifted his invisibility cloak, enveloping himself and Araya within its folds. Araya was mesmerized as he, like a figure from ancient Greek mythology, embraced her, rendering them invisible in the darkness. She could only hear his rapid breaths and the pounding of his heart. In that fleeting moment, Araya felt a rush of emotion. He had come to save her. Feeling the warmth of his embrace as they hid behind a tree, Araya gradually adjusted to the darkness. The inherent translucence of the invisibility cloak allowed her to behold the exquisite profile of Sirius, accentuated by his pronounced Adam's apple. How vexatious it was to be so diminutive. Meanwhile, Sirius was grappling with his own disquiet, pondering why Peter, that oaf, incessantly regarded him with peculiar fascination. It rendered him utterly uncomfortable, further exacerbated by the alluring fragrance that seemed to envelop Peter, tantalizingly invading his senses and rendering him parched. How could a man be so intoxicatingly fragrant? As his throat quivered, Sirius averted his gaze, yearning to distance himself from Peter, yet Araya was resolute, laying her head against his chest, much to her discomfort as her neck strained. At that moment, she had entirely forgotten the desolation of being forsaken by Snape, contentedly nestled in Sirius's embrace like a mere cushion. Amidst the chaos of the crumbling surroundings, they were merely struck by splintered wood, safely evading the monstrous creature's approach. With a sigh of relief, Araya pushed away from Sirius's warm hold, realizing that the centaurs likely did not wish for their demise, but rather sought to drive them away due to the imminent danger. But why was Sirius here? You, Sirius, what are you doing here? Upon hearing Peter's inquiry, the now-released Sirius disdainfully tossed aside the invisibility cloak and retorted, "You ought to change your shampoo. You smell like a woman." If one were to scrutinize the back of his neck, they would notice a faint flush in the darkness. However, Sirius was behaving rather oddly, and Araya took note of his nonsensical comments as he pulled her away. "Let us go. Do you want to be squashed by that giant? You came alone?" Grateful for Sirius's rescue, Araya tolerated his irritable demeanor and kindly asked, "Is James off to save Lily Evans?" Sirius finally seemed more composed, assuring her not to worry, as James would handle the situation. That was the real concern, for if James encountered Snape, he would undoubtedly explode, possibly leading to a scene where Snape heroically rescued Lily. The thought amused Araya, leaving her feeling satisfied as she followed Sirius away. She believed that with James and Snape's protection, Lily would safely return to Hogwarts. And she felt no trepidation. After all, they were two gallant guardians. Walking behind Sirius, Araya felt an overwhelming sense of security, as they were familiar with the Forbidden Forest, navigating it with the ease of strolling through their own garden. Consequently, their return journey was significantly swifter than their arrival. All Araya longed for was a warm bath and rest, determined to rise early the next day to keep pace with her companions, lest her truancy lead to dire consequences before the Dark Lord could claim her life. Sirius strode ahead, perplexed by the unusual intimacy with Peter. It felt strange for something that was merely brotherly to provoke such an uncharacteristic reaction in him. His heart raced, and his nerves frayed. He quickened his pace, while Peter trailed behind like a silent shadow, breathless and flushed, causing Sirius to slow down, his instincts strangely protective. Had he truly lost his mind? Upon finally returning to the dormitory, Araya bid goodnight to the concerned Remus Lupin before hastily washing up and preparing for bed, only to discover a well-preserved second-hand book resting on her pillow. Instantly, her drowsiness dissipated, and her heart raced as she opened the cover to reveal a graceful, flowing inscription, Half-Blood Prince. A throbbing pain blossomed in her head. Chapter 8, The Charms Class. Upon discovering that Snape's potion book was in her possession, Araya finally grasped the situation. It seemed that Sirius and James had pilfered it during potions class as a form of compensation for her, and amidst the ensuing chaos, had caused her to unwittingly transfer the book to their dormitory. Thus, Snape and the good-hearted Lily were penalized for their absence, culminating in Araya's predicament. Fortunately, such matters did not intrude upon her slumber, as she drifted into a deep sleep, dreaming of a dark-haired boy. Though the details of his features eluded her in the dream, she retained a vivid impression of his extraordinary beauty. Indeed, it was fitting to describe a boy as beautiful. Araya surmised that her dream was a manifestation of her frustrations with dark-haired individuals in her waking life. In her dream, she took control, determined to torment that dark-haired fellow who seemed to shy away from close contact. After all, was he not taller and sturdier than her? She envisioned riding him like a steed, pressing down upon him. If brewing potions was his forte, then she would concoct her own for him to drink. The dream was so delightful that her exuberant cries roused the other occupants of the dormitory, with James awakening Peter with a mere toss of a pillow. "Shut your mouth." James had just dreamt that Lily was about to share something of great importance, and the interruption infuriated him. Feeling that his anger was insufficiently vented, James contemplated tossing his slipper onto Peter's bed. However, Sirius interrupted the trajectory of the slipper with a book, stating, "All right, James. I think he is dreaming about the giant from tonight. Let us get back to sleep." Feigning slumber, Sirius wrestled with his chaotic thoughts, aghast at having dreamt such an embarrassing fantasy. The unspeakable nature of the dream kept him tossing and turning. Encouraged by Remus, James managed to return to sleep, having narrowly escaped the giant. Yet he felt he had been much braver than Peter, who was, after all, a timid soul. Araya, still in a daze, mistakenly believed she was still dreaming and tossed her pillow back, returning to slumber, hoping for a clearer vision of the boy from her dream. Regrettably, the details remained elusive. Though she could distinctly see a pair of crimson eyes, was he afflicted with some ailment? Perhaps due to the multitude of dreams, Araya found herself drowsy, nearly late for class. The first lesson of the day was Professor Flitwick's charms class, which she found relatively straightforward. This time, she was fortunate to have a companion, Remus. Thank goodness he was finally well. Otherwise, she would have had to complete the assignments for 4 individuals. With Remus at her side, she needed only to tackle her own and Sirius's work. James and Sirius sat in the row behind them, regaling each other with tales of their heroic exploits against the giant and werewolf from the previous night. Araya, seated in front, felt an urge to roll her eyes. They were likely exaggerating, but after all, they were young. It was a youthful exuberance she found endearing. Meanwhile, Remus leaned in close, whispering to her, "If you're too tired, you can rest your head. I'll wake you when the professor arrives." He gazed at her with concern, as he had noticed that Peter seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight. His once rounded double chin had vanished. Though Peter's face remained soft and pale, he appeared noticeably thinner, and Remus felt a pang of sympathy for him. Severus Snape, who sat 10 tables away from Sirius Black and James Potter, shared their disdain for their boastful antics. Beside him was Lily Evans, who, out of deep concern and guilt for Snape's minor injuries sustained while he heroically shielded her, though it was actually a result of being knocked down by Araya, took it upon herself to tend to him. She endeavored to be his right hand, assisting him in various tasks within her capacity, such as carrying books, pulling out chairs, and opening bottles. Snape, relishing the attention, prolonged his recovery from a potion-related issue for an entire week, despite it being a matter he could have resolved himself. Yet, he remained tormented by the memory of his lost textbook, glaring resentfully at James Potter and Sirius Black, convinced that they were responsible for the theft of his belongings and perhaps even the trickery surrounding the Marauder's map. James, oblivious to the depth of Snape's glare, finally registered his frustration as he observed Snape relishing Lily's assistance, which only fueled his irritation. "That snotty little git is truly infuriating, Sirius. We must devise a way to teach him a lesson," he exclaimed, raking his fingers through his tousled hair before elbowing Sirius, who appeared lost in thought. What?" Sirius returned to the present, realizing he had been staring intently at Peter and Remus, puzzled by the newfound camaraderie between them. "All right then, after class, we shall," James, oblivious to Sirius's distraction, was consumed by thoughts of revenge against the insufferable Snape. Meanwhile, Araya, with Remus's assistance, successfully completed the spell practice for the class. Although she was already proficient, she decided to play the part of the naive student, emulating Peter's usual demeanor for safety's sake. Remus, ever the gentle soul, patiently guided her through the exercises as a caring older brother would, and Araya mused that if there were a Best Peace Award in the wizarding world, he would undoubtedly be a contender. At long last, the class concluded. Araya, feigning ignorance of the spell she had mastered, sighed in relief, preparing to sneak away to return Snape's second-hand textbook to his dormitory. The next class was an elective, and Peter's selection had been overcrowded, marking their only time apart. She had devised a plan to borrow the Potter family's invisibility cloak and slip into the Slytherin common room. even if she couldn't reach Snape's dormitory. She could leave the book in the common area, though she hadn't anticipated encountering that peculiar first year. Chapter 9. A Visit to the Basement. Immediately after class, James convened his friends to plot a scheme to give Snape a taste of his own medicine. Unbeknownst to them, Peter was harboring his own secret intentions. While Sirius positioned himself between Remus and Peter, feeling the arrangement was much more harmonious. No one is to run off. This is an emergency. Sirius directed primarily at Peter, who appeared unusually fidgety. I need to hit the restroom. Araya raised her hand, extricating herself from Sirius's grasp, and quickly departed from their clandestine gathering, her hair suggesting she could easily guess their mischievous plans. She had no time for such antics. Let us go, then, James said with slight exasperation, leading his companions away. Only Sirius lingered, frequently glancing back at Peter, sensing something amiss. Don't you think Peter has been acting a bit strange lately? He inquired. Not at all. He is just as timid as ever, James dismissed, preoccupied with plotting how to make Snape suffer, his patience wearing thin. Thus, they schemed on how to separate Lily Evans from Snape without her being aware of their intentions. Meanwhile, Araya successfully acquired the invisibility cloak. Seizing the opportunity as the careless youths left the Deathly Hallow carelessly draped over a chair. Donning the cloak, she noted that its scent was not as fresh as when she had shared it with Sirius. Instead, it bore an old, musty odor. After several cleaning spells, she deemed it somewhat bearable, pondering how those boys managed to endure the stench while crammed beneath it, likely dripping with sweat. Fortunately, her plan unfolded smoothly. She waited merely 15 minutes at the entrance of Slytherin before a forgetful student arrived to open the door for her. Entering the Slytherin common room for the first time, Araya was awestruck by its beauty. The exquisite stained glass windows framed the mysterious depths of the Black Lake, where she glimpsed a colossal squid gliding by and enchanting fish darting through the water, captivating her imagination. Perhaps due to her childhood spent in a household akin to a zoo, she had always been drawn to animals, leading to her mesmerization by the magical creatures she encountered in the Forbidden Forest. In the Slytherin common room, she was delighted to find several magical beings and an array of animal specimens preserved in jars, adding an air of mystique to the opulent surroundings. Although the basement was frigid, the ever-burning fireplace provided a peculiar warmth, a sensation she found oddly comforting. Had she transformed into Peter, reveling in the ambience of the underground? As Araya prepared to explore the common room further, her eyes caught an unexpected sight. In the rainforest terrarium housing a bowtruckle stood a figure, a first-year troublemaker. He bore a mischievous grin, with the light accentuating the delicate features of his face, his skin glowing with an ethereal sheen. He reached out wickedly toward the bowtruckle, gripping one of its legs. The creature, resembling a tiny tree person with a body formed from branches and leaves, was struggling desperately to escape the clutches of the boy, who was clearly enjoying its plight. Araya's heart ached for the little creature. Although she was reluctant to engage with the mischievous boy, she felt compelled to intervene. Just then, a loud exclamation startled him, causing him to instinctively release his grip. However, his expression quickly morphed from one of malice to one of fierce determination. He whirled around, swiftly seizing a stone from the terrarium and hurled it in Araya's direction, striking her in the abdomen with alarming precision, a testament to his remarkable accuracy. Gasping in pain, Araya stumbled backward, revealing her presence, but fortunately, she reacted swiftly, retreating beneath the invisibility cloak and crawling away from the boy's reach. Though he had failed to capture her, he remained composed, calling out to the empty air, "I know who you are. I recognize your shoes. If you come out now, I might consider letting you go." However, silence enveloped the room, save for the sound of him picking up a book from the floor. Half-blood prince? What an arrogant individual. A half-blood thinks they are worthy? He vowed to uncover the identity of this individual and ensure they faced the consequences. Araya, still trembling with fear, bolted from the Slytherin common room, fervently hoping that the tree guardian would not fall victim to any foul play, and prepared to write a letter back home to swiftly inform a professor of the incident. It had been a harrowing experience. She had nearly been discovered by young Barty Crouch regarding the secret of the invisibility cloak, which would have made their nocturnal escapades considerably more challenging. However, upon returning to the dormitory, Araya found that her brothers had yet to return. How peculiar. Weren't they supposed to reconvene for History of Magic shortly? Determined to confess her misdeeds before they could unleash their wrath upon her, Araya resolved to take the initiative, lest she suffer dire consequences at the hands of James and Sirius. Barely had she stepped outside when she encountered an eager badger, who informed her that her dear friends had been taken to the hospital wing. What? Araya could not fathom how an elective class on potions and practical work could result in a trip to the hospital wing. Had there been an explosion? Regardless, she dashed towards the hospital wing, her concern for them mounting. If they were to be injured and left with lasting disabilities, Her life would surely take a turn for the worse. Chapter 10, Mutation. Araya reached the hospital wing with remarkable speed, even surpassing her own expectations. Guided by the little badger, she soon arrived at the scene, where a throng of students had gathered outside, chattering excitedly and effectively trapping her outside. "Make way," she called, squeezing through the crowd thanks to her diminutive stature. Seizing a moment when Madame Pomfrey was distracted, she swiftly slipped inside, donning the Potter family invisibility cloak once more. Thankful she had forgotten to remove it from her bag. Inside the hospital wing, a cacophony of groans filled the air, and there, amidst the familiar figures, were her friends, each cradling their faces and rolling about on their beds. Madame Pomfrey busily attended to them, and Araya was taken aback by what she saw: a furry visage, a cat's head, and a dog's head, with Sirius' unfortunate transformation resulting in a duck's head. He attempted to hide his face, but the protruding beak left him exposed. The pristine white walls of the hospital wing were now strewn with various feathers, causing her to sneeze uncontrollably. It soon became clear why the onlookers outside were laughing so heartily. Indeed, these animal heads were rather absurd. Achoo! Araya sneezed loudly, catching Sirius' attention. "Peter, you've come. You actually know how to show up." Sirius, from the bed closest to her, poked his head out from under the covers, revealing his fluffy, duckling yellow head. Unfortunately, when he spoke, it came out as a series of quacks. Madame Pomfrey promptly shooed him back under the covers, admonishing him to be quiet. "I need to go find Professor Hooper to discuss a solution. You all behave yourselves." Araya could hardly contain her laughter, yet she also understood that a storm was brewing. To her astonishment, they had sought revenge on Snape while keeping her in the dark, and it appeared they had not gained the upper hand. Rather, they had fallen victim to his wrath. Had they been cursed or hexed? Nevertheless, if they were to remain in such furry forms indefinitely, Araya, who dreamed of becoming an animal caretaker, would gladly take on the role of their devoted attendant. "Meow, meow, meow." James waved his paw, questioning Sirius' hearing and imploring him to remain silent, as his quacking was rather grating. With his black and white cow-like appearance, white paws, and pink pads, Araya couldn't help but wish to pinch him. Woof woof. Remus, now resembling a golden retriever, anxiously twisted his head, trying to persuade his friends to cease their squabbling, his ears flapping comically in the process. Araya felt an overwhelming urge to pet his dog-like head. It must feel delightful. Why are you all?" Just as Araya emerged from the invisibility cloak, James threw a pillow at her. She dodged and found herself beside him. "I had an accident and need to change my pants," she said, embarrassed. "Stay away from me." Meow, meow, meow. Upon hearing her rather odorous confession, James promptly shoved her away, looking thoroughly disgusted, yet he did not blame Peter for his usual cowardice. It seemed such occurrences were commonplace for him. Unbeknownst to James, Peter was cradling his paw in his hands, massaging it. "What are you doing, Peter? That's disgusting." Meow, meow, meow. James could hardly tolerate Peter's nauseating behavior. "Are you all right, Peter?" Woof, woof, woof. Remus, despite his own pain, climbed down from his bed to check on Araya. In a sudden motion, Araya leaped forward, embracing Remus and nuzzling against his soft dog-like head. His fur was so plush, and the scent of the Potter family shampoo was delightful, filling Araya with joy. Quack, quack, quack. Sirius suddenly grew animated, flapping his wings and flying down from the bed, pulling Araya away from Remus. "Don't bother Remus. He just got here." Quack, quack, quack. Their closeness appeared somewhat nauseating. Yet, in his fervor, Sirius forgot his current duck-headed form and the actual distance between them, resulting in Araya being inadvertently bumped by his beak. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, caught off guard. To her dismay, she had not even had the chance to pet the duck before she was pecked. Quack, quack, quack. Sirius, now looking somewhat embarrassed, regarded Araya with concern. "What are you doing, Sirius?" His initial quest for vengeance had deflated. He had intended to retaliate against Peter, only to be ambushed by that snot-nosed fiend. Transformed into a menagerie of beasts, he had unwittingly become the victim himself, which only fueled his frustration. Quack, quack, quack. Sirius temporarily fell silent, brooding. Yet he increasingly desired to reclaim his dignity at Peter's expense. Consequently, his recovery seemed to lag behind that of James and Remus. For while he regained the ability to speak, he remained with a duck's head, and Araya appeared to have become his personal servant. On days without classes, she diligently recounted the lessons of the day to him, serving him tea as well. "Peter, I'm thirsty." Quack. Although he had regained human speech, Sirius occasionally succumbed to quacking. Beneath his duck-like exterior, Araya endeavored to maintain her disguise, though there were times when her facade would falter. "Can't you go to the bathroom and drink by yourself?" she inadvertently blurted, realizing too late the implications of her words. "What did you say? Have you forgotten that I transformed this way for whom?" Sirius sprang from the bed, flapping his wings, sending feathers flying everywhere. His bald duck head was a consequence of Araya's late-night antics while he slept. Unwilling to look in the mirror, Sirius had not noticed his thinning feathers. He merely sensed an unusual chill atop his head, wondering why it felt so cold when he didn't venture outside. Seeing his baldness, Araya's attitude softened from guilt, and she brought him a cup of water. Open wide. Yet, in a clumsy motion, she grasped his beak and poured the water in, nearly choking him. Ah, quack, cough. Cough. Sirius, struggling, splashed water onto Araya's face. Once he finally regained his composure, he unceremoniously tackled Peter, pinning him down and using his wings to grip his neck. Reminiscent of the playful scuffles typical among boys. You're attempting murder, Peter. He squawked. Gagaga. It was you who wanted a drink. Fortunately, the threat posed by his wings was minimal, allowing Araya to breathe freely. However, the sight of Peter, with his damp bangs revealing his entire face, became somewhat disarming to Sirius. His large, glistening eyes, adorned with droplets on his long eyelashes, made Sirius feel a pang of pity for him. He quickly flew off Peter. I'll drink on my own. I don't need you, gag. Chapter 11, Recovery. The only joy Araya found in her transformation into a beast of burden was the opportunity to groom the small animals, particularly James and Remus. Even when they splashed her with water, she found delight in using her wind magic to blow-dry them. Watching the adorable antics of the puppies and kittens, she wished they could remain in such bliss forever. Seizing the moment, she gently stroked James's little paw and ruffled Remus's hair, filling her with immense joy. It was during these moments that Sirius would invariably squeeze his duck-like head into her embrace, demanding, "It's my turn, right?" Understood. Although the duck was undeniably cute, it paled in comparison to the puppies and kittens, leading Araya to exhibit a touch of indifference and favoritism. Unfortunately, James and Remus soon returned to their original states, while the duck's condition seemed to linger indefinitely, diminishing the enjoyment of Araya's caretaking duties. Once again, Sirius was in the bathroom, incessantly squawking for Araya to blow-dry him. With her heavy bangs, she rolled her eyes and turned to seek Remus's assistance. Please help me. Remus, caught by Peter's tugging at his sleeve, found it difficult to refuse Peter's plea and nodded as he entered the bathroom. However, it was clear that Sirius only desired Peter's attention, dismissing Remus with a wave. Call Peter here. He needs to take responsibility for me. Araya rolled her eyes again at this statement. It sounded as if he were accusing himself of being a heartless scoundrel. She walked into the bathroom, preparing to once more blow-dry Mr. Duck, who seemed even more disheveled than before. She distinctly remembered that Sirius had not been so reliant on Peter previously. Now it appeared he could not survive without him. Outside, James was laughing so loudly that he nearly fell from his bed, evidently amused by Peter's expressions. He found Peter increasingly entertaining, far more so than before. No longer the submissive figure he once was, but instead occasionally delivering witty remarks that brought him joy. However, Araya's entrance into the bathroom this time was quite different. The fellow inside was only wrapped in a pristine white towel, twisting awkwardly as he desperately attempted to scratch his back with his wings, the exaggerated movements resembling a bath scrub. Hurry up, help me scratch my back. Huh. Araya then noticed the redness and swelling on his back, indicative of an allergic reaction. Unfortunately, his wings rendered him incapable of scratching, forcing him to hop around. This isn't good, is it? She mused, observing the boy's broad back, now marred with scratches, droplets cascading from his spine and shoulder blades with each movement. The temperature in this bathroom seems to be rising. Peter, hurry. Sirius is becoming increasingly frantic, his emotions spiraling out of control. He grasped Araya's hand and placed it on his back. Araya instinctively began to scratch, eliciting a contented expression from the duck, who emitted a low gurgling sound. Can ducks really make that noise? Just as Araya's hand began to tire, a more embarrassing scene unfolded. The duck beneath her transformed back into the elegant young gentleman he originally was, his complexion flushed, unsure whether to lower his hands or keep them raised defensively. Ahem. I can manage now. Yes, if only she could leap for joy. Sirius had finally returned to normal, liberating her from the burdens of writing his assignments, preparing his meals, making his bed, and blowing dry his feathers. She was free. Yet, after pushing Peter away, Sirius felt a sense of loss, as if his life would lack much of its previous joy. On the bright side, he could finally play Quidditch again. It had been a week since he last touched a broom. He had attempted it, but alas, his duck wings were incapable of gripping the broomstick. Speaking of which, the Quidditch match was approaching, and Peter could join them for practice. Sirius had a new thought. His brothers could not be separated, and Peter needed to join the team. Thus, unbeknownst to Araya, just as she had escaped her trials, she was once again ensnared in the den of wolves. Meanwhile, Snape, having successfully repelled James and his friends, remained vigilant, worried they might seek revenge. However, It seemed they were too preoccupied with caring for that troublesome Sirius to pay him any heed. And he even managed to recover his lost textbook. It had been returned to him by a fellow student who found it in the common room. And since Professor Horn recognized Snape's handwriting, he had returned it to him. Snape felt a flicker of surprise. Had he misjudged James Potter and his friends? Was there someone else to blame? However, as he exited Horn's office with the book in hand, Snape encountered a first-year boy, hands in pockets, dressed in understated yet clearly expensive clothing. He wasn't wearing the school uniform. Although the style resembled it, the price differed by a factor of 5. Be careful next time, senior, the boy said, nonchalantly yet with a hint of arrogance, before walking away. Instinctively, Snape sensed the boy's hostility. He could not recall provoking this child. So who was he? Young Barty Crouch eagerly awaited the appearance of the individual he sought, only to be disappointed. The boy named Snape was not the one he was looking for, as his voice was too deep and lacked the soft timbre of the one he desired. Moreover, the shoes he wore were undoubtedly not second-hand, leading him to leave in disappointment. Yet, young Barty Crouch was far from giving up. It was a day worth celebrating. Araya no longer had to endure the pressure of so many eyes upon her, as she brought food back to Sirius. Too lazy to venture to the kitchen, fearing she might get lost, she bore the mantle of the big eater, bringing a hearty meal for Sirius, who had many demands and an insatiable appetite. With great enthusiasm, she served him food, leaving him utterly astonished. Eat more, Sirius. You've had a tough time lately. You seem quite happy not having to take care of me, Peter, Sirius remarked, a tinge of jealousy in his tone. He could clearly see how radiant Peter was while tending to James and Remus, but when it came to him, he felt like a burden. Indeed, within their trio of friendship, there could be moments of closeness, distance, and jealousy, let alone with a group of 4. Nonetheless, their bond remained steadfast. No, I am genuinely happy for you, Araya replied sincerely. That is wonderful. To celebrate Sirius's return tonight, let us take a night excursion on the Black Lake. How splendid, Sirius asserted eagerly. Absolutely, Remus chimed in with a smile. Araya turned pale. She wished to sleep and had no desire for a night excursion on the Black Lake. Chapter 12, Night Excursion on the Black Lake. Though Araya was exceedingly reluctant to venture out to the Black Lake at night, she felt compelled to follow James Potter into the darkness, unwilling as she was. In order to uphold Peter's image and identity, fearing that she might lag behind, Sirius clung closely to her, urging her on with a playful insistence that they must stick together. Araya rolled her eyes in the shadows, offering a half-hearted nod in agreement with Sirius. I know, she muttered. Sirius, draping an arm around her neck, hung on to her as if he were boneless, their height difference making it seem as though he was using her as a crutch. You're using that fruity shampoo again, Peter. I'm not. It's the one James gave me. Araya felt genuinely wronged. After all, the Potter family had built their reputation on shampoo potions, monopolizing all their hair products, which were shared among them. How could there be any other scent? Impossible, Sirius exclaimed, tightening his grip around Alaya's neck and leaning down to inhale deeply at her crown. The familiar aroma wafted up, yet it carried a cloying sweetness that startled him. What was happening to him? Caught in a daze, Sirius found that the fragrance clouded his mind, but he refused to release his hold on Araya, merely silencing himself for the moment. Araya, at a loss for words and wishing to shake him off, found herself ensnared even tighter, struggling to breathe. Shoo, keep it down, Peter, James chided, glancing back at them, prompting Araya to twist at Sirius's waist. He groaned softly but managed to restrain her hand, effectively binding her to him. At last, they reached the edge of the Black Lake, shrouded in the cover of night and the enchantment of the invisibility cloak. Araya finally felt liberated from the conjoined state with Sirius, acutely aware of the warmth radiating from his body and the clarity of his breath in the darkness. Despite the breeze, both she and Sirius were slick with sweat. Upon catching sight of the lake, Sirius released Peter and dashed towards the water, shedding his clothes with fluid grace as if posing for a fashion shoot. Hurry up, Peter. I'll count to 10. In past swimming competitions, Peter had always been the last to dive in, but this time, concerned he might bolt, he stood at the water's edge, calling out to Peter instead of plunging in like James. Araya was grateful for the upbringing that instilled a sense of modesty in Sirius, which spared her the embarrassment of confronting him fully unclothed, allowing her to keep her white underwear intact. However, James was a different story. Having grown up in an environment of absolute indulgence, he cared little for modesty and had already stripped down completely, waving at them from the water. Come on, you two. Meanwhile, Remus, who had not ventured far from the shore, cherished his few garments due to personal reasons, and with James's company, he too discarded his undergarments, though he carefully folded his clothes and placed them on a cleaner rock before entering the water. Seeing Peter hesitate, he kindly asked, "Are you feeling unwell again? The water is quite cold. It might upset your stomach." though Araya was reluctant to gaze upon Remus's thin frame. She felt a wave of gratitude and nodded eagerly. Yes, you guys go ahead. James, horrified at the thought of Peter having an accident in the lake, quickly insisted. Peter, you stay on the shore and keep watch. He quickly covered Peter's mouth, fearing that Peter's words might conjure even more unpleasant imagery. You really are something else. Peter, Sirius remarked, raking his fingers through his hair with a feigned air of frustration as he waded into the water. You better keep an eye on things. Don't let me catch you sneaking away. Understood. Araya saluted, appearing adorably naive in Sirius's eyes. Stop making such foolish gestures. Frustrated, Sirius dove into the water, splashing Araya's face with droplets. You're quite meddlesome. She shot back, giving Sirius's back the finger. Yet she resolved to maintain her facade of fragility to avoid future dangers. She then gathered up Sirius's clothes, crumpled them, and sat upon them as a makeshift cushion. In the moonlight, she admired the three fine young bodies frolicking in the water, engaging in contests of distance swimming and breath-holding, capturing strange aquatic treasures. So far, she had collected a sparkling stone, a tooth from an unknown creature, a gold galleon that someone had carelessly dropped, and an antiquated-looking bottle. Araya felt grateful that these items had been tossed her way rather than delivered directly, for she was not yet prepared for such candid encounters. Just as she began to feel drowsy, nearly dozing off while sitting, Sirius's exclamation startled her awake. Look what I found. Wow. It appears to be a pocket watch. What a treasure. Sirius, let us use our wands to see if we can find any clues about who lost it. Araya then saw the three bare figures racing towards her in the moonlight like jubilant water sprites, and she instantly snapped awake, scrambling to flee towards the forbidden forest. Her hurried retreat caused Sirius and James to find her antics amusing, especially as Sirius lunged forward to catch her. What are you running from? Are you hiding something? Araya felt as if she were being hoisted like a chick, too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze, opting instead to clutch her clothing tightly and stare at the ground. Appearing as meek as a quail, Remus quickly donned his clothes, still slightly damp but feeling bashful, while James, carefree, rummaged through his belongings with unabashed bravado. Found it. Lumos. James quickly illuminated his wand. Araya shielded her eyes, feeling they might be sullied by the sight. What are you doing? Sirius playfully swatted Peter's rear, causing Araya to jump up in surprise, darting behind Remus in a panic. She was mentally cursing Sirius, adding another note to her mental ledger against him. Meanwhile, Sirius was startled by the unexpected sensation. Why is it so bouncy? Fortunately, at that moment, James made a significant discovery, shouting to capture everyone's attention, Newt's commander. Chapter 13. Time Travel? Newt's commander? Who is that? The author of the Fantastic Beasts series. Remus, with his extensive knowledge, recalled, as he was an avid reader. With Remus's reminder, the others began to recognize the name. After all, he was a well-known author. James remembered that his father owned a peculiar book by him, which he cherished. Araya, unaware of this figure in the Harry Potter universe, was focused on shielding her eyes with Sirius's clothing, urging them to hurry and get dressed so they could return to study. Fortunately, her words proved effective, and the four of them stealthily slipped back to their dormitory under the cover of night. This time, Araya experienced the hidden passages of Hogwarts. As they moved through the tunnels with the agility of eels, occasionally catching glimpses of the Black Lake through the windows. Upon returning to their dormitory, they exchanged goodnights. Araya insisted on taking a bath, only to be met with James's disdain for her fussiness. He simply flopped onto his bed, believing he had already cleansed himself well enough in the lake, not needing to waste time on further washing. Lupin and Sirius huddled together, engrossed in their research, only to discover that apart from the intricate patterns and ancient runes, they found nothing of significance, leaving the items discarded on the table. The four engaged in a meandering conversation, deliberating over the upcoming Quidditch match and their plans for revenge against Peeves. Araya, disinterested in their chatter, merely responded with non-committal affirmations until drowsiness overtook her. The trio soon noticed Peter's soft snores, prompting them to fall into a comfortable silence, quickly succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to them, in the dead of night, James Potter's pocket watch suddenly emitted a brilliant light, enveloping the entire room. Of the four, only Araya, fatigued from swimming, stirred momentarily, mistaking the light for a flash of lightning, a common occurrence in England. James, half asleep, rolled over and shouted at Peter to extinguish that infernal light. Yet, in the next heartbeat, they were all caught in that peculiar beam, and Araya felt as though she had been thrust into a washing machine, dizzy and bewildered. Was she still dreaming? She was utterly exhausted. Perhaps matters could wait until morning. However, the next day, instead of being roused by the usual hoots of owls, they were awakened by an overwhelming warmth, as sunlight streamed through what seemed to be a glass ceiling. When had their ceiling vanished? James thought he was still dreaming and rubbed his bleary eyes, urging Peter to draw the curtains. Where are we? Sirius suddenly opened his eyes wide, realizing they were no longer in the Hogwarts Tower, but rather in the Hufflepuff greenhouse, where the ceiling was indeed a sunroom, allowing blinding sunlight to pour over their blankets. Peter? Remus, are you all right? Sirius stumbled out of bed, instinctively searching for Peter, only to find him cocooned in blankets, sleeping peacefully, relieved yet somewhat wistful. He admired Peter's unwavering calmness, no matter the situation. Are we in the Hufflepuff dormitory? Why are we here? Remus Lupin also sensed that something was amiss. It appeared they had been abducted to another dormitory. Late. The somewhat oblivious Araya had yet to fully grasp the situation, thinking Peter was calling someone else. When she finally roused, it was Sirius who pressed a cold cloth to her face, urging her to wake up and see where they were. What? Araya finally recognized their predicament. Perhaps it was because she herself was a time traveler, making her sensitive to the bed, linens, and furniture beneath her, which, while still antiquated, were evidently newer than those of their own era. So had they traveled back in time? Araya could scarcely believe her eyes. Convinced she was still dreaming, how could she have imagined bringing the marauders along on a temporal journey? She felt utterly unhinged, questioning the absurdity of her dream. Yet, just as she lay down again, Sirius yanked her back up, insisting she stop pretending to sleep. You're not dreaming. How thrilling. James, with his tousled hair, bounced on the bed, exclaiming that this was the adventure they had always yearned for. How incredible to think they had shifted through time. Clearly, James was the most exuberant among them. Remus, however, was likely to worry about their identities not being discovered, fearing another reprisal from Snape, his face clouded with anxiety. We should return to our dormitory before the professors find us. Good point, Remus. I'm about to overheat. Sirius agreed, lifting Peter and preparing to leave. But just as they were about to rise, the dormitory door swung open, revealing a bewildered boy with fluffy, curly hair, bright eyes shining with innocence and a smattering of freckles that lent him a wholesome charm. Your youthful gazes shifted from confusion to joy. You must be my new roommates. How splendid. The boy, shy yet enthusiastic, stepped forward and shook hands with the person nearest to him, intended to be Araya, but Sirius stepped in to take her place. Yes, indeed we are. Sirius was keen to prevent Peter from inadvertently revealing too much, smoothly continuing the conversation. This is Peter, James, and Remus, right? And you are? Sirius directed his attention to the amiable lad, who appeared to be around their age, and felt a kinship with him, as he bore a resemblance to his own good friend Peter. I'm Newt's commander. The boy smiled bashfully, his gaze drifting to Araya, who was gaping in surprise. He suddenly burst into laughter. Apologies, haha. Peter, you resemble a certain adorable magical rodent. Newt, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly realized he had spoken oddly and worried that they might take offense, like his past roommates had. A mouse? I've always thought so, James pondered seriously, while Araya tugged persistently at Sirius's shirt, signaling him to be discreet. What is up, Peter? Why are you acting strange? Sirius inquired, intrigued by Peter's odd behavior. No, it's him, Newt's commander. The pocket watch belongs to him. So they had traveled back to Hogwarts decades ago? Chapter 14, Panic. Araya had never seen Fantastic Beasts, so she was unaware of Newt's commander's significance, only knowing from Peter's thoughts that he was a renowned author. What troubled her most was not just her own time travel, but the fact that she had done so alongside James, Sirius, and the others. It was all too peculiar. Was Harry Potter's story being rewritten? At that moment, Lupin also recalled the pocket watch. Is that watch yours? Sirius, prompted by the memory, began searching with James, eventually unearthing it from a drawer alongside several small magical creatures. A bowtruckle, Araya exclaimed in delight as a little tree creature sprang from the drawer, resembling the one she had seen in the hands of little Barty, and she instinctively shouted. In that moment, Newt, initially annoyed that his personal belongings had been rummaged through, became animated and joyful. You like magical creatures too? Newt's eyes sparkled, recognizing a kindred spirit in Araya, who, under the scrutiny of many gazes, nodded, admitting she indeed adored these little lives, not lying at all. I love them. Araya squeezed past Lupin, cradling the bowtruckle in her arms, her face radiant with joy as its tiny limbs tickled her. He likes you very much. His name is Pickett, and he is a boy. Rarely. When it comes to magical creatures, Newt exuded confidence and chattiness, forgetting all about his new roommates as he engaged Peter in enthusiastic conversation. All right, Newt. Quickly tell us what year it is, and where we can find Professor Dumbledore? James, feeling overlooked, playfully wrapped his arms around Newt's neck, forcing him to refocus on himself. Dumbledore? You mean Professor Dumbledore? I'm not sure where he is. Perhaps you could check his office. Newt replied candidly, a good-natured boy, sharing all he knew with the group. Araya was quite impressed by how Peter, much like himself, possessed an innocent spirit. He warmly guided them to Dumbledore's classroom, even forgetting about his own flying lesson. Although they did not encounter him in Dumbledore's office, James and the others were in no rush to return home. They were eager to explore the Hogwarts castle of decades past. The castle bore a striking resemblance to their own time, yet the number of students was evidently diminished, likely due to the war and various other factors. The corridors were notably sparse of students, and Newt's efforts to lead them to Dumbledore's office had consumed a fair amount of time. James was particularly exhilarated, constantly pulling Sirius to look at this and that. His curiosity piqued by everything from this era. He felt there must be a reason for their presence here, perhaps to become heroes or to fulfill some significant task. Sirius, despite his own intrigue, found himself frequently glancing back at Peter, worried that he might foolishly wander off. If they were to return abruptly, Peter could inadvertently be left behind in this time. Fortunately, Remus, sharing the same concern, had taken it upon himself to urge Peter along from behind. This protective instinct was typical of Remus, yet rather uncommon for Sirius. What do you think, Sirius? Shall we linger here a while longer? James whispered earnestly to Sirius. What? Sure, whatever you say, Sirius replied, noticing Remus engaged in some hushed conversation with Peter, their own little secret, unaware that he and James were equally in the dark. What's the matter, Sirius? You seem so distracted. We're on a time-traveling adventure. James expressed his frustration with a playful jab to Sirius's belly, finally pulling him back to the moment. Right, my class. Upon exiting the deserted Dumbledore's office, Newt suddenly spotted the portraits of Quidditch players on the wall, abruptly recalling his flying lesson and bolted towards the Quidditch pitch, leaving everyone behind. James and Sirius, still whispering to each other, suddenly found themselves invigorated by Newt's excitement, abandoning their previous plans to chase after him. They had yet to witness Quidditch from decades ago. Araya, walking with her head down, had been secretly interacting with the bowtruckle in her pocket, pondering how to discreetly bring it back to her own time without being detected. Would Newt gift her a bowtruckle if she revealed to him that he would one day become a renowned magizoologist and author? Just then, Sirius yanked her along, urging her to run. What's happening? Have we been discovered? Illegal intrusion? She thought as she hurried after them. However, when she finally arrived, panting and short of breath, she realized they had reached the Quidditch match venue. Is this it? Sirius and James stood with their hands on their hips, looking down disdainfully at Peter. You really need to train harder, Peter. When we get back, I shall personally oversee your progress. In stark contrast to Araya's flustered state, the two of them stood there with an air of confidence, instantly drawing the attention of other students. It was impossible for anyone to overlook their vibrant presence. Meanwhile, Newt seemed to be encountering some trouble. You're late again. Scamander, I distinctly remember instructing you to arrive on time. The speaker was the captain of the upper-year Quidditch team, eager to cultivate Newt into a player like his brother, the exceptional Theseus Scamander. Unfortunately, Newt always managed to evade his invitations with various excuses. After all, Newt had once displayed remarkable talent while trying to capture a flailing wampus cat, flying on a broomstick. I'm terribly sorry. I'm not adept at flying, Newt stammered, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, wishing desperately for a hole to burrow into. James, puzzled, stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. Hey, buddy, I think he is inviting you to join the Quidditch team. He is the captain, right? James found it hard to comprehend why anyone would decline an invitation to the Quidditch team. When he had received his invitation, he had joyfully soared around the Quidditch pitch with abandon. James, he might not be particularly fond of Quidditch, the ever-gentle Remus chimed in, stepping up to defend Newt, who appeared as if he might vanish into his collar. However, just then, a voice dripping with Slytherin sarcasm emerged from the crowd, causing the Hufflepuffs to scatter quickly, clearing the way for the Slytherin Quidditch team. Is this the savior you speak of? He looks like he is still weaning. Can he even compete? Ha! The boisterous Slytherins erupted in laughter, their taunts so exaggerated that Araya felt an overwhelming urge to slap them. Who are they? Chapter 15, Stealing the Spotlight. Who are they? Upon spotting the Slytherin uniforms, James instantly slipped into combat mode, positioning himself protectively in front of everyone, confronting the Slytherin Quidditch team, who towered over them. The Slytherin captain, taken aback, found his confidence waning. You don't know? We won the Quidditch Cup for 3 consecutive years, and you Hufflepuffs are still beneath our notice. Araya recognized immediately that the Slytherin Quidditch team was brazenly claiming the pitch for their practice, despite it being the scheduled flying lesson for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Their behavior was egregiously unruly, taking advantage of the professor's absence. The Ravenclaw students, meanwhile, pretended not to notice. And it was well known in the original text that they had the fewest members remaining during Voldemort's final battle, demonstrating a keen understanding of self-preservation. Well then, cough cough. What place did we finish in last year? Elias seized the opportunity to poke Newt in the back, only to see his ears flush a bright pink as he sheepishly turned his head and quietly confessed, last place. without questioning Peter about why he wouldn't know this as a Hufflepuff. "Oh, I see," Araya responded, unfazed. However, Sirius and James had already engaged in a heated argument with the Slytherins, for no one was more knowledgeable or passionate about Quidditch than the four of them. Aside from perhaps a few successors from years down the line. "What are you Hufflepuffs doing? Take your milk-drinking friend and run along." The Slytherin captain was taken aback by such defiant Hufflepuffs, feeling threatened by the dazzling presence of James and Sirius, which irked him greatly. "Who are you calling Hufflepuff?" James momentarily forgot his identity, still clad in the clothes Newt had lent them. Fortunately, Sirius yanked him back just in time, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Ahem. Oh right, I'm a Hufflepuff. I meant to say you should refer to us as the illustrious Hufflepuffs." This declaration once again ignited raucous laughter among the Slytherin team, with some mockingly mimicking James's stutter, further escalating the hilarity. Incensed by the mockery, James, if not for Sirius's intervention, would have charged at the Slytherins to duel. When Araya finally shifted her gaze away from Newt's adorably bashful demeanor, she discovered that James and Sirius had already issued a challenge on behalf of Newt, seemingly prepared to compete against the Slytherins in his stead. "Are you sure? Perhaps we should refrain. I don't want you to offend them on my behalf," Newt said, touched by his newly acquainted friends standing up for him, yet he did not wish for them to attract the Slytherins' ire, knowing all too well how difficult that could be. He had always preferred to avoid confrontations with them. "Why don't you just cheer us on from the sidelines? Watch as we teach them a lesson. Sirius, cover me. Remus, you focus on discerning and disrupting their tactics. Peter, just make sure you don't fall off, all right?" James swiftly orchestrated the entire strategy while selecting the broom that caught his eye from the pile. "Peter will be a tremendous asset for us, right, Peter?" Remus stepped forward and patted Araya on the shoulder, encouraging her. Araya pointed at herself. "Can't I cheer you on from the ground like he does? We are a team." Sirius playfully nudged Araya from Remus's side towards the brooms, whispering in her ear, "If anyone collides with you, retaliate with your wand. Don't hold back against those despicable Slytherin scoundrels, understood?" Araya genuinely believed she might be a Hufflepuff, even though she had been personally outfitted by Sirius in the Hufflepuff team's robe, the yellow kind. Reminiscent of the breathable mesh jerseys used in football training to distinguish teams. "Just go all out. We'll handle the rest." Sirius confidently donned his own team attire, stretching so that his shirt rode up, revealing his well-defined, muscular physique. Araya was momentarily taken aback, wondering how someone could maintain such a figure while consuming so much. Perhaps she should start exercising too? Just as Araya shifted her thoughts, the competition commenced, dispelling her musings. She was aware that Quidditch was a fiercely competitive sport, but she hadn't anticipated the brutality of the game as it existed decades ago. Before she could ascend 2 meters on her broom, she witnessed James being violently knocked aside, but fortunately, Sirius managed to stabilize him with his own body, preventing James from being benched before the game even began. This finally honed Araya's focus. Her duty was to strike the ball with her bat and aim for the opposing goal. In Peter's recollections, he was always the goalkeeper, as his short stature was ill-suited for the position of a chaser. However, James likely feared that if Peter were the goalkeeper, he might be knocked unconscious by a rogue bludger. Thus, Araya seemed to occupy the safest position. But the Slytherin players appeared to have quickly identified the weakest link in their quartet and immediately targeted her. Araya witnessed a Slytherin beater's bat sprouting spikes as it swung menacingly toward her back. "Watch out, Peter," she shouted, as an unknown creature sent her broom tail crashing down. Just in time, Araya narrowly evaded the attack from the spiked club, catching sight of Newt on the ground, who had dispatched one of his magical friends to assist her. Grateful, she glanced at him for a fleeting moment before gripping her broom tightly, launching into a sprint and a swift turn. Seizing the opportunity while the Slytherin's attention was diverted by the magical creature, she knocked him off his broom with a well-aimed hit. "Well done, Peter," James shouted from a distance, chasing the golden snitch, realizing for the first time just how capable Peter was. Although Araya's maneuver was impressive, it incited the Slytherins to retaliate, abandoning their pretense and brandishing their wands. "You brought this upon yourselves," they shouted as they unleashed curses while continuing the Quidditch match. "Peter, run faster," Sirius yelled, forcefully knocking aside another opponent who was crowding him while also drawing his wand. Despite the presence of several upperclassmen among the Slytherins, the escapades of the infamous F4 from decades later proved far more formidable than the spells they wielded, not to mention their more insidious tactics. Thus, what began as a friendly Quidditch match devolved into a duel amidst the flying brooms, with one side firing jinxes while the other hurled spells. Under the onslaught of James's relentless attacks, the Slytherins, unable to withstand the barrage, retreated in disarray, leaving behind the classic declaration, "ULL regret this. We will return." In an instant, the Night Wanderers F4 became the heroes of the Hufflepuff Academy of this era. Araya had no intention of sharing the limelight with them, as it would complicate their already precarious identities. However, she now found herself hoisted onto James and Sirius's shoulders, parading like a sovereign surveying her domain, commanding an impressive display. The echoes of Hufflepuff filled her ears, and she wondered in disbelief if they truly believed they were Hufflepuffs. Chapter 16, Magical Creatures Elective. Araya had thought that forming a quartet as Hufflepuffs was remarkable enough, but to her astonishment, they also joined the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Not even she was spared this fate. Yet Newt, finally free from the clutches of the Hufflepuff Quidditch captain, expressed his profound gratitude to the four of them, appearing less socially anxious and more open to conversation. Especially when speaking to Peter, Newt was genuinely fond of this boy who possessed a pure affinity for magical creatures. The creatures he cared for adored him and mirrored his enthusiasm and affection for the magical beings. Araya distinctly felt that Newt's attention to her surpassed that directed at James and the others. They were soon to attend a Magical Creatures elective class together, which thrilled Newt. He stumbled over Peter's name several times while leading them toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest, excitedly explaining, "This is the first time I'll be in class with so many people. I mean, being part of a group. Usually, I'm just with Lita." Pausing at the mention of Lita, Newt hesitated, his gaze drifting, pondering why he had brought her up. "Oh, I see." Sirius smirked knowingly, nudging Newt in the chest. Exchanging mischievous glances with James Potter. "What are you implying, Sirius? Clarify yourself. I have no feelings for that red-haired girl." James protested, suddenly struck by the revelation. Leaping onto Sirius and tickling him, the joyful atmosphere between the two boys quickly lifted Newt's spirits. He cast aside his embarrassment and continued towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest, occasionally glancing back at Peter, hoping to catch a glimpse of his eager expression. As Newt walked, he found himself beside Araya. "Peter, your skin is quite remarkable, akin to a delicate flame catfish from China. It's a shame they cannot thrive in British waters due to the lack of suitable magma layers." Araya was uncertain whether Newt was complimenting her or making a jest at her expense. But after hearing him liken her to a fire lizard later, she realized he must be a bit of a clueless straight boy, which brought her some relief. The Forbidden Forest of this era appeared far more perilous than its future counterpart. Long before they approached it, she could already hear the howls of werewolves, in broad daylight. Upon hearing this, Remus's nerves instantly tensed, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as his identity remained partially concealed, despite others having their suspicions. Unbeknownst to Remus, he felt a pang of anxiety. Araya then initiated a new topic, hoping to divert everyone's focus from the werewolves. "Do you think centaurs and humans can have children?" Araya admired her own imaginative prowess and her ability to engage in conversation. "Peter, what on earth is in your head?" Sirius suddenly expressed his reluctance for the innocent-minded Peter to ponder such absurdities. Yet Newt's commander appeared as if he had discovered a new continent, stopping abruptly to grasp Peter's shoulder. "That question is brilliant, Peter." Indeed, throughout history, no scholar has ever contemplated such matters. "Perhaps I could momentarily pause my research on werewolves," Newt remarked as he spoke of a subject that piqued his interest, his eyes gleaming like radiant light bulbs. In that moment, he appeared a completely different person, a stark contrast to his usual socially anxious self. Araya felt a twinge of discomfort as he grasped her hand tightly, yet he remained oblivious to her distress. Sirius, however, was more perceptive, rescuing Araya from Peter's clutches, noting that he was already short enough. My apologies. I truly am too excited." Newt expressed his regret to Araya, but Peter had already been ushered away by Sirius. He found himself somewhat envious of Peter, who, despite seeming like an overlooked outcast, had so many friends to support him. However, Newt's envy was genuine. He felt a sincere happiness for Peter, whom he regarded as a kind, capable, and gentle boy deserving of such camaraderie. At last, Peter, basking in Araya's radiance, participated in an elective class on magical creatures. From a distance, she spotted a large cage outside the Keeper of Keys hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Within the cage, a creature repeatedly slammed against the bars, causing a cacophony of noise as it thrashed violently, occasionally emitting sparks from its fiery tail that landed upon some unfortunate soul's robe, eliciting gasps and laughter from the onlookers. Suddenly, Araya recalled the true reason why Peter had not enrolled in this class with James and the others, not due to it being fully booked, but because he was certain to be injured in such a course, prompting Professor Dumbledore to advise him to choose another subject. Now Araya understood why this elective was so popular among Gryffindors. The thrill of potential injury was irresistibly enticing to those who craved adventure. With this in mind, she comfortably nestled behind her four companions, who formed a protective barrier, but her curiosity compelled her to peek over their shoulders into the cage. The creature resembled a large scorpion, its tail ablaze, capable of breathing fire. What was it called? A blast-ended scrit? She recalled Newt's enthusiastic endorsement and realized this must be Hagrid's future beloved creature. A wave of disbelief washed over her. Hagrid liked such beasts? Fear not, everyone. Most of the time, they exhibit a friendly demeanor, Newt assured them, concerned that Peter, straining to see over the crowd, might miss out. He leaned to the side, attempting to grant Peter a better view. Are you certain? Araya inquired, shifting in tandem with Newt, not wanting to expose herself directly to the magical creature, inadvertently colliding with Sirius's chest. Ouch, Peter, what is that on your head? Sirius exclaimed, clutching his chest as if pricked by something sharp. In a flurry, Araya hastily removed the hair tie from her head, realizing that her bangs had grown too long, obstructing her vision. She had merely secured them in a small bun while sleeping, but now they had slipped down, catching Sirius unawares. Ah, this is my secret weapon, Araya declared, holding up the hairband adorned with a Quidditch broom and a golden snitch design. No wonder Sirius felt as though his chest was about to burst. He indignantly snatched the rather flamboyant, yet surprisingly formidable hair tie from her. For a considerable time thereafter, Sirius would sport this secret weapon on his wrist, a fact that Araya remained blissfully unaware of. Chapter 17, Lita Lestrange. Due to the inherent dangers of the magical creature's elective, the number of students opting for this class was relatively sparse. Primarily, it consisted of the current generation of wizards, with the exception of Newt and the quartet, predominantly Gryffindors. This was one of the rare occasions where all four houses attended the same lesson. Yet, despite the limited numbers, the four friends successfully drew everyone's attention, causing the typically shy Newt to feel increasingly uncomfortable and desire to retreat to a corner, torn between escaping and remaining near the lively blast-ended Scrut. Meanwhile, James and Sirius, having become accustomed to Newt's demeanor, nudged him into the center, playfully draping an arm around his shoulders. Don't be shy. Look boldly. We'll fend them off for you. Thank you. Just as Newt's eyes darted about, a striking Slytherin girl burst forth from the crowd. Release him, she commanded, pointing her wand at James's nose, who was in the act of playfully tugging at Newt's hair. Her fierce gaze startled the two boys, revealing a beautiful girl with a sun-kissed complexion that exuded vitality, compelling James and Sirius to distance themselves from Newt. Do you think we are bullying him? James exclaimed incredulously, feeling wronged. Fortunately, Newt managed to articulate a full sentence. No, Lita, it's not as you perceive. They are my new friends and roommates, and they have been quite helpful. He promptly pulled Lita aside to explain, preventing James from further escalating the situation. Sirius, meanwhile, shifted his gaze appreciatively between Lita and Peter, wishing Peter could possess even half of her assertiveness. Yet, upon noticing Peter's excited expression, he concluded that indeed, Peter was far more endearing. This girl resembled a fierce lioness, and a Slytherin at that. What is going on? Lita Lestrange hesitantly lowered her wand, scrutinizing the unfamiliar faces before her, concerned that her naive friend might be deceived. However, Araya was thrilled, sensing a potential romance brewing between Peter, the shy and overlooked Badger, and the commanding Slytherin queen. The dynamic seemed electric. Yet, when Lita's gaze fell upon her, Araya felt an unexpected surge of anxiety. Was the radar between girls so finely tuned that she had uncovered Araya's cross-dressing? Astute as ever, Newt noticed that Lita appeared quite intrigued by Peter, but Peter seemed rather intimidated by her, causing Newt some concern. While Lita could be formidable, she was fundamentally kind-hearted. And Newt yearned to clarify this to everyone. This is my best friend, Lita Lestrange. For various reasons, she is not like the other Slytherins. She is very kind. Enough. Newt, you need not explain anything to them, Lita interjected, apprehensive that Newt might inadvertently reveal his experiences of ostracism by other Slytherins, albeit unintentionally. He could sometimes be a bit oblivious. Oh, upon hearing the name Lestrange, Sirius's disdain for her intensified, and he turned to block Peter's view, determined to shield him from such a venomous woman. Perhaps Peter should find someone else to admire. He shouldn't be captivated by such a malicious character, Sirius mused. Assuming Peter's interest in Lita stemmed from infatuation. My apologies, Newt was led away by Lita, indicating that he would need to provide her with further explanations. James, still irate over the misunderstanding, sought to reclaim Newt's attention, convinced that he had been brainwashed by that wicked woman. Such a naive fellow could easily be led astray by a Slytherin girl. There may be other factors at play. I trust that otherwise, Newt wouldn't have befriended her. Remus interjected, seeking to soothe James. Though James remained unconvinced, he recognized the truth in Sirius's remark. There was no need to stoop to the level of a girl, and soon enough, his cheerful disposition helped him cast aside the incident from his mind. As the attention of everyone swiftly gravitated towards Araya, a fiery orb descended from the heavens, landing squarely atop her head. Sirius, standing nearby, reacted with remarkable agility, leaping to her rescue. However, In doing so, he inadvertently crushed Araya beneath his weight. While she remained unscathed from the heat, the impact caused her to strike the back of her head against the ground, eliciting a trickle of blood. "Be careful, Peter. Ouch. My head." Araya cried out, tears streaming down her face. She lamented her misfortune. Yet, with Sirius's substantial weight pressing down on her like a mountain, she was at a loss whether to clutch her throbbing head or her aching chest. Were these boys made of stone? "Are you all right, Peter?" Remus, concerned, pulled Araya from beneath Sirius, expecting to exert considerable effort, but was taken aback by Peter's surprising lightness, nearly wrenching his back in the process. "Wah." Araya yearned to assure him she was fine, much like Peter, but the pain rendered her words into muffled whimpers. In a moment of urgency, James crouched before Peter, exclaiming, "Hurry up, Peter. I'll take you to the hospital wing." It was the first time Araya experienced James's reliability, but his subsequent words revealed his rather irksome nature. "You're already foolish enough. If you become any more foolish, it will be disastrous." Araya rolled her eyes but resolved to let him carry her. After all, it was a rare opportunity to have him at her beck and call. However, just as she reached for James's neck to clasp it, Sirius charged forth and hoisted her onto his shoulder. "There's no time to waste," he declared, sprinting to avoid further delay for Peter's condition. Araya felt as though she were a gas canister on his shoulder and resolved to shed some weight. "Wait for me. I can help him." Newt, who had been explaining something to Lita nearby, noticed someone was injured among them. Initially thinking it was a result of the blast-ended Skrit's attack, he was adept at handling such situations and dashed over, leaving Lita behind. Fortunately, Araya's injury was not severe. Madame Pomfrey swiftly cast a spell and administered a potion before wrapping her with bandages. Yet, the others surrounded her, admonishing her for being too slow to evade the danger. They even cautioned her against becoming infatuated with that Slytherin girl, a remark made by Sirius, which momentarily stunned everyone. Clearly, he was the only one harboring such thoughts. "What on earth? I fancy that Slytherin," Araya exclaimed in disbelief. What had he seen that led him to such a conclusion? At that moment, a remarkably charming young man entered, inquiring about the injured student. "Dumbledore?" Chapter 18, Dumbledore. "I heard there was an injured student." A young man with impeccable fashion sense entered, sporting a well-groomed slight mustache and possessing a pair of wise, gentle eyes that radiated an extraordinary calmness and reliability beyond his years. Although he recognized that the 4 children before him were likely unfamiliar with Hogwarts, he nonetheless reassured them with a warm and steadfast demeanor. "I understand you may be in quite a predicament, but fret not. I shall assist you in resolving this issue. You may call me Professor Dumbledore." Professor Dumbledore? It's him in his youth. Truly, the entire Potter family were fervent admirers of Professor Dumbledore, and upon witnessing his youthful self, they rushed in for a warm embrace. Araya was equally captivated, gazing at the scholarly aura of the young Dumbledore, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and wished to witness the vivid scene of him standing alongside Grindelwald. Alas, their current dynamic was one of opposition. "It appears you all are acquainted with me. That certainly simplifies matters." Dumbledore's demeanor became even more amiable as he observed the children, sensing their respect towards him, which indicated they were not malevolent. James and Sirius animatedly recounted their extraordinary adventure, only to observe a fleeting moment of gravity cross Dumbledore's face before he quickly accepted the situation, seemingly intrigued by how they had traversed time. Araya suspected he might be eager to uncover the method, perhaps to return to the past to save his unfortunate sister, or even to alter his relationship with Grindelwald. Yet, she could not be certain. Additionally, she discerned Dumbledore subtly probing into future events. Of course, James shared with him everything without reservation. And soon Dumbledore learned he would become the headmaster of Hogwarts and the greatest white wizard of the century. Dumbledore appeared unfazed, merely raising an eyebrow with an expression of quiet anticipation. It seemed that nothing struck a chord within him. He simply smiled, resting his long legs atop the hospital bed, listening to James narrate their future. Finally, it was Remus who nudged him, prompting James to realize he may have divulged too much. Would they be apprehended by the Department of Mysteries? Araya wished to cover her face and pretend not to know him. How could someone be so prone to loose talk? Fortunately, the individual before them was Dumbledore, who would undoubtedly not lead them astray. Ultimately, Dumbledore assured them he would devise a means to return them to their time. But they must cooperate with his research. James nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. "No problem. Leave it to us." Thus, they temporarily acquired a legitimate status, allowing them to remain at Hogwarts until they discovered a way back. That night, the group huddled together, quietly discussing their next steps. They resolved to go with the flow. Fully trusting in Dumbledore's abilities, they were sure they would return home. For now, they would relish the nostalgic experience of life at Hogwarts. "Let us celebrate." When James shouted this cheer, Araya's spirits plummeted again, fearing another nighttime excursion to the Black Lake. Would she finally get a glimpse of the future famous authoress behind? Fortunately, the next suggestion was to explore the past Hogwarts tonight, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Agreed. Peter, you'll keep up, won't you? Sirius turned to the corner where Peter was nearly falling off his bed, sensing something was amiss with him lately. He seemed reluctant to participate in group activities, which simply wouldn't do. They were a team, and he did not wish for anyone to fall behind, jeopardizing their camaraderie. Not a single one could be missing. Of course. I'll go. As long as it doesn't involve swimming, I'm in, Araya quickly agreed, unaware that their adventurous night would result in retaliation from Slytherin House. Leading her back to the hospital wing. With their familiarity with Hogwarts, the four easily found a hidden passageway, sneaking out from Hufflepuff's dormitory. It seemed Newt was quite busy every night, rarely returning to the dormitory, possibly heeding Lita's advice to keep his distance. Excitedly, they strolled through the corridors, quietly debating the veracity of Filch's claims about tying students' toes and hanging them from the ceiling. They chattered animatedly, experiencing a blend of the familiar and the unfamiliar in Hogwarts. Suddenly, they were startled by the sound of hurried footsteps and the shadow of someone sprinting around the corner. Who dares to wander the halls during my watch? Such audacity. The four took off in haste. Without an invisibility cloak, they had no choice but to flee rapidly. James regretted not wearing the cloak to bed, wishing he had foreseen this predicament. Unbeknownst to the four, they had unwittingly stepped into another's trap. James and Sirius led the way, with Araya in the middle and Lupin bringing up the rear. As they dashed into an exceptionally polished hall, the floor beneath them suddenly vanished, and they plunged into the mire. Oh no, it's a trap. James struggled desperately, only to find himself sinking deeper, chiding himself for not noticing the floor's anomaly sooner. Don't move. Struggling will only make you sink further. Sirius called back, glancing at Peter, who, being the heaviest, might sink the quickest. To his surprise, Peter appeared remarkably calm, attempting to summon his wand with a summoning charm, which earned him Sirius's newfound respect. However, upon noticing Sirius's gaze, Peter began to wail, "Help! Save me!" His fear seemed somewhat feigned, yet there was no apparent reason for him to act so terrified. Sirius found himself baffled. "Shut up, Peter. We will save you. Peter's idea is sound. If we can retrieve our wands, we can use the stopping charm." Lupin generously praised Peter, causing Araya to feel a tinge of embarrassment. "All right, let us work quickly," James urged, eager to escape, his mind racing with worries that the Slytherins might return to torment them. Just then, a familiar figure emerged. "What has happened? Why is there a swamp here?" "Newt, it's you." The appearance of Newt caused a wave of relief among them. He seemed like a savior in that moment. Newt had not returned to the dormitory because Lita was genuinely concerned about being bullied by James and the others. So she intentionally delayed him while she conducted research in his secret hideout, leading him to return to the dormitory late at night. In truth, he had never minded staying out overnight with the adorable creatures in his secret base. Yet he yearned to clarify that Lita was a kind-hearted Slytherin who held affection for them, wishing not to let this minor incident tarnish their bond. On his way back to the dormitory, Newt happened upon the scene of their predicament. "Hang on, I'll fetch a professor," Newt exclaimed, rising in a rush to seek help. "No, you'll expose us." Both James and Sirius shouted in unison, realizing that summoning the patrolling prefect could lead to dire consequences, like being hung upside down from the ceiling, possibly losing a few toes in the process. "What should I do then?" Newt asked, reaching out to pull them. But his efforts were feeble. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, his eyes lighting up. "I know. Wait for me." He dashed off as he spoke. "Hey, try the levitation charm first," Araya called out, struggling to break through Newt's intense focus. Once he entered a state of deep thought, he became impervious to external voices. "Peter, it seems we must rely on ourselves," Sirius suggested, thinking of having Peter step on him, believing it might help him leap to safety. However, in the past, it was always Peter who stood upon him. But now, as he glanced at Peter's soft features, he felt momentarily dazed. Why did Peter's face appear so radiant in the moonlight? Just then, a greater crisis loomed. The Slytherins, having suffered humiliation at the hands of James and his friends, resorted to hurling some foul-smelling substances at them. Araya, utterly flustered, refused to let what appeared to be excrement hit her face. In a panic to evade the offensive objects, she instinctively twisted her body, causing her to sink deeper into the mire. "No. Oh!" Araya screamed, abandoning her facade of bravery. Sirius and Lupin were frantic, wishing they could restrain her. "Don't move. You'll fall." Sirius shouted at Peter, his heart racing with concern for their safety, and in a fit of frustration. He extended his arm to grasp Araya, only to find himself sinking to the chest. "You can't move either, Sirius," James exclaimed, seeing his friends nearing the depths. He began to plot revenge, determined that they could not experience the torment of drowning. "Forget it. even as Sirius's arms sank. He managed to shield them from the noxious projectiles, particularly protecting the timid and cowardly Peter. "Stop screaming, Peter. I'll help you." Sirius could only hear Peter's high-pitched cries, and he felt exasperated, thinking that Peter was becoming increasingly effeminate. He needed to devise a training regimen for him. Meanwhile, as despair settled over them, Araya closed her eyes, contemplating whether Potter's shampoo could wash away the horrid substances. Resigning herself to her fate, surviving long enough to escape the filth would be a blessing. Just when despair seemed to envelop them completely, a peculiar animal cry pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, as Newt's reassuring voice called out, "I'm here." As Araya opened her eyes, she beheld Newt, not as Merlin, but as a prince riding a majestic thestral, gallantly descending. The thestral reared its front legs, resembling a heroic statue, driving away the Slytherin students. In that moment, James and Sirius erupted in cheers, finally acknowledging him wholeheartedly. Indeed, the master of magical creatures was no coward, and they felt remorse for thinking he had fled. "You've returned, our friend. So impressive. What is this?" James exclaimed, eager to mount the creature, marveling at Newt's commander's extraordinary ability to conjure such a formidable savior. Next, Newt and the thestral circled above them, deep in thought about how to rescue them. He drew his wand and attempted several levitation charms, yet they proved ineffective, likely due to the depth of the mire. "Grab hold of me." Sirius, being the only one whose arm remained above the surface, was swiftly grasped by Newt, who directed the thestral to fly overhead. "Wonderful." James cheered as he watched Sirius successfully mount the thestral, eager for Sirius to pull him out next, even managing to free his arm from the mire, although he sank to his chest in the process. However, both Sirius and Newt instinctively turned to rescue Peter, who appeared to be in the direst predicament, now submerged up to his neck, likely due to his short and stout stature. James consoled himself, reasoning that Sirius's loyalty was to him, but Peter was simply in greater danger and thus warranted immediate assistance. As Araya witnessed Newt pulling Sirius to rescue her, she was moved to the brink of tears, convinced she was destined to perish there. "Don't move, Peter, unless you wish for us all to meet our demise," Sirius admonished, feeling the weight of Peter's desperate gaze upon him, as if he were his heroic savior. It was all rather sentimental, and he felt the need to defuse the emotional atmosphere with a bit of humor. Of course, the situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. Yet Araya took his words to heart, remaining still as Sirius leaned down to grasp her hand. Together with Newt, they successfully pulled her from the mire. Araya was overwhelmed with excitement, clinging to her savior like an octopus, her muffled sobs echoing as she wept. The intensity of her grip making it difficult for the one she embraced to breathe, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Yet, she had mistakenly hugged the wrong person. Sirius watched as Peter, whom he had painstakingly rescued, sat between him and Newt, fervently crying into Newt's shoulder. For some inexplicable reason, Sirius felt a peculiar sense of frustration. After all, he was the one who had saved Peter, even if Newt's magical creatures had played a crucial role. It was he who had exerted himself to dig her out of the mud just moments ago. Cough, cough. "We still need to rescue others. Peter, can you be a bit more composed?" Sirius grumbled as he tugged at Peter's shirt, prompting Araya to remember that there were still 2 fathers languishing in the marsh. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was clutching Newt, whose back was now a mess of mud due to her mishap. However, what was worse was the expression on his face, a mix of shyness and fear, along with a hint of wanting to escape. Why did Newt look like a blushing bride being teased? Even the freckles on his face seemed to have taken on a rosy hue. And he dared not meet her gaze, instead bending down to grasp the neck of his magical beast, swiftly directing it to land on the ground to release her, as there was not enough space on the creature for so many passengers. "I apologize, Newt." His contrite words left Araya perplexed, even if it seemed inappropriate. It was she who had inadvertently embraced him. But surely 2 men wouldn't mind, right? She hadn't anticipated Newt to feel so mortified. It was simply unacceptable. Ultimately, with the collaboration of Newt, Sirius, and James, they all successfully escaped, albeit turning into muddy monkeys in the process. James once again proposed a nocturnal excursion to the Black Lake for a bath, only to be outright rejected by Newt. "Let's just return to the dormitory. Those people might come back," Newt explained, sneaking glances at Peter's face as if concerned for him. "It's all right. We have magical beasts," James persisted, but was interrupted by Sirius. "Let it go, James. Next time, Peter is about to have a heart attack." "Indeed," added Lupin, stepping forward, equally worried about Peter, whose face remained pale. After much persuasion, they finally managed to dissuade James from his idea, and after agreeing to plan for next time, he affectionately draped an arm around Newt's shoulders as he returned with his friends to the dormitory. Araya sighed in relief, trailing behind them, reflecting on the trials they had endured, grateful for another day of life, hoping to continue avoiding perilous situations. Chapter 20. The Secret Base. Following the swamp crisis. The bond among the quartet and Newt deepened significantly, effectively transforming them into a quintet, inseparable in their daily endeavors. However, Newt appeared to have a peculiar relationship with Peter. Upon seeing him, he would blush and stutter nervously. Nevertheless, their overall camaraderie remained robust, and Newt even introduced his secret base to the group. Within this hidden sanctuary, they played with Newt's magical creatures, engaged in wizard's chess, discussed Quidditch, and even chatted about girls. However, their conversations about women were somewhat lacking and awkward. For instance, Sirius had no interest in girls at all. In his mind, they were all troublesome, conjuring memories of his domineering mother and a few insincere sisters. Not to mention the clamorous women vying for his attention. Women are a bothersome species. I'm simply not interested, Sirius remarked, fiddling with a snake by the window. His demeanor tinged with melancholy, perhaps due to thoughts of his family and future. That is not entirely true. Lita is wonderful. She takes great care of me. And there are indeed good girls, Newt countered, though as he spoke, he glanced nervously at Peter in the corner, who was timidly cradling a niffler. As if concerned Peter might take offense. Newt is right. Not all girls are troublesome. For example, Lily Evans is quite lovely, isn't she, Lupin? James interjected, suddenly more bashful, dragging Lupin into the conversation. Lupin paused, then smiled. Indeed, Miss Evans is truly wonderful, kind-hearted, helpful to her peers, and quite exceptional. He turned to Peter, hoping for his support. Knowing that they often encountered Lily while studying in the library, Peter's feelings for Lily Evans were likely favorable, as he often blushed and stammered in her presence. I never intended to keep a niffler. Araya was still lost in fantasies of wealth from owning one. Oblivious to the shift in conversation toward whether women were indeed troublesome creatures, James and Sirius exchanged exasperated glances, face-palming at Peter's obliviousness. Realizing he was likely still inexperienced in matters of the heart, this thought unexpectedly lightened Sirius's mood, and he suddenly burst into laughter, his previous gloom vanishing as he set the snake aside. Why was he even toying with such a cold creature? Surely, the little mouse was far cuter. Sirius, what is so funny? Araya felt as though Sirius was mocking her. Peter, you're still very young. You'll understand when you grow up. Sirius chuckled heartily. Peter understanding women? He might as well be the one who loves washing his hair. Lily Evans was indeed remarkable, but her choice of friends left much to be desired. The mere thought of Lily conjured memories of Snavelis, and the recollection of him made James seethe with the desire for revenge. They couldn't let their injuries go unpunished. Especially not after enduring such humiliation. When we return, we must not let that Snavelis get away with it. James thumped the table fiercely, startling a sleeping young mandrake, which erupted into sharp cries, rendering James momentarily unconscious. Where are you planning to go? Are you talking about those Slytherins? Newt assumed they intended to retaliate against the Slytherin students, covering his ears in anticipation of the mandrake's wail. Lupin and Sirius, both predicting the incoming noise, reacted accordingly. One covered his ears while the other instinctively caught the fainting James, only to succumb to unconsciousness himself. Following this, their roles were clearly defined. Newt frantically dealt with the mandrake, while Lupin and Araya dragged Sirius and James to lie down on the couch in the secret base. They finally understood why Newt often stayed out late at night and the reason for his absence during their arrival. Araya found herself quite fond of the secret base, which was tidy and well kept. Cages housed magical creatures she had never seen before, and in a dilapidated pool, legendary fish swam, inviting her to touch them. If only I could keep a unicorn, Araya mused, sitting by the pool's edge. Although Newt appeared somewhat reluctant to approach her, he couldn't help but correct her misconception. Unicorns are the spirits of nature. They are noble and pure, and should not be tamed by wizards. They belong in the forests. Then why do you keep so many? Araya challenged, gesturing toward the creatures nearby. This is different. Newt met Alaya's gaze again, his face reddening, whether out of frustration or something else. I saved all of them. If I don't care for them and help them heal, they will perish. Newt's eyes began to shift nervously, an expression that Araya noticed and found irritating. She stepped forward, grabbing his collar, compelling him to look her in the eye. If you have something to say, speak plainly. I'm not going to eat you. The moment their gazes forcibly met, Newt jumped as if struck by lightning, retreating several steps, his voice quaking with unspoken words. Why are you hiding? Araya boldly rose onto her toes, her hands cradling his face, warm to the touch, almost alarming, her expression resembling that of a flustered young bride, shaking her head repeatedly. Forgetting to evade, Newt couldn't articulate the truth. He could not reveal that on the night he saved Peter, he sensed that Peter was not merely a boy. Although Peter appeared somewhat simple-minded, his chest was decidedly not akin to that of a typical boy, pressed against Newt's back, igniting a heat within him that was impossible to ignore. Furthermore, Newt, with his profound understanding of magical creatures, recognized that wizards were, at their essence, merely a type of animal, male or female. He could discern the difference. His keen sense of smell had already detected Peter's fragrance, yet he had dismissed the notion of her being a girl. After all, what girl would reside in a boys' dormitory? However, now that the truth had come to light, Newt found himself compelled to avoid confronting it, while also safeguarding Peter's secret. He believed there lay beneath it all an unspeakable truth, and as a friend, he had no desire to exacerbate Peter's wounds. Yet, the more curious he became about Peter, the more he observed her, realizing that she was indeed a unique girl, unlike any he had ever encountered. The more he engaged with her, the more he discovered the fascinating soul that resided within. Chapter 21, Misunderstanding. After discovering Peter's true gender, Newt attempted to evade her presence, but their daily classes rendered this impossible, forcing him to take notice of her, hiding her identity among a group of boys. Newt observed that although their quartet shared a close bond, Peter often occupied the role of the underappreciated friend, always assisting James and Sirius by fetching books, reserving seats, and completing assignments. She never declined their requests nor voiced her grievances, always accepting with a smile, only to roll her eyes in private when they were out of sight, truly amusing. While she would help James and Sirius with their homework, Newt had glimpsed the handwriting she submitted on their behalf, which resembled that of a child no older than 4 or 5, perhaps even younger. It was evident that she would not receive commendation from the professor. Indeed, she would face criticism in class, yet when James and Sirius confronted her, she would feign innocence, claiming that her writing was simply that way, promising to improve in the future. After believing her excuse, James and Sirius found that the next time, she had conveniently misplaced their assignments, leaving the task of completing their homework to Remus. During Quidditch practice, Peter seemed adept at finding the perfect spots to hide, avoiding participation in their rigorous training sessions. Just as their practice was concluding, she would reappear, sometimes accompanied by a witness or a professor, rendering them powerless to object. Watching Peter revel in her cleverness, Newt couldn't help but liken her to an adorable little hamster. Standing in the shadows of the Quidditch pitch, he gazed at Peter, who was being playfully tousled by Sirius, glancing at his own hands while pondering what it might feel like to touch her hair. Would it be akin to the sensation of stroking a fire lizard? Newt murmured to himself, startling Lita, who had sneakily come to observe the Quidditch team's practice. It had been a long time since Lita had collaborated on homework with Newt. They used to be inseparable, but now, Newt had inexplicably acquired 4 new friends. Initially, she had deliberately given him the cold shoulder, but upon realizing that Newt, the oblivious boy, had not even noticed her sulking, she understood that her actions merely fueled her own frustrations, obscuring Newt's perception of their true natures. Thus, she sought him out once again to have a candid conversation, only to catch Newt gazing longingly at Peter and uttering those words. "Newt, do you like that boy?" Lita exclaimed, her eyes widening in horror. She had always believed herself to be special to Newt, but if his affections were directed toward a boy, what was she to make of it? "What? No, that's not it." Newt stammered, caught off guard by Lita's assertion, his mind racing back to that misunderstanding, feeling embarrassed by her misinterpretation. Lita dashed away, and he hurried after her, distressed by how to clarify that he did not harbor romantic feelings for men, nor could he disclose that Peter was a girl. But did he like Peter? He had never considered that. After all, Peter was his friend. Newt felt bewildered by Lita's anger and wanted to seek clarification. As for Araya, once again, she found herself ensnared by Sirius, who was playfully tugging at Peter's hair. "What excuse do you have this time? I truly have matters to attend to." "Professor Dumbledore summoned me," Araya gasped, inhaling the exuberant vitality of youth, the palpable hormones of adolescence overwhelming her senses. It was too hot for him to be so close. "Then why didn't he call us?" James exclaimed, descending from above with his broom, excitement evident in his voice at the mention of Dumbledore. He yearned to be the first to assist Dumbledore with his research. "Sirius, I believe Peter might be running out of breath," Remus chimed in, kindly reminding Sirius to ease his grip, which he reluctantly did. "Indeed, confess." Sirius grew increasingly fond of draping himself over Peter, whose softness felt akin to cotton, and whose scent was delightful. The height difference conveniently suited him, allowing him to lounge lazily while expending minimal energy. "You might as well ask him yourself. I forgot." Araya playfully nudged Sirius's side, swiftly retreating behind Remus for protection, feeling unafraid of Sirius's confrontational stance, knowing she had indeed visited Dumbledore. It was merely a casual chat. Driven by curiosity about his former boyfriend, Araya had hoped to unearth some juicy gossip, but alas, Dumbledore was notoriously tight-lipped, and with so many seeking his audience, she had no opportunity. However, she did glean significant news. "Did you know? Hogwarts is hosting a ball. A ball. Unsurprisingly, this revelation captured everyone's attention, prompting eager inquiries for further details. It's the Halloween ball. Araya had overheard the portraits discussing it in the office. Apparently, the ghosts were already buzzing with excitement for the festivities. Although students had yet to receive an official announcement, it seemed the intention was to prevent distractions during exam preparations. Meanwhile, Lita's interest in Newt was ignited by the same rumor. She had learned about the ball through the grapevine and intended to ask Newt to be her dance partner. Lita was not the type to passively wait for an invitation. She would take the initiative. Yet, in the current circumstance, Lita was upset with Newt. So she turned to invite another Hufflepuff as her dance partner. Although she usually ignored this Hufflepuff, she desired to provoke Newt's jealousy. She had friends too. Other friends. Even male ones. On the other side, James, upon hearing the news, felt a twinge of frustration. Do we have to attend? I only want to dance with Evans. Not any other girls. Realizing he had expressed himself too ambiguously, he quickly added, I mean, it would be such a shame to miss that snotty little brat's furious expression. What? I shan't partake in such a ball, Sirius declared nonchalantly, reclining with his arms languidly positioned behind his head. Here. He was liberated from the coercive expectations of that woman to attend a tedious soiree, particularly as he had no fondness for dancing. Why endure such an ordeal? Perhaps we could forego attending altogether. Remus shared a similar disinterest in such festivities, aside from the difficulty of securing a dance partner. He lacked suitable attire for the event and wished to avoid unnecessary stress, not wanting to burden Dumbledore. What a pity. Dumbledore seemed quite eager to see your attire for the ball. How could Araya possibly miss an opportunity for personal growth, deliberately coaxing them into attending the gala, and indeed, some fell for her ploy. Really? I cannot allow Dumbledore to be disappointed. James exclaimed, suddenly ignited with enthusiasm. Araya stifled a laugh, anticipating the spectacle of their costume designs. Eager to witness how they would fulfill Dumbledore's expectations, unaware that she had inadvertently ensnared herself in the process. Chapter 22. Disguises and Deceptions. This highly anticipated ball, infused with Dumbledore's hopes, provided the quartet with a purpose after classes, for in this era, having lost familial sponsorship, they began crafting their own garments. Fortunately, Newt, being somewhat of a scavenger, rather, motivated by the need to care for his magical creatures, managed to procure a plethora of fabrics and unclaimed garments from the lost and found. Together, they commenced their crafting endeavors. James, having been rescued by a sphinx, harbored a peculiar fascination for such creatures. Thus he procured numerous feathers from Buckbeak, the name of the sphinx, to fashion a costume adorned with colossal, outstretched wings, inspired by the majestic creature. Sirius, in tandem with his brother, chose a theme centered on the flying Pegasus, utilizing white bed linens to create a long, ethereal robe reminiscent of the sacred attire of ancient Athens and Rome, trailing elegantly to the ground. Naturally, wings were indispensable. The two secretly vied for the most impressive pair. Remus opted for a more straightforward approach, selecting a traditional vampire ensemble, as Newt conveniently had a suitable costume he could lend, requiring only minor adjustments to fit. Most of his time was spent alongside James and Sirius, diligently affixing feathers. As for Araya, as the instigator of the rumors, she was not foolish enough to adhere to Dumbledore's expectations. She resolved to simply cosplay as herself. Thus, she donned her everyday attire, lazily attaching feathers while observing the fervent efforts of the other three. Did they not comprehend that a fundamental aspect of attending the Halloween ball was the necessity of having a dance partner? Even Lita succumbed to their fervor. Unable to contain her exasperation when Newt sought her out, the quartet overheard, as they had initially followed Newt to bolster his confidence. After Lita acquired a new dance partner, Newt languished in disappointment, ceasing to assist them with their feather affixing. Consequently, James, feeling sympathetic, encouraged him to re-invite Lita as his partner. But I am in a quandary. For Newt is troubled not by Lita's choice of partner, but by the fear of losing her friendship. However, now spurred on by James, Newt found himself compelled to invite Lita back, leading to a scene that left the eager spectators momentarily stunned. What do you mean? What dance partner? James, with feathers still nestled in his hair, appeared somewhat ridiculous, prompting a chuckle from Lita. At that moment, she began to realize that her friend's new roommates were undeniably Hufflepuffs, devoid of any menace. To attend the Halloween ball, one must have a partner. Lita decisively shattered James's illusions of a grand entrance. He had envisioned himself and Sirius soaring on broomsticks, trailing flames, adorned in their striking Halloween attire, destined to become icons in Hogwarts history. Yet now, he was informed that they would not even gain entry to the ball. James felt as if the world had crumbled around him. He and his brothers had toiled day and night, sacrificing precious Quidditch practice, late-night escapades, and even moments of solitude. James pressed his hand to his chest, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Sirius, am I hallucinating? He draped an arm over Sirius's shoulder while leaning on Peter, attempting to alleviate his despair. Araya nearly burst into laughter at the sight, while Lita unabashedly laughed aloud. No, James, I believe we may not be able to attend this ball after all. Sirius gently removed James's arm from Peter's shoulders, shaking him slightly. Cheer up, we still have cooler endeavors ahead. No, Sirius. After a brief period of despondency, James suddenly regained his spirits, his eyes sparkling with newfound determination. Peter, would you be our dance partner? Huh. Araya pointed incredulously at herself. You want me to cross-dress as Peter? That is quite the test of my skill. Should I act like a dashing gentleman or a lady, or perhaps a peculiar mix? Though Araya contemplated numerous excuses to decline, she found herself with no choice as Peter. She could only silently follow the quartet to upgrade her costume. To complement James and Sirius's contrasting wings, she added a pair of extravagant wings to her outfit, one black and one white, coupled with their collaboratively designed garments. Araya felt akin to the villain from 101 Dalmatians, relieved they hadn't prepared a yin-yang wig for her. Otherwise, she might have truly lost her composure. Initially, James had provided her with a red wig, but upon donning it, he blushed furiously and insisted, "You do not suit red hair." Araya gazed quizzically at her reflection. With her aesthetic sensibilities, revealing her full face without bangs should render her quite charming. So why did James seem to feel as though he were tarnishing a goddess? Disdainfully, Araya discarded the wig. She disliked red anyway. Little did she realize that James, upon witnessing Peter's innocent appearance in women's attire, felt an inexplicable flutter within his heart. Startling himself, he found himself infatuated with Peter's femininity, a realization that left him utterly flabbergasted. Thus, before Sirius and the others could catch on, he promptly dismissed that hue for the wig. Ultimately, he replaced Peter's wig with a subtle black one, yet Peter still astonished Newt, who had returned to summon him for class. Unexpectedly, Newt encountered Araya in the midst of her makeup trial. Newt beheld the cascade of long hair. The exquisitely refined girl with a hint of classical oil painting quality, applying lip balm, and he was momentarily entranced, entirely unaware of Peter's true identity. In stark contrast to Lita's slender, healthy form, she resembled a lush and ethereal goddess from ancient tales, with every eyelash seemingly animated, her slightly parted lips rendering Newt incapable of blinking, until Araya, flustered, turned around, abruptly interrupting Newt's mythical reverie. I'm not a creep. I'm merely testing the costume. Oh, I apologize for the intrusion. Newt stammered, hastily retreating, but Araya grasped his hand, anxiously imploring, You won't tell anyone, will you? About me being a cross-dresser, or my affinity for women's clothing? Newt mechanically shook his head, his mind consumed solely with the sensation of her soft hand gripping his arm. Though separated by fabric, the touch felt as vivid as if it were entwined with his very marrow. He was rendered speechless, his mind teetering on the brink of explosion. Araya felt a sense of reassurance. She firmly believed that Newt's character would never waver. However, the abundance of dance partners indeed presented a rather vexing predicament. Chapter 23, Explosive. At this moment, Araya felt akin to a monkey in a zoo, as the ball approached, signifying the onset of her previously desired low-profile life taking a bold turn. Dressed like a bird-like angel, flanked by two pairs of dance partners at the entrance of the ballroom, she experienced a sensation akin to being stripped bare under scrutiny. Indeed, Araya now had 4 dance partners: the prince of the winged beast with an eagle's head, the war god of the Pegasus, the vampire count, and a life-size version of a bowtruckle. James and Sirius exuded an extraordinary charisma, while Lupin's vampire attire was rather conventional, albeit embellished with 2 fangs and transformed red eyes. Yet, the enormous bowtruckle was truly remarkable, adorned with leaves upon its head. Its body was predominantly green save for its teeth, and its hands had assumed the characteristic appearance of a bowtruckle, complemented by a mask that closely resembled its visage, providing Newt with a sense of security. To be frank, the 5 of them, with their striking appearances, were indeed a sight to behold, their presence commanding enough to deter anyone from bypassing them at the entrance. However, they were still intercepted. The senior responsible for their dance partners appeared rather perplexed, questioning whether they were indeed attending the ball, as they looked more suited for a magazine cover. Isn't she our dance partner? James proudly patted Araya's shoulder, nearly dislodging her headpiece, confidently asserting that their relationship rules did not prohibit having more than one dance partner. Although the senior could not articulate a counterargument, he felt an underlying sense of impropriety. Just then, Dumbledore appeared, his dance partner being the herbology professor, and with a tone of surprise and praise, he intervened, exclaiming, "Marvelous. James and Sirius, your costumes are truly stunning. If I were a tad younger, I might have been inspired to create something similar." His slight wistfulness prompted Araya to internally retort, "No, You are far too young. When you grow older, your creativity will surpass theirs. Regrettably, she dared not voice her thoughts, merely repeating them in her mind. Dumbledore also noticed Peter, offering equally high praise. A splendid costume. Peter, your beauty leaves a lasting impression. His playful wink made Araya avert her gaze, fearful he might perceive any hint of her thoughts. Fortunately, under Dumbledore's protection, they managed to enter smoothly. Otherwise, Araya could only imagine how long she would have to endure James's grievances. At that moment, he was lost in the thrill of receiving compliments from the male deity, incessantly boasting about his design to Sirius, entirely oblivious to their newfound status as the focal point of attention. Some girls gasped in awe, while a few boys, relishing the spectacle, jeered, and others openly mocked Newt's bowtruckle costume. Did anyone inform that freak that this is a masquerade ball, not a monster costume contest? Various unflattering remarks surrounded Newt, leaving him immobilized with his head bowed, engulfed in self-doubt. Indeed, how could he forget the essence of the Halloween ball amidst the revelry surrounding James and his friends' costume designs? It was merely a game for beautiful young men and women, utterly irrelevant to a peculiar individual like him. Observing James, Sirius, and the others adorned in splendid magical creature-themed costumes only accentuated his own absurdity. Tears welled in Newt's eyes beneath his mask and covering his face with trembling hands. He turned to flee, grateful for the mask that spared him from the most excruciating humiliation. He vowed never to partake in such events again. He simply could not bear the shame. At that moment, a loud thud echoed as something heavy fell to the ground. Hesitating, Newt heard a familiar, commanding voice nearby. "This is a lesson for mocking my friend." Sirius, following James's lead, swiftly delivered a punch to one of the hecklers, silencing the laughter directed at Newt. Their defense triggered a minor brawl. However, Newt found his arm seized. Turning around, he saw Peter, who had audaciously taken hold of his hand and wrapped her arm around his waist. "I think your costume is particularly adorable, Newt. Would you dance the first dance with me?" Araya, witnessing Newt's humiliation, was reminded of her own past experiences of being ostracized due to her family's wealth. No matter what she said or did, it seemed to be wrong. It was only through the companionship of small creatures that she gradually found happiness. Seeing Newt was like gazing at her former self, and thus, she resolved to extend her hand to him. Grasping the rigid bowtruckle, he felt as stiff as a shrimp. Allowing Araya to lead him, each step was awkward, often stepping on Peter's feet, yet landing firmly on Newt's heart. At that moment, Newt was overwhelmed with tears. He had no inkling of what dancing entailed, yet he relished the experience, his heart swaying in rhythm with the girl's movements. "Oh, I even switched my language system to magical creatures. I understand, no need for thanks, just hold me tightly." Araya smiled warmly at him, secretly praying that their closeness would minimize the chances of her being stepped on. This dance marked Newt's first in his life, the next being at Lita's engagement party with her brother. Yet, countless opportunities had slipped by unseized as he awaited a reunion. Thus, Newt, in a daze under Araya's guidance, completed the dance until the skirmish between Sirius and James encroached upon them. Extending his branch-like hand, Newt shielded Araya from a flying shoe, inadvertently shedding his glove and revealing his long, pale fingers. "It seems we must assist." Araya, noticing the unfolding chaos, felt compelled to intervene. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly face James's ire in the days to come. "All right, I will follow your lead," Newt replied, his gaze now fixated on Peter's stunning face, which looked exquisite even beneath the mask. He hoped that by maintaining the mask, she would remain oblivious to his lingering gaze, never feeling offended by it. Araya led Newt into the fray to provide support, but shortly thereafter, the commotion ceased as Dumbledore intervened, halting the tumultuous melee. Those who had been embroiled in a fierce tussle moments ago now forced smiles and embraced one another, a sight that nearly caused Araya to stifle her laughter. However, with Sirius and James being exceedingly conspicuous and the most disruptive, they were summoned for a private conversation with Dumbledore. Surprisingly, Dumbledore did not reprimand them, but merely advised them to behave and then allowed them to leave. In Araya's perspective, this was a form of leniency from Dumbledore. It seemed improbable that the issue could be resolved so effortlessly. And what of Lita? Among the crowd, she immediately noticed Newt's despondency. Yet her dance partner's sudden disparagement of Newt ignited her fury. While protesting to her partner, Araya became the one to rescue Newt, causing Lita to ultimately miss the opportunity to save him and forever lose the chance to dance with Newt during their school days. Chapter 24, The Holiday. The conclusion of the Halloween ball heralded the commencement of a brief holiday. The quintet, once known as the Four, had undeniably stolen the spotlight, instantly becoming the talk of Hogwarts. Although this was far from Dumbledore's expectations, the vivacity of these children left him utterly powerless. The onset of the holiday inevitably meant that they could not remain at Hogwarts. Primarily, Dumbledore was exceedingly occupied, and he harbored reservations about leaving the 4 children at the school, concerned that their exuberance might lead to some unavoidable mischief. Thus, Newt extended a heartfelt invitation for them all to return home with him. The moment James learned that accompanying Newt would grant him the opportunity for intimate encounters with the majestic Thestrals, he eagerly accepted. Newt's mother was known for caring for such creatures, and her extensive research into magical beasts had profoundly influenced him. During their journey on the Hogwarts Express, they fortuitously encountered Newt's elder brother, Theseus Scamander, who was a year ahead of him, dressed impeccably and exuding an undeniable handsomeness. Theseus possessed a keen alertness and a robust confidence that starkly contrasted with Newt's demeanor. Upon seeing his brother, Newt felt inexplicably dwarfed. Theseus formally expressed his gratitude to the group for looking after his younger sibling, adopting a rather official tone that compelled James and the others to sit up straight, their previous laxity vanishing in an instant. They had been lounging in the compartment, engrossed in books and games, but his presence prompted them to hastily conceal their distractions. As if he were a strict headmaster, Araya observed him intently, sensing a determination in his demeanor that suggested a staunch commitment to his values. He seemed a genuinely good person, albeit somewhat rigid. Now, with a forceful intent, he sought to escort his brother to his own compartment, laden with unspoken questions and concerns, such as why he had brought 4 strangers home. Did their mother know of this? The thought of her preparing meals for such a crowd set off alarms in his mind. It might lead to mass food poisoning. If it were just him and Newt, that would be manageable, but now accommodating so many seemed daunting. There were times he wished he possessed a stomach as resilient as a magical creature's, even though he had no desire to interact with them. Theseus Scamander, with a complex expression, guided Newt home. As expected, they were greeted at the station by their mother, who had come in a magnificent Thestral-drawn carriage. James and the others joyfully rushed to greet her, exclaiming, "You must be Mrs. Scamander. The magical creatures you care for are incredible. They even saved our lives." James's sincere praise brought a radiant smile to the benevolent middle-aged woman's face, who was delighted that Newt had befriended such wonderful children. Newt felt a twinge of embarrassment at the grand welcome. Had their mother not promised to wait for them outside? Yet, turning around, he found himself enveloped in the embrace of a Thestral, eagerly calling out, "Peter, don't you want to hug her?" Teresa was gentle. "Let me try?" Sirius boldly approached, effectively blocking the eye contact between Newt and Peter, knowing that his timid friend would not dare to join. Good boy, good boy. Sirius seemed to have become Peter's advocate. Newt did not dwell on it too much, but Araya was puzzled by Sirius's apparent condescension towards Peter, although he had always taken such good care of him. Now, even James sensed that Sirius was being overly protective of Peter, recalling how he insisted on accompanying him to the restroom on the train, a privilege that had previously been exclusive to himself. Fearing that Peter might fall victim to the Slytherin's wrath if left alone. Even Remus began to notice this shift, yet he felt genuinely happy for Peter, who was finally receiving the attention he deserved among friends. Although he occasionally supported Peter, he recognized that when Sirius and James were in agreement, he had little power to alter the dynamics. Consequently, he found himself increasingly inclined to look out for Peter, who seemed to embody a blend of cleverness and endearing innocence, making one wish he were a girl. Surely, he would be quite popular then. However, what was he thinking? How could Peter possibly be a girl? Everyone climbed aboard Mrs. Scamander's carriage, and as if anticipating Peter's slight frame, they all paused at the entrance. One of them stepped forward to assist him, while Sirius and Remus hoisted him up from behind. "Hey, Peter, you seem to have lost weight. Put in a bit more effort." James effortlessly pulled Peter up, suddenly noticing how soft his hand felt. "Peter, why are your hands so soft?" He instinctively released his grip to inspect them. I was just about to mention how rough yours are, like sandpaper." Before Araya could elaborate, Newt rushed over, laughing. "Come on. Let us get up quickly before Muggles see us." "I'll help you, Peter." "No need." Sirius interjected forcefully, lifting Araya onto the carriage without allowing Newt to assist her. Thanks." Araya was taken aback by Sirius's sudden display of irritation, yet she brushed it off, stepping inside to explore the magically expanded interior of the carriage, which resembled a cozy little house complete with furniture, a kitchen, and a bar. "What are you looking at?" Araya inquired, intrigued by Newt's brother, who was reputed to be exceptionally accomplished, Newt's foil, thus perpetually busy. They seldom had the chance to meet him, and their interactions with Newt were limited. Of course, if they did interact more, one might wonder why Newt's closest friend was not his brother, but rather a marginalized Slytherin girl. Theseus Scamander glanced at the boy named Peter, recalling only the memory of that dark night when he had transformed into a fallen angel. Upon closer inspection, it was hard to believe this was indeed a boy, as he now appeared with bangs obscuring much of his face. Araya admired the boy's noble appearance and wished to ask him more, but Newt interrupted. "Ahem, Peter. Would you like to see the bowtruckle do a somersault? Newt seemed to be searching for conversation, attempting to pull Araya away. Theseus cast a mild glance at him. Thinking how naive his brother was, it was evident on his face that he feared losing his friend. Little did he realize. He had misjudged himself completely. He had no interest in the girl whom the entire school lauded as the queen of disguises. Chapter 25, The Thestral. Newt's home was situated near a vast forest, close to a tranquil lake, boasting its own vegetable garden just like the hovel in the original tale. However, instead of goblins scampering about, various magical creatures roamed freely. From the carriage, the sight was utterly fascinating. Some creatures were as large as moose, while others were no bigger than a palm. Thankfully, due to James's keen eyesight, they noticed a tiny fairy fluttering in the air, which none of the others had seen. Araya found herself wedged between Sirius and James at the window, with Remus pressing against her back, nearly suffocating her. Just moments ago, there had been ample space. Yet Sirius insisted on sharing a seat with her. Was he trying to squish her? Regardless, Araya finally wriggled free, stepping away while the others enthusiastically greeted the magical creatures. She quietly tugged at Newt's sleeve, whispering, "Can I have my own room?" Newt, upon meeting Araya's pleading gaze, felt like a ripe persimmon, speechless. This left Araya to assume her request might be too burdensome. Perhaps Newt's home was too modest to accommodate another room? Maybe she was being too selfish. "It's all right. I was just saying it casually. Don't take it to heart." Newt, of course, understood Peter's concerns. He would gladly find her a room of her own, but every room in the house was occupied by magical creatures. Perhaps she wouldn't mind staying in his suitcase? Araya effortlessly overlooked the myriad of expressions flitting across Newt's face, for her gaze was fixed below, where Buck awaited their arrival. And James was already making his way toward it with utmost enthusiasm. "How splendid! Buck, dear fellow, may I take a flight upon your back?" Alas, James's excitement was so swift that Mrs. Scamander had no time to caution him. He was promptly sent tumbling by the majestic creature, only to be caught by Sirius. The two of them landing in a heap. "Are you both all right?" Remus rushed forward to assist them, while Araya wore a mischievous grin. Yet, in an instant, she was caught off guard by Sirius's teasing. "What are you standing there for, Peter? Come help me." "Understood." Araya leaped from the carriage, suppressing her gleeful expression as she reached out to Sirius, only for him to mischievously allow himself to fall onto her. "Hey!" Araya found herself sprawled across Sirius's broad shoulders. Her hands braced against James's shoulder. "Why does our assistance seem to create more chaos?" At the bottom of the pile, James was wailing, "Peter, what foolishness are you up to now? Get off us." Remus, exasperated, abandoned his attempt to extract James and turned to aid Araya instead. "This is absurd. What does this have to do with me?" she thought, feeling utterly innocent. It was Sirius who had pulled her down. "Is that Sirius?" Muffled sounds emerged as Sirius stuffed a piece of chocolate into Araya's mouth. "So sweet. Where did you get this?" I understand, Sirius replied nonchalantly, clearing his ears, and playfully pushed Araya up. "Just a jest, really. And James, do you not know Peter's nature by now?" Newt approached to impart the etiquette for interacting with the majestic creature, such as the necessity of bowing as a sign of respect. Previously, due to the urgency of the situation, this formality had been overlooked, but if they wished to befriend Buck, such a bow was imperative. "Got it. I'll go first," James eagerly proclaimed as he approached Buck and performed a deep bow. However, due to his earlier recklessness, he had lost Buck's trust and received no response. Buck turned away, moving in the opposite direction, leaving James hopping in frustration. "How infuriating." I bowed. "Let me try again. I now comprehend my previous mistake." Sirius followed suit in his attempt. Yet Buck remained wary. Undeterred, James nudged Peter forward, convinced that if he could not succeed, Peter surely would fail as well. With Peter's timid nature, how could he possibly command such a formidable magical creature? If everyone else failed, perhaps he would not feel so disheartened by his own shortcomings. Sirius, James, and Remus all turned their attention to Araya, who felt a twinge of apprehension as she took tentative steps toward Buck. She had an inexplicable feeling that Buck held a fondness for her. At the very least, it was no longer evading her gaze, instead quietly observing her. "Do not fear, Peter. Buck is particularly gentle. I shall protect you." Newt stood by with arms wide open, seemingly ready to catch Peter as Sirius had done moments earlier. "I'm fine. I'm not afraid." Araya steadied her nerves. How could she be frightened? She was a fervent animal lover, and these magical beings would certainly not intimidate her. With grace and respect, Araya bowed deeply before Buck. Perhaps it was the purity of her aura or the essence of her femininity. But Buck responded in kind with a courteous bow of its own and stepped closer, nuzzling its head against her cheek. Overjoyed, Araya reveled in Buck's acceptance, stroking its back and gently caressing its jaw. Unbeknownst to her, this tender display left some onlookers utterly mesmerized. Newt even forgot to retract his outstretched arms. witnessing a bond so gentle it rivaled that of a mother's love for her child. Sirius and Remus exchanged astonished glances, surprised that Peter had indeed succeeded. He seemed to radiate an inexplicable charm. Even Theseus Scamander could not resist stealing a few glances, momentarily distracted from his reading, while Mrs. Scamander cast a look of fondness toward Buck and Peter, delighted by her son's new companions and their blossoming friendship. However, not all were touched by this heartwarming scene. James, feeling only his own failure, could only see Peter's success. "Peter, take me for a ride on Buck. Afterward, I shall lend you my broom," he implored, tugging at Peter's collar, his impatience evident. "No, absolutely not." Sirius and Newt simultaneously interjected, their voices firm. A shared glance silenced James momentarily. "Do you trust Peter's skills?" Newt questioned. "Moreover, if Buck does not accept you, you both might plummet," Sirius added, uncharacteristically forthright in his refusal of James's request. Having always been supportive of him in the past, James opened and closed his mouth several times, his bravado diminishing as he began to contemplate the matter. Feeling a tad disheartened by the absence of his old friend's support, he turned to Remus for solidarity, only to be met with, "James, Sirius has a point. Perhaps we should approach Buck more gradually?" Remus adjusted James's attire, and in a fit of frustration, James retreated to the backyard, not emerging until dinner. When the boys' peculiar camaraderie resumed, laughter replacing their earlier discord, particularly after a series of comical mishaps at the dining table, Araya, bemused, found herself enjoying their united front. Though she wished James would refrain from stepping on her toes beneath the table, such childish antics. Chapter 26, The Enchanted Suitcase. That evening, Newt indeed prepared a private chamber for Araya, albeit within his suitcase. Intrigued by the magically expanded container, James eagerly offered his bed to Peter. "I want tea sleep. I shall reside in the suitcase. Hurry, Sirius." James was the first to leap into the suitcase, leaving Araya in awe of his audacity. His acceptance of the unfamiliar was astonishingly swift. Sirius glanced at Peter, then followed suit, leaving behind a teasing remark, "You can stay here." Araya was left puzzled. Surely, he wasn't concerned about Peter's fear? That was uncharacteristic of him. Yet, curiosity propelled Araya to follow suit, eager to uncover the mysteries contained within the suitcase. Upon her descent, she found everyone had gathered, and the world within the suitcase was beyond imagination, an expansive realm reminiscent of a boundless lake. Lush meadows stretching as far as the eye could see, and creatures soaring through the skies like ancient leviathans. "You've been secretly raising dragons," Araya exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her face. She had finally beheld a living dinosaur, an awe-inspiring winged creature with sharp talons and an impressive wingspan, capable of breathing fire. "Oh, my mother rescued it. It will be sent back to Romania soon. I shall miss it," Newt expressed joyfully, engaging Peter in conversation about magical creatures. Within this enchanted space stood a small house, presumably Mrs. Scamander's studio, which had now become Newt's domain as he tended to the magical beings. Initially, he had intended to offer this room to Peter, but it was clear that James and Sirius were far more eager to claim it. Thus, Araya found herself granted the privilege of solitude, as they also invited Remus to join them. The suitcase simply could not accommodate another occupant, lest James insist on bringing Peter along as well. Sirius remarked that it was fortunate Peter was timid. The magical creatures at night might frighten him, and if he wept, he would be of no help. Thus, Araya finally enjoyed the luxury of her own space, free from anxiety, relishing a delightful vacation without fear of disturbance during her baths. The relentless adventures led by James and his companions proved to be quite overwhelming for her. On the first day, they engaged in a game of Quidditch in the yard, nearly causing her to lose her lunch from the dizzying speeds at which James and Sirius maneuvered. How on earth did they achieve such inhuman velocity? They casually informed her that once school commenced, she would need to intensify her training. After all, she couldn't possibly bring shame to Hufflepuff. When had she ever become a member of Hufflepuff? What fueled these fervent boys? On the second day, they surreptitiously rode brooms alongside Buckbeak to Hogsmeade, with Araya and Newt riding Buckbeak, while Sirius soared on his broom with Remus in tow. James led the charge, wreaking havoc among the owls in the village square, determined to reclaim his pride from those Slytherin blokes once school resumed. Araya could only rest her chin on her hand, observing them as they tirelessly transformed the ground into a watery expanse. It was curious, perhaps they had escaped the grasp of time, as no one stopped them from wielding their wands. Perhaps Dumbledore had preemptively given them the green light to use their wands for self-defense at all times. Eventually, hunger gnawed at them, and with insufficient galleons to satisfy their appetites, they reluctantly shared a cauldron cake. Watching them share bites with such camaraderie, Araya seized the opportunity when Sirius offered her a piece, claiming she needed to use the restroom to escape their intimate gathering. As she observed Peter scurrying away, Sirius's once bright eyes dimmed with disappointment. Did Peter find him repugnant? Sirius stifled a laugh, noting there was no unpleasant odor, yet he trailed after Peter to freshen up. Behind them, James inquired rapidly, "Are you off to brush your teeth? Aren't you eating? Then I'll finish it all." With that, he swallowed the last morsel in one gulp. James gazed forlornly at his empty hands, struck by the realization of how precious galleons truly were. If only he had brought along those antiques, he could have treated each of his friends to 10 cakes, reflecting on his past extravagances with regret. From that moment forth, James resolved to carry a hefty gold watch wherever he went, ever prepared to confront any crisis or challenge. On the third day, they assisted Newt's mother in caring for an injured unicorn. However, only Peter and Newt could approach it, prompting James to don female attire along with the others in an attempt to confuse the unicorn's perception. The outcome was rather disastrous, as they were all sent soaring into the air by the unicorn, eventually landing them in St. Mungo's. On the fourth day, they spent the entire day recuperating at St. Mungo's. During their downtime, James and Sirius conducted practical drills in the hallways, inadvertently causing several patients to fall into the water and struggle to escape. Their antics earned them a spot on St. Mungo's blacklist. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore himself who came to their rescue, escorting them back to Hogwarts. Otherwise, they would have found it exceedingly difficult to placate the hospital's wrath with another guardian. This incident abruptly concluded their Halloween holiday. They also missed the opportunity to board the Hogwarts Express again. Dumbledore, having gleaned most of what he wished to know, had not discovered a way to return to the past to save his sister, but unexpectedly unearthed a peculiar pocket watch and a note from his drawer. The note instructed him to return the item to its rightful owner. Dumbledore recognized his own handwriting, yet could not recall penning such a note. Nevertheless, he understood that his reasoning was sound and thus decided to send the watch to Newt. Newt, eagerly awaiting correspondence from his friends, was astonished to receive the watch from Dumbledore, recognizing it as the very one that had fallen into the Black Lake during his first year due to his overwhelming nerves. He recalled that James and the others had inquired about his watch. Could this be the one? He promptly mailed the watch and letter back, even though he was to begin school the next day, eager to share this news with his friends. Upon receiving the watch, James was momentarily taken aback, confirming that it indeed belonged to Newt. "We experienced it. It was the Black Lake." Araya quickly recalled Newt's note about the watch being lost in the Black Lake, leading them to believe that they had retrieved it from there in the future. She felt she had uncovered the crux of the matter. "Indeed, Peter. It was the Black Lake and Newt's watch that guided us to this era. We can return," James exclaimed, lifting Peter in a joyous spin. "Put Peter down, James. Be careful not to throw your back out," Sirius interjected, trailing behind with playful annoyance. "Can we really go back?" Araya pondered, still somewhat incredulous and reluctant, particularly at the prospect of a nighttime swim in the Black Lake. Yet, circumstances compelled her forward. Chapter 27, Return. Araya had not anticipated their return home would be so abrupt, leaving them no time to confess to Newt. With a sense of adventurous trepidation, James and the others brought everyone to the Black Lake, clutching Newt's watch. They plunged into the icy waters under the cloak of night, a mix of anticipation and skepticism swirling among them. Araya hesitated, but Sirius, as if fearing she might lag behind, tugged her into the lake, leaving her with no choice but to accompany him, albeit dressed. They swam around the lake, yet the watch remained unresponsive. However, upon returning to their dormitory and collapsing onto their beds in a state of despondency, James clutched the watch tightly in his hand as it emitted a brilliant light in the deep of night. A familiar brilliance flashed, and they found themselves once more drawn into the depths of the Hufflepuff dormitory. The following day, Newt arrived, bubbling with excitement and carrying pies made by his mother, a first-time triumph. Rushing to find them, he abandoned any thought of greeting Lita in the Great Hall, hastening instead to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he was met with a pristine room, every bed neatly made, as if no one had ever occupied it. He swore he had never seen James fold a blanket or smooth a sheet. Peter? James? Sirius? Newt wandered around his room in a daze, checking his bathroom. Finding nothing amiss, he searched all of Hogwarts, even calling out their names during the sorting ceremony, yet they had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Desperate, Newt sought out Professor Dumbledore, who insisted that the four lively boys had never appeared, suggesting it was all a figment of Newt's imagination, and encouraged him to make friends with other students. Dumbledore even offered his own companionship, inviting Newt to seek him out for a chat. Undeterred, Newt approached Lita and his brother, but their accounts matched those of others. None had seen anyone named Peter, James, Sirius, or Remus. Yet Newt was adamant that he was not lonely enough to conjure four imaginary friends. They were undeniably real. In the days that followed, Newt never ceased his quest for his four friends. Lita began to worry that Newt had become obsessed, neglecting his meals for the sake of imaginary companions. Nevertheless, their relationship returned to normalcy, though whenever Newt encountered a girl, he inexplicably thought of the girl named Peter. Back in Gryffindor Tower, the four friends awakened to the gentle chirping of birds at dawn. The first to realize their return was Remus, who quickly roused James and Sirius. When he reached Peter's bed, he paused, staring at Peter's serene face, unable to bring himself to wake him. Seizing the moment, Sirius called out, "Rise and shine, Peter." Sirius abruptly yanked the blanket off Araya, revealing her delicate calves, pristine and slender, curled up to her knees due to her restless slumber. Regret washed over him, and he swiftly covered her back up. "Hurry up," Araya murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She beheld three boys, resembling monkeys, huddled together, singing and dancing to a song of their own creation. Suddenly, James seemed to feel left out, and the trio collided towards her direction, enveloping Araya in their circle before all four tumbled heavily onto the thick carpet. Araya landed atop Remus, who was bracing himself to avoid crushing Sirius, while James, nestled beside Remus, cried out, "My foot. It's going to break." He had inadvertently wedged his leg between the other three, rendering him immobile. "Get up, Sirius," James wailed, struggling to disentangle himself, causing the four to tumble in a heap again. As expected, Sirius ended up on top of Peter once more, yet this time, he didn't mind Araya's floral scent. Instead, he quietly inhaled the fragrance from her hair. "Let go of my waist, Peter," Araya exclaimed, blushing awkwardly as she realized she had unconsciously reached for Sirius's sturdy back. It was quite inappropriate of her. Eventually, they all lay sprawled on the carpet, reflecting on how they had returned, only to discover that the mysterious pocket watch had vanished. "Did you hide it, Peter?" James exclaimed, springing up and inadvertently pressing down on Araya, who, in her startled panic, revealed her smooth forehead and doe-like eyes. "James, you seem to have discovered something new," Peter remarked, while Araya grew increasingly flustered, hastily pushing her bangs aside. "I'm just the same as before. I'm fine. You seem to have grown more handsome, Peter." "Right, Sirius?" James exclaimed, as if seeing Peter for the first time, completely oblivious to Araya's earlier stunning appearance at the ball. Thus, caught off guard, James temporarily forgot everything and began to arrange Araya's hair, perhaps due to his own hair's genetic legacy, as he always attempted to tame his own unruly curls but often failed. Now, upon seeing Peter's hair, he felt invigorated. In a matter of moments, James fashioned Araya's meticulously kept bangs into a cool samurai-style ponytail, revealing her true beauty, which made Peter appear significantly more refreshed. At that moment, she contemplated how she might concoct a potion to mar her face. James, resting his chin in satisfaction with his handiwork, was once again captivated by Araya's appearance. "You really have become more handsome. How did you do it? Do tell." Under such scrutiny, Araya's mind momentarily faltered. She certainly couldn't admit to having undergone a transformation. Fortunately, at that moment, Remus, brimming with excitement, emerged with a book, capturing James's attention. "Look, Newt seems to have remembered us." "What? Let me see." James recalled Newt, and Araya curiously leaned in. In Remus's hands was the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, emblazoned with gold lettering that read by Newt's commander. The opening page bore Newt's flowing script dedicating the book to his dear friends Peter, James, Sirius, and Remus, in commemoration of their innocent and hazy friendship. "He truly hasn't forgotten us," James cheered, tossing the book towards the ceiling. Yet, what did he mean by hazy friendship? Remus seemed to sense something deeper in Newt's words that transcended mere friendship. But the oblivious James did not dwell on it, and chose not to bring it up again. He must see us as his buddies. How cool is it that a famous author and magical zoologist wrote a book for us? I have to tell my mom and dad right now. As Araya gazed at the book, she felt a flicker of recognition towards Newt. Wasn't he quite renowned? Didn't he have his own blockbuster film? However, what saddened her was the realization that, having left Newt behind, she could no longer interact with those delightful magical creatures. Chapter 28, The Wish-Granting Room. Upon returning to her current world, Araya experienced withdrawal symptoms. She longed for her left hand to cradle a bowtruckle and her right to hold a niffler, with a small fluffy perched on her shoulder. Unfortunately, her relentless role as part of the F4 left her no time to reminisce, as James resumed plotting revenge against Slytherin, with the immediate goal of finding their own secret hideout. Meanwhile, Sirius seemed to be fervently determined to coach her in Quidditch, insisting that she could not afford to embarrass herself if they ever returned to the past to represent Hufflepuff in a match. Thus, Araya embarked on an even busier and more arduous existence, diligently listening in class, scouring old classrooms for their secret base during breaks, and being dragged out at night for rigorous Quidditch practice. She felt she might not be able to maintain this facade for much longer. Whoever wished to be Peter could be Peter, Or perhaps she could inform them about the Chamber of Secrets, allowing them to vanquish the basilisk first. However, the thought of them dragging her into an adventure made her reconsider. Finally, when James discovered a secret base to his satisfaction, Araya found herself with a bit of free time. This hideout was none other than the legendary wish-granting room. Under James's enthusiastic guidance, the room had prepared a secret base complete with a treehouse, swings, and a climbing wall. Beneath the treehouse was a vast expanse resembling a giant trampoline made of springy mattress-like sections, each in different colors, piled high with variously shaped soft pillows. To Araya's surprise, there was even a section for nurturing small animals, complete with charming little houses, running wheels, and patches of greenery. Was this what James sought to learn from Newt? Speaking of learning, he had indeed prepared an entire wall of books for Remus, situated before their massive conference table, which also featured a scale model of Hogwarts Castle. Araya glanced around and was astonished to find it accurately depicted the centaur's residence and the mermaids beneath the Black Lake. Though one needed to crouch beneath the table to view such details, including the Slytherin dormitory, everyone was thrilled by this secret base. As soon as Sirius entered, he scrambled up the rope ladder to the treehouse and slid down the zip line to Araya, who was perusing the titles on the shelves, all about adventures and mythologies. See that, Peter? This is a great opportunity to build your arm strength. Want to give it a try? Sirius pointed to the climbing wall that stretched to the ceiling, feeling that Peter had been somewhat lackluster lately and needed his encouragement. Why don't you ask James? I'm too exhausted. Araya gazed at Sirius's overly concerned yet feigned calm expression, genuinely disinterested, as she had just flown 30 laps around Hogwarts the previous night. Her arms were sore. James certainly didn't need the exercise. Sirius effortlessly hooked his arm around Araya's neck and, using his sheer strength, brought her to the base of the climbing wall. Come on, I'll give you 3 minutes. As he spoke, he hoisted Peter's backside up, prompting Araya to squeal as she climbed 2 meters high. Sirius awkwardly raised his hand, surprised by his own strength, while also noting how surprisingly pert Peter's backside was. Get over here, it's time for a meeting. Just as both sides found themselves in an awkward standoff, James called everyone together, easing the tension considerably. Peter, are you a monkey? Get down here. Don't crush Sirius. However, in a fleeting moment, James harbored a concern that Peter, that fellow, might injure his lower back given his considerable weight. To his surprise, he discovered that Peter's waist did not appear as stout as he presumed. What astonished him further was the sight of Sirius effortlessly lifting Peter and steadily placing him on his feet. Observing this, James found their dynamic rather peculiar, though he could not quite articulate what was amiss. They often engaged in embraces, as brothers do, yet there was an atmosphere that was somewhat, well, indescribable. Put me down, Araya exclaimed, equally astonished by how effortlessly Sirius could hoist her without breaking a sweat. You had better hurry, Sirius replied, running his fingers through his hair as he made his way to the table, his posture somewhat awkward as he sat beside James, deliberately engaging him in conversation to alleviate the strange tension lingering between him and Peter. However, when Peter approached the seat next to Lupin, Sirius cleared his throat twice, pulling out a chair and gesturing for Peter to join him. Yet Araya did not comply with his unspoken request, causing Sirius's expression to darken. James was still animatedly discussing their plans for revenge, oblivious to the shift in Sirius's demeanor. We'll lure those blokes to the marked spot, and then Peter will distract Filch while I, clad in my invisibility cloak, launch stink bombs at them. You and Lupin can flank them from behind. It's a splendid idea, wouldn't you agree, Sirius? Huh, Peter, I wasn't looking at him, Sirius replied, somewhat awkwardly, as he realized Peter had zoned out. Suddenly, everyone cast strange glances in his direction, leaving Sirius stiffened in embarrassment, unsure of how to proceed. Araya, steeling herself, chimed in, you see. I also refuse to act as bait. My legs hurt, and I can't run. Let me take care of it. Let Peter assist Sirius in holding off the Slytherins. Lupin swiftly interjected, grinning as he handed Peter a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Have a snack, and let us continue discussing the details. Yes, yes. The atmosphere finally calmed, and Sirius shot a glance at Peter, his hand tightening discreetly under the table. He needed to rein in his peculiar feelings. Thus, on a dark and stormy night, Araya followed closely behind Sirius, coordinating with her brothers to exact revenge on the Slytherins. They had rehearsed this numerous times and could effortlessly transform the floor into a semblance of water. For this occasion, Araya had prepared several vials of invisibility potion, donned a pair of running shoes, and even replaced her red-embroidered school uniform with a black robe and mask. Everything was in place, but unexpectedly, she found herself trapped in a wardrobe with Sirius, Filch's wardrobe, no less. This is a long tale to tell. Chapter 29, in the wardrobe. Initially, events unfolded smoothly. Lupin successfully diverted Filch's attention, and they transformed the area leading to the Slytherin dormitory into an illusion of water. Their rehearsals had honed their skills to perfection. Anyone observing would have believed that water had seeped through the floor. They merely needed to await the detestable Slytherins. But Araya had forgotten one crucial detail. They had returned to the future, where there was no Slytherin Quidditch team targeting them. Only Severus Snape. No wonder James was so eager for revenge. He still held a grudge from the last time he was transformed into an animal. Araya, in a moment of panic, caught sight of Snape's solitary figure around the corner, likely just returning from the library. James and the others had long calculated his return time and were waiting there. She needed to alert him. Ouch! She exclaimed, drawing the ireful glares of James and Sirius, who seemed to wish to slay Peter with their eyes. What are you doing, Peter? Sirius even resorted to a swift maneuver to clasp her throat and cover her mouth, but it was too late. Snape had already sensed the disturbance and, growing wary, drew his wand, casting light ahead. Who is there? Come out at once, or I shall inform the professors. Sirius exchanged a glance with James, and they silently agreed to alter their plan. Sirius dragged Peter away, intending to bide their time, while James donned the invisibility cloak, ready to see what he could accomplish. They could only hope Snape did not suspect the puddle of water and, like them, fall into the mire below. Then they would not require assistance, as James could launch dung bombs at them all on his own. But now, in their state of panic, Araya and Sirius had squeezed into a nearby empty room. Reminiscent of a long-abandoned classroom, a common sight in Hogwarts due to the low birth rate of wizards, particularly during the war years. Before Sirius could turn to Peter and admonish him not to step on his shoes, they discovered they were not alone in this room. A pair of upperclassmen Gryffindors were engrossed in a passionate kiss, blissfully unaware of the two intruders in the long-forgotten classroom. Though the bad news was their attire was somewhat disheveled. Araya's eyes widened in shock. Was this truly a free show? Sirius promptly grasped her head and shoved her into a nearby wardrobe, presumably one used for storing students' outerwear. Though they both managed to fit inside easily, the space was still quite cramped. In the darkness, Sirius's long legs intertwined with Peter's, his head resting firmly against Peter's chest. He could even feel Peter's fluffy head rubbing against his chin, tickling him uncomfortably. Sirius longed to conjure a spell to cast light, but he feared the rickety wardrobe might reveal their presence, leading to an embarrassing predicament. Araya felt the wardrobe was overly cramped. She shifted, only to receive a light rap on the head from Sirius. Ouch! She exclaimed, resigning herself to not worrying about whether Sirius was comfortable in the wardrobe. Prioritizing her own happiness instead, she simply lifted herself and sat upon him, which made their positions even more awkward, as she found herself perched on Sirius's flat abdomen. Sirius let out a muffled grunt, raising his hand to deliver a light smack to Peter's head for daring to be beneath her. Yet in the darkness, he felt something poking his stomach, realizing Peter was attempting to cast Lumos. Frantically, he reached to grab Peter's wand, but instead brushed against Araya's hand. The slick feel of her skin startled him, and he quickly withdrew his hand with a click of his tongue. At the unexpected touch of Sirius's icy hand, Araya gasped and involuntarily let out a yelp, prompting the pair of lovebirds outside the wardrobe to exclaim in fright, "Who is there? Come out. Don't be so dramatic, Sadie. Are you still thinking about your ex-girlfriend? Of course not, my darling. You are my true love. Let me not be a bore. Let me kiss you sensually." What followed was a string of enticing moans and whispers. Araya swore this would be the most embarrassing moment of her life, hiding in a wardrobe with Sirius while eavesdropping on others. It was utterly absurd. Yet, her curiosity got the better of her, and she couldn't help but peek through the cracks to see what skill the fellow possessed that elicited such loud reactions from the girl. However, in the next instant, Sirius lifted his robe, completely obstructing her line of sight, and extended his hands to cover her ears. Simultaneously, she could sense a chill emanating from him. Why was he angry? It wasn't as though his girlfriend was outside. Thus, Araya mimicked Sirius's actions, retaliating in kind by covering his mouth. The two engaged in a playful exchange within the confines of the small, enclosed space, causing them to break into a sweat, particularly Sirius, who suddenly noticed that Peter's palms had become considerably rougher, a stark contrast to the sensation he recalled from their last accidental brush. Logically, a kiss should be softer, shouldn't it? He even pouted to confirm his suspicion, and indeed, it was as he had imagined. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether he had been too harsh on Peter. Were his once soft, chubby little hands now to be reduced to sandpaper? A wave of guilt washed over Sirius's heart, and he resolved to treat Peter with greater kindness in the future. At the very least, he could ease up on the rigorous training, or perhaps even provide him with a potion to restore his hands to their former state. Araya, however, paid no heed to the peculiar musings swirling in Sirius's mind. Instead, she perceived him as increasingly bizarre for daring to kiss the palm of her hand. Not one to be easily intimidated, she steeled herself and, in a moment of defiance, licked Sirius's palm, only to recoil in disgust, realizing that he had not washed his hands after handling potions. The residual magical residue caused her to faint. Sirius was relieved that he had covered Peter's mouth, yet he was taken aback by the sudden act of licking his own palm. Feeling a heavy weight settle in his chest when Peter ceased to breathe, panic surged through him as he shook Peter vigorously, fear eclipsing everything else, causing him to forget their circumstances. "Peter, are you all right? Wake up, quickly." Without a second thought for anything else, Sirius hoisted Peter onto his back and sprinted toward the hospital wing, oblivious to the fact that his abrupt entrance nearly transformed a clandestine date into an eternal sisterhood. Chapter 30, Illness. The unconscious Araya had no recollection of how she arrived at the hospital wing. All she could remember was the oppressive heat of the confined space, the increasingly erratic heartbeat of the boy beside her, and his increasingly peculiar actions. She assumed she had fainted from lack of oxygen, yet in reality, she had succumbed to the poison of oleander. Fortunately, Sirius had reacted swiftly, otherwise, she would have had to start anew. During her unconsciousness, she experienced a bizarre dream, finding herself in a dimly lit room that felt inexplicably cold, filled with the mournful cries of unknown birds. The simple chamber was adorned with yellowed sheets. On the bed opposite her sat an extraordinarily handsome boy, though his features were indistinct in the dream. She had an intense awareness that he was strikingly beautiful and possessed a remarkable aura, glaring at her with a mixture of indifference and hostility. He parted his lips slightly, but Araya could not discern his words. In the next moment, a massive python lunged at her, startling her awake. Araya awoke from the dream, relieved to realize it had merely been a figment of her imagination. Otherwise, she might have been bitten to death. Although she quickly dismissed the dream, she would come to realize in the days to follow that she would frequently dream of that boy, and as time passed, the dreams grew increasingly vivid. At this moment, she slowly opened her eyes and heard a disdainful snort nearby. Turning her stiff neck in curiosity, she beheld Severus Snape, his neck immobilized by a splint and his legs suspended from the ceiling, looking quite pitiful. "I regret to disappoint you, but I am still alive," Snape remarked dryly. Although he understood that Peter would never have dared to betray him, he was certain he was merely a pawn in James's arrogant game. "You're injured? So severely?" Araya exclaimed, sitting up in shock. She had not anticipated Snape's injuries to be so grave, for she was certain that the spell he had encountered would only petrify a person, and James's antics merely involved dropping dung on him, necessitating a wash. How could it have led to such serious injuries? "Huh, spare me your feigned concern. As if you were unaware of the situation." Snape found himself inexplicably verbose with the timid Peter, perhaps because he subconsciously viewed him as a safe outlet for his frustrations. He could never burden Lily with his negative emotions, that would only lead her to perceive him as a useless complainer. As for Peter, he was always sullen, and even if Snape expressed something, Peter would never relay it accurately to James and the others, or communicate it in a way that would allow Snape to vent his anger. Araya understood why he was so incensed, but was still astonished at how Snape had sustained such severe injuries. She reached out to touch his raised foot, wanting to confirm that it was not an illusion, only to be met with his sharp rebuke, "Don't touch me." This, in turn, attracted Mrs. Pomfrey's attention. "Who permitted you to get out of bed?" Mrs. Pomfrey's authoritative roar sent Araya nearly jumping back onto the bed. Surely, she wasn't that weak, was she? "Merlin be praised, you finally awakened. You should be grateful that Mr. Black was swift, otherwise, your life could have been forfeit." Seeing that Peter was more compliant than the others, Mrs. Pomfrey lowered her voice, aware that she had expended considerable effort, even enlisting Professor Dumbledore, to remove those troublesome boys from the hospital wing. Heaven knows she had almost resorted to using spells on the students. Fortunately, Dumbledore had arrived just in time to escort away those on the verge of rebellion. Now, everyone was acutely aware of their inseparable brotherhood, even to a somewhat alarming degree. She had witnessed the mischief makers nearly brought to tears, or perhaps they had already cried, such as Remus. Only then did Araya realize she had not suffered from oxygen deprivation, but had narrowly escaped death. She also understood the reason behind Snape's dismal state. Like James's scheme, Snape had indeed fallen into their trap and had endured several dung bombs from James, leaving him unable to move in his attempts to evade them. James had departed with satisfaction, but Snape had unfortunately encountered Peeves. Peeves had suddenly begun hurling vases and other heavy objects, causing Snape to misalign his neck and legs in a desperate bid to avoid them. Thankfully, he had been discovered by Filch just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Upon hearing Mrs. Pomfrey's account, even Araya felt a pang of sympathy for Snape. It could only be said that the boy was exceedingly unfortunate, having been mistaken for a ghost by Peeves. Surely, that was a gross mischaracterization. She suspected Peeves had deliberately bullied him. And since James had fled swiftly, there was no direct evidence linking the puddle of water on the floor to him and his friends. Thus, the matter could only be settled with a reprimand from the Bloody Baron. In contrast, Sirius had earned points for Gryffindor for his gallant rescue of Peter, further fueling Snape's disdain for the four of them. At last, after Mrs. Pomfrey administered a foul potion to Araya, she finally had the opportunity to continue addressing Snape. Even though he had closed his eyes, appearing disinclined to engage with her, she aimed to alleviate the tension between the quartet and Snape. Not out of a sense of martyrdom, but because fostering a good relationship with Snape, a future minor antagonist, would undoubtedly benefit both Peter and herself. At the very least, it might save her life, Araya thought to herself, and so she endeavored once more to express her goodwill. Cough, cough. As soon as James approached, Snape's vigilant gaze, akin to that of a watchful owl, narrowed in warning, urging her to alter her phrasing. I am aware that our retaliation has caused you harm. But do not forget that, because of your actions, they all ended up in the infirmary, transformed into pets. We merely returned the favor. Although Araya found their transformation into adorable little pets quite endearing, she had to maintain a facade of solidarity with the quartet and not reveal her true feelings. TCH. Snape scoffed disdainfully. He would never be foolish enough to admit his involvement, yet he couldn't shake the memory of the incident. A wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What does that have to do with me? Their misfortunes are their own doing. Have the audacity to repeat that? Suddenly, from the shadows emerged a dark-haired figure, leaping onto Snape's back and delivering a hefty punch. Chapter 31, A Visit. Have the audacity to say that again. The person was none other than the returning Sirius Black, who, out of genuine concern for Peter, had donned an invisibility cloak after a heart-to-heart with Dumbledore and stealthily made his way back to the infirmary. The good news was that Peter had indeed awakened, albeit still bearing that foolish expression, mistakenly believing he was merely suffering from oxygen deprivation. Though Sirius was unaware of what oxygen was, he could surmise Peter's convoluted reasoning. He intended to have a few words with him, but was at a loss for how to begin, as his primary purpose was to apologize. During class, James had hurried him so much that he had forgotten about the deadly poison on his hands, nearly costing Peter his life. However, who was to blame for licking his own hand? Yet, upon reflection, it was he who had instigated the situation. Shaking his head to dispel strange thoughts, he had just managed to evade Mrs. Pomfrey when he noticed Peter, that scoundrel, had taken it upon himself to provoke the snotty nuisance. Sirius felt a swell of pride. His efforts in caring for Peter had not been in vain. But when he witnessed the snotty nuisance belittling Peter, the usually discreet Sirius could no longer contain himself and impulsively charged out, delivering a punch to Snape. Oh my gosh! Araya exclaimed. When had Sirius appeared? Had he discerned her inclination to betray her allies? Regardless, she rushed forward to grasp Sirius's fist, preventing Snape from being further pummeled. Of course, Snape would not remain passive. He was no longer trapped in the swamps. Swiftly, he drew his wand from beside the pillow and cast a spell, its force sending both Sirius and Araya crashing to the floor. Unfortunately, Araya, who had been positioned behind Sirius, became an unwitting cushion, losing consciousness once more. Peter. Hey! Snape had not anticipated Peter's fragility. He had no intention of attacking him. The commotion drew Mrs. Pomfrey's attention again, and she witnessed the chaotic scene, an anxious Sirius Black, Peter sprawled on the ground, and Snape with a swollen face, causing her head to throb in frustration. She knew she should never have allowed them to occupy the same space. Get out. Visiting hours are over. Mrs. Pomfrey began to usher Sirius away once more, but this time, he brandished his wand like an enraged wolf, ready to duel Snape. I want him to pay the price. He can barely walk. Hurry back to your dormitory and get some sleep. Peter will be just fine. I guarantee he'll be lively by morning. Mrs. Pomfrey stood resolutely, blocking Sirius's furious glare. This matter is far from settled. Sirius shot a glance back at Peter, lying on the bed, then turned to confer with James about their next plan for revenge. That should be my line, Snape mused, also gazing at the unfortunate boy on the bed. Indeed, he bore no hatred towards him, but neither did he particularly care for him. The following morning, Araya was roused by the sound of a girl weeping, and she startled awake, wondering if she had passed away and someone was mourning her. She could hardly recall any female friends, except perhaps a vague connection with Mrs. Loris, that cat. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a mane of vibrant red hair, Lily Evans, weeping before Snape. It was the kind of heartfelt sobbing that tugged at one's heartstrings, indicating genuine concern. Araya felt an eye roll coming on. Snape's lips were likely twitching with the effort to suppress a grin, being so pitied by his goddess. Yet Snape seemed to focus intently on her for a moment, though he quickly averted his gaze, drawing the bed curtains with a firmness that hinted at his irritation. TCH, what is so special about this? She appears to relish it. Besides, what is there to hide? Am I in danger of losing Lily Evans to her? Meanwhile, James and the others, who had tossed and turned throughout the night, made their entrance. Although Sirius had returned with news of Peter's recovery, they still felt uneasy and arrived early, even before Mrs. Pomfrey had risen. Let me see if my good brother is all right. James's voice boomed before he even appeared, leaving Araya astonished. Why was he so loud? Was it the protagonists or at play? James bounced onto Araya's bed, but before he could settle down, Sirius yanked him back. Don't bump into him again. He is as fragile as an eggshell. Recalling Sirius's earlier humorous remarks, James realized that Peter truly needed to toughen up. He couldn't afford to faint from a mere touch. It was too ridiculous. Thus, with heartfelt sincerity, James gently patted Araya on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother. I'll help you improve your physique. Araya felt a wave of pressure as if her shoulder bore a 1,000-pound weight. Hadn't Sirius already been tough enough on her? Or perhaps it was simply that she was too fatigued, making her prone to fainting? Peter, you must be starving. I'll fetch you a sandwich and a roast chicken leg. Remus produced a large greasy paper bag from his pocket, the aroma wafting enticingly, causing Araya to look at him with gratitude and admiration, prompting him to scratch his head bashfully. Just a little something for Peter. The atmosphere among them was warm and cheerful, yet from the other side of the curtain came the sound of a girl weeping, which irritated James. He yelled through the curtain, crying again? I knew it. My brother nearly kicked the bucket, and I didn't weep. Why are you crying, Lily? James had been so brazen. But upon lifting the curtain, he found himself in a most awkward predicament, having yelled at Lily. Her wild hair, which had seemed fierce, now appeared subdued as she stammered. I wasn't talking about you. I meant that little guy, Peter, who is always crying. Stop weeping. I didn't realize you were such a heartless person, Potter. So cold-blooded. Lily sobbed as she yanked the curtain shut again, unwilling to see them. James, in a fluster, scratched the back of his head, his hair becoming even more disheveled. He glanced nervously between the curtain and his friends, unsure of what to think. However, Araya witnessed the entire transformation of James's expression and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Truly, he was a hopeless admirer. Hilarious. Peter, you rascal, you're laughing. Who do you think I'm doing this for? An indignant James clamped his arm around Peter's neck, teasingly pinching his nose, and Sirius joined in, wrapping his arms around Peter protectively. Be careful, James. You might knock him out. I can't breathe. Remus, save me. Araya genuinely couldn't fathom the boy's delight in such a heap of bodies. Didn't they find it stifling? I'm coming, Peter. And so, Remus joined in. Though he wasn't able to assist Peter much, the four of them were neatly piled together. Chapter 32. Crisis. Once Araya emerged from the medical wing, James commenced her training with a rigor befitting his standards. Surprisingly, Sirius appeared to have developed a pang of conscience, often covertly easing her burdens and even seemingly gifting her something akin to hand cream. Nevertheless, in the face of James's unyielding discipline, Sirius's leniency proved merely a drop in the ocean. Araya began to suspect that her earlier jesting about James being a sycophant had been too overt, inciting him to push her to such extremes. However, they had forgotten a particularly crucial matter amid their relentless pursuits of vengeance following their time travel. The discrepancy in timing led everyone to overlook the full moon. Even Remus himself miscalculated the date, believing they had returned on the same day they left, when in truth, it had been over a day apart. Thus, that evening, while they were practicing Quidditch near the Black Lake, an unprecedentedly perilous event unfolded. Araya had long grown accustomed to foregoing her homework and meals after classes, hastily changing into muddy attire at the edge of the forbidden forest by the Black Lake, where she retrieved her concealed broomstick for Quidditch training. She even relinquished her bangs, embracing a hairstyle designed by James that involved a stylish little ponytail, for otherwise, her sweat would render her bangs a potential hazard. Furthermore, there was a likelihood of being struck by the bludger thrown by James himself. Sometimes he would personally supervise her training, while on other occasions, when Lily joined the Quidditch pitch, he would delegate the oversight to Sirius and observe the opposition instead. Consequently, Sirius would secretly ease her training. The balls he sent her way were considerably slower than those from James, allowing Araya to return them effortlessly. Yet, over time, it remained a challenge for her. Fortunately, Remus was there to accompany her, soaring beside her to assist with any stray balls she might miss. However, Araya felt a surge of frustration as she realized that this training was far too easy for them. Sirius could catch her return balls with minimal effort, merely leaning against the tree trunk while gliding back and forth along the lakeshore. His actions inevitably drew the attention of various girls, which made Sirius's expression increasingly grave. Among them was a young, handsome lad. Wait, something felt off. There was a resemblance to Sirius. If Sirius bore an innate stubbornness and a hint of melancholy, this younger boy exuded the charm of a well-mannered, smiling little prince. At last, under the gaze of this young prince, Sirius, in a fit of irritation, flung the ball towards him, startling him into a narrow escape. Realizing he had been spotted, the boy stepped forward, exclaiming, "Brother, mother is very worried about you." Brother? Araya suddenly recalled that Sirius had an unfortunate younger brother, Regulus Black, the hero who willingly met his demise for justice at the tender age of 19. "Don't call me brother." Sirius erupted in a sudden outburst, his emotions surging, before he noticed he had startled the timid Peter. He quickly tempered his demeanor, saying, "I'm going to check on James, you all continue." Seizing the opportunity while Sirius was away, Araya discreetly observed Regulus, who appeared to be on the verge of tears. It was evident that he idolized his brother and yearned to mend their relationship, yet fate had decreed they were destined to be on opposing sides. Reflecting on this, Araya considered that Regulus, burdened with the honor and disgrace of the Black family, was indeed not inferior to Sirius. "Let us take a break," Remus suggested, putting away his bat and moving closer. In that moment, he transformed into a vision of angelic serenity in Araya's eyes. It was simply delightful. She could finally rest. And with Sirius's departure, most of the noisy girls dispersed, granting her a much-needed reprieve. It seemed Remus and Peter indeed had no admirers. This was fortuitous, as it allowed her to indulge in a well-deserved break. Not just slack off. And so Remus led her to Hagrid's hut. This place served as another base for them. Many significant meetings had been held here before they discovered their secret hideout, as it was free from eavesdropping ghosts or portraits. However, Hagrid's overwhelming hospitality often involved inviting them to partake in his homemade rock cakes, which they could hardly endure, alongside the occasional appearance of some perilous yet endearing creatures, thus preventing them from lingering too long at Hagrid's abode. Yet this time, it seemed Hagrid was not home. The young Hagrid appeared far more handsome than Araya remembered, lacking the disheveled beard of her recollections. His towering stature transformed his small hut into a giant's castle. Araya admired his large bed, imagining it must be the most comfortable place to rest. A massive cauldron simmered with a bone broth, its deep brown hue dissuading any curious speculation about its contents. Exhausted, she sank onto Hagrid's plush bed, her body succumbing to fatigue. Remus, noticing her weariness, suggested, "If you're tired, why not take a short nap?" "I don't think Hagrid would mind. He invited me last time." "That sounds wonderful," Araya thought as she nestled into the thick fur blankets, while Remus gently draped an additional heavy fur cover over her and settled into a chair with a book. Whether it was the mysterious meat broth simmering in Hagrid's hut, or simply the pleasant ambience conducive to slumber, Remus soon succumbed to drowsiness, resting his head upon the table. It was not until midnight that Sirius and James arrived, under the impression that the two had sneaked off to Hogwarts for an adventure, only to find them peacefully asleep in Hagrid's hut. Upon opening the door, the rich aroma of the meat broth wafted out, though not particularly pleasant. It was familiar, reminiscent of a certain sleeping potion. Sirius immediately pinched his nose and bolted outside, flinging open the windows, while he unearthed Peter from the thick pile of furs and hoisted him over his shoulder. James assisted Remus in standing, rallying his strength to drag him towards the door. "What are you two, out of your minds?" James exclaimed, scolding them before embracing his brother in relief, thankful that they were safe. He worried incessantly about his comrades, especially since Peter had once been poisoned by oleander, leaving him with lingering effects. Araya, slowly awakening, instinctively inhaled deeply, expressing a sigh that rendered everyone speechless. It seemed Peter was genuinely exhausted. Cough, cough, cough. "If you're tired, hurry back to sleep." James awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing perhaps he had overexerted himself during training. Upon closer inspection, it appeared Peter had lost considerable weight. Had it been that taxing? "Sorry for worrying you," Remus mumbled as he stirred awake, though still appeared drained of energy. "Nothing to apologize for. That's what brothers are for." James thought to pat his shoulder, but feared it might topple him, so he merely steadied him, cheering them on as they prepared to head back to the dormitory. Yet, as they made their way back to the castle, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The heavy clouds parted under the influence of a sinister wind, revealing the luminous moon of the night, shining like a jade plate upon all. Yet, only Remus's eyes reflected a glimmer of dread. Chapter 33. Transformation. Remus exhibited an indescribable fear, a visceral panic that prompted him to shove James away from him. Using the force to propel himself backward, his lips murmured a frantic mantra, "Get away from here. Stay away from me. Quickly, leave this place, stay away." With his legs still numb, Remus could only rely on his extraordinary willpower and upper body strength, crawling towards the forbidden forest. However, James certainly would not allow him to remain in such a disheveled state. He crouched down to assist Lupin, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing, Remus? Get up quickly. We need to return and rest. Otherwise, that fool Peter will faint again." Indeed, Remus, have you lost your senses? Sirius added, as he prepared to lend a hand by hoisting Peter onto his back. Only Araya glanced up at the full moon above, her heart sinking with dread. Oh no, how could today be a full moon? Lupin is going to transform into a werewolf. Is my life in jeopardy? He seems rather unwell. We must hurry to summon Dumbledore. Araya desperately wanted to scream at them that he is a werewolf and they should run for their lives. But she could not. She was Peter and not Hermione Granger, incapable of uncovering Lupin's secret. Thus, her actions went unnoticed by James and Sirius, who merely assumed that Peter was also somewhat dazed. Sirius gathered Araya's outstretched hand behind him, saying, I understand, you two are a bit muddled. We will take Remus back and get some sleep. I am perfectly lucid. Put me down. Araya protested, seeing their reckless demeanor, and thus decided to flee on her own, though her legs felt weak and heavy, rendering her unable to run swiftly. I will seek out Dumbledore for assistance. Sirius quickly turned to support her, and in that moment, Araya caught sight of Lupin, hunched over on the ground, groaning in pain as he gradually transformed from a boy into a towering beast over 2 meters tall. The creature indeed possessed the visage of a wolf, yet its body and limbs leaned more towards humanity, with eyes gleaming a ghostly green in the night, and its sharp claws swiped through the air, severing James's hood. Fortunately, James reacted quickly, otherwise, it could have been his neck that was severed. Run. This is bad. Sirius was taken aback by Lupin's transformation, yet instinctively shielded Peter. And by the time he processed the situation, he had acted impulsively, throwing Peter over his shoulder and sprinting away from the Forbidden Forest. James cleverly separated from them, heading in the direction of the castle. I'll fetch help. You hold your ground. James regretted not heeding Peter's earlier warning. If he had only left a moment sooner, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. Luckily, he found a concealed broomstick and swiftly soared toward Dumbledore's office. The werewolf, for some reason, seemed particularly intrigued by Araya, who was slung over Sirius's shoulder, but fortunately, Lupin was still in a state of confusion, moving at a sluggish pace, allowing Sirius to evade capture, which was why James felt secure enough to leave. Faster, he's gaining on us. Araya, precariously perched on Sirius's shoulder, was far from comfortable. It felt as though her stomach might burst. Thankfully, she had not eaten much that evening, or she would surely have lost her meal. Yet, she dared not request to be put down, gripped by the illusion that stopping would mean being caught and devoured. Despite the urgency of their situation, Sirius maintained a remarkably good disposition, still possessing the energy to bicker with Araya, even though his stamina was nearly depleted. Next time, you should carry me. Now be quiet. Sirius was perplexed as to why he felt compelled to carry Peter. He harbored an instinctual belief that if he let him down, the werewolf would undoubtedly consume him. Surprisingly, in this life and death moment, he truly demonstrated such loyalty. Once we survive this, you had better eat less. I've already lost so much weight. Araya attempted to hinder the werewolf's advance with a few spells, but alas, she could not discern the creature's precise location. Her magic only managed to delay Lupin by a few seconds, merely obstructing him with branches and trunks. Don't move. You're going to fall. Sirius gritted his teeth as he repositioned Peter, who was nearly slipping off his shoulder, which left him gasping for breath. All right, I hope Remus can regain control soon. Sirius fell into silence, pondering the revelation of Lupin's secret, realizing that his past must have been fraught with suffering. Most importantly, he had not confided this secret to his friends, indicating that he did not regard them as true companions. When this is all over, I will certainly give him a piece of my mind. Sirius remained optimistic that James would soon come to their rescue, while Araya was preoccupied with thoughts of whether she would survive the encounter. Just as the howling intensified and the werewolf drew nearer, an arrow pierced the night, striking the creature in its right arm. The werewolf let out a howl of agony. Quick, take cover. What are you all doing here? Hagrid, draped in a fur cloak and wielding a massive bow, gestured for them to hide behind him. It's a long story. Hagrid, you are my savior. The moment Araya laid eyes on Hagrid, her heart, which had nearly leaped from her chest, settled back into place. She was elated to have a few more days to live. Thank you, Hagrid. After securely placing Araya on the ground, Sirius collapsed, only then realizing his legs had gone numb, unsure if it was due to fear or the exhaustion from running. Leaning against the roots of a tree, he stretched out one leg, scrutinizing Peter to ensure he had not been harmed by the werewolf. He could not bear the thought of Peter also becoming a werewolf. Don't worry, I just happen to have a potion to repel werewolves. Hagrid reliably drove the werewolf away, hoisting Sirius and carrying Araya on his back as they swiftly exited the Forbidden Forest, just as they encountered James arriving with Dumbledore. As they emerged from the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid explained that his pet had been restless lately, prompting him to brew a potion to aid its sleep, but he had forgotten a crucial ingredient midway through, leading him to the Forbidden Forest in search of it. They all tacitly agreed not to address the matter of Lupin being a werewolf, aware that it was a secret that needed to be kept. Upon seeing them, Dumbledore did not scold them for their nighttime escapades or rule-breaking. Instead, he embraced each of them, saying, "You all did well. Leave the rest to me and the professors. It would be best to drink some warm milk before bed. He will return by morning, as he always does." Under Dumbledore's comforting words, Araya followed Sirius and the others back to their dormitory. But James and Sirius remained deep in thought, sitting silently at the edge of their beds, likely still contemplating how to console Lupin the next day. Uncertain if he would be all right. This predicament left Araya in a bind. If they did not sleep, how could she take a bath? Chapter 34, Insecurity. Araya felt quite reassured regarding Lupin's safety, for in the original story, he lived longer than the rest of them, capable of protecting Harry Potter. Thus, she fell into a deep slumber, while the two sentinels remained restless, watching Peter sleep peacefully, cursing him for his lack of awareness. Yet when it came time to wake Peter, they hesitated, feeling a pang of sympathy. Such a timid soul must have been terrified, having barely escaped from the clutches of death. And now his mind was muddled by Hagrid's potion. Perhaps it was best to let him sleep. Sirius even found himself repeatedly approaching Peter's bed, gently checking his breath with a finger, reassured only when he confirmed that Peter was still alive before returning to his own bed to converse quietly with James. "Though Lupin may be a werewolf, he will always be my brother," James suddenly declared, prompting Sirius to wish he could thump him on the head. "Of course, he will always be our brother. Now, the questions of the past are effortlessly resolved. Why does Lupin vanish for a day each month? Why does he always appear so frail and disheveled after the full moon?" It turns out that, unbeknownst to them, Lupin has borne countless nights of torment all alone. Ultimately, the two are determined to safeguard this secret. Even if Dumbledore were to inquire, they would remain silent to ensure Remus can stay at Hogwarts until graduation. Tomorrow morning, they must inform Peter to prevent him from inadvertently revealing anything. The following morning, they indeed encountered the weakened Lupin, whose arm was wrapped in bandages, likely a remnant of the injuries he sustained while saving them the previous night. In truth, Lupin had awakened long ago but feigned sleep, gripped by a profound dread as he awaited his companion's arrival. Countless scenarios of their disdain and fear towards him haunted his mind, even curled beneath the covers. He felt an icy chill in his limbs, terrified that without these friends, his life would plunge into darkness, and he may never encounter such remarkable companions again. The more he pondered, the heavier Lupin's heart felt, tears uncontrollably spilling from the corners of his eyes. Yet he could not move, could not reach out to wipe them away, for he lacked the courage to face the friends he had nearly put in peril. Was Lupin crying? He must be in immense pain. James, too, seemed on the verge of tears, his eyes glistening. Araya, aware of his emotional depth, was taken aback by its richness. She held out her handkerchief, uncertain whether to offer it to James first or to wipe away Lupin's tears. Ultimately, James wiped his face with his sleeve, exclaiming, "What? I just got sand in my eyes. It's merely discomforting." All right, Araya thought, ignoring James as she gently dabbed at Lupin's tears. "Why do they seem to multiply? Please don't cry, Remus. We hold no grievances against you. We are still good friends." Eventually, Lupin could no longer contain himself, turning over and pulling the blanket over his head, muffledly uttering, "I understand. You are all too kind. I do not deserve to be your friend. Please, let me be alone for a moment." Lupin was ensnared in a vicious cycle of despair, and despite James's persistent tugging at his blanket, he could not be coaxed from his cocoon. At that moment, Lupin should have been quite weak. Where did he find such strength? Araya, feeling a pang of sympathy for the obstinate Lupin, grasped James's hand to halt his attempts. "Let him calm down. Dumbledore will guide him." "Yes, I shall seek out Dumbledore. Let us go." James suddenly felt a flicker of hope, as if Dumbledore could resolve any predicament. After taking a few steps, he turned back and patted Peter's shoulder, adding, "By the way, Peter, you seem to be catching on." Though they allowed Lupin time, he appeared uncertain about how to reconcile with them, maintaining distance from the trio over the subsequent days. He was always the last to return to the dormitory, either hiding in a quiet corner of the library or reading alone by the Black Lake. This predicament proved burdensome for Araya, as her only partner became Snape. Particularly during potions, where he excelled, she found herself consistently outmatched by him, as he effortlessly unearthed her mistakes. "If you had paid attention in class, you would know that daffodil powder should be added in small increments," Snape quipped. "Perhaps Mr. Pettigrew is not attempting to brew potions, but is merely hungry and wishes to sample a few more bites." He continued, "If you stir it a bit more, congratulations. You may procure a new cauldron. In the best-case scenario, I could avoid partnering with you altogether." Snape himself could not fathom why he found such amusement in provoking Peter. Perhaps because her frustrated expression entertained him, Or perhaps because her unique retorts gave him the thrill of a worthy opponent. Do you think I am an AI robot? Why must everything be so precise? You assume I am unaware of whom you wish to partner with? How unfortunate. They have a best friend. Did you think everyone, like you, has but a single companion? Araya's retorts had grown increasingly articulate, for she dared not provoke Snape, lest she risk failing potions class. Due to Snape's exceptional abilities, Professor Horn frequently summoned him to assist with grading assignments, rewarding him with some compensation. Conversely, the quartet's assignments hovered perilously near the passing mark. As anticipated, this remark pricked Snape's pride, prompting him to jab back at Peter with words he deemed cutting. Yes, you have friends, but alas, your little group is about to disband. Snape smirked, snatching the stirring rod from Araya's grasp, deciding to complete the next steps himself. He anticipated breaking her composure, but his hopes were dashed. Araya understood that Peter was not truly dismissive. She was confident that their bonds would not fray, but rather strengthen, especially as they would soon practice their animagus transformations together. How could they possibly part ways? Thus, she paid no heed to Snape's jibes, cheerfully exclaiming, "No worries. Thanks. Snape, my assignment depends on you." With enthusiasm, Araya patted Snape on the shoulder, causing him to recoil as if struck by a contagion. He quickly withdrew his arm, patting his shoulder as though to rid himself of her touch, employing a few cleaning charms in the process. "And don't touch me. Honestly, why do you keep your hair so impeccably clean?" Araya crossed her arms, only to be met with Snape's piercing glare. Thankfully, she was accustomed to it, gathering her belongings and scuttling away. Just as she thought she would successfully skip class, she collided with a dark-haired boy at the entrance. Chapter 35, Conspiracy? Araya was surprised by her uncanny connection with the dark-haired boy, and this time, she sent him sprawling to the ground. "Oh, my apologies." The aristocratic youth politely rose, bowing slightly. Yet, a hint of arrogance lingered on his face, a defiance towards Peter that Araya keenly observed despite his attempts to conceal it. "What brings you here?" Clearly, the child raised by the Black family bore the hallmark of their upbringing. Even if he resembled Sirius, he still possessed that inherent Slytherin haughtiness, albeit perhaps not as malicious within. "I have business with you." His tone softened, yet still bore an edge of impatience to Alaya's ears. "Is that your tone for requesting assistance?" Araya drew upon her experiences from her international school, where the children of affluent families were no strangers to manipulation. Regulus hesitated, recalling Peter as his brother's timid shadow. When had he developed such an aura? Upon closer inspection, his androgynous features seemed to exude a certain charm. When had he transformed? Regulus attempted to adopt a firm demeanor, hoping to intimidate Araya into facilitating contact with his brother, but it appeared that his plan was faltering. "Speak. What do you wish to do?" Regulus's tone had noticeably softened. I wish to do nothing," Araya replied, eager to return to her dormitory for some much-needed rest. Otherwise, she would be dragged into an endless discussion with Sirius and James about how to help Lupin reintegrate into their circle, or how to assist James in earning Lily's forgiveness. She had yet to recover from training. Regulus, perplexed by Peter's indifference, wondered why he seemed utterly unconcerned for his brother. Were they not friends? This Peter was a mystery to Regulus. Regulus took a few steps forward and seized Peter's hand, prompting Peter to react violently as he began to struggle. To Regulus's surprise, despite Peter's seemingly diminutive stature, he possessed an unexpected raw strength that sent Regulus's hand crashing against the wall. Araya, too, was taken aback. After facing those sturdy lads daily and engaging in their roughhousing, she had gradually honed her own strength. Yet, Regulus, with the stereotypical demeanor of a noble youth, pale, frail, and emaciated, was hardly a match for her. She should have anticipated that he would be easily thrust aside when he had previously attempted to confront her. However, Regulus was remarkably obstinate. With so many alternatives at his disposal, why did he choose to take such perilous risks, ultimately becoming a damp corpse left there to guard the Horcrux? Just like Sirius, he was as stubborn as they come. Once again, Regulus obstructed Araya's path, gripping the shoulder of her uniform. "Is this how you Black family members make friends? Quite an unusual method, I must say." Suddenly, young Barty Crouch emerged from nowhere, pressing a hand onto Regulus's shoulder with an intimidating presence, his gaze fixed on Regulus, a mocking smirk playing at his lips that made Regulus feel as though he had been caught bullying Peter. Regulus, instinctively releasing Peter's clothing, could only muster a single utterance. "I need to speak with him." In his moment of fluster, Barty Crouch maintained his grip on Regulus, but forcefully shoved him against the wall, his tone surprisingly gentle, almost lamenting, "What a pity, I wanted to learn a thing or two from the esteemed Black." He then gave Regulus a light pat on the non-existent dust on his shoulder, dismissing him. "I'll come to find you next time, Peter. Farewell, Black." Barty flashed a row of neat teeth, exuding a roguish charm. Araya found herself captivated by the scene. The brooding youth had pushed the older student against the wall, creating an oddly beautiful tableau, as if they were both ensconced beneath a trellis of white roses, leaving her momentarily transfixed. However, when Barty cleared his throat and flashed that mischievous grin in her direction, she quickly masked her smile, becoming wary. How peculiar that this little creep had come to her aid. Surely, there must be some ulterior motive. How shall Peter express his gratitude to me? Barty pressed Araya against the wall, and unfortunately for her, she was significantly shorter than him, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Thank you? Araya's face flushed crimson once more. She wished to escape the air he exhaled. Couldn't he just move his face a bit? This was far too intimate. This boy remained as unsettling as ever. What else? Barty leaned in closer, his deep-set eyes glimmering with mischief and mockery. What else? Araya was utterly bewildered. When had she ever owed this little creep anything? Barty found Peter's evident foolishness amusing, likening him to a hamster. He felt an urge to pinch Peter's cheeks and ruffle them, and he indeed did so. Do you think it was merely chance that someone rescued you from the werewolf? How do you know that? Araya gasped, her eyes widening in shock as Barty's grip tightened, showcasing a remarkable tactile sensation. Or did you think it was someone else who allowed that werewolf to enter the school? Was it you? Araya pointed at Barty, whose expression shifted between exasperation and amusement, swatting her hand away. Foolish. It was my father. Araya suddenly recalled that Barty's father, old Barty Crouch, was a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic, soon to be the Minister of Magic, currently serving as the Minister of Education. It was entirely reasonable for him to advise his only son to steer clear of Lupin, given his doting nature. But why would he claim to have saved them? As it turned out, Hagrid brewed potions for his pets because Barty would visit nightly to play with them, and the improved potion recipes were provided by Barty himself. Without his secret formula, the unpoisoned werewolf would have likely devoured them all. Of course, Barty would not divulge that his actions had triggered a chain reaction. He merely said, "Do you think Potter found Dumbledore on his own?" He spoke the truth. While Araya and Lupin were unconscious, he had already gone to Dumbledore to sound the alarm. However, he had no intention of exposing his nocturnal escapades or leaving any trace behind. He merely opened a window for Dumbledore to discover them, albeit arriving a moment too late. Chapter 36. Disappearance. So, what's your ulterior motive in saving us? Araya recognized that Barty would not simply act out of goodwill, so she strained against his hold, slipping beneath his arm and running towards the dormitory without a backward glance. Barty watched her dart away, intrigued. Her escape resembled that of a little hamster. He wondered if confining her in a running wheel would be amusing. Once Araya was certain Barty had not followed her, she sighed in relief, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. If she found herself in peril, Lupin would undoubtedly come to her rescue, allowing them to forge an emotional bond through shared struggle. This way, there would be no awkwardness, and with Lupin saving them, she would not feel guilty about nearly endangering her friend. It was, without a doubt, a splendid notion. Araya immediately yearned to share this idea with James and the others, but she was troubled. How could she put herself in danger without it being genuinely perilous? The answer seemed to materialize before her. Only one person could unite them against a common foe, Severus Snape. She merely needed to enlist Snape's assistance for a little theatrical performance. However, asking Snape to help stage a ruse? That sounded a bit fantastical. Perhaps telling James would lead him to exclaim, "Do we need to act to battle the Boggart?" And before she knew it, it could escalate into a genuine brawl, completely defeating her purpose. She certainly did not want to offend the future master of potions. With a furrowed brow, Araya encountered Lupin on his way back to the dormitory. He appeared somewhat averse to making eye contact with her. "You're back." He left behind a remark, grabbing his textbooks and rushing out as if she were a flood or a beast. Araya felt equally helpless. She needed to resolve Lupin's awkwardness swiftly, especially with finals looming. If he continued in this manner, she might have to enlist someone to help her cheat. Snape, perhaps? Of course. James and Sirius were quite capable too, but when it came to cheating, she felt they were unreliable. It was likely they would concoct a scenario where, "I'll do your work if you swap test papers with me." Yet, despite her efforts, she found no opportunity to encounter danger until after the exams were over. Conversely, James and Sirius had been to the hospital wings several times due to Quidditch matches, while Lupin merely delivered flowers before departing, missing the games entirely. After the exams, the trio sat in the Hogwarts Express, feeling a sense of loss. The usual laughter and cheer were absent, as the void left by one person diminished their joy significantly. Sirius, seated across from Araya, wore a heavy expression, clearly reluctant to return home. He wished to remain with his friends. James, too, bore a grave demeanor, overshadowed by sorrow. Without Lupin and his brothers, along with Lily Evans, his holiday promised to be particularly dull. "You will write to me, won't you, Sirius, Peter?" James lay despondently on the table, gazing listlessly out the window. If he were to receive no correspondence from his friends, his loneliness would deepen. Yet, he resolved to attempt a reply, despite Sirius's flippant words. He wondered if that overbearing mother of his would permit him to respond. At King's Cross Station, Araya bid farewell to her two friends as they boarded Mrs. Pettigrew's car, a woman of remarkable warmth. Upon noticing her considerable weight loss, Araya was overwhelmed with tears. Fearing that Peter must have fallen gravely ill, she felt a pang of sorrow, unsure of how to convey to her beloved that her son had transitioned into a daughter. Nevertheless, she reveled in the affection of an ordinary mother, and it was no wonder that despite Peter's treachery, he had bestowed both rewards and accolades upon her, proving himself a dutiful son. In the cozy little abode, Araya spent tranquil days, relishing Mrs. Pettigrew's nourishing meals while awaiting replies from Sirius and James. Unexpectedly, an encouraging letter arrived from young Barty Crouch, inquiring whether she was aware of Sirius Black's departure from home. The elegant script was difficult to reconcile with that of a mere boy. Sirius had run away. Araya recalled the incident with certainty. Soon after, Sirius had completely severed ties with the Black family. Before long, a letter from the ancestral home of the Blacks confirmed Barty's claims. Sirius had indeed left, and the entire Black family, along with the broader pureblood community, was in search of him. After all, many prominent families were interconnected through marriage. But how was Barty so well informed? Araya hastily penned letters to both James and Sirius, even including Barty, as she had an inkling that he might possess some insight. However, apart from Barty's swift reply urging her to come to his house for more information, the rest of her letters vanished into silence. This left Araya quite anxious. Was it possible that Sirius had sought out Lupin? Yet, it was Lupin who arrived at her doorstep. When he came by, Araya was engrossed in researching a locating spell. Although the Pettigrew home was quite ordinary, it still housed some ancient tomes, from which she had unearthed the wands of Peter's ancestors. Hearing Mrs. Pettigrew call softly from downstairs, "Dear, your classmate has come to play," Araya, excitedly assuming it was Sirius, dashed down only to find a visibly distressed Lupin. He appeared to have forgotten the previous rift between himself and Sirius, eagerly greeting Mrs. Pettigrew before pulling Araya upstairs. "You know, Peter, Sirius is missing. He may be in danger. We need to find him." Lupin's words came forth in a rapid-fire manner, his urgency a rare sight. "I know, Remus." Araya indicated the open books on the table, and Lupin's expression reflected understanding. With a serious demeanor, he grasped Peter's shoulder. "We need to find James. He will surely know what to do." As for why Lupin hadn't sought out James first, it was because he always felt that Peter stood as a barrier between them. For the most part, he attended classes and completed assignments alongside Peter, and many of his conversations with James revolved around Peter. There was no question of his affection for James, yet Peter was often his first confidant in times of trouble. "Why not finish dinner before we leave?" Araya understood that they were in a narrative moment, so she was not overly concerned about Sirius's safety. Mrs. Pettigrew had just prepared fried pork chops, and she was eager to eat. Lupin looked at Peter incredulously, as if to say, "You still have an appetite for dinner?" But feeling it would be unkind, he swallowed his words and uneasily finished his meal. After dinner, due to Mrs. Pettigrew's hospitality, they were compelled to stay another night, causing Lupin to toss and turn restlessly, even disturbing Araya, who usually enjoyed a sound sleep. "Should I sleep on the sofa?" Araya finally couldn't bear it any longer. "No need." Lupin declined, just as he was about to rise and make his way to the sofa when a tapping sound echoed from Araya's window. Lupin, alert, grasped a nearby metal lamp stand and approached cautiously. Sirius and James. To his astonishment, the two missing boys were riding upon a flying carpet, waving enthusiastically at them. "James, Sirius, you're both here?" Araya, hearing Lupin's exclamation, rushed to the window, flinging it open to allow the boys inside. More importantly, her gaze was fixed on the flying carpet that had accompanied them. "Does this really fly?" Araya curiously touched the edge of the rolled-up carpet, still feeling as though she were dreaming. She had truly fallen into a state of decadence, now dreaming of adventures with the quartet. She feared she was beyond saving. "Of course, Peter, have you never heard of a Persian carpet? In the Middle East, they prefer to travel by carpet rather than broomsticks," James proclaimed proudly, unfurling the carpet for them to see. Sirius, seemingly unfazed, held the other end of the carpet. While it was certainly slower than a broom, it offered the advantage of a place to rest. Rest? Like in a spacious tent? Araya recalled the Quidditch World Cup in the original story, where from the outside, nothing seemed extraordinary, but within lay a wondrous structure of 5 rooms and 2 halls. Theoretically, yes, though it can be a bit cramped. "By the way, did you miss me?" James, avoiding thoughts of the consequences of sneaking away with Sirius, realized that he could not allow his brother to wander alone outside. "Of course. We were just about to seek you out." Araya suddenly remembered their initial intent, and it appeared that Sirius was bearing no signs of distress. He opened his arms wide as if embracing freedom, declaring loudly, "Me? I'm absolutely fine. I have officially severed ties with the Black family. I shall never return. From now on, you are all I have, mates." As he finished, Sirius tightened his grip around Peter's waist, earnestly awaiting Peter's response, to which Lupin swiftly countered, "Of course not. You've never rejected me for being a werewolf. Indeed, I've sworn that we will always be the best of friends. Right, Peter?" James nudged Araya with his elbow, and she rubbed her shoulder while acquiescing. "Yes, yes, of course. So can I pass gas now, Peter?" The group finally dispersed, and Araya was relieved to no longer have to endure the scent of dew from Sirius. However, her joy was short-lived as James soon delivered a shocking announcement. They were going on an adventure. To where? At this hour? Araya looked up at the sky, noting that dawn was merely hours away. Where could they possibly venture for an adventure? Hogsmeade. Surely, there was little excitement to be found at this hour, as they had visited daily during school. "Fool." Sirius playfully flicked Araya on the forehead. "We've run away from home, so we can't stay here." As Sirius spoke, James was already rummaging through Peter's wardrobe. "We're heading east. Peter, your taste in clothing could use some refinement." Yet, there was no other option available. What do you mean?" Araya thought she must have misheard. Were they really going to China? Did they comprehend the distance involved? Do not heed James's ramblings. Recently, an ancient market has opened, teeming with countless intriguing items. One can procure exquisite alchemical treasures crafted by wizards from around the globe, encounter wondrous creatures hitherto unseen, and acquire elixirs that promise immortality, among other marvels. Wizards from every corner of the world are likely to gather there. As this event occurs but once every decade, what Muggles refer to as the 1001 Nights Market. Such a captivating occurrence beckons us to join in the revelry. James draped Peter's white bedsheet over his head, adopting an air of mystery akin to that of a Middle Eastern figure as he expounded upon the market's wonders. Araya now comprehended that their destination was not the East, but rather the Middle East. The distance was indeed vast, yet she found herself genuinely intrigued. Most importantly, this venture promised to forge a new bond within their little group, one that would intertwine them even more tightly than before. As they embarked on this journey, their only reliance would be on one another. Lupin recognized that, in comparison to his own insecurities, the camaraderie of his brothers held far greater significance. Should anything befall any one of them, he would never forgive himself. Thus, he resolved to join them in their escapade. Sirius looked upon his brothers with deep emotion, feeling that their shared desire for adventure rendered him the happiest person in the world. He had never anticipated that the typically timid Peter would wholeheartedly support their decision to leave home, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Meanwhile, James was brimming with excitement for the impending adventure, as their organization had once again united after a tumultuous month and a half. "Let me gather my things," Araya said, still somewhat dazed by the sudden adventure, her mind racing with countless items to bring. Clothes, toiletries, a hat, considering the chill of the desert nights. She would also need a coat. And she could bring that wand belonging to Peter's ancestor. It would be wise to remember the toilet paper as well. "Gather what?" James exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. "Real adventurers do not require such things." He began ushering them outside. "At least let me put on some clothes," Araya protested, hastily donning an outfit over her pajamas, grateful for her status as a princess, which spared her from unnecessary complications. She slipped on her shoes and tucked the wand into her pocket. As she was propelled out of the window, she grabbed a backpack and coat hanging on a hook. "Hurry, Peter, or we shall leave you behind." James expressed his exasperation with Peter's indecisiveness but refrained from further comment, knowing that a hungry Peter would indeed be a headache. "You will thank me later," Araya declared, clutching her bag and clothes as Sirius pulled her onto the flying carpet. Looking at her bulging backpack, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Surely, there would be useful items within, she hoped. Thus, Araya found herself squeezed between Sirius and James, with Lupin seated behind her, tightly holding onto his clothes and bag. Amid her own screams and the jubilant cheers from Sirius and James, they soared into the sky, leaving a luminous trail against the night backdrop. Their adventure had commenced. Chapter 38, The Situation. Though it was midsummer, the high-altitude night air carried a distinct chill, with only the moon and a multitude of stars as their companions above the clouds. James even began to sing a strange tune, and Araya, nestled between him and Sirius, felt no cold. "By the way, do you know the direction to the Middle East?" Araya regretted her earlier excitement. The thrill of embarking on this adventure had faded, replaced by doubt regarding their little group's undertaking. Surely, they would not plummet into the sea. "Fear not, for I possess a compass," James proclaimed, producing an ancient compass that appeared functional, though Araya held little hope. "Then it's in your hands, James. I shall take a nap now." I shall also explore the magical space within this flying carpet. I have somewhat unfortunate news to share, James said, suddenly shy. Yet he led them into the interior of the carpet. According to the tradition of Middle Eastern cultures, which celebrate abundance in offspring, the interior of the carpet was surprisingly spacious, containing numerous rooms. However, it remained unclear how the Potter ancestors had whimsically chosen to cultivate a plant that emitted a foul stench within, which had proliferated wildly over the years. Consequently, the entire interior of the carpet was suffused with a noxious odor, and whenever the wind blew, it would unleash a wave of foulness that prompted incessant coughing. Only one room, resembling a caretaker's quarters, escaped this misfortune due to its lack of windows and exposure to sunlight. This room was scarcely larger than the bathroom of their dormitory. Thus, a bunk bed intended for 4, along with a desk, chairs, a wardrobe, and a wash basin, occupied the space. With 4 individuals present, they would have to sit closely together to experience any semblance of comfort. I suppose Peter and I shall squeeze in, Sirius declared, climbing to the upper bunk. Araya hesitated to ascend so high, dawdling near the door, thoroughly dissatisfied with the dusty living conditions. She would much prefer the comfort of her own cozy bed rather than being crammed into a bunk with these rascals. Sirius, mistakenly believing Peter could not climb up, promptly leapt from the upper bunk, causing the entire carpet to tremble. I told you to exercise more, James retorted, preparing to assist Peter up with his own strength. He was somewhat disgruntled, having envisioned sharing a bed with Sirius, only to find Sirius choosing Peter instead. Peter was far too clumsy. He ought to sleep below. Leaving James to share a bed with Sirius, James clambered back up, leaning over to invite Sirius, his expectant gaze making Araya's heart flutter. Why did James and Sirius seem so perfectly matched? Very well, Sirius acquiesced, glancing at Peter, whose beaming smile was endearing. Sirius found himself increasingly bemused by his own feelings. You won't mind if I'm a bit heavy, will you? It might be cramped, Araya mused. She knew Lupin would not object, but she felt compelled to tease Peter a little more. Araya almost found her own tone nauseating, but Lupin, exuding an air of being needed, replied, of course not. I welcome it. He promptly lay down on the lower bunk. Thus, Araya became the last to turn off the lights, a task no one relished. Given the darkness that would envelop them, as the others settled into their beds, she had to navigate her way back in the dark, which was certainly displeasing. However, Araya was unafraid. In that instant of extinguishing the lights, she drew forth the wand of her ancestor, its glow illuminating the entire room and startling the other 3 into sitting upright. Lupin, closest to her, rushed forward, gripping her firmly. No, you mustn't. Do you wish to be expelled? Are you mad, Peter? You'll expose us to the Ministry of Magic, James exclaimed, jumping down and accidentally bumping his head against the ceiling in his excitement. Ow, my head. Do not worry. This is a relic from my great-great-great-grandfather, Araya proclaimed, hands on her hips, as she waved her wand once more, causing the light to flash brilliantly, clean and pristine, under that dazzling radiance. Araya observed the astonishment and exhilaration of the other 3. Well done, Peter. You are a true hero, James exclaimed, cradling his head in admiration for Peter. This is splendid. We need not fear expulsion from Hogwarts for using a wand, nor dread being discovered by the ministry. In a moment of emotional fervor, James impulsively embraced Araya tightly, leaving a resounding kiss upon her cheek. It was Araya who found herself momentarily stunned, her fingers brushing against her still damp skin, questioning whether James had indeed violated her personal space with that kiss. Perhaps amused by Araya's bewildered expression, James erupted into laughter, collapsing onto the bed on the first floor, sprawled atop Lupin, exclaiming, Peter, you're just too funny. Your expression. Ahaha. James's carefree demeanor left Araya in a state of shock. Should she be grateful for her adept disguise, or lament her slow reaction? Meanwhile, Sirius, witnessing Peter being kissed by James, felt an inexplicable surge of discomfort, harboring a secret belief that Peter's facial softness was a treasure meant solely for him to cherish. He found himself curious about the sensation of kissing Peter's cheek. Wait. Stop. His thoughts were veering into peculiar territory. You all can snuggle together. I'll sleep up here just fine. Sirius feigned nonchalance, propping his head up, eyes closed in a mock slumber, yet secretly peeking through a narrow slit to observe Peter. Upon seeing Peter's realization, he breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Peter's expression was not one of blissful enjoyment. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to interact with him. At this moment, James abruptly sprang up, only to bang his head against the top bunk's board once more. I'm supposed to sleep with you, he exclaimed, clutching his head in distress. It seemed that his height was causing him problems. Yet instead of viewing it as misfortune, James maintained a cheerful disposition, reveling in his growth, embodying an upbeat spirit. Amidst the symphony of snoring from the boys, Araya, feeling drowsy, nestled against Lupin's side, grateful for the wand she had brought, as otherwise. The cacophony might have robbed her of sleep. However, in her dreams, she once again encountered the dark-haired boy, which instilled a sense of pressure within her. Chapter 39, Nightmares. On a midsummer's night, a lone flying carpet hovered in the sky, appearing almost like an unusually shaped cloud to the untrained eye. Yet, within the carpet, several young boys and girls lay peacefully asleep, though some were not entirely at rest. For instance, the disheveled-haired boy, even in slumber, practiced Quidditch, straddling his friend's side, gripping his ear tightly as if it were the golden snitch, inadvertently waking his companion in pain. Sirius, already frightened by a dream of being pursued by his mother, now felt as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity, leaning against the wall and breathing heavily. Nearby, James remained immersed in a dream of victorious delight, murmuring, "Did you see, Lily?" He rolled over, his leg dangling off the bed, his hand clutching the bed railing as if embracing something, pouting shyly. Sirius shook his head with a chuckle, thinking that perhaps only James believed his emotions were well concealed. This realization only deepened Sirius's melancholy, as he worried not only for himself, but also for his brother. During the day, surrounded by friends, the lively atmosphere distracted him from the poignant sense of detachment he felt from his family. He endeavored to shield his friends from worrying about him. Perhaps this was what he had always desired. Yet when this day unexpectedly arrived, he felt a profound sense of loss. The daytime was bearable, but at night, when he found himself awake alone, the loneliness and helplessness washed over him once more. He could not sleep, his body slick with sweat, and he fidgeted restlessly in bed. Needing fresh air, he decided to climb over the sleeping James and descended from the bed, seeking solace outdoors, hoping it might lift his spirits. As he descended, he inadvertently glanced at Peter and Lupin, only to discover Peter exaggeratedly sprawled upon Lupin, his head resting on Lupin's chest, his arms encircling Lupin's waist, one leg draped over Lupin's knee. From this angle, Peter's face remained obscured, yet Sirius could easily imagine the satisfied smile on Peter's face. Overcome with excitement, he yanked Peter from the bed, not literally, but rather from Lupin's embrace, remembering to lower his voice. "Look at the mess you've created. You look like a couple. How can you face the others if this gets out?" Sirius, caught up in a fervor, failed to recognize the bittersweet feelings surging within him, believing he was merely standing up for his friend. Meanwhile, Araya was not sleeping soundly either, as she instinctively rolled toward Lupin, subconsciously seeking comfort. She dreamt once more of the peculiar dark-haired boy, feeling as though she were his toy in the dream. He compelled her to call him master, punishing her each time she encountered him, as if chiding her for arriving late, suggesting that she ought to remain by his side eternally. Over time, he had indeed grown, transforming from a boy who barely reached her chest into a graceful young man, exuding an undeniable regal presence. Previously, Araya might not have understood how a teenager could possess such an imperial air, but upon seeing him, she recognized that his stubbornness and formidable charisma were innate. Now, having matured into a tall figure commanding attention, Araya grew increasingly curious about who he was and why he constantly appeared in her dreams. Particularly last night, she again dreamt of him, evidently having just dealt with his subordinates, clad in a black robe that accentuated his coldness and cruelty. Yet, she felt no fear. In her dreams, she knew she could do anything without concern. She regarded this dream as a spring fantasy bestowed upon her by fate. After all, it was normal for faces to remain obscured in such dreams. Thus, whenever the boy raged, she simply needed to silence his austere lips to resolve any troubles. Whether it involved punishing her for bathing a snake, doing his laundry, cooking, or cleaning the restroom, which always culminated in a successful entanglement of the two. Of course, their interactions were limited to embraces and kisses, as Araya had yet to experience anything beyond that and was oblivious to the depths of her cold-hearted counterpart, who was an earnest, albeit naive, student eager to learn. Araya found great satisfaction in this. Most often, she envisioned him clad in Slytherin robes, waiting for her in Hogwarts classrooms or his dormitory, as her appearances typically coincided with his student days. She, however, donned Slytherin attire rather than Gryffindor's. He would beckon her to sit beside him, testing her on the magic he had taught her previously, and tugging her sleeve to lead her back to the Slytherin common room, questioning her frequent disappearances. Araya regarded these encounters as playful role-playing, for the boy in her dreams indeed resonated with her aesthetic preferences. At the dream's conclusion, he unexpectedly leaned closer to her face. Araya, believing he had finally awoken to his feelings, closed her eyes in joyful anticipation, anxiously awaiting his kiss. His kisses were always cold yet tantalizing, leaving her enchanted even in dreams. However, this time, she distinctly heard him whisper, "I know who you are." That somewhat ambiguous statement jolted Araya awake, or rather, she was roused by Sirius's voice. For a long moment, She clutched Sirius's arm, motionless, her mind racing with the thought, he knows who I am? Once, she recalled having seen online that the unfamiliar man from her dreams must have been someone she had encountered before, though she had forgotten. If she had never met him, it could signify a troublesome romantic entanglement. Yet, he knew her name. Did this imply he sought to take her away? In that instant, Araya was drenched in cold sweat. Had she become the target of a vengeful spirit? Peter, do you know who I am? Sirius, with the last vestiges of patience, inquired of Peter, who appeared to be in a daze, perhaps having dreamt of a beautiful woman, holding her so tightly. Sirius? Araya finally emerged from her reverie, struggling to recall what had transpired and why she found herself there. If she were to be with them every day, surely ascending to the west would be no easy feat. What are you doing awake at this hour? Araya felt a twinge of gratitude for being roused by him. She turned to return to bed, but upon noticing Remus wedged between the sheets, she felt a bit embarrassed. However, Sirius insistently pulled her onto the flying carpet, urging her to breathe in the fresh air, asserting that she had slept enough. Thus, Araya was dragged by Sirius to admire the early morning sky, shivering from the cold as she listened to the tale of Sirius's reasons for running away from home. She regretted not having called James and the others out louder. Eventually, her eyelids grew heavy, despite the stimulating gossip about the Black family, and she could not resist the call of sleep. Chapter 40, Arrival. And so, amidst the vastness of the sky, Sirius leaned against Peter, confiding in him the complexities of his heart and the anxiety that accompanied leaving home, along with the profound feelings he harbored for his brothers. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became. Peter was truly an exceptional listener, instilling in Sirius a deep sense of security. He divulged thoughts he had never anticipated sharing, particularly his newfound appreciation for Peter. Peter, you are far more remarkable than any of us have imagined. I have been observing you. At that moment, a thud resonated as Peter unexpectedly collapsed onto the carpet, sprawled out and snoring softly, having fallen into a deep slumber, revealing his soft, pale belly. Peter, the warmth of emotion that had welled up in Sirius dissipated instantly. Was he truly so sentimental as to seek heartfelt exchanges with Peter? The lad had likely been asleep for quite some time. In a fit of frustration, Sirius gently kicked Peter's backside, refraining from waking him. Instead, he lay down beside him, as sleep eluded him. He draped his coat over Peter, resting his head and arm while continuing to gaze at the shimmering sky. He suddenly reveled in the tranquility of the moment and the comfort of his own heart. It seemed that the future world was not so terrifying after all. At least he had a reliable circle of friends. However, the morning air was still quite chilly, prompting Araya to curl up and seek warmth from the source beside her. Subsequently, Sirius experienced the same treatment from Remus. He should have pushed the clingy Peter away, but considering how much trust Peter placed in him, he had no reason to be stingy. He had entirely forgotten how he once found Peter bothersome. Instead, he felt that having him sleep against his chest was quite comforting, invigorating his heart. In this atmosphere, he drifted off to sleep once more, until James burst in, pulling at his trousers, awakening the two slumbering souls. Peter, what is going on with your shorts? How can you wear them so tightly? James complained, intending to confront Peter, only to discover they had been secretly rendezvousing. In an instant, James was utterly flabbergasted. Why did he find his good friends cuddled together, sleeping outdoors? Was his suspicion correct? James felt as though his worldview was crumbling. If they were to marry, would he have to be Sirius's best man? Would Remus serve as Peter's maid of honor? With disheveled hair, glasses askew, and his eyes and mouth wide open, James's appearance was utterly comical, prompting Araya to stifle a laugh. James, your look. It's not what you think. James, Sirius, slightly groggy, sat up nonchalantly, scratching the back of his head to tidy his hair. He knew that the more vehemently he protested, the more it would seem like a defense. Better to be honest. I came out for some fresh air. Peter was worried I might be feeling down, and before we knew it, we were chatting and then fell asleep. It got so cold outside that it turned out as you see. Sirius feigned calmness while meeting James's gaze. Araya wanted to scoff at how implausible this sounded. Yet remarkably, James believed him. I see. Why didn't you call me? Peter, that was rather inconsiderate. By the way, we still need to address your shorts issue. Oh. At that moment, Araya realized that James was wearing her, no, Peter's, floral shorts beneath his bare torso. She had recently slimmed down, and naturally, he could not fit into them. But why on earth was he wearing her shorts? Why are you wearing my shorts? Araya exclaimed, taken aback and utterly perplexed. Nonetheless, James appeared utterly unconcerned, claiming he had been too hasty in leaving. Just lend me your wand for a moment. You brought a non-registered wand, didn't you? James nonchalantly tugged at the shorts, attempting to enlarge them with a spell. However, each attempt was imprecise. They would either become too large or too small, and he tried several times. Araya watched, despairing at the futility of it all. Had she known, She would have purchased more pink lace garments. She wondered if they would even wear them anymore. Frustrated, she chose to ignore him and retreated into the carpet, preparing to deal with the foul-smelling plants inside. Sadly, the odor was overwhelming, and she could only manage to clear out a single restroom, which was quite crucial. She certainly could not engage in the act of relieving herself midair. That would lead to constipation. With that sanitary issue resolved, the next concern was food and drink. With a wand in hand, acquiring drinking water was a simple matter. And as for food, it relied on James and the others' ability to catch fish. To their credit, they were quite adept at it, often returning with a decent haul of fish, octopus, and shellfish. However, their culinary skills left much to be desired. The grilled fish were rather bland, leaving Araya feeling as though her palate was fading into nothingness. Finally, after 4 long days, they arrived in the historically rich lands of the Middle East. Traversing through a desert, they finally reached the setting of 1001 Nights, which was to be the venue for the upcoming tales of the Arabian Nights gathering. What a bustling and vibrant scene it promised to be. From high above, they could clearly see rows of tents interwoven with colorful lights illuminating the entire desert in a radiant glow. The harmonious melodies mingled with the calls of vendors and the lively chatter of people below, and everyone on the flying carpet erupted into cheers. They had finally arrived. Araya was on the verge of tears, overjoyed that she no longer needed to squeeze into sleeping quarters with those rascals each night, nor endure James's probing inquiries into her sexual orientation, nor eat those tasteless grilled fish daily. How delightful! In her excitement, Araya seized Remus's shoulder and shook it vigorously, oblivious to the affectionate gaze he cast down at her, nor the slight downturn of Sirius's mouth, or James's increasingly bewildered expression. How wonderful! We can finally enjoy delicious food, yay? But, Peter, do you have any galleons? Remus asked, a bit sheepish and quietly inquiring, which made Araya feel a sudden pang of anxiety. Indeed, she had no money. Araya swiftly turned her head to glance at James and Sirius, only to find them both momentarily taken aback. James, that fellow who always seemed to get whatever he desired with a mere pout to his parents, naturally had no habit of carrying money when venturing out. As for Sirius, having run away from home, he was determined to sever all ties with the Black family and had consequently taken no financial resources with him. Remus, Araya didn't even need to consider. His studies at Hogwarts were likely funded by Dumbledore, were they not? A sense of despair washed over Araya. So are we to starve here? Fear not. We shall find a way, James declared, thumping his chest, determined as the leader of their little group not to show any sign of weakness. Thus, on the very first night of their arrival at the renowned ancient marketplace, the illustrious quartet was not indulging in a feast or reveling in amusement, but rather striving to earn some coin. Chapter 41, F4 and 1001 Nights. They descended in a relatively secluded area, shrinking their flying carpet down to the size of a palm and stowing it in the backpack Araya had brought along. Thank goodness for you, Peter, James exclaimed with heartfelt joy, eager to rummage through the bag for something to sell, perhaps to make a little money. However, disappointment awaited him. Peter's backpack contained little more than his textbooks and some school supplies, along with a collection of books borrowed from the library by Araya. Peter, I never knew you were such a dedicated student. James nearly choked on his breath, completely forgetting that it was he who had advised Peter against packing his belongings. Araya, too, was somewhat bewildered. She distinctly remembered taking those books out herself. How had they been returned by Mrs. Peter? And she couldn't possibly forget that her textbooks for the upcoming semester needed to be replaced. Araya also felt disheartened. Without anything useful, she had merely accumulated additional burdens. Yet James quickly regained his spirits, slinging Peter's backpack over his shoulder with an affected nonchalance. No worries, I firmly believe we will earn some money. Don't fret. I will ensure you do not go hungry, Sirius chimed in, ruffling Peter's somewhat melancholic head and pinching his chubby cheek. Besides, missing one meal, one tea make you any thinner. Araya, of course, could not remain downcast for long, as her attention was soon captivated by the exotic allure of the marketplace. The endless stretch of tents appeared to weave together into a vast canopy, with only a few gaps allowing glimpses of the flickering lights of day and night. Wizards of all kinds meandered through the stalls, some adorned in furs and sporting animal bones were African shamans, while others were diminutive sprites reaching only to Araya's waist, and still others donned mismatched muggle attire. There were also various pets, such as dragons, led by their masters on iron chains. Above them soared an array of talking flying machines and paper birds, energetically advertising their stalls, yet one needed to remain vigilant, for they would suddenly appear before you in a bid for attention. Each stall was distinctive, even shrouded in an aura of mystery. What might seem like a bustling marketplace on one side could reveal a tropical rainforest on the other. Through the drapes, she glimpsed a toucan soaring forth from the jungle, Adjacent to a stall selling unique ice cream, the atmosphere resembled the Arctic, where all the patrons were dressed as Inuit, and if she were to guess, the polar bear inside was probably real, as was the icy breeze that made Araya shiver as she passed by. Had it not been for Sirius's intervention, James would have insisted on touching the polar bear's fur to ascertain its authenticity. Araya, too, was tempted but apprehensive about the potential loss of her hand. They soon stumbled upon a stall that offered fishing in the desert, or perhaps the chance to catch magical creatures dwelling within it. This captivated James, Sirius, and Remus for quite some time. Perhaps every boy harbors an inner angler. The stall was immense, the entire tent filled with magical space, akin to Newt's suitcase. Why did she think of Newt? Indeed, if he were here, he likely wouldn't even need a special fishing rod to make that vendor weep. Eventually, as mealtime approached, the tantalizing aromas of snacks wafted through the air, prompting them to reluctantly depart, vowing to return and sample the delights once they had earned some money. They set up their flying carpet, transforming it into a makeshift stall, displaying Araya's textbooks. Initially, she protested, "Why must we sell my textbooks? You still need them, don't you?" James argued back, and Araya found herself utterly outmatched. "When I return, I'll give you mine. Who wants yours?" Araya muttered, realizing that if she didn't sell her books, she'd have to resort to selling her undergarments, which was out of the question. Thus, James and Sirius began to shout their wares enthusiastically, drawing the gaze of passers-by, which made Araya feel exceedingly embarrassed, wishing she could disappear. What does it mean to have a textbook signed by the century's greatest white wizard, Albus Dumbledore, the most ancient prophet of the oldest divination family? Araya felt they were akin to charlatans, somewhat resistant to the exaggerations. Who would believe that? Yet, astonishingly, some did. Dumbledore's signature? I need it. How much for this book? A scowling wizard in armor approached, his face a mass of muscle, leading them to suspect he was there to cause trouble. The three of them instinctively rose, adopting a bold stance, collectively shielding their most vulnerable member. Peter, you want to smash our stall? James, not one to be easily intimidated, was accustomed to being spoiled, and certainly wasn't he afraid of such a brute. However, he was concerned for his friends, particularly Peter, and subtly signaled them to be ready to disperse at the first sign of trouble. Yet, to their surprise, the formidable-looking man seemed to have struck gold, cradling Araya's barely used textbook with tears of joy welling in his eyes. This is the genuine signature of Master Dumbledore. His excitement was akin to encountering Dumbledore himself, prompting a collective sigh of relief and incredulity. Indeed, someone had fallen for their ruse. It was merely James's casual imitation, yet it bore a striking resemblance. For he had plenty of practice with such tricks. Perhaps even Dumbledore himself would be momentarily perplexed, wondering when he had signed it. With this, James and Sirius became invigorated, eagerly pitching to the burly fellow, a devoted admirer of Dumbledore, persuading him to purchase a textbook signed by Dumbledore's star pupil, Hagrid. Although the man was unaware of who Hagrid was, the association with Dumbledore's top disciple sounded impressive enough for him to part with his coins. Thus, they secured 100 coins of the marketplace's limited currency, sending the man off in a daze. Fearing that their charade would soon be uncovered, James hastily directed everyone to pack up their stall, adopting a guerrilla strategy to find a new location. Are we going to continue selling? Haven't we made enough money? Araya was perplexed, her appetite now yearning for a feast. Peter, this is our moment to capitalize. Think about it. That fishing stall charged 5 coins for an hour. We can hardly catch a few times with 4 of us. James counted on his fingers, attempting to allocate enough for Peter's insatiable appetite. As his calculations grew increasingly chaotic, he scratched his head, his thoughts intertwined with his unruly hair, ultimately deciding they should earn more money, vowing to bring ample funds next time they ventured out so that they could indulge in all the delightful stalls without restraint. Araya felt a twinge of frustration, yet her stomach grumbled insistently. She was weary of fabricating lies. Despite her supposed proficiency in deception as Peter, she was losing her resolve. Peter, you're going to eat, right? At that moment, James's own belly audibly protested with an embarrassing growl. He sheepishly scratched his head, his hair growing even more disheveled. I know what to do. Look over there, Sirius exclaimed, pointing at a poster in the beak of a passing flyer bird. The poster boldly proclaimed a Big Eater Challenge, with a grand prize of 10,000 market coins. Chapter 42. The Big Eater Contest. A Big Eater Contest? Araya leaned in alongside her companions, peering intently at the poster that depicted a wizard with a comically round belly, surrounded by a feast of delectable foods. Peter, it seems you'll have your fill, James exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he resolved to rally his friends to dominate the competition. Their hearty appetites were well known, especially Peter's. Should I just sit this one out? Araya pondered, observing the 20-coin entry fee. Although self-service sounded appealing, The thought of consuming food in front of a crowd filled her with anxiety, especially since her appetite had waned considerably. Perhaps it would be best to abstain. Absolutely not. Sirius and James simultaneously rejected Araya's suggestion. We four must stick together. No solo acts. James, puzzled by Peter's lack of enthusiasm, was determined not to let him drift away from their little group. He wrapped an arm around Araya's shoulders, offering a pep talk. This time it's up to you. Buddy, show them the appetite that could topple Hogwarts. Channel the ferocity of a ravenous beast. Araya was unaware of Peter's remarkable eating abilities. Wouldn't that expose her secret? A fleeting look of concern crossed her face, which Remus noticed as he reassuringly patted her back. We'll support you. You can pass me those bell peppers you dislike. Remus's kindness struck Araya, who recalled him wearing a modified apron during their journey, accentuating his slender waist while diligently flipping fish with a spatula. It was rather enticing. Perhaps her gaze was too intense, as Remus became flustered, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment and quickening his pace to lead the way. Ahem. Allow me to take the lead. Sirius desired to drape himself over Peter's shoulders, but with James already claiming his spot. Navigating through the bustling market as a trio proved challenging. Thus, he could only sulkily glare at their backs, feeling a sense of injustice. Didn't Peter remember who had unearthed this delightful news? Not even a glance of appreciation? However, Sirius quickly regained his spirits. No Gryffindor could resist the allure of joy, curiosity, and excitement in the market. He eagerly explored the charming little shops, occasionally snagging samples to share with Peter and the others. Sirius, we're about to enter the contest. Why are you still snacking? James snatched the sunflower seeds Sirius was offering to Peter, exclaiming, "Stop eating." Araya watched in disbelief as James fed her precious seeds to a nearby owl at a stall. Anger surged within Araya. She wanted to strangle him for that misdeed. Had she not been momentarily enchanted by a pair of enchanting dancers weaving through the crowd, she might have acted on her impulse. Yet, the innate charm of the dancers left them all momentarily entranced. They were stunningly beautiful, adorned in Middle Eastern attire, exuding an enchanting allure even without revealing much skin. One of them, noticing Araya's adorableness, winked at her, leaving her utterly captivated. That sister is breathtaking. I almost followed her. Sirius snapped her out of her daze with a playful bump. Don't be foolish, Peter. That's their seductive trick. Araya's senses gradually returned, and she focused on Sirius, whose expression was earnest yet slightly exasperated. She wanted to retort, have you ever been under the influence? How can you be so perceptive? Even James, standing beside her, appeared somewhat entranced, murmuring, she is indeed stunning. Yet, he too recovered quickly, when Sirius prevented Peter from pursuing the dancers. James snapped back to reality, feeling embarrassed as he spat out a bit of saliva, clutching his coins tightly, and hurriedly ushered his friends toward the contest venue. Upon arrival, the contest site was a veritable sea of people, drawn by the enticing prize and the relatively low entry requirements. Araya even spotted contestants towering like Hagrid. Did that not spell certain defeat? Nevertheless, James remained optimistic. Besides the individual competition, there would also be team events, making their total entry fee 60 coins with plenty left over. The venue resembled an enormous circus tent, with a central competition area surrounded by countless seats. Araya marveled at the shrewdness of the organizers, managing to attract participants while charging steep fees and selling tickets to spectators. They were assigned number 147. What a plethora of competitors. To their surprise, the contest was not merely a straightforward eating challenge. It was infused with a sense of fun. They were divided into two groups. One would sit at a dining table ready to feast, while the other would scavenge the central area, akin to navigating a supermarket aisle, in search of high-scoring foods. The group that successfully located and consumed the designated items within a limited time frame would earn bonus points. For instance, if they found a roasted pumpkin pie and finished it within 2 minutes, they would receive extra points. Different foods varied in point values, with roasted snails boasting a hefty 100 points, though few were brave enough to attempt such dark cuisine, except for James, of course. Indeed, due to her culinary shortcomings, Araya was assigned to the dining table alongside Remus, while James and Sirius set off to explore. James's game plan seemed clear. Any high-scoring food must be retrieved. Soon, their table was laden with roasted bullfrogs, fried goblin legs, and dried mermaid tails. Araya could barely stomach the roasted bullfrog, feeling neither like a native of an African tribe nor a survivalist like Bear Grylls. Chapter 43. Chaos. Fortunately, Sirius proved to be quite resourceful, wisely selecting the most cost-effective foods that still yielded decent points. He brought back mini cauldron cakes, each the size of a fist, available in various flavors based on the color of their fillings. It was commendable how Sirius managed to locate so many of those dark-hued cakes among the myriad of shelves. Even though Remus noticed Araya's aversion to wild game stew and volunteered to consume all of James's findings, he still could not manage to eat that many cauldron cakes. Araya pressed a hand to her chest, feeling on the verge of choking from the sheer volume of cakes. When Sirius returned with another batch, she desperately seized his wrist. "Water. I need water." Seeing her distress, Sirius reluctantly set down the strawberry-flavored cauldron cake he had painstakingly acquired and fetched her a cup of the lowest-scoring lemonade. Yet, as he placed the cake down, it was snatched away by another contestant. Sirius grimaced, mentally noting the thief's face. "Drink less, Peter." Sirius did not convey his emotions to Peter, despite the fact that he had risked a fall to scale the 5-tiered shelf in search of that cauldron cake, as the ladder was simply too difficult to commandeer. Araya cast a grateful glance at Sirius, suddenly finding him more handsome, yet she was truly at her limit, painfully exchanging a glance with James. James offered her a reassuring expression before plunging back into the heap of delicacies, and Araya worried whether he had truly understood her words or not. Regardless, James was brimming with confidence. As the master of pranks, he would surely not settle for a straightforward competition, especially upon witnessing some using wandless magic and others employing animagus transformations. Thus, under the condition of not using wands, could anything go? Araya spotted James riding a broom atop the shelves. Had he really begun to navigate the food hunt via flight? No. It seemed he was merely knocking down those who were also airborne or those standing on the ladders. Naturally, his actions invoked considerable retaliation, and when James returned with food, his lips had swollen to a sausage-like appearance, one eye considerably larger than the other, the smaller one squinting into a mere slit, a sight reminiscent of a befuddled puppy. James, Sirius, having just been passing food like a relay on the ground, was oblivious to the state of James's face. But it was now evident that it had hindered his further flight, as those around them began to pull out their secretly stashed appetizers, which merely inhaling seemed to promise a little more sustenance. Araya suddenly conceived a rather mischievous idea. This time, it was Sirius who mounted the broom, adorned with the pungent stench flowers carefully cultivated by the Potter ancestors over the centuries. As Sirius soared above them, a rich and inescapable odor trailed in his wake. Soon, some competitors still ravenously consuming food began to vomit, and even one judge and a sponsor succumbed to the noxious fumes, which gradually enveloped the venue, assaulting the audience as well. Many spectators retched, some even disapparating away, while others brandished their wands in a desperate struggle. Araya clutched her clothing, striving to endure, while Sirius appeared to have a modern ailment akin to nasal congestion, thus not reacting as severely. Meanwhile, James reveled in this extraordinary and spectacular idea. Seemingly devoid of olfactory senses, bouncing with excitement beneath, resembling a flea, albeit his face, under the influence of the foul odor, appeared increasingly grotesque. In truth, he had long stuffed his nose with fries and was already contemplating how to spend the prize money, starting with purchasing Middle Eastern robes for each of his friends, followed by acquiring a hawk to bring back. However, within this stench-ridden, enclosed venue, the situation shifted from frantic evasion to something entirely different. Some participants exhibited varying degrees of intoxication. Some sang loudly, others passionately embraced a pumpkin pie, while yet another climbed a ladder to perform a peacock display atop the shelves. Sirius felt an ominous dread. Could these foul flowers possess some peculiar medicinal properties? Much like the poison of the oleander, which paralyzed nerves, could this stench flower induce hallucinations? Bad news. Sirius swiftly discarded the stinking flower outside the tent and turned back to lead his friends to safety. But it was already too late. As soon as his broom touched the ground, James tumbled onto him with a bear hug. "Lily, you've come to see me, not with that filthy, greasy old bat." James's dazed expression beneath his swollen visage was utterly terrifying. "Wake up, James. It's me, Sirius Black." Sirius struggled to push away the fiercely clinging James, but it was a challenge, as he hesitated to touch his horrifically disfigured face. In that moment, Peter appeared. Yet his gaze was anything but lucid. His eyes filled with longing, he approached with arms outstretched, murmuring, "Is that a Bowsy? And a Jimbingwuzzy? Let me taste the authentic flavor." "Peter, calm down, what is a Bowsy?" "I'm referring to Sirius." Sirius found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to shove James aside or shield him from Peter's advances. "Huh, Lily, how did you end up over there again? Such a rascal." Yet James suddenly seemed to shift his focus, springing up from Sirius to embrace the approaching Peter. Clearly, James mistook Peter for Lily, while Araya, mistaking James for a Bowsy, embraced him from behind with a giggle. "This Bowsy smells so good." "Oh no, does the Bowsy bite?" Araya, in disbelief, touched her cheek, which had been nibbled, wondering how a Bowsy could also bite. No, she needed to retaliate. Sirius watched as James lavished affection, or rather, gnawed, on Peter, instantly springing into action. wrapping his arms around James's back. No, James. The sight of their embrace made it difficult for Sirius to breathe. If they truly kissed, he might never sleep again. Gasping, Sirius summoned his strength to pry James away, and in a moment of contemplation, he leaned in, closed his eyes, and planted a kiss on James's grotesque head, exclaiming, "I'm Lily." Yet James, determined to fight for his life, retaliated with a loud retch, unable to contain himself. Meanwhile, Araya was rescued by Remus, who grasped her waist tightly. "Peter, you need some fresh air." He dashed toward the exit. And only when the stench had dissipated significantly did Araya finally loosen her hold on Remus, licking his neck while murmuring about the delectable duck neck. Chapter 44. The competition concludes. Sirius, relieved that Remus had subdued Peter, let out a sigh of relief, not realizing why Remus himself had remained unaffected by the hallucinations. He dragged James out of the competition tent, where James continued to grapple with him. "Don't interrupt my moment with Lily, you snot. Don't think I'm oblivious to your schemes, humph." As James twisted wildly, he clutched Sirius's hair painfully, causing Sirius to wince, ultimately knocking James out cold and carrying him away. Upon exiting the tent, they were met with a scene of chaos. Peter, in a daze, was entwined around Remus's neck, lost in a blissful embrace, while Remus's face was flushed, revealing a mix of shyness and anticipation. Sirius felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his blood running cold. What on earth were they doing? So shocked was he that he momentarily forgot about the weight of James on his shoulder, and thus James fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. "Stop. You can't." Sirius stepped over James's limp form, moving to intervene between Remus and Peter. In his dazed state, Remus finally regained a semblance of clarity. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Peter's face. "Are you all right, Peter?" His concern for Peter was palpable, and he seemed delighted by their close proximity. "The duck neck is delicious," Araya remarked, still drooling, unaware of how her actions were causing quite the scandal, leading many boys to question their own orientations. Remus, upon realizing the situation, found it hard to accept. In the days to come, he would intentionally maintain distance from Peter, determined not to allow such peculiar feelings to fester, treating the awkwardness as if it had never occurred. Now he stood rooted to the spot, watching as Araya was swept into the arms of Sirius, who carried her away. Remus deliberately ignored the pang of heartache within him and approached James, perplexed as to why James's visage seemed increasingly reminiscent of Peter's. This prompted Sirius to entertain a bold conjecture. Could it be that the stinking flower's power was to reveal one's innermost desires? It would explain why Peter craved that peculiar bun and why James perceived everyone as Lily Evans. But what did Remus see? Or was the stinking flower's effect not universal? At least, he himself seemed immune. Sirius felt an immense relief regarding his sinusitis, unaware that he and Remus were not so different. Both harbored thoughts of just one person, with no alternatives. Together, Sirius and Remus, bearing the unconscious Araya and James, made their way to the vicinity of the organizers, where a throng of awakened spectators and participants clamored for refunds. The cacophony of voices ultimately roused James and Araya from their stupor. Araya slowly opened her eyes, while James, clutching his throbbing head, muttered, "What happened to my head? And my face?" James's memories of the previous events were hazy. All he recalled was riding a broomstick, driven by animosity, only to be met with retribution, followed by a vague encounter with Lily Evans. They. Where was Lily Evans? James blurted out a shy inquiry, prompting Sirius to awkwardly dig his toes into the ground and clutch a still-dazed Peter, suggesting, "You might want to ask Remus." Araya, too, began to gather her thoughts. But as she grasped Sirius's waist, visions of herself devouring a bun flooded her mind. Wait, was that bun Sirius? Had she actually kissed him? Araya hastily extricated herself from his embrace and retreated 3 meters away, her forehead slick with cold sweat, fearing she might be labeled a pervert. Observing Alaya's frail demeanor, Remus set aside his embarrassment to approach her, genuinely concerned. "Are you all right?" Yet Peter remained shielded by Sirius. "Yes, fine. Let us hasten to resolve this." Sirius seamlessly shifted the topic. "Indeed. Are we not assured of victory?" James perked up at this, albeit his face still bore an unappealing hue. Araya, momentarily able to forget her prior embarrassment, was still plagued by doubts about whether she had indeed kissed Sirius, but the others seemed unconcerned. Save for him, it must have been him. Everyone pressed forward, eager for a resolution, but with both the chief judge and sponsors unconscious, the competition was deemed temporarily suspended, leaving no victor. However, every participant and spectator received a refund of double their ticket price, much to the delight of the quartet, who found themselves wealthier. Moreover, the good news was that no one felt hungry anymore, and they congregated at a nearby stall featuring Eastern magical shadow puppetry, taking their seats directly on the ground in the front row. Araya felt the chill of the ground beneath her, though it was the desert's twilight. An eerie coldness enveloped her. Reluctant to sit in such proximity to the others, she protested, "Don't settle for Peter. I know you only wash your pants once a week," James blurted out, only to realize that this was a remnant of Peter's past self. The current Peter was fastidious to a fault. Most concerning was his newfound sensitivity. Would he burst into tears? James hastily sought to remedy the situation. "All right, don't cry. You can sit on my coat. Won't that suffice?" Though well-meaning, James could only muster a cool demeanor as he beckoned Peter over. "It's fine. Just sit on the flying carpet." Before he finished speaking, Sirius had already spread out their antique carpet on the ground, leaving Araya with no grounds for refusal. "Very well." Araya conceded, bracing herself against the disapproving glares of the audience, particularly those seated in the front row, who looked ready to strike at the unexpected intruders. Alas, James had smoothed things over with money, leaving those spectators to only glare at the back of their heads. Araya felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She desperately wished for a mask to conceal her true identity. Chapter 45, Midnight. Despite the awkwardness, Araya soon found herself captivated by the magical shadow play, which dwarfed anything she had seen on television. The characters appeared almost lifelike, devoid of any support, delivering dialogues, and even breaking into song. The backdrop of foam mountains and dancing shadows, coupled with ethereal mist, resembled a tangible ink wash painting. The narrative was engaging. Not a tale of vanquishing demons or celestial maidens, but rather a story of a young boy in search of friendship. He was remarkably kind to animals, and it was evident that every creature he encountered became enamored with him. As she watched him traverse mountains and rivers in pursuit of his lost friend, Araya felt a swell of emotion, wondering if anyone in her past had sought her out in such a manner. Gradually, tears welled in Alaya's eyes, oblivious to the fact that others were not watching the play but were instead fixated on her. Among them was Sirius, still reeling from the revelations about Peter and Remus's relationship, and Remus himself, desperately attempting to forget everything that had transpired. Remus could only press his hand to his chest, striving to calm his tumultuous heart. What was happening to him? He was vexed by Peter's kiss, for Peter was his brother. Such moments of intoxication were unconscious. Why dwell on it? His heart seemed to act of its own accord, yearning to glimpse Peter's cherubic face. Witnessing the redness in Peter's eyes only intensified his concern. Was he all right? He instinctively reached out, then withdrew his hand, fearing he might lose control and find himself wiping Peter's tears. Why cry? It's all make-believe. James, too, had become detached from the enthralling performance, his agitation evident as he scratched his head. It wasn't that Peter disturbed him. Rather, he simply couldn't bear to see Peter weep, looking so pitiful, as if he were a bullied girl. "Shall we depart? It's getting late," Sirius suggested, yearning for solitude, hoping to find a moment to converse with Remus about his thoughts once everyone else had drifted off to sleep. Ironically, it was Peter who least desired to leave, as Araya anxiously awaited the conclusion of the tale, wondering if the boy would ever find his friend. Yet, Remus and Sirius had already hoisted him up and were dragging him away. What is so fascinating? Just the tears of you little brats. There are far better entertainments. James endeavored to entice Peter with tales of truly splendid dramas he knew. "Next time, I'll take you to see something truly delightful. Last time, I made a ghost's head fall off from laughter." As Peter, Araya felt she had little authority within their small group, yet she gradually sensed a rise in her standing. At the very least, they seemed willing to indulge her, perhaps because she had cried. In this light, Araya found solace in her own self-comfort, following them out of the shadow puppet stall, oblivious to the piercing gaze that continued to bore into her from behind, an unseen pair of eyes that seemed to see through her very essence. Though it was already 3 in the morning, the market remained aglow with lights and bustling with visitors, making it impossible to discern the queue or the stalls ahead. "It appears that the night will be spent here. They have found a spot beneath the trees to unfurl their flying carpet and prepare to settle in for the evening, awaiting the morrow when they might earn substantial riches and lodge at that desert tavern." It is said that the tavern boasts an enormous desert swimming pool, where one can sift for gold, albeit minute flecks of sand that are hardly worth the effort. Nevertheless, many tirelessly indulge in the expensive pastime of swimming and panning for these diminutive treasures. Araya found it peculiar. Isn't alchemy supposed to turn stone into gold? However, she was promptly met with a playful thump on the head from Sirius, who reminded her of the scarcity of true alchemists in this world. "Do you dream of transmuting stone into gold? Wake up." Indeed, due to the decline of dark magic, as it was once prevalent in the Middle Ages, the opportunities to engage with it openly are exceedingly rare, making the cultivation of an alchemist a formidable challenge, even for the exceptionally gifted. Disheartened, Araya yearned to test her own fortunes. She had come to grasp the difficulties of being impoverished. Sirius, sensing Araya's disappointment, began to regret his solitary departure from the Black family, pondering whether his brother had a penchant for trivialities. But what connection did that have? How could he desire such mundane things simply because Peter favored them? He believed that even without inheriting the Black estate, he could achieve wealth through his own endeavors. We will attain the fortunes destined for us. Sirius earnestly reassured Peter, his voice infused with hope and promise. Yet, Araya paid little heed. She understood that his future was bright, for he was an heir of the Black lineage, and money would never elude him. Thus, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. However, Sirius felt a twinge of distrust, bitterness gnawing at him. Did Peter truly doubt his potential for success? He clenched his fists, vowing to earn Peter's respect. Once he became a formidable orer, amassing a fortune in galleons, he would only consider allowing Peter into his home if he called him father. Otherwise, he would have to settle for dining at his table, no lodging rights. James, utterly exhausted, longed for the comfort of his bed and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Araya had no desire to share a bed with him, reeking of sweat, so she turned to Remus, who was always meticulous about his personal hygiene. Let us share a bed, Remus. I'll go wash up first. With agile finesse, Araya claimed the sole washroom, which, though small, had been fixed by Sirius, providing cold water, a minor inconvenience given the weather. Upon her emergence, however, she found only James, sprawled and snoring blissfully, while both Sirius and Remus were nowhere to be seen. Overcome by fatigue, Araya ascended to the upper level, hoping to catch some more sleep before their return. Little did she know that Sirius and Remus were engaged in a disagreement outside, sparked by her actions. Regardless, the following morning, they appeared as if nothing had transpired. Araya, still drowsy, was bewildered. Wasn't there flying carpet hanging from the trees? Why had they emerged from it into a lavish tent resembling a palace? Chapter 46, Please Leave. Araya was the first to emerge, likely due to Peter's typically sluggish movements. Thus they all instinctively allowed her passage. Sirius even assisted her by lifting her leg to facilitate her exit. However, as the carpet shifted from its hanging position to lying flat on the ground, Araya lost her balance and tumbled out, landing directly in the arms of a man. He possessed a cascade of golden, flowing hair, an ethereal demeanor, and piercing, deep gray-blue eyes that were strikingly androgynous, yet undeniably exuded a sense of valor. Upon catching Araya, he arched a brow in mild surprise. Peter Pettigrew? Now a third-year student at Hogwarts Gryffindor? Lucius Malfoy could scarcely fathom that the mysterious girl his master had sought so fervently would turn out to be a student, one who appeared rather unremarkable at that. Yet he knew he must display a degree of respect. After all, any woman worth the master's relentless pursuit could not possibly be an ordinary student. Likely tied to him by significant connections, Lucius dared not be careless. Let me go? Who are you? Araya recalled the golden-haired figure and thought of someone, yet found it improbable he would appear so fortuitously in the Middle East. Hadn't Malfoy graduated and married Narcissa Black? I'm in my 4th year. I don't know you. Keep your distance. If Malfoy was indeed present, wouldn't he fear his wife discovering him? This was exceedingly strange. Lucius, having anticipated her struggles, held her firmly in his embrace. I have a lucrative proposition. Might Miss Peter allow me a moment of her time? Although framed as a question, his tone brooked no refusal as he whisked her away to the opulent 3rd floor of the tent. Let my brother speak with you. Release me. I have nothing to say. I don't know anything. Araya protested, writhing against Lucius's chest, pondering whether her involvement in Sirius's escape had drawn unwanted attention. After all, the Black family and the Malfoy family shared a web of mutual interests. Just a few questions. Don't worry, they'll have someone to attend to them. Lucius, still retaining a hint of youthfulness, despite his efforts to conceal it, was perceptible to Araya, who sensed his tension and apprehension. Was he coerced into seeking her out? In that moment, Araya had forgotten that the Malfoy family remained under the shadow of the Dark Lord's dominion. She was still too caught up in the excitement of seeing the familiar peacock, believing she would be easily released. Lucius led Araya into a chamber, initiating an unprecedented interrogation regarding the previous day's gluttonous competition. You and your brothers participated, did you not? The incident was caused by you, wasn't it? Araya was taken aback. How could he know? James and the others had darted away faster than the golden snitch, leaving no trace behind. How else could they have obtained compensation? Nonsense. You must be joking. We have no idea who was responsible. Araya, nearing the brink of despair, wished for anyone to intervene and whisk her away from Lucius's peculiar gaze. She would even consider marrying him to escape. Yet Araya remained unaware that in the shadows of the room, a pair of cold eyes observed her every movement, watching her awkward laughter, her pacing, and her feeble attempts to argue with Lucius. The owner of those eyes was Tom Riddle, who could scarcely believe that the figure before him was the woman who had haunted his dreams and historical reveries. Riddle had envisioned her as a woman of exquisite allure, assertive and irresistible, Yet she now appeared as a timid little creature, leaving him feeling somewhat disoriented. Had he made a mistake? Had he misidentified her? However, upon gazing into her pair of pure, crystalline eyes, Riddle's heart was besieged by an unfamiliar yet intense turmoil. Surely, she could not be mistaken. They had shared countless intimate encounters within the realms of his dreams, and he would not err in recognizing her. A fourth-year male student at Hogwarts? No, it was a female student. In the dimly lit chamber, Riddle tirelessly engaged in a mental struggle, pondering how to elicit the truth from her. Ensnared in the conflict of his own emotions. Surely, she would not toy with his heartstrings only to feign ignorance? Although the Dark Lord was inherently devoid of human emotions, the woman who recurrently graced his dreams had insidiously implanted a terrifying notion within his subconscious. She held significant importance to him. It was akin to a dream so vividly lucid that it could easily be mistaken for reality. He would not allow her to slip through his grasp. Lucius, who was keenly aware of the adult's unwavering gaze upon them, maintained a reasonable distance from Araya while subtly employing some Slytherin-style interrogation. Yet, Araya could not contain herself and divulged everything. He undoubtedly possessed Vila blood, for how else could he so effortlessly enchant her? Are you referring to the stinking flowers? You refer to that rare and costly potion ingredient as stinking flowers? Lucius gasped, for the value of such a potion was immeasurable. Thriving only in the most exacting conditions of ancient houses, requiring precise humidity, temperature, and air quality. As few old houses met these criteria, they were exceedingly rare. And artificial cultivation fell short of the standards, rendering their existence scarce and making them the finest material for crafting high-grade potions. Araya was bewildered. Wait, did you just say this flower is a high-grade potion ingredient? Worth a fortune? Indeed, that is why we wish to negotiate with the owners of these flowers. Of course, this is genuine, and it is indeed to stabilize Peter. Before the master signals, he needs to ensure Araya remains here. Naturally, we understand I need to meet my friends to discuss Alaya's visions of mountains of gold and silver. Does this not imply they stand to profit immensely? Chapter 47, Rescue. Just as Araya was being pressed by Lucius's relentless questioning, James and Sirius encountered Narcissa. Narcissa, frustrated by Sirius's perceived lack of ambition, took him aside for a discussion, leaving James and Remus to negotiate the purchase of the stinking flowers with an unfamiliar figure. Stop dreaming. You've taken my brother and expect us to sell you that rare potion ingredient? Go to hell. James began to wreak havoc in the room, channeling his childhood frustrations. Release my brother, or I'll report you to the Ministry for the illegal detention of Hogwarts students. Remus, don't hold back. In such matters, Remus was always resolute, brandishing his wand to levitate the cloaked wizard before them. You'll be expelled for using wands off campus, Potter. The wizard remained unperturbed, casting a spell to land gracefully, continuing negotiations with an air of intimidation. Kidnapping the future heir of the Black family. Do you wish to find yourselves in Azkaban? Don't listen to his nonsense. We are clearly traveling together. James was not easily intimidated. Tell me where Peter is. Sirius had been taken by Narcissa Black, so he should be safe. Oh right. She asked Narcissa Malfoy now. So Peter is in Malfoy's hands? James Potter, ever astute, quickly deduced the puppeteer behind this scheme. Though he still lacked full understanding of Tom Riddle. It must be Lucius Malfoy. I will inform my father to cease collaboration with the Malfoys. The wizard hesitated for a moment. As a supporter of the Malfoy family for generations, he had to weigh his options. Seizing the opportunity of his indecision, James delivered a swift kick to the wizard's lower body, beckoning Remus to flee from the confined room. Underestimating the magnificence of the tent, they had to run while causing chaos, calling out Peter and Sirius's names. Peter, Sirius, come out. We're here to rescue you. Peter, don't be afraid. Channel your Slytherin spirit. We Gryffindors shall not shed tears. Araya, overhearing James's erratic calls, wished to feign ignorance of their existence. Yet, she felt elated to be free from the company of the handsome but duplicitous Malfoy. I'm here. Just as Araya began to speak, Lucius, sensing the disturbance, swiftly covered her mouth. But this gesture lasted only a mere 5 seconds, for his hand felt as if scalded by an unseen force, and he quickly withdrew it. A flicker of pain crossing his features. Riddle had warned him not to touch what belonged to him. The earlier act of bringing her here had yet to be confirmed. Was this now a sign of affirmation? Lucius composed himself in the shortest span possible, bowing his head toward the dark chamber, awaiting the master's command. The door swung open, and James and Remus burst in. Hurry, Peter. Araya followed suit without looking back. Lucius turned in terror toward Riddle's direction. The Potter brat had indeed taken her hand. Given his temperament, the Potters were bound to suffer if she was indeed who he feared. Let them go, a deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the chamber. The tone was soft yet clear enough to resonate in every corner. Riddle could not yet ascertain if Peter Pettigrew was indeed the girl he sought. But the pressing matter at hand was to investigate how he had become her. What connection did he share with the woman from his dreams? Otherwise, why did his heart stir with such unusual intensity upon encountering Peter, leading him to subconsciously attack Lucius? You ought to learn from your father, Lucius. Abraxas is far more astute and agreeable. Yes, my lord. Go, investigate Peter Pettigrew. Lucius bowed deeply, not daring to delay a moment, fearing further ire from the master. Uncertain of how Narcissa was faring in her discussions with the Black Heir, Araya regrouped with them as they embarked on the quest to find Sirius. However, they were once again captured by the interference of a house elf. Yet, fortune smiled upon them. For the rather unassuming creature with large eyes and pointed ears was none other than Dobby, a pivotal character in the unfolding narrative. Dobby must free the friends of Master Black. Master Black has helped Dobby. He is a friend. During a previous soiree at Malfoy Manor, Sirius had saved Dobby on several occasions, and with Dobby's assistance, they successfully located the escaped Sirius. Thank you, Dobby. Sirius recounted his earlier conversation with Narcissa, which had not been pleasant, yet he managed to convince her of his complete severance from the Black family. Cornered by Narcissa, Sirius bit her and made his escape. No need for pleasantries, Master Black. Sirius, we are good friends. Dobby is willing to help friends. Dobby was nearly brought to tears, clutching his filthy ragged clothing as he watched them depart, quietly utilizing his elf magic to return to the extravagant tent of the Malfoy estate. Araya couldn't shake the feeling that Lucius's demeanor toward her was peculiar, marked by curiosity, disdain, and a hint of respect. It was all rather complicated. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently collided with Sirius's back. Sirius abruptly turned his head and grasped her shoulder. Don't you have anything to say to us? Where on earth had he been taken? Why did Malfoy seek Peter for a private conversation? And why was Peter not with James and the others? Not even a single question in his mind. Right, Sirius, are you okay? That woman from the Black family didn't reveal your whereabouts, did she? James showed no concern that Peter might suffer any misfortune at Malfoy's hands. After all, they were both grown men, likely discussing some trivial matter regarding the stinking flowers. It was all Peter's fault for looking like a soft target. Surely he had been targeted alone. And Peter, you didn't sell them the stinking flowers, did you? Did he approach you for a purchase? Araya finally rejoined the conversation, finding her own inquiries amusing. Indeed, those flowers should rightfully belong to the Potter family. So, did you sell them? Of course not. I would never sell to those dark wizards from Slytherin. Wait, look over there. James suddenly pointed towards a bustling crowd beyond the dunes and dashed off. Wait, James. We can't separate again. Araya was not keen to be caught alone once more. That room seemed to conceal something sinister, sending chills down her spine. Indeed, James, we should head back. Remus followed suit, leaving Sirius to tug Peter along. We'll discuss your questions later. Huh. Araya was puzzled as to why Sirius had such strong opinions about her, but upon reaching the crowd, her vision darkened as she spotted James queuing under the banner of the 100th Camel Trainer competition. Really? Since when can you train camels, James? Araya felt her life flash before her eyes. How? Is riding a camel more challenging than riding a thestral? Don't worry. James confidently stepped forward, registering their names. However, due to the inherent dangers of the competition, they were deemed too young, as they had not yet reached the minimum age of 18. Yet, one should never underestimate the determination of a Gryffindor. James managed to trade some stinking flowers with a stranger for several vials of aging potion, successfully registering under a false name. Upon reflection, that stranger was likely being manipulated by someone else, merely to uncover Alaya's mature appearance. Now, Araya, having consumed the aging potion, hid beneath the flying carpet, reluctant to emerge. Help. After aging 10 years, aside from her physique elongating, her features had taken on a more feminine grace, and her secondary sexual characteristics were no longer as flat as they had been in her student days. With a headache, she tore James's sleepwear, which he had brought from home, into strips to wrap around herself. It was one of the only 2 items he had brought, the other being the invisibility cloak, which she could not bear to shred. Gazing at her waist-length hair and innocent, charming face in the mirror, she frantically tousled her voluminous locks. How could she explain her transformation? She radiated an undeniable beauty from within. Surely, this would give her away. Had she known, she would have feigned illness. The clamorous voices outside were too insistent. Araya had no time left. Grabbing a pair of scissors, she swiftly cut her hair into a neat bob. At least now she could argue that she resembled a boy, though her features still lacked the convincing power. She had to venture out before they dismantled the flying carpet. Peter, did you just take a shower? A now youthful and vibrant James immediately punched Peter in the chest, leaving both of them bewildered. Araya quickly clutched her chest, taken aback by James's reaction. Peter, your pectoral muscles are so developed. James, half in shock and half in defeat, touched his own chest. Feeling disheartened, was his future physique not as impressive as Peter's? He was determined to start working out. Alaya felt like crying. She had been violated, yet was expected to comfort him. James, you are already quite handsome, that much is true. She could understand why Lily Evans had shifted her affections to James. Now, James exuded charm, his glasses lending him an air of scholarly elegance. His smile revealed two adorable dimples, reminiscent of an affectionate puppy, capable of melting hearts. His humor and charm were infectious, making him stand out in every way. However, it was curious how easily James accepted this, increasingly appreciating Peter, exclaiming, "You are handsome. Sirius is handsome. Remus is handsome. We are all handsome." In a high-spirited mood, he threw his arms around everyone, reminiscent of past celebrations where they had huddled together in solidarity. Yet, as he tried to pull Peter into the embrace, Sirius intervened. "Peter, are those muscles for real?" Sirius suddenly felt a twinge of jealousy. How had they become so intimate? "Look at yours." Alaya could hardly agree. Why were boys so affectionate with each other? She tightened her robe and retreated 10 meters away, even though Sirius was now an unforgettable handsome figure. Sirius's once brooding demeanor now emanated an alluring quality, tinged with a hint of danger. His deep-set eyes fixed on you, compelling one to steal an extra glance. Even now, Alaya found herself caught in a moment of eye contact with Sirius, who was inexplicably irked by Peter's apparent discomfort. "Why are you running away? Two grown men shouldn't act so timid." That statement was more suited to him. Sirius glared at the slender figure, softer than a woman's, which only fueled his ire. How could he dare to call himself timid? Yet, as Sirius gazed into Peter's innocent and carefree face, his frustration inexplicably ebbed away. Why was he even angry with the fool? Remus naturally stepped in front of Peter, showcasing his innate charm to the fullest. Just gazing at the back of his head brought Alaya a sense of reassurance. "They'll be distributing numbers soon. We can't act too childish, Sirius, James." Remus's steadiness was a comfort, and Alaya followed closely behind him, feeling secure. This did little to soothe Sirius, whose calm demeanor had once again been disrupted. "Peter, come here. During the competition, stay close to me." Sirius pulled Alaya close, treating Peter as a crutch, though he was now careful with his strength. The camel trainer competition was the oldest and most prestigious event of the entire fair, set against the backdrop of the Sahara Desert. Contestants would need to rely on their extensive experience and initial tools to navigate the intricate desert landscape in search of lost camel herds, herding them back to the finish line. The first to reach the endpoint would earn the highest score. Each camel returned represented 1 point, and the more camels returned, the higher the score. The ultimate victor would not only receive a substantial monetary prize, but also a book personally authored by Newt's commander, with every illustration drawn by him, a veritable treasure of immeasurable worth, coveted by numerous enthusiasts of Newt's commander. Thus, Alaya, under the guidance of James and Sirius, received her number 79, along with her very own camel. She, a youth from the 21st century, was about to embark on her camel herding adventure, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 49, The Unfortunate Camel. The four who had consumed the aging potion were truly the cream of the crop, drawing attention even from afar among the crowd. Some audacious women even discreetly tossed handkerchiefs their way. Had there been a common language, they might have approached them. Were those beauties from Persia? What a mesmerizing sight it was. Each step imbued with grace and allure. The quartet, led by James Potter and Sirius Black, stood proudly at the assembly point, radiating charm amidst a crowd of eclectic trainers. Appearing as striking figures indeed. Well, not quite. It was a striking gentleman and a rather effeminate lad. James, somewhat frustrated by Peter's slouched demeanor, gave his shoulder a gentle thump, urging him to stand tall. It was a pity to see a man of such potential, albeit slightly shorter, carry himself like a timid soul. "I'll teach you how to be a man when school starts," James thought, filled with pride and anticipation for the training regimen he envisioned. While Alaya felt a wave of unease wash over her, her expression turning somewhat despondent. "Time to draw our supplies," Sirius chimed, pulling James along. Having noticed Peter's discomfort and thus providing him some respite, Remus took the opportunity to approach Peter, reassuring him that masculinity is not merely defined by appearances. "You're quite the man yourself." Remus's earnestness left Alaya in a quandary, torn between feeling uplifted and disheartened, as she felt a failure both as a woman and among men. "Thanks, Remus. That's quite enough comfort for now," she smiled, finding solace in his words as they joined the queue for supplies. Each contestant drew different supplies. Sirius received an assortment of fruits and provisions, James drew several wands, and Remus acquired an exceptionally sharp knife. But what of Alaya? She drew a notebook. What was the meaning of this? While the other items could serve as helpful tools in the competition, this notebook seemed utterly useless. Was it meant for wiping oneself, or perhaps for kindling a fire? Flipping through its empty pages confirmed her suspicions. It was indeed devoid of content. "Oh well, I'll leave it to fate." At least I have a flare in my bag. If I wish to forfeit, I can signal at any moment, she mused, resigning herself to merely supporting the main characters. James distributed the wands, ensuring each of them received one, and he also divided the food evenly, or so it appeared. However, Araya soon noticed that Sirius had slipped her an extra apple, and Remus had given her an additional cucumber. She felt a swell of gratitude, armed with weapons and sustenance. James's confidence soared. He even secretly brought along an invisibility cloak, recalling his adventurous days riding camels in Egypt with his parents. He was ready for anything. Yet, shortly after setting off, Araya encountered a predicament. Her camel, number 79, stubbornly refused to budge. She exerted all her strength, but the creature, sporting a fringe of fur, remained steadfastly planted. Meanwhile, the other competitors had already mounted their camels and were advancing 100 meters ahead. She had underestimated James. He was expertly perched on his camel, confidently directing her from above. Praise it. Compliment its beautiful eyelashes and lush fur. James exclaimed, nearly losing his balance in his excitement. Be careful, James, Remus cautioned, steadying him while keeping his gaze directed towards Peter. Had it not been for his own camel, he would have joined Sirius in his antics, yet he remained resolute, silently cheering Peter on. Sirius turned back just in time to see Peter draw his wand. He swiftly grasped Peter's hand, reminding him that casting a spell on a camel would result in disqualification. Is it really that easy? Araya thought, almost wanting to leave. She had only intended to conjure a refreshing spell to awaken her stubborn camel. Realizing her words had slipped out, she awkwardly laughed, her innocent charm inadvertently captivating Sirius, who coughed nervously. Step back, Sirius ordered, taken aback by the prospect of Peter transforming into a handsome figure in the future. What an unusual trajectory of growth. However, having seen the likes of Lucius Malfoy, no one considered Peter feminine. Indeed, he had a more developed physique, exuding a sense of masculinity. Araya watched as Sirius charmingly produced a cucumber to feed his camel, which perked up considerably after its meal. As he reached for a tomato, Araya quickly intervened. Aren't you going to eat that? Let me. Don't worry, if I'm about to starve, I'll just eat you, Sirius joked, playfully tapping her forehead with another cucumber, clearly amused by some whimsical thought. The image of Peter, plump and tearful, skewered on a grill, struck her as rather humorous. Yet, the good news was that the obstinate camel finally decided to rise. Sirius dusted off his hands, pulling Peter from his stupor. Get into position, quick. Without thinking, Araya's instincts kicked in as she grasped the camel's fur and stepped onto Sirius's thigh, finding stability in his strong embrace as she mounted the camel. Hold on tight, Peter, Sirius called, guiding camel number 79 while effortlessly vaulting onto his own. With a firm squeeze of his legs, he urged Araya's camel forward, prompting Remus to follow suit, while James shouted in triumph, performing daring stunts that drew gasps from the onlookers. Only Araya rode alongside Sirius, feeling as though her camel had been tamed by him. The competition rules did not explicitly prohibit one from commandeering another's camel, so why not? Chapter 50, like an old friend. The Sahara Desert, the largest tropical desert in the world, sparkled like a magnificent gem embedded in the African continent. Serene yet teeming with life. The winds whipped up fine sands, reshaping distant dunes and confounding all who dared to conquer its vastness. Araya, parched and sunburned, draped her coat over her head, wishing to wrap herself like a Middle Eastern inhabitant. James, meanwhile, hung limply across his camel's back, lamenting the absence of any other camels. If they didn't appear soon, boredom would surely consume him. Indeed, their chosen path was rather peculiar. The expansive desert was nothing but sand and dunes, devoid of any camels or extraordinary creatures, and certainly no other competitors. Logically, they should have encountered numerous trials. Or could others truly traverse the terrain so swiftly? Had they perhaps employed some form of transfiguration? Sirius pondered the mystery of their predicament. Fortunately, they had drawn wands, allowing them to summon a continuous supply of fresh water, albeit in the sweltering heat. Following the compass's direction, they ventured onward, unaware of how far they had come. The camels, especially number 79, appeared increasingly fatigued and dehydrated, prompting the quartet to dismount and rely on their own strength to continue their journey. Araya felt like a walking barbecue, just a sprinkle of cumin away from a full-fledged feast. James, in a fit of madness, recklessly bared his arms, exposing his pale, delicate chest. It felt somewhat liberating and refreshing, yet he was soon scorched by the merciless sun, leaving his skin a painful shade of pink. Araya felt an urge to laugh, but she herself was not in a much better state, her throat parched and reluctant to utter a word. It was peculiar. Despite having consumed copious amounts of water, her voice remained hoarse. Lupin generously offered her his last cucumber, stating, I usually don't have such a hearty appetite. And I'm not hungry. The stubbled Lupin bore a resemblance to the despondent character from the original story. He had just narrowly escaped quicksand, exerting tremendous effort to climb out, only to have his clothing snagged by a cactus. He now appeared somewhat like the leader of a beggar's gang, exuding a certain rugged charm characteristic of a mature man. Perhaps he was indeed suited to a style akin to Johnny Depp's, Araya mused, realizing that Lupin would make for quite a dashing companion, much to Tonks's fortune. I'm not hungry either. I've had quite enough water. Araya was acutely aware of the cucumber's preciousness at this moment, and didn't he wish to feel indebted to Lupin. It would be unfair for her to consume everything just because Peter had eaten more than they had. Lupin, slightly disappointed by her refusal, didn't he press the matter further and turn to persuade Sirius to consume the remaining half of the cucumber. As night descended, they discovered a cave that appeared to be home to some magical creature, likely a larger version of a desert fox, given the size of its paw prints and fur left behind. The good news was they could nestle in the warm fur for the night, while the bad news was that their wand seemed only capable of casting the most basic spells, such as Aguameni, Incendio, and Lumos. Consequently, they might have to endure hunger tonight, particularly since transforming Peter's family heirloom into 8-legged frogs, white apples, and fish that croaked was not something anyone dared to attempt. Consuming such things could lead to poisoning, especially after Peter had fallen ill and fainted alongside James during their last ordeal. The four of them had become quite cautious about what they ingested. To keep watch over their camels and guard against potential ambushes, they decided to take turns on watch duty, with Peter assigned the last shift, just as dawn was breaking, which felt no different from a regular early morning. Araya had no objections to this arrangement, considering they all believed they would inevitably doze off during their watch, hence the safest time slot was assigned to her. Feeling satisfied, she wrapped herself in her coat and curled up in a warm corner of the cave, falling into a deep slumber. Lupin was the first to take his turn on watch. He sat by the campfire, grooming the camels to keep himself alert, while observing Sirius, who had closed his eyes next to Peter. The cave echoed with James's groans, as he winced in discomfort from his sunburn. When it was Araya's turn, the sky had already begun to lighten, having long surpassed the designated shift change. Awakened by thirst, she opened her eyes to find it somewhat difficult to breathe. James had extended his arm over her, pressing down on her chest. What a bothersome fellow he was. Moreover, she noticed she was covered with Sirius's coat. Oh right. She needed to replace him so he could return to sleep. Excited, she almost tripped over James, but instead, she patiently maneuvered around him and Lupin to exit the cave. Sirius was leaning against a camel, attempting to braid its fur into a plait, looking utterly exhausted. Why didn't you wake me? Araya was surprised by his unexpected thoughtfulness toward Peter. Disinterested in calling him, she noted that it had only been 2 hours. Sirius's head hadn't even lifted. Thinking that if he just held on a little longer, danger would soon pass. You should go get some rest. Sirius slowly rose, stretching his sore limbs, preparing to return for some more sleep, suddenly remembering, don't tell Remus. With that, he ducked back into the cave. Araya suspected it was out of concern that James might find it unfair, but she brushed it off, deciding she would take a longer shift next time. However, in the serene and refreshingly dry desert morning, Araya's eyelids seemed to have their own intentions, yearning for companionship. As she struggled against drowsiness, the camels nearby grew restless, rising to their feet and braying loudly, which sent Araya tumbling away from them. What is happening? 79, 78, and 77. Araya jolted awake, but her vision was still hazy. Rubbing her eyes, she vaguely saw an unfamiliar figure with a face full of freckles, tousled curly hair, and a long British-style coat cascading to his ankles, appearing somewhat translucent. Is it a ghost? Araya was momentarily terrified, but in the midst of her scream, she felt a strange familiarity emanating from the apparition, accompanied by a sense of nostalgia and a hint of grievance. Wait, do they know each other? Ghosts should be commonplace in the magical world. Why was she so agitated? Quickly regaining her composure, she reassured herself, don't be afraid. It's me, Newt. Newt's commander. Do you remember me? Chapter 51, The Phantom. I am Newt. Newt. Araya finally recognized the faint glow of the man before her as Newt, who now donned a well-tailored muggle suit, resembling an English gentleman carrying a small leather case, accompanied by his adorable niffler perched on his shoulder. How could she possibly not recognize Newt? Perhaps it was merely fatigue clouding her judgment. At that moment, Newt appeared to be in his early 20s, embodying the essence of a fresh-faced university graduate, eyes sparkling with innocence. However, upon seeing his long-lost friends, tears quickly welled up in his eyes. Araya reached out toward the niffler on Newt's shoulder, but he mistook this gesture for an embrace and opened his arms wide to welcome her. Alas, he was merely a phantom, a remnant left behind in the desert, waiting for their reunion. He had scattered his essence across the globe, yearning for this moment of connection. Don't touch him. The others scrambled out of the cave in a flurry, some on the ground, others clutching their heads. James had bumped into the cave's ceiling in his haste, while one accurately threw off a shoe that landed squarely on Newt's apparition. Wait, Sirius, he seems somewhat familiar. Lupin quickly sprang to his feet, halting Sirius, who was ready to remove his other shoe. In the urgency of the situation, Sirius had completely overlooked the figure before him, solely preoccupied with the thought that Peter might be in danger. It's Newt. Grown-up Newt, my good friend. Hurry, give me an autograph. James adjusted his crooked glasses, instantly recognizing the famous Newt, albeit in his adult form. Yet that familiar bewilderment remained, just as it had been in childhood. Ecstatic, he cradled his head and bounced toward Newt, pushing past Peter for a hug. The result was the same. His hand passed right through Newt's shoulder. James stood in shock as Newt offered him an apologetic smile. I'm just a phantom. I've been searching for you all. It's true, you do exist. And this isn't my imagination. With that, Newt turned away, quickly brushing away the tears from his eyes, then pivoted back to present his best self to his friends. Even as a mere specter. I'm sorry. It seems I can't fulfill the autograph request, but I will find a way. No, you've succeeded. Sirius murmured to himself, reminiscing about the note inscribed on the front page of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, a message that had transcended time. For he had personally immortalized the names of each of them. Newt raised an eyebrow in excitement. So, does that mean I will indeed meet you all in the future? How old will I be? Is my book finished? When it came to aspirations of the future, Newt had shed his customary reserve. Of course, Araya was reluctant to dampen Newt's good spirits. They had only just met, and considering Newt's age, he was practically a grandfather now. That's splendid. Newt awkwardly patted the head of the Niffler, but the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. He seemed to sense that the answer might not align with his expectations. Yet he hesitated to shatter the illusion. He was grateful to Peter and the others for their kindness in not revealing the harsh truth. What a pity. It seems we have not met again, at least not in this timeline. But does it matter? Haven't I already encountered you in this moment? Thus, Newt revitalized himself once more, pondering how long his magic could conjure his existence. Every second of their reunion was precious, and he intended to cherish it fully. Looks like you're in a bit of trouble. Is there anything I can assist you with? He asked eagerly. Fantastic. I bet your skills in desert survival surpass ours. Skipping over the somber topic, James transformed into a sea serpent, frolicking while examining Newt's projection, curious if he could learn to frighten the Niffler himself. All the while narrating this competition. The World Camel Training Championship? How fortuitous. I've participated in that as well. Newt, alongside the quartet, sat around last night's campfire, fervently rummaging through his suitcase. Everyone assumed he would produce some food or items to aid their escape from the desert. However, they realized those phantom items were beyond their reach. Then Araya discovered their worries were unfounded, as Newt unearthed an exquisite golden trophy shaped like a camel. With a shy smile, he held it aloft, declaring, "This is from that competition." James found himself at a loss for words in response to Newt's unintentional display of extravagance, yet it felt entirely fitting for him. He was indeed that kind of person. Can't you offer us any advice to help us win the competition? Exactly, Newt. We might starve in this desert. Araya could distinctly hear her stomach rumbling. Impossible. Newt exclaimed upon hearing Peter's words, springing to his feet, his agitation akin to that of a revolutionary, causing the Niffler perched on his shoulder to tumble down. What? Everyone was taken aback by Newt's extreme reaction. Was he being overly sensitive? I won't let you starve, Peter, he declared, clenching his fists as he pondered and moved towards the entrance of the cave, pointing to a slightly raised area. Come, let us dig here. Although everyone had developed a sort of immunity to disappointment, believing they might unearth food left by Newt decades ago, no one dared to dampen the mood at that moment. Especially James, who was the first to dive into the sand with his hands, and to their astonishment, they actually unearthed mushrooms, each the size of a palm. These are sand dune mushrooms, quite delectable. Newt nodded in satisfaction, and spirits lifted as it became clear that he would not let them down. Araya was on the verge of tears. Finally, they had something to eat. Under Newt's guidance, they also dug up some desert roots that, when chewed, tasted sweet like sugarcane. Coupled with the roasted mushrooms, everyone was thoroughly satiated. Most importantly, Newt managed to tame the obstinate number 79, his methods of magic unknown, leaving the creature particularly obedient, following his every command with increased speed. I can lead you out of the desert, though I cannot guarantee if we will encounter camels along the way. Newt floated apologetically beside Peter, clearly in a worse state than when they had first met yesterday, his opaque form gradually becoming more translucent. That's all right. We can always give all the camels to James, as long as he isn't dead last. Araya was unconcerned about anything else, as long as James was happy. He wouldn't bother her. Why don't you sit in front of me? She suggested, anxious they might not even escape the desert before Newt's projection faded away. However, this statement sparked an idea in James. What did you say, Peter? Could you repeat that? James's expression transformed, as if a light bulb had gone off. If they could commandeer the camels of other competitors, wouldn't that be delightful? Chapter 52, Crisis Revisited. Although James envisioned grand possibilities, the likelihood of encountering competing trainers in the desert was slim. Many of those legitimate trainers hailed from various deserts, such as Saudi Arabia and the Gobi Desert in China. Even if they stood before them, they might be obscured by their spells. They merely hoped to complete the journey and earn a score for finishing, or perhaps encounter a few stranded camels before reaching the exit. It seemed Merlin had heard their call, but the response was slightly off. He sent not only a lost herd of camels, but also a sandstorm. Without any warning, the sky darkened ominously, suffocating them with its yellow haze. At the first sight of a dozen camels in the distance, James leapt from his own camel, chasing after them, calling for everyone to spread out and encircle the stragglers. Not to let any escape, Newt was the first to sense the danger. Don't run around. Get under the camels. Unfortunately, it was too late. The group had already scattered, blocking their own escape routes. The swirling winds and sand concealed everyone's whereabouts, and Araya was even blown to the ground. She couldn't help but lament her light frame. If only she were heavier, perhaps she would have remained grounded. Just as she thought she might be swept into the storm's eye, an invisible barrier suddenly emerged, shielding her from the swirling sands nearby. Fortunately, Newt was still before her, able to guide her on what to do. She crawled and rolled beneath the camel's legs, using their massive forms as cover, wishing fervently for Newt to join her. Yet as she opened her mouth to call out, she was met with a mouthful of dirt, prompting her to abandon the effort. She could only huddle down, clutching her head and praying for the storm to pass quickly. Was it her imagination, or did she hear someone calling her name? Araya's mind raced through the brief span of her second life. It was a pity she had not yet indulged in a proper shopping spree in the magical world. Perhaps in her next life, she would be born into a wealthy family, like the Malfoys. After what felt like an eternity, the storm finally subsided. She shook off the sand clinging to her, noticing that apart from her own position, there was a distinct ring of marks surrounding her. Within this circle, the sand was considerably less than in the areas beyond it. It was as if a protective barrier had formed around her, preventing her from being buried. Even number 79, who had been knocked over, managed to rise effortlessly from the sand. Newt, James, Sirius, and Remus, are you all right? Araya shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth in an attempt to locate them, but the desert had returned to its usual silence. The winds had swept away any trace of footprints or evidence of others' presence. So now, did Araya have to struggle on her own? She instinctively reached into her pocket, rummaging around, only to pull out James's toothbrush. Had she mistakenly taken something from his pocket? As for James's smoke bomb, if Araya's memory serves her correctly, he had inadvertently lost it or perhaps deliberately discarded it upon entering the desert. Now, in her utter despair, Araya wondered if she was destined to perish from starvation in this arid wasteland. In a fit of frustration, she emptied all of James's pockets, revealing not only a wand capable of performing only the simplest of spells, but also an assortment of beautiful bird feathers he had collected, along with some minerals. Wait, how did her notebook end up in James's pocket? Had he truly used it for such an ignoble purpose? Just as Araya pondered this, the notebook in her hands suddenly flipped open with a rustling sound, as if it had a life of its own, landing on a particular page adorned with a flowing script directing her toward the sun. The robust and vigorous lettering, combined with a sense of familiarity, struck Araya with the realization that this was none other than the infamous diary of Tom Riddle. Was this diary attempting to teach her the art of self-rescue? Perhaps noticing her momentary silence, the diary displayed a rather blunt message. Your demise here serves me no purpose. This statement held a grain of truth. Even a being like Riddle, reduced to a Horcrux, would hardly wish to be eternally trapped in the sands. Araya found herself contemplating how Newt's essence managed to endure in such a desolate place. It dawned on her why Chinese novels often feature protagonists encountering celestial beings. Perhaps these were merely remnants of wizards imparting their wisdom before vanishing. A sudden clarity washed over Araya, uplifting her spirits as she embraced this newfound insight just before her impending demise. As Araya resigned herself to following the diary's guidance, a falcon screeched and burst through the clouds, circling above her. Initially, she feared it was a vulture waiting to feast upon her remains, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was carrying a signal flare. With remarkable precision, it dropped the flare directly into her hands, prompting Araya to question whether someone had been monitoring her all along. Yet, she dismissed such thoughts. All that mattered was her safe return. Without hesitation, she ignited the signal flare and gazed at the colorful smoke ascending into the sky, awaiting the arrival of the committee's patrol. To her astonishment, the scale of her rescue operation was nothing short of breathtaking. A full convoy? Leading the procession was an opulent pumpkin carriage drawn by 8 majestic steeds, followed by 2 open carriages and medieval-style coaches. Behind them were committee members riding winged horses, and trailing at the end was a medical team on brooms and flying carpets, accompanied by reporters. In that moment, Araya almost fancied herself a long-lost princess, unable to comprehend such a grand spectacle in her honor, as if orchestrated like a press conference. Numerous reporters surged forward, rudely bombarding her with questions. As the first contestant to voluntarily withdraw from the competition, how do you feel? What was your reaction upon learning that your companions successfully restrained a herd of camels? Contestant 79, could you share your thoughts during the severe sandstorm? Each query left Araya bewildered, yet upon hearing that James and the others had indeed rescued the camels, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Was Newt with them? Knowing they were safe put her mind at ease. Make way. Let her pass. Lucius Malfoy's authoritative voice commanded, causing the reporters to step back in unison. Standing a short distance away, Lucius stood before the carriage, and Araya could faintly see a figure draped in black robes seated inside, someone of even greater stature than the Malfoys. Lord Riddle wishes to interview her privately. Under Lucius's watchful gaze, Araya dazedly climbed aboard the luxurious pumpkin carriage. Was she truly about to confront the Dark Lord? The height of the carriage was staggering. It must have once required a stepping stool or a house elf to ascend. She awkwardly hoisted herself up, momentarily wishing for Sirius's strong legs to assist her. Lucius Malfoy trailed behind, feeling a deep sense of disdain for her crude demeanor, wondering if she could truly be the one sought after by the Dark Lord. How could someone so unrefined capture the interest of such an esteemed figure? Nevertheless, Lucius feigned courtesy, positioning himself to block the cameras and reporters. Do you require assistance? He inquired, only to be met with a face full of sand as Araya climbed aboard. His irritation escalated, and he furiously wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, glaring at her retreating figure, vowing to make her pay once she was cast aside. No, I can manage, Araya retorted inwardly, scolding herself for even considering his help. She had no desire to be entangled with Malfoy, even if it meant climbing into the carriage alone, just as she felt a sense of triumph at her successful ascent. A pair of glossy leather boots appeared before her, following the sleek lines of the legs encased in robes. She found herself gazing into eyes that seemed to pierce through to her very soul. Calm and unperturbed, those eyes evoked an unsettling familiarity within Araya, as if she were staring into the depths of the Dark Lord himself. This was the embodiment of elegance and distinction. The last time she had encountered such a presence was in her dreams. Though Lucius Malfoy was indeed a distinguished gentleman, he paled in comparison to the man before her, whose aura overshadowed him entirely. At that moment, Riddle knelt gracefully, assisting Araya to her feet, uttering the strangely melodic words, "At last, we meet. Do we know each other?" Araya replied, startled at the notion that she had ever met the Dark Lord. Surely, Peter's circle did not extend that far. Riddle paused, his grip tightening around her wrist, an inexplicable frustration bubbling within him. You do not recognize me? Araya winced as she attempted to free herself from his grasp, bewildered by his sudden volatility. Was he not yet at the point of madness? Regaining his composure at the sight of her contorted expression, Riddle reminded himself to remain patient. It was still too soon to ascertain whether she was indeed the one from his dreams. After all, they bore little resemblance to one another. In his dreams, Riddle had been unable to clearly recall the woman's features, but through the aid of dark magic, he had gradually pieced together a rough portrait. Black hair, deep-set European features combined with the gentle contours of an Eastern visage. For years, he had searched for her, holding on to the memory of her satisfaction with his face and her peculiar fascination with his lips, as if she were intent on kissing him or stealing a touch. Now, encountering Peter, although her appearance was not quite as he remembered, the way she had looked at him ignited a flicker of hope within Riddle. A mix of anticipation that this might be her, coupled with irritation that it might not. For the first time ever, a sense of unease fluttered within her, a worry that she might not embody the vision of her dreams. Under the piercing gaze of the dashing Riddle, Araya felt as if she were seated upon needles, hastening towards the lavatory of the carriage. At the entrance, she encountered a familiar face. Dobby enthusiastically presented her with a set of fresh garments and towels. Araya offered Dobby a grateful smile and swiftly entered the washroom, nearly rendered speechless by its ostentatious golden opulence. Was gold in the magical realm truly so abundant? Ultimately, she completed her bath with remarkable speed, donning the new attire before emerging, anxious not to keep Riddle waiting. However, in her haste, she failed to notice that she was clad in women's clothing, even managing to fasten her bra with practiced ease and tuck away the strands of hair that peeked from her collar. Locking eyes with Riddle, elegantly sipping tea on the sofa, Araya froze, as if ensnared in a spell, thinking, I am not a pervert, I merely wear women's attire. Panic surged within her as she glanced from Riddle to her own dress. Her stammered explanations only fueled Riddle's imagination, convincing him further that she was indeed the Araya from his dreams, albeit in a more bewildered state. Riddle lowered his gaze, placing his teacup down, contemplating the scenarios that might unfold in his dreams. She ought to leap into his arms and seize him by the throat. This thought made Riddle's throat feel parched, and he wondered why he felt oddly restless in his seat. To Araya, Riddle's tugging at his tie revealed his alabaster collarbone, his long legs shifting from a crossed position to an inviting V shape, his eyes glinting with a predatory light. Did he appear like a famished wolf, as if he intended to devour her? Araya remained rooted in place, uncertain whether to retreat to the washroom, unaware that Riddle was intentionally luring her in, knowing that the true Araya would have approached him with confidence. Yet fear compelled her to retreat, prompting a flicker of doubt within Riddle. Though he was unwilling to abandon his quest for proof regarding Peter, Riddle straightened his posture, returning to his official duties, anticipating the moment when her true self would reveal itself. Araya, disinclined to confront Riddle alone, found herself longing for Lucius Malfoy. His presence could have alleviated the oppressive weight of the Dark Lord. Fortunately, the 8 Thestrals flew swiftly, and Araya soon arrived above the spectators' seats, catching sight of a bustling main venue through the glass. In the center lay a colossal sand table, surrounded by an eager throng of onlookers arranged in tiers, the highest seats towering 30 meters above. Unsurprisingly, the silhouettes of all the contestants were visible in the enormous sand table. To her astonishment, she spotted James and his companions on the large screen. James, Sirius, Remus, Araya instinctively shouted, cursing herself for potentially revealing her identity, as they had come to the competition anonymously. Chapter 54, Invitation. Clearly, the central sand table operated through magical means, reflecting the scenes from the desert. James and Sirius were indeed with the lost camels, yet they were ensnared in a hidden swamp beneath the sand, alongside the camels. Araya's heart raced. Fortunately, they had experience with such traps, remaining calm and awaiting rescue, trusting that Peter would soon arrive. But where was Peter? He had already been taken outside the venue. Where to? After leaping from the carriage, Araya prepared to seek a broom to rescue her brothers, knowing they awaited her. However, she was intercepted by committee members stationed at the entrance, who insisted on escorting her to her designated area, such as the seats for eliminated contestants. You cannot wander. You must remain here until the competition concludes. Am I not eliminated? Araya realized that there were indeed many others in the eliminated section, at least a dozen or more. Hadn't she been told she was the first? This burden felt rather heavy for her to bear. Indeed, you were the first to voluntarily forfeit. The others were disqualified due to rule violations or life-threatening circumstances, the staff member stated, a hint of respect glimmering in their eyes. What? Araya scrutinized the ragged state of those in the area. They were either bandaged or in tatters, some lying down, likely having encountered more formidable challenges. In contrast, she had only faced hunger and heat. Was her decision to forfeit somewhat embarrassing? Yet now, with matters as they were, she could only focus on rescuing her brothers. However, she was continuously obstructed, as they forbade her from relaying information to her comrades on the field. From their elevated perspective, the exit was clearly visible, and the path to it was fraught with challenges, with the whereabouts of the lost camels unmistakable. No wonder they could discern their position so accurately and send signals via hawks. Under the staff members' impatient prodding, Araya had no choice but to temporarily acquiesce, plotting to escape at the first opportunity. Just then, Lucius reappeared, his demeanor more humble than before, leaning slightly forward as he addressed her. My lord requests your presence at the podium to observe the upcoming matches. Araya was taken aback. Why did the Dark Lord remain so fixated on her? Yet evidently, Riddle's name wielded considerable influence, as the earlier imperious staff member now bowed and scraped as if they were in the presence of their master. Of course, after you. They conceded. With no other option, Araya followed Lucius to the heart of the venue, arriving at the most extravagant box in the desert. Far surpassing the notion of a mere podium, it was akin to the very center of the universe. Golden banners adorned the corners, ringing bells swayed with the wind, and peacocks perched upon the inexplicably appearing branches, with a throne occupying the very center. Riddle's chair was noticeably elevated above the others, flanked by several seats arranged in a row, all occupied by individuals of various statures. To Araya's surprise, a familiar face occupied a VIP seat. Was that the little pervert? She felt momentarily flustered. How did he end up here? Would his piercing gaze recognize her and expose their identities? As Lucius turned back to invite her up, he caught sight of a woman now swathed in Arab garb, her face obscured save for her eyes. Had she removed her outer garment? What are you doing? Lucius's veins throbbed with frustration, yearning to tear away the hideous covering from her head. What had once been a somewhat appealing visage now seemed a source of concern for him, fearing it would tarnish his lord's reputation. However, his refined upbringing restrained him. Fists clenched as he forced a smile. Is there a problem? I'm protecting my skin from the sun, Araya replied, even uncertain if her rationale held any merit. What? Lucius looked up at the thickened canopy extending 100 meters away, casting shadows that rendered her claim absurd. What manner of peculiar woman had that lord chosen? Understood. Please proceed. The lord is awaiting you. Do not keep him waiting, Lucius relented, preparing to escort her while plotting to slip away to find Narcissa instead. Surely, his attention would be drawn to that woman. The entrance of Araya indeed silenced the entire podium. The once jovial titans of various fields suddenly seemed to have their voices collectively withdrawn, all eyes turning towards the woman for whom Riddle had deliberately reserved a seat. Yet, Riddle appeared utterly unaffected by the spectacle, seemingly delighted by her presence. She embodied a charming innocence and endearing spirit, unperturbed by the gazes of the world around her. Much like the vision he often dreamt of, unhesitatingly seeking his affection regardless of time or place, her love pure and unwavering. Riddle felt an immense satisfaction in her awareness. It was indeed the most splendid thing that her face was reserved solely for him. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, he beckoned Araya to take a seat beside him. Oh, very well, Araya responded, taking 3 seconds to fully grasp the reality that the radiant individual smiling at her was none other than the future Dark Lord, who would wield unparalleled power. Without a hint of hesitation, she approached him and sat down decisively. As she passed young Barty Crouch, he maliciously stepped on the hem of her robe, hoping to dislodge her headscarf and confirm whether she was indeed the Peter he recognized. However, Araya evaded his ploy, lifting her skirt and stepping on his foot as she moved past. Once seated, she was met with a glare of resentment from young Barty. But she paid him no mind. Hadn't she noticed how all the powerful figures around them dared not look her way? Even her father was adeptly pretending as though nothing had occurred, continuing his discussion about the match with the person beside him. Yet, Riddle leaned closer to her. His voice lowered conspiratorially. You may do as you please, unfettered by the opinions of others. For instance, you could kiss me, just as in your dreams. However, it was clear that Riddle would never voice the latter half of that sentiment, instead straightening his posture and awaiting her response. Chapter 55. The inquiry. Araya's eyes widened in terror at Riddle's inexplicably intimate words. What did he mean? Was this a trap designed to bring her down and silence her under the guise of disrespect? This thought rendered her immobile. She initially intended to excuse herself to the restroom and slip away, but now it seemed she was trapped, daring not to make a move. Her gaze fixated on the magnified smoke screen before her, her heart racing for her dear friends. As the sun blazed ever brighter, beads of sweat trickled from their hairlines to their chins, obscuring their vision. Yet, they persisted, fearful of sinking further into the predicament. In contrast, Araya found herself seated beneath a spacious tent, attended to by someone fanning her, surrounded by the beauty of the East, perhaps even with traces of Vila lineage. While a chocolate fountain bubbled enticingly on the table before her. Each passing second in this setting felt like a torment, particularly with Riddle's ever-changing demeanor beside her. Shifting from warmth to a stony expression, eventually exuding an oppressive aura that made it difficult for Araya to breathe. Riddle sat there, uncertain of what he anticipated. But one thing was clear. Araya's undue attention to the 3 contestants was profoundly irritating. It felt akin to someone snatching Nagini from his grasp, or worse, as though Nagini had chosen to follow another. Why did she not cast a glance in his direction? With a slight chuckle, Riddle set down his teacup forcefully on the table, the sound reverberating in Araya's heart. How enviable is the bond between Peter and his friends, he remarked, not bothering to turn his head as he spoke to her in a peculiar manner. Araya, caught off guard, turned to face him, pondering whether the Dark Lord was envious of her friendships. Well, our relationship is quite all right. We argue and fight sometimes, she implied, suggesting there was nothing to be envious of. Yet, Riddle seemed to glean an understanding from her vague words. Do they bully you? Command you? Enslave you? Riddle's words struck home, revealing the essence of the quartet. Indeed, Peter was the more vulnerable one. In their shared gaze, Araya felt as though Riddle saw through her, and, inexplicably, she spoke the truth. Well, somewhat, but that was in the past. Things are much better now. He must be the Vila, exuding such allure. Ah, splendid. Riddle replied with a sinister smile that sent chills down Araya's spine. It seems a storm is brewing, he added cryptically before resuming his seat. Araya craned her neck inquisitively. It was a blazing sun, hot enough to roast anyone alive. How could there be weather more terrifying than the sandstorm she had endured? Yet, shortly after Riddle summoned a cloaked Death Eater and whispered a few words, odd weather indeed began to manifest. A storm broke out in the desert, specifically above James and Sirius. an anomaly that could scarcely be explained without Riddle's interference. Did you orchestrate this? Araya questioned, uncertain of her emotions and daring to challenge the Dark Lord. Why would I do such a thing? Riddle responded, his demeanor calm. As he turned to meet her gaze with a mixture of mockery and scrutiny, Araya sensed a deep-seated fury lurking beneath the surface. It was as if she were intimately familiar with him, compelling her to stand abruptly, momentarily catching Riddle off guard, his expression shifting subtly. Imbued with emotions Araya could not decipher. Feeling the intensity of Riddle's gaze, she weakly averted her eyes. I need to use the restroom, she stammered. Leaving Riddle furrowing his brow in frustration, never had he felt so thwarted in the presence of a woman, excluding the dreams, of course. Meanwhile, on the podium, young Barty, having noticed Araya rise, discreetly informed his father before following her. He sought to validate his suspicions. At the restroom entrance, young Barty caught up with her. Peter? He inquired tentatively, yet his words compelled Araya to pause, her mind racing with memories of why Riddle was so familiar with her. I don't know what you're talking about, kid, Araya retorted, opening the door to the ladies' room, only to be taken aback when the audacious young man followed her inside without an ounce of shame. What happened to you becoming a woman, Peter? Young Barty was not easily deceived. How did you get into the girls' restroom? Araya finally turned to confront Barty Crouch, only to find him unexpectedly yanking off his own headscarf. As the scarf fell away, young Barty gazed in astonishment at the graceful figure before him. Although her face bore Peter's features, the softness and beauty that unfolded were beyond his imagination. You've grown into a beauty far beyond what I envisioned, he mused, licking his lips, utterly delectable. Dressed in an ensemble that exuded exotic charm, adorned with intricate Middle Eastern embroidery at the collar and cuffs, Barty looked both mysterious and regal. Yet, in Araya's eyes, his smile resembled that of a mischievous imp, filled with ill intent. She refused to concede, stubbornly insisting, I don't know what you're talking about. If you keep spouting nonsense, I will take action. With that, she brandished her wand, casting a simple charm. Unfortunately, her ancestral wand was with James, and the only wand she possessed was a basic one provided by the committee, which James had mistakenly taken. Consequently, she was left with a soggy young Barty, resembling an irate little bird. Little Barty brandished his wand in a somewhat menacing manner towards Araya, his tone laced with sarcasm. Did you think you were the only one with an untraceable wand? His intent was merely to intimidate Peter, implying that he still harbored doubts about his words. Barty was curious about why Peter was masquerading as a woman. Was it to seduce that man? Were they really allowing him to play such tricks? Araya was at a loss for words, taken aback by the tenacity of this young man, unaware that this was merely a simple beginning and that she would soon find herself troubled by this eccentric yet captivating individual in the time to come. However, in that moment, she unleashed a fierce wave of flames to push him back and, in a desperate bid, shattered a window to escape. She still needed to rescue them. Chapter 56, The Encounter. As Araya burst through the window, she was astonished by the fluidity of her movements, a testament to the relentless training she had undergone with James and Sirius. Coupled with her newfound advantage of long legs, she easily distanced herself from Barty. Having gained a modicum of fame by leveraging Riddle's reputation, Araya swiftly acquired a flying carpet, steering it into the desert, heading towards the direction where James and Sirius were trapped. Yet it was already somewhat late. Fierce winds swirled, gathering dark clouds and sandstorms, obscuring her sense of direction. The winds battered her, threatening to unseat her, and she could only cling desperately to the edges of the carpet, lying flat upon it. Just as she felt utterly helpless and prepared to descend, a massive black dragon emerged through the rain and mist, its sharp claws glinting ominously. Its enormous wings defied the tempest, and its slit-like eyes appeared fearsome. Yet, upon its back, 3 familiar figures were present. Peter, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. James, his glasses lost to the chaos, bore several cuts on his cheeks, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity, radiating brilliance even amidst the storm. Hurry over, Peter. You're going to fall. In contrast to James's exuberance, Sirius seemed never to have doubted that Peter would flee alone. His only concern was ensuring Peter's safety, as he appeared perilously precarious against the tumultuous backdrop of wind and sand. Grab my hand, Peter. Remus leaned out, extending his arm to pull him in, while Sirius cast a quick glance back and also reached out a hand. The problem was that they were both extending their right hands, making it impossible for Araya not to speculate whether Sirius was secretly competing with her to make a choice. That was indeed too much to expect of her. She wished she had 8 hands to grasp them both. Thus, with a determined leap, Araya seized both their hands, contorting her body to climb onto the dragon's back. It felt surreal. She was riding a dragon. What was this creature? Araya found herself increasingly eager for the days to come, wondering if she might even encounter the divine. Just as Newt was about to explain, Sirius interrupted, Don't speak, or you might bite your tongue off. Hold tight, everyone. We must break through these storm clouds with vigor. Unbeknownst to James, who was focused on timing and direction, Sirius and Remus were engaged in a hushed dialogue behind him. Seizing the moment, James gripped the dragon's head, steering it at a near 90-degree angle, propelling them out of the treacherous area. Araya was too preoccupied with clutching the dragon's spiny back and its scales to notice how Remus, silenced, wore a look of silent concern as he steadied her from behind, ensuring she remained securely on the dragon. Hold on tight to me. Sirius bluntly pulled Araya's hand to his waist, indicating for her to clasp him around the waist. Yet Araya, in her frantic state, could only grasp whatever was within reach, tightening her grip around his belt. At last, after enduring a suffocating sensation and a feeling of weightlessness, they broke free from the clouds, emerging into a calmer sky. Hide in the clouds, Araya exclaimed immediately, opening her eyes to see that everyone had reverted to their original ages, their clothes hanging loosely on their frames. The Sirius before her was utterly disheveled, having lost his trousers, awkwardly holding them up with both hands. Peter, let go. His gaze was somewhat unfocused, and a hint of pink appeared on his ears. This was far from normal. James paid no heed to his own exposed shoulder, resting his chin contemplatively, pondering the peculiar nature of the rain, which seemed to manifest solely above them, as if artificially generated. Perhaps it's a deliberately designed challenge. Sirius finally managed to secure his belt, and the four of them slipped away from the arena under the cover of clouds. Though reluctant, they recognized that they could not continue the competition. As Araya engaged in a debriefing with them, she learned that after they were separated, they had managed to control the camels, but had also encountered other competitors who pursued them, attempting to seize their camels. In the ensuing chaos of resisting and fleeing, they found themselves ensnared in a marsh beneath the sands. When asked how they had escaped, a somber mood enveloped them. Araya sensed something and volunteered. It was Newt who helped you, wasn't he? Indeed, Newt summoned his companions to assist us. It was with Corlison's help that we emerged from the mire, James confessed, unable to contain his secret any longer. They had initially agreed to keep this matter from Peter, fearing he would become overly emotional and irksome. So where is he? Araya's voice was soft, her intuition already hinting at the answer, yet she clung to a sliver of hope. Peter, you must understand. The Newt we encountered was merely a fragment of his projection. The true him is still somewhere in the world. Sirius felt it was his duty to deliver this harsh truth, while James remained indecisive. He has vanished, Araya articulated the unspoken reality, observing as everyone nodded slowly. A sense of melancholy settling in. Even the black dragon beneath them seemed to resonate with a mournful cry. I think we should return, Sirius suddenly declared, aware of Peter's sorrow, realizing he likely did not wish to continue the adventure. He should not imprison Peter and the others due to his own troubles. Then it's settled. Sirius, you can stay at my house, and Peter and Remus, you both should join us too. James swiftly adjusted his mood, excitedly detailing his plans. We can hold a Quidditch match in my backyard. It's been ages since we trained, Peter. We cannot let our practice lapse. Then we can play the oldest wizardess chess in my shed, where cheating is permitted. Araya nodded absent-mindedly, scarcely registering James's words, still in a daze. However, seeing Peter acquiesce, Remus shifted his thoughts towards returning home, and Sirius unexpectedly found himself looking forward to spending the summer at James's house. We need to hurry then. We cannot waste any time. After bidding farewell to the Black Dragon, they retrieved the hidden flying carpet and soared towards England. Perhaps due to their altered mood, the journey home felt significantly swifter. They crowded once more into the upper and lower bunks, but this time, the arrangement had solidified with Araya and Sirius sharing a space. With the companionship of friends, Araya quickly regained her spirits, realizing that Newt was indeed alive and well. Moreover, hadn't he mentioned that he had left behind more projections scattered throughout the world, waiting for them? This implied that Hogwarts might also harbor some. Chapter 57, Homecoming. For Peter and the others, this was not their first visit to James's home, but it was Araya's debut. She imagined the Potter residence to be grand and luxurious, considering they had amassed considerable wealth from their potion for shampoo. However, upon truly stepping inside, one discovers that this is an ordinary yet cozy little villa, indistinguishable from the quaint detached houses of muggles outside, yet akin to the humble abode in the original narrative. It brims with the enchanting essence of love and the vibrancy of life. What greets the eye is a grand wall adorned with photographs, featuring portraits of the Potter family members across generations. They appear to be a lineage of wealth and prestige, yet their distinct personalities shine through, with some dressed as scarecrows, others in extravagant gowns while cross-dressing, and even one riding a lion. Dominating the wall, however, are the images and portraits of James Potter, chronicling his journey from infancy to his first wobbly steps, to soaring on a broomstick, or toppling a champagne tower at a family soiree. Among these cherished moments, there are also photographs of the four friends participating in school activities, presumably from their inaugural Quidditch match, tightly huddled together in youthful exuberance. Yet, the most embarrassing of all is the portrait depicting young James bathing, as it is animated. Thus, Araya distinctly witnesses the moment when 2-year-old James, startled by his own flatulence, bursts into tears. James seems to catch on to this awkwardness and dashes upstairs to snatch the painting, hiding it close to his chest. His face flushed with embarrassment as he attempts to explain to the giggling crowd that there is nothing noteworthy about it. He then calls out to his mother upstairs, exclaiming, "I told you not to hang that picture up." Hearing the commotion, a couple dressed in silk pajamas rushes out from upstairs, clearly well-groomed middle-aged individuals. Upon spotting James, their faces light up with joy, especially his kind-hearted mother, who embraces him tightly, tears of relief streaming down her face, exclaiming, "Oh, James, I'm so glad you're safe." Although James prides himself on being a man, he finds himself momentarily misty-eyed at Mrs. Potter's heartfelt words, awkwardly adding, "My friends are here too." "Oh, yes, and your little friends." Mrs. Potter lifts her gaze from James's shoulder to catch sight of the rosy-cheeked Araya, instantly forgetting her precious son as she pushes James aside, exclaiming, "James, you've brought your girlfriend home?" She enthusiastically envelopes Araya in a warm embrace, leaving her nearly breathless. "Hello, Mrs. Potter, it's me, Peter." "Indeed, it's Peter." Sirius, slightly flustered, interjects to clarify, "How did you mistake Peter for a girl?" "Peter?" Mrs. Potter, cupping Araya's face in her hands for a closer look, remarks, "You do bear a slight resemblance to Peter, but is it really you?" "Don't frighten the child." The gentle and soft-spoken Mr. Potter finally interjects, gently pulling back his wife, his gold-rimmed glasses lending him an air of sophistication. "Welcome home, children. I'll prepare something to eat. You must be famished." Everyone is taken aback by how Mr. and Mrs. Potter express no reproach regarding their children's escapade, but rather commend them for successfully reaching the desert market. Mrs. Potter even expresses a hint of regret, saying, "You should have woken us. We could have joined you. That would no longer be an adventure, Mother." James, wishing to preempt any potential parental involvement in future escapades, cleverly counters, "Of course, I'm proud of you, my little warrior." Mrs. Potter's endearing words cause James to feel a tad bashful, yet the others regard him with envy. The Potters graciously accept Sirius as part of their family, stating that if Peter and Remus wish, they too can consider this place their home. Araya recalls Peter's elderly mother and her solitude, thus refraining from mentioning it further after expressing her gratitude. Mrs. Potter seems to lament, as if musing, "What a pity Peter is a boy. If only he could marry our James. He would be such a lovely and sweet girl." If Araya were to learn of Mrs. Potter's sentiments, she would surely comfort her, assuring her that James's future bride would be a renowned beauty. Everyone is aware of James's little secret, which he believes he has concealed well. Thus, when James returns to his room with his well-fed companions, the moment he opens the door, a sketch flies through the air, interrupting his animated monologue. "Wait, this is, oh wow." Araya and the others stare in astonishment at the scattered drawings in James's room, each depicting a beaming red-haired girl, some standing, some seated, and others engrossed in reading. It appears that on the night James and Sirius escaped through the window, he forgot to close it, allowing the wind to scatter his artwork throughout the room. In that moment, James resembles a cat whose tail has been stepped on, frantically darting around the room to collect the drawings, initially insisting, "I was just practicing my drawing. It's not what you think. Stop looking." After gathering a few sketches, he ultimately concedes, defeated, and plops back onto his bed, arms dangling limply. "Fine, it's exactly as you see. Feel free to laugh at me." With a brave heart, James closes his eyes and collapses onto the bed with a thud. "Why would we laugh at you, James? We will definitely help you." Sirius, upon confirming that James has feelings for someone, beams with delight, relieved that it is not an infatuation with his brother, which had caused him unnecessary worry. Recently, James seemed overly preoccupied with Peter, leading Sirius to fear he might develop feelings akin to Remus's. But now it appears that everything is perfectly normal. Sirius is almost eager to take James to confess his feelings to Lily Evans, joining him on the bed to offer encouragement. Meanwhile, Remus dutifully helps James collect all the drawings, returning them to their rightful places, saying, "You draw wonderfully, James. Could you teach me next time?" "Really? You think my drawings are good?" James's eyes light up as he sits up straight, gazing at Remus with anticipation. "Absolutely, they are very lifelike. Do you think she will like them?" James inquires nervously, and Remus, uncertain whether his answer will satisfy James, turns to Peter for validation. "I believe Miss Evans will certainly appreciate them. Don't you, Peter?" At that moment, Sirius can't help but furrow his brow. "Peter, what are you up to now?" He is unwilling to see the bonds between his friends fray due to burgeoning emotions. He had discussed it with Remus, yet he still. Chapter 58. New plans. While Sirius drifts into his thoughts, Araya, who had been rummaging through James's wardrobe, suddenly interjects. Honestly, James Potter has unceremoniously taken all my clothes. Aside from my pajamas and the hastily donned jacket, I have only the women's garments provided by Riddle. Finding them somewhat appealing, she hesitates to discard them, yet cannot wear them, so she resolves to search through James Potter's wardrobe for a few suitable items. Peter, what do you think? Do you think Lily will like them? Remus, seeing Peter's silence, assumes he did not hear and repeats the question. This time, Araya, clutching several of James's formal robes, turns around and interjects, Lily? Lily Evans? She should be enamored with Snape at present. At this revelation, the stars in James's eyes dim instantly, yet the next moment, he springs up from the bed, straddling his golden snitch pillow, imagining it to be Snape's head as he furiously pounds it, exclaiming, this infuriates me. Even one of his fingers pales in comparison to Lily. Fueled by James's fervor, a new battle plan was set into motion to assist James in courting Lily Evans and orchestrate an impeccable date. Araya lamented her earlier indiscretion, nearly ensnaring herself in the Potter household. Ultimately, they resolved to venture into the Muggle world the following day to seek out Lily Evans and invite her out. With unwavering determination, James rallied his comrades and devised a strategy that extended into the early hours of the morning. Thus, on the morrow, after only a few hours of slumber, Araya was gently roused by Remus, while Peter kindly offered her a glass of milk. Still dazed from her dreams of that dashing gentleman, Araya barely registered the world around her before James abruptly threw back her covers, exposing her to the brisk morning air that sent shivers down her spine. Hurry up, Peter, or we want to take you along. The vehicle was nearly upon them. In her stupor, Araya was nearly blinded by the dazzlingly dressed James, who resembled a knight in shining armor, clad from head to toe in resplendent gold, adorned with a lavish watch. What vehicle? Oh, right. Araya recalled the events of the previous evening, realizing her actions had spurred James to muster the courage to confess his feelings. So today, they were indeed off to find Lily Evans? Hurry, the car has arrived. Sirius's invigorating call echoed from below. James, ruffling his meticulously styled yet still unruly hair, sighed in exasperation. What am I to do with you? He hoisted Araya onto his shoulder, exclaiming, we're going to be late. Remus, ever astute, swiftly gathered Peter's clothing and shoes, and the two hurried downstairs. Araya was bewildered. Why was James so accommodating today? Upon reaching the ground floor, Sirius was momentarily taken aback by the scene, promptly offering to assist James in retrieving Peter. Come on, Peter, you've overslept again? He had been the first to awaken him. Let him be. He'll be of great use shortly. James maneuvered past Sirius, carrying Araya onto the purple bus. Araya gazed in astonishment at the unexpectedly familiar ghostly vehicle. It was indeed the same one Harry Potter had taken when he ran away from home. Unchanged in the slightest, with a disheveled young conductor sporting a crooked hat and a cheeky demeanor, puffing on a pipe. Ah, youth, such a splendid time, he exclaimed with a mischievous grin as James passed by, giving him a hearty slap on the shoulder. James rolled his eyes. Keep the change. This time, he was notably extravagant, having brought a substantial sum of galleons, ensuring no repeat of previous misadventures. Sirius and Remus swiftly caught up, only to find Peter had been unceremoniously tossed onto a bunk, slipping back into slumber. James, meanwhile, was preoccupied with perfecting his hairstyle in the mirror, frustrated that nothing seemed to please him. Remus, come help me with this hair. As Remus approached, eyeing Peter, Sirius relaxed and settled on the edge of Peter's bed, arms crossed, watching the argument arise between James and a fellow passenger over hairstyle dilemmas, while Remus played the peacemaker. Thus, Araya dozed through the journey while James and the others reveled in their antics until they finally arrived at the Muggle neighborhood. Since James had previously received a reply from Lily Evans, he knew her address. Consequently, the four of them found themselves discreetly concealed in the shrubbery outside her home. We've been lurking here for an hour. James, aren't you going to knock? Araya, having surrendered to exhaustion, slumped onto Sirius's coat. Perplexed by the early morning's purpose, merely to spy at someone's doorstep? You don't understand, Peter. We need to observe without alarming her. James's face flushed with embarrassment. He certainly couldn't admit to having lost his nerve. Originally, he had envisioned Peter disguising himself as a girl to invite Lily out, while he would feign a chance encounter, allowing Peter to slip away for their rendezvous, culminating in a confession, cough, cough, kiss, cough. However, he now realized he was utterly incapable of executing that plan. Right, Peter, I need you to charm her with your looks and drink this. I'll do it. But to his surprise, both Sirius and Remus declined, even suggesting they take on the task for Peter. James, with a skeptical gaze, held the potion bottle aloft, scrutinizing Peter and then the two of them. Something off with you too, he pondered, prompting Araya to snatch the potion from his grasp. Who says I can't do it? A man should never concede defeat. With that, she downed the potion in one go, only to sputter half of it back out, splattering James's face, yet it sufficed. Araya felt an intense warmth coursing through her, her limbs beginning to shift, becoming notably smaller and more compact. I'm shrinking. Chapter 59, An Unexpected Plan. Araya gazed at her noticeably diminutive hands in confusion, glancing up at James, whose astonishment mirrored her own. Neither had anticipated this outcome. Wait, this is the same effect? James mused, equally surprised that the originally intended male-to-female potion had transformed Peter into a child instead, possibly due to the potion's expiration. You'll pretend to be a lost little child, and I'll say you're my sister. Brilliant. He quickly devised a new plan. What? I'm part of your little play? Araya finally grasped why James had been so unusually kind to her earlier. He had been waiting for her to serve as his safety net for his confession. Sirius and Remus exchanged glances, acknowledging that this approach was indeed superior to their previous night's brainstorming. Araya, still weary, barely absorbed their decisions as they discussed their strategy. Feeling the approving gazes of her companions, James's confidence surged, and he lifted Araya in a spinning embrace. You can do it. No one can resist Peter's adorable face. You must enchant Lily, understood? Huh, what are you saying? Are you serious, James? Araya struggled to grasp her oversized collar, desperate to maintain her modesty, growing increasingly irked as she yanked at James's unruly hair. Put me down. Don't mess with Peter. I crafted that look with great care. James yelped, while Sirius swiftly extended his arms to catch Araya, lifting her as though she were a delicate parcel. Honestly, Peter, if you ever have a daughter, she'd be infinitely more adorable than you. Araya felt her forehead twitch in irritation. What nonsensical words were being uttered? She was being compared to his daughter? With no hesitation, Araya retaliated, delivering a swift kick to Sirius's midsection, feigning innocence as he doubled over in surprise. Sorry, Sirius, I didn't see you there. Ow, Peter. What are you doing? Sirius groaned, curling up on the ground, yet he found himself unable to muster any ire toward the diminutive creature, instead feeling an overwhelming affection for her pouting face, reminiscent of a delectable little cake. In that moment, Sirius couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha. The peculiar laughter of Sirius, resembling that of a mischievous imp, left everyone in a state of utter bewilderment. James, akin to a farmer lifting a chick, hoisted Araya up. Have you rendered Sirius quite daft? Araya swayed momentarily in the air before being caught by Lupin. Do not bully her, she is still but a child. It was curious how, despite knowing that the figure before him was his close companion Peter, he appeared more endearing than ever before. Don't be foolish, mate. This is Peter, not some little girl. James scratched his head, and though he uttered those words, a twinge of guilt for having teased a young girl gnawed at him internally. All right, once this is all over, I shall lend you my father's latest broomstick. James awkwardly turned his head aside, mumbling his offer. Understood. Araya longed to exclaim that she couldn't care less for such a trinket, yet for Peter's sake, she acquiesced, albeit with a sullen countenance as James pushed her forth. Go for it, Peter. My happiness hinges on you. Once more retreating into the bushes, James made a gesture of encouragement towards Araya, while Sirius concealed his face to suppress his embarrassment. He genuinely found it amusing that Peter had transformed into a girl, and he had to admit he was rather fond of the scheme. Araya, thrust into this predicament, found herself knocking on the door of the Evans household. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of anxiety. What if Lily recognized her? Fidgeting with her clothing, she had cursed James 1,000 times in her mind, while James, lurking in the bushes, sneezed repeatedly, blissfully imagining if Lily was discussing him with someone, lost in delightful fantasies of seeing her again. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a cautious face with somewhat unruly hair, alert eyes, and a freckled countenance, exuding the essence of the girl next door. Are you looking for someone? Alas, it was not Lily but Petunia Evans, leaving Araya momentarily at a loss for what to do. Instinctively, she glanced back at the bushes, only to realize, upon turning her head 90 degrees, that she couldn't see. With that, Araya forced a particularly unattractive crying face. Wah, mommy, you don't cry? I am not your mother. Araya's wails effectively opened the doors to the Evans residence. Though Petunia had a sharp tongue, her heart was not unkind, and in a flurry, she summoned Mrs. Evans, allowing Araya to finally step into Lily's home. However, a thunderbolt of misfortune struck as Lily was out looking for friends. According to Petunia, she was off to find that madman. Araya could be 100% certain that Lily was with Snape. This presented a dilemma, and before she could be carted off to the police station, Araya bolted from Lily's house. Naturally, the kind Mrs. Evans and Petunia hurried after her, coincidentally running into the eavesdropping Sirius and the others. Brother, Araya called out, mustering a strange, high-pitched tone. Yes. Both Sirius and Lupin responded instinctively, then exchanged glances, baffled by their inability to resist the charm of the adorable Peter calling for her brother. Ahem. James was thrown into a frenzy. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. What was he to do? He shot a furious glare at the two, while Sirius, first to regain his composure, responded to Mrs. Evans's astonishment. I am her brother. They are my friends, who have been assisting me in the search. Right, Beyoncé? Sirius, maintaining an impassive facade, lifted Araya with utmost composure. Beyoncé. Yes, that's me, I'm Beyoncé. Araya awkwardly accepted her new name with a stiff smile. How splendid. Mrs. Evans beamed with delight, though none noticed Petunia, upon seeing Sirius, revealing a rare blush of shyness as she shyly hid behind her mother, secretly observing him from behind her elbow. In this flurry of confusion, Araya's identity shifted from being James's distant cousin to Sirius's distant cousin, even adopting a new surname. Most crucially, their identities had been somewhat exposed. Black, I have a classmate with that surname. However, it appears that child has some family issues and has run away from home. The youth of today truly are a handful, Mrs. Evans mused, resting her chin in her hand, leaving everyone's faces pale, especially Sirius, whose expression darkened. Yet, Araya admired his ability to laugh off the absurdity. How amusing. I also know several blacks. Perhaps it's a rather common surname? Her mouth was almost twitching in response. Mom, please don't speak out of turn. Petunia had heard Lily mention this, and though she had promised to keep it a secret, in an effort to appear closer to her mother, she had divulged it. Little did she expect her mother to let it slip. Most importantly, how could someone of such princely stature possibly attend a school like Lily's madman school? At this thought, Petunia quickly cast a shy glance at the stiff-faced Sirius. Oh, right, my apologies, I completely forgot about that. I am truly sorry. Please do not take offense. Mrs. Evans quickly realized her faux pas and promptly invited everyone for a visit. It was only then that James regained his composure. Then we shall not be polite, I am James Potter, delighted to meet such a kind lady. James's words flowed as sweet as honey, eliciting a broad smile from Mrs. Evans. This charming side of James left Sirius and the others feeling perplexed. James, are you trying to win over your future mother-in-law? However, with James's support, Araya felt a newfound ease in this environment, at least relieved from the burden of awkward conversations or the need to fabricate lies upon lies. She merely needed to focus on enjoying her meal. Meanwhile, James's attention seemed to shift from the presence of Lily's family in her environment to the notion that Peter truly resembled a little hamster. And the sight of Peter transformed into a girl was indeed quite adorable. Sirius, self-proclaimed as Araya's brother, fully embraced this role, even losing himself in it. Alternating between wiping Araya's mouth, cutting her steak, and rolling up her sleeves, Araya was thoroughly pleased with his attentive service, retracting her foot from beneath the table to kick James's leg instead. Petunia, utterly enchanted by Sirius's tender care towards his sister, could no longer contain herself. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly remarked, "You are so kind to your sister." Well, is it wrong to be kind to my sister? Sirius, the oblivious brute, was preoccupied with peeling shrimp for Araya, completely unaware that he had inadvertently wounded a young girl's heart. Of course not. We have a wonderful relationship, Sirius replied, causing Petunia's previously rosy complexion to pale as she murmured and retreated to her chair, likely the only one aware that Sirius had unwittingly struck a chord deep within her. Thus, Araya finally discerned Petunia's peculiar behavior and quickly grasped her feelings, for girls were quite easy to read. She was undeniably a genuine girl, unlike the dense boys around her. With a mischievous grin, Araya nudged the engrossed Sirius. Congratulations, it seems spring is arriving for you. Sirius, perplexed, set down the shrimp in his hand, casting a dubious glance at the squirming Peter. How could a cherubic face, no more than 5 or 6 years of age, exhibit such animated expressions? What are you saying? Have you eaten enough? Sirius felt an urge to tap Peter on the head, yet his own hands were greasy. So he resorted to discreetly nudging Araya's foot, cautioning her to curb her chatter and refrain from unnecessary antics. At long last, after they had finished their lunch, the heavens smiled upon them as Lily Evans returned home. The moment the doorbell rang, James sprang from his chair, seizing the advantage of his proximity to the entrance, and dashed forward to open the door. Mrs. Evans appeared somewhat flustered. After all, it was rare for guests to exhibit such fervent enthusiasm. With a heart brimming with exhilaration, James adjusted himself into his best demeanor and opened the door. However, Lily's radiant smile faltered as she exclaimed, "What are you doing here, you snot-nose?" Indeed, James had spotted Severus Snape, who had stubbornly insisted on accompanying Lily home. The animosity radiating from him was palpable, as if his very presence exuded a formidable aura, accentuated by his attire. "What on earth are you doing here?" Lily echoed his surprise. She had no inkling that her mother would invite James Potter to their abode. Surely, they were strangers to one another. Snape, harboring a hostile demeanor, positioned himself protectively in front of Lily. Trespassing in the Muggle world is a serious offense, Mr. Potter. He had envisioned an afternoon of reading with Lily, never anticipating the unwelcome encounter with that insufferable quartet, though one among them was less bothersome. I was invited by Mrs. Evans, unlike you, snot-nose. Surely you didn't think you were welcome? James retorted, leaning against the doorframe with an air of superiority, as if guarding his own territory. An attitude that irked Snape to no end. He is my friend, and I invited him over. Lily interjected, stepping between the two adversaries to defend her companion. Araya, clutching a pizza, observed the scene with growing amusement, feeling like an NPC in this unfolding drama. Watching the protagonist contend with both the secondary lead and the main antagonist, she couldn't help but clap her hands, reveling in the chaos. Her audience-like demeanor soon drew the ire of James, who exclaimed in frustration, "Which side are you on?" He was genuinely exasperated, leaping into the air in his agitation. Fortunately, Mrs. Evans intervened, momentarily diffusing the tension among them. Thus, the dining table became a battleground of glances, with Snape's piercing scrutiny adding to the atmosphere. Araya sensed that he might have caught on to something, while Penny appeared increasingly distraught. Chapter 61. The complications deepen. Araya could scarcely fathom that one day she would witness Snape and Lily Evans sharing laughter with the F4, although it was ostensibly for the sake of impressing Mrs. Evans. It was undeniably peculiar. Snape sat beside Lily, who he presumed would make him feel like an intruder in her blissful household. Yet the antics of James and his companions diverted his attention. Why were they missing one member? When had Black acquired a sister? Where had Peter gone? While pondering these questions, he remained wary of their presence. Their sudden appearance at Lily's home surely wasn't merely due to a lost child. Yet, he found himself genuinely concerned about Peter's absence. Had he been bullied by those three? A chubby, pitiful visage of Peter flashed through his mind. Ahem, in any case, I sincerely appreciate your family's assistance, which enabled us to locate Peter. Sirius, feeling the weight of James's nervousness in front of Lily, became the primary source of levity, concerned that James might inadvertently complicate matters further. Given the limited seating, Araya found herself perched on Sirius's lap, maintaining her spectator status, propping her chin on her hands while observing the unfolding drama. The sight was utterly entertaining. James's face was as red as a tomato as he struggled to explain to Lily that he wasn't there to cause trouble, while simultaneously attempting to discreetly express his disdain for Snape, careful not to be seen by Lily or Mrs. Evans. Meanwhile, Remus sat quietly, exuding a gentle aura, subtly observing young Peter with a benevolent smile, likely reminiscing about happier times. Perhaps imagining Peter as a daughter of his own. Ironically, the most tormented individual at the table appeared to be Penny. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, her features betrayed a hint of disdain. She had not expected her newly acquainted Prince Charming to be as whimsical as her sister, a wizard, no less. Her face oscillated between crimson and pale, yet as Sirius eloquently guided the conversation, she found herself captivated by his charm and wit. Now somewhat dazed and blushing, she gazed intently at Sirius, causing him to feel a shiver down his spine. Unable to resist, he leaned down and whispered to Araya, "What does it mean that your sister keeps staring at me?" Araya, irritated by his sharp chin digging into her head, shook it vigorously. But he was too heavy to escape from. As she leaned back forcefully, her head inadvertently bumped against Sirius's tooth, eliciting a wince. Araya responded with a playful punch to Sirius, yet to the onlookers, it appeared as if a delightful young girl was merely being playful. "Your sister is simply adorable." Lily couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, waving Araya over. Meanwhile, Sirius clutched his mouth and abdomen in agony, lamenting how Peter, at such a tender age, had the strength of a cannonball. His teeth, his stomach. Yet, in the presence of others, he had to uphold the facade of a perfect older brother, enduring the pain while forcing a stiff smile. Truly, how adorable. Alas, save for one individual, no one seemed to notice his plight. "Oh dear, your gums are bleeding." Penny, who had been attentively watching him, quickly rushed to retrieve the first aid kit. Seizing the opportunity, James swooped in, capturing Lily's attention by lifting Araya into his arms, effortlessly diverting everyone's gaze once again. "Indeed, our dear little Beyoncé is the most precious. She harbors a wish to visit a Muggle amusement park." As he spoke, his expression turned grave, and he solemnly cupped Araya's small ears, feigning sorrow for the little Beyoncé who had just lost her parents, which prompted him to take her out for a distraction. His performance was nothing short of spectacular, leaving both Remus and Sirius momentarily stunned. What a twist in the narrative. What are you saying?" Araya, unable to comprehend, wore an adorably confused expression, prompting James to close his eyes and lean against her shoulder in sympathy. Snape regarded James's theatrics with a derisive snort. Potter, you truly possess a heart of gold. It was evident he was putting on a show, yet he turned to Lily, saying, Fear not, little one, I shall help you fulfill your wish. Lily's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cradled Araya in her arms. Don't worry. I promise I will take you to the amusement park today. With heartfelt determination, Lily stood up, her resolve unwavering. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If they set off now, they would have the entire afternoon and evening ahead of them. Kneeling before Araya, she earnestly assured her of the delightful adventure to come. Araya felt an invigorating vitality upon her face, once again captivated by the allure of this demigod of charm, who had not only won over the hearts of Snape and James, but also that of Lupin. She sought out Lupin, curious to ascertain whether he had succumbed to the same enchantment, yet upon merely locking eyes with him, he offered her a reassuring smile. How peculiar it was that he seemed so fixated on Peter. Snape wore an expression of disbelief. Was Lily truly manipulated so despicably by them? Lily, you might need to inquire further about that, boy, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by the commanding presence of the Lioness Queen. No, Sirius. I do not wish to inflict any more harm upon her. Are you coming? Snape caught sight of Potter, who was making faces while carrying Lily, and his expression darkened further. Of course, how could one miss the spectacle? He thought. He could not allow Lily to be ensnared in their games alone. He must unveil their deceit. Splendid. Let us have an enjoyable time together, Beyoncé, exclaimed Lily, her happiness evident as she embraced Araya once more. Truthfully, had she to face James and the others alone, she would have felt quite awkward. Thus, the group set forth to the amusement park in grand fashion. And Araya soon noticed something rather curious. Penny had accompanied them as well. Wasn't she supposed to be aware of their wizarding identities? Surely, she ought to maintain her distance. Chapter 62, The Amusement Park. What was initially intended to be a party of 5, the quartet plus Lily, had now transformed into a party of 7, necessitating 2 taxis. Araya had become akin to James's human accessory. Wherever he went, she was either lifted or clung to, as if her face bore the inscription, Come play with me. Lily, though aware of James's intentions, genuinely enjoyed Araya's company and longed for more conversation with her. Consequently, she opted to sit beside James, casually pulling Snape to occupy the seat next to her. This arrangement left only 1 passenger space in the front, and Sirius was eager to claim it, but was called back by Penny, allowing Lupin to seize the opportunity. Remus, it's too cramped over there. Let us sit together, Lily suggested. Sirius, with fervent desperation, blinked at Lupin, signaling for rescue, for Lily's sister was behaving quite oddly, suddenly asking him what he liked to eat. What did that have to do with her? After a moment's hesitation, Lupin glanced at Peter, who was squeezed in the middle. James generously waved him on. Go on, Remus, I've got this. Besides, Lily is here to look after Beyoncé. James evidently failed to grasp Lupin's intent, wholly engrossed in his own role. With no other choice, Lupin shut the car door and leaned toward Peter, advising him to call if he needed anything, before boarding the rear vehicle, laden with worry. He truly feared that James and Snape might clash, inadvertently harming Peter, who was not as nimble. I want to sit in front, Araya declared, having had her fill of being squeezed in the middle, only to be firmly rejected by Lily. Children cannot sit in front. It's far too dangerous, she insisted, forcibly securing Araya under James's seatbelt, which, given James's height, conveniently lodged beneath her neck. Was this not an attempt on her life? Perhaps you could move to the front. Your poor sister is about to be choked by your seatbelt, Snape incisively remarked, guiding Lily to free Araya. Perhaps the last person to board should be more considerate. James scoffed, showing no deference to Snape. With Mrs. Evans absent and Lily's sister also gone, he felt unrestrained and utterly relieved. Snape frowned, disinterested in further debate, and took a seat in the front, yet continued to watch James's every move through the rearview mirror, as if inscribing, I am monitoring you, upon his face. Finally, amidst James's incessant chatter, Snape's brooding aura, and Lily's polite, yet smiling interjections, Araya persevered until they reached their destination. Though she understood that this was a part of James's scheme to confess on the Ferris wheel, the specifics of the plan remained a mystery to her. Aside from the plan, which had gone in one ear and out the other, it was riddled with loopholes and subject to change at any moment. Hence, Araya held no expectations of contributing. She simply hoped not to hinder their efforts. Now, Araya was being led by Lily and James, with a brooding Snape trailing behind, resembling a peculiar family unit, alongside a visibly anxious Lupin and a silently pleading Sirius, while Penny had entered her infatuated mode. The group was indeed conspicuous within the amusement park, primarily due to James's uncontrollable excitement upon encountering the Muggle amusement park for the first time, intermittently forgetting the purpose of their outing. At one moment, he was dragging Araya and Lily to see the roller coaster. The next, he was climbing atop an elephant-shaped slide and beckoning them. Hurry up. The elephant's trunk is a tunnel. Let me see where it leads. At another stall, he pointed excitedly at a clown's nose, exclaiming, "Look, the Muggle world has such hideous magical creatures." He nearly had his hand knocked off by a bowling ball thrown by the clown. Thankfully, Lupin and Lily swiftly intervened, and with a quiet reminder from Lupin, James suddenly recalled that he still needed to confess. "What shall we do next, James?" Lupin queried, uncertain of how to assist James with his confession. James glanced at Lily, who was riding a carousel with Araya, then at Snape, who was watching them intently from the corner, and finally at a pallid Sirius sitting nearby with a bashful penny. An idea struck him. "You distract this Novellus and get Sirius to keep Lily's sister occupied. I'll take Lily and Peter to the Ferris wheel." "No, wait. The Ferris wheel." Lupin hesitated, his uncertainty about James's plan surfacing. "Will Peter be all right alone?" Yet he nodded, providing James with a reassuring smile. "Leave it to me." He turned to seek out Sirius. James whispered a few words into Sirius's ear, sensing his increasing despair, and offered an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Grateful that he was not the one required to compromise his looks. After all, he could not rival Sirius's good looks. Seeing Sirius nod hesitantly, he excused himself, using the pretense of searching for a Muggle restroom to lead Penny away, while he also called Snape aside for a private discussion. Of course, Snape was not easily deceived. But Lupin wielded his trump card. You wouldn't want Lily to find out about this. This effectively swayed Snape, allowing Lupin to lead him away successfully. James hid in a corner, determined, fists clenched, as Lily and the others disembarked from the carousel and approached him. "Huh, where's everyone else?" Lily asked, holding Alaya's hand warily, suspicious of James's intentions. James feigned hurt, gazing into Lily's sparkling eyes. "Am I truly so unworthy in your eyes? They are preparing a surprise." In a dramatically fortuitous moment, as James spoke, the lights of the amusement park suddenly illuminated, casting him in a radiant glow. His expression of grievance and his striking eyes were particularly pronounced, especially in his dazzling attire. At that moment, Lily, momentarily blinded by the brightness, was equally taken aback by his charm. Quickly averting her gaze, she found herself unable to shake the image of his glistening eyes from her mind. Had she misjudged him? Surely, the surprise he mentioned was not meant for Beyoncé, right? That would make sense, as the little girl had been so expectant. They must have prepared other surprises as well, and she should assist in concealing them. "No, I'm sorry, I didn't know, I misjudged you. Let us go enjoy something else while they prepare." As the conversation drew to a close, Lily lowered her voice, fearful that Araya might overhear. Araya, bemused, wondered if Lily truly thought she could feign ignorance. The pretense was painfully obvious. James, unable to conceal his triumphant grin, leaned closer to Alaya's ear under the guise of intimacy, whispering, "While you pretend to be frightened and refuse to play, at the pinnacle of our ascent, ignite the fireworks spell, do you understand?" "All right." Araya thought the task straightforward. It merely required lighting the fireworks with her wand. Little did she anticipate that such a seemingly trivial magical act would incite chaotic upheaval. Chapter 63. Amusement Park, Part 2. Thus, under James's half-hearted coercion and half-hearted plea, Araya summoned her finest acting skills, trailing behind them with exaggerated reluctance. Just as the Ferris wheel's door was about to close, she pretended to stumble, falling at the entrance, and fortuitously glanced up to see their cabin door shut. There was Lily, her face a mask of urgency as she knocked frantically on the door, and behind her, James, beaming with delight and giving her a thumbs up. As she watched them ascend higher, Araya quickly rose to wave at them, signaling that she was perfectly fine and would await them at the exit. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped away to a concealed spot, ready to unleash James's heartfelt fireworks at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, James, after offering a few words of comfort to Lily, began to feel an overwhelming anxiety as their height increased. The enclosed space amplified his senses, and the scent of Lily's shampoo filled the cabin, whereupon his keen nose detected the fragrance of roses. Strangely, he found himself associating it with Peter's scent, which he found even more appealing than Lily's. Why? Just before confessing his feelings, was he reminded of how delightful his brother smelled? He resolved to change his shampoo upon returning home. James's thoughts became a jumbled mess, leaving him at a loss for words. Lily, sensing something amiss, worried whether Beyoncé would feel scared alone and felt the awkwardness of their private moment. Fortunately, the amusement park fireworks erupted just as they neared the apex. James was so startled that he let out a yelp akin to a dog's bark. He had been so engrossed in thought that he lost track of time. In his panic, he noticed something alarming. The version of the fireworks selected from their quartet had inexplicably transformed into the worst rendition. Lily's expression mirrored her confusion, but at least it provided her with a topic to discuss with James. Grateful for the peculiar fireworks, their dialogue took an even stranger turn. "Look, are those two duck fireworks? How unique. Actually, they should be mandarin ducks," Peter chimed in, which are magical creatures symbolizing love in Chinese tradition. Oh, that cluster resembles a ball of steel wool? That should be a bouquet of roses. Just as she was about to read aloud I hate, Lily, James, panic-stricken, blocked her view. Help! Merlin, what on earth did Peter write? That crooked like was mistaken for hate. Is this a confession or a declaration of war? James waved his arms desperately to obstruct Lily's line of sight, gritting his teeth to prevent her from discovering that phrase. Meanwhile, cold sweat trickled down his back as he replayed the events in his mind. They had unanimously deemed Remus's handwriting the most exquisite last night, which is why it had been included in the spell. How had it morphed into Peter's scrawled mess? Consequently, James found himself utterly defeated by this unforeseen turn of events, his desire to confess extinguished, especially as they were on the brink of landing. Initially brimming with pride, he now felt utterly disheartened. The once effervescent boy now bore a melancholic visage, appearing almost pitiable in Lily's eyes, as if he had lost something profoundly significant. Are you all right, James? Lily noted the subtle change in him. He seemed more than just a mischievous imp. He appeared rather intriguing. Yet, even her attempts at comfort could not uplift James's spirits. I'm fine. Let us go find Peter, he replied, momentarily forgetting his identity. Isn't that Beyoncé? Lily assumed he had misspoken, dismissing it from her mind. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the men's restroom, Penny waited anxiously for Sirius, her gaze drawn to the dazzling array of fireworks overhead, contemplating how wonderful it would be if that boy were present. It would surely make for the most splendid summer. Just then, a ferocious roar echoed nearby, startling her. The sound resembled that of a wild beast. Suddenly, flames erupted from a nearby stall, shattering her reverie and causing her to miss the appearance of the words I hate Lily scrawled in an unrefined manner across the sky. Sirius, are you still in there? Hurry out. Observing a throng of panicked visitors fleeing in terror, Penny hesitated briefly before darting into the men's restroom, only to be shoved back out by an adult male. Young lady, you've taken a wrong turn. She turned to see the fleeing crowd and instinctively followed them, grasping Penny's hand as they ran for safety. In the woods near the carousel, Snape and Lupin sensed something was awry. What could account for these enormous footprints of magical creatures? The two, well versed in the Muggle world, understood that such clawed beasts did not exist there. A magical creature has infiltrated. Not good, Lily. Snape turned sharply, racing in her direction, but was soon outpaced by the evidently more urgent Lupin. At a fork in the path, Lupin veered toward the Ferris wheel, prompting Snape to follow, understanding that he must know something critical. And what of Araya? She stood, wand in hand, staring in stunned disbelief at the towering beast above her. Resembling a creature from the Shanhai Jing with its tiger-like physique and formidable wings, its appearance strikingly fierce, marked by burns from the fireworks. Help! Have I unwittingly provoked a ferocious beast? How lucky can I be? The creature, with claws larger than her head, circled above, poised to swoop down like an eagle snatching a chick. Screaming, Araya cast spells of blazing fire, but for a creature that could maneuver with such agility, her efforts were futile. She began to sprint toward a more secluded area, hearing the myriad cries of distress from women, children, and the elderly alike. She dared not look back, fearing that even a moment's pause might cost her dearly. In that moment, she regretted her decision to shrink. Her current speed was but half of what it once was, and her diminutive stature was a hindrance. Ultimately, she found herself trapped in a dead end, hiding behind a dumpster, silently praying not to be discovered. She found it oddly comforting that perhaps her numerous tribulations had rendered her somewhat immune to fear, allowing her to chuckle at her predicament, vowing that if she survived, she would surely give James a piece of her mind. Regrettably, the giant beast soon spotted her. With a piercing roar, she braced herself for a final, desperate stand. I see you, little one. Just before the beast lunged, an impeccably groomed gentleman in a tailored trench coat appeared, exuding an air of timeless vitality that belied his age. His freckled face radiated warmth, and the lines around his eyes hinted at a wealth of stories. Araya froze, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Honestly, you remind me of an old friend, little one. Chapter 64. You were born before I was. The elder, whose presence evoked a sense of familiarity in Araya, calmly turned to confront the ferocious beast, reciting incantations under his breath. This extraordinary creature, a Qiongqi from China, known for its ferocity and its diet of malicious words spoken by others, was indeed a fascinating sight. Was it not? For reasons unbeknownst to her, the mere appearance of this being instilled in Araya a profound sense of security, allowing her to stand behind him and observe his actions with courage. The elder produced a metallic object resembling a flute from his robe and began to blow into it forcefully, uttering a passage in a language she could not comprehend. Remarkably, the beast, previously in a state of aggression, visibly calmed and whisked its tail as it ascended into the heavens. The figure standing before her, with its innate understanding of the wondrous creature and the excitement and joy reflected in his eyes, exuded an inherent charm and innocence. Newt? Newt's commander? Araya inquired hesitantly, to which the elder recoiled dramatically, pulling up his collar to shield his face, and stammered, "You're a little wizard? You've heard of my tales?" He quickly corrected her, "You must be mistaken. I am merely an old man passing by," though the passage of time had left its mark upon him. The simplicity of Newt remained unmasked. Araya was now utterly convinced that this elderly gentleman was once the spirited youth she had imagined. Time, indeed, is a wondrous entity. Her eyes welled with tears, revealing the depth of her regard for her friendship with Newt, more profound than she had anticipated. "Oh, please don't cry," Newt exclaimed in alarm. He had been summoned by the Ministry of Magic to assist in capturing a runaway magical creature, only to encounter a weeping young witch. In truth, he could have easily cast a memory charm on her and left her to wait for her guardians. Yet, upon seeing her cherubic face, reminiscent of Peter S., he could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he crouched down and gently embraced her. "Do not fear, dear, Grandpa will protect you." This term of endearment struck a chord within Araya, who remained unchanged in her youthful appearance, while Newt had entered the twilight of his years. Despite his youthful spirit, the traces of time were evident upon him. This only served to highlight the fact that he had not yet found what he had been searching for all this time. Such a reality seemed cruel for him alone. Thus, Araya felt a twinge of relief that he remained unaware of her true identity as Peter, as this knowledge might inflict further pain upon him. She wished for him to remain content, at least in the present, surrounded by family and children. However, Newt's subsequent words were even more difficult for Araya to bear. He awkwardly patted her back, struggling to maintain his squat due to discomfort in his lower back. Yet he exerted himself to lift her, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I lack experience with children. Did I frighten you?" As he gazed at her, a soft nostalgia and tenderness filled his eyes. Was Peter's daughter also this endearing? Did he not have grandchildren by now? "Why you?" Araya stammered, shocked. Her lips trembling as she asked, "You have no children? That cannot be." A vague memory surfaced in her mind that he would indeed have grandchildren in the future. Newt candidly pinched her cheek, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he carried her towards a more open space. Indeed, no children, no wife, and no family. He cherished this delightful girl who mirrored Peter's charm, often pondering what it would be like if Peter had a daughter. "Why?" Araya whimpered, her voice laced with emotion as she rested against his shoulder. "Why did you not marry?" Despite her youth, Newt responded earnestly, devoid of any aloofness. Perhaps it was due to the extraordinary individuals he encountered in his youth. By the time he realized it was too late, the opportunity had slipped away. "Did she not accept your proposal? Was it Lita Lestrange?" "Regrettably, we never reached that stage. She vanished without a trace." Newt reminisced about that brief but beautiful period, swearing to himself that she must be living a joyous life, one far happier than she would have experienced alongside him. This affirmation had become his mantra, allowing him to endure year after year, traversing the globe and leaving behind his phantoms, yearning for a reunion. Unsure of how to console Newt, Araya resolved to withhold the truth, observing his forlorn yet forced smile. She slid down from his grasp. "Thank you, sir." Unable to utter the term grandpa, she waved farewell to Newt. Now aware of his existence, she felt an urgent need to confer with her brothers. Perhaps they could devise a plan to travel back in time and help Newt reclaim his lost love. Newt remained concerned for her safety, but he was soon intercepted by ministry personnel. Indeed, the situation had not been fully resolved. The Cheongchi was merely temporarily bewildered and had not yet been secured within the ministry's confines. Watching the girl disappear into the crowd, he implored the officer repeatedly, "Please assist that little witch in finding her guardians. Ensure her safety." Meanwhile, James and Lily, having descended from the Ferris wheel, instinctively moved against the tide of the crowd, seeking Peter amid the chaos. Though initially worried that James might falter, Lily was reassured by his resolute demeanor and his instinctive actions to shield her from sparks of danger. Unbeknownst to Lily, James was overwhelmed with anxiety. The sight of Peter absent from their designated meeting spot, coupled with the ensuing disorder, sent him into a panic. In his mind's eye, he envisioned Peter as a small, vulnerable figure, unable to flee, or worse, trampled underfoot. In that moment, only one thought resonated within him. "Peter, you must be safe." Chapter 65, The Meeting. James, driven by his concern for Peter, ran against the flow of the crowd, his earnest profile captivating Lily's attention. The wind tousled his hair, disheveling his carefully styled appearance, stripping away any semblance of absurdity, revealing instead a tall, heroic figure. On the other side, Sirius madly pushed through the crowd, aware that should an incident arise, James might not prioritize Peter's safety, but rather that of his beloved girl. While he understood this inclination, the mere thought of Peter foolishly gnawing on his fingers in confusion, tore at his heart. Sirius had not anticipated that he would worry so deeply for his brother. All he desired was to ascertain Peter's safety. Thus, he quickened his pace, surpassing his own limits, oblivious to the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After Araya had fled, she quickly spotted the police cordoning off the area. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she rushed to seek assistance, hoping for an announcement to locate Sirius and the others. However, her gaze fell upon a familiar figure amidst the throng. Professor Dumbledore. The sight of that eccentric yet familiar silhouette filled her with exhilaration. She had never felt such delight at his appearance. It was evident that Dumbledore immediately recognized her identity, lifting her with an authoritative air. "It seems we need to discuss the school rules, Miss Peter." Araya clung to his neck as if she had encountered a long-lost relative, expressing her gratitude with tears streaming down her face. When she finally lifted her head, her cheeks were once again wet with tears. Unsure whether it was from fear or concern for Newt, Alaya's sobs evidently left Dumbledore momentarily at a loss, as he froze for a second, seemingly seeing the shadow of his sister and Peter, who had once been just as fragile, crying upon his shoulder. A sudden wave of tenderness washed over him as he gently patted Peter's back, whispering, "Good boy, you are safe now." This poignant moment was witnessed by the arriving Lupin and Snape, who immediately voiced their concern. "Peter, are you all right? What are you doing here alone? Where's Lily?" Lupin, oblivious to the astonishment on Snape's face, lifted Peter's small face from Dumbledore's shoulder to ensure he wasn't harmed, only to be instinctively blocked by Dumbledore, who seemed surprised by his own forcefulness. Dumbledore quickly reassured him, "She is quite well, do not worry. What about the others? The adventure should be over now, my children." A glint of determination flickered behind Dumbledore's spectacles. He had already communicated with the Blacks and the Potters regarding Sirius, and aside from the Potters' guardianship, he would serve as his guarantor to ensure Sirius could successfully complete his forthcoming studies. He had not anticipated their audacity. Wherever danger lurked, they would be found. Newt, Araya, who was still sobbing, found herself enveloped in Lupin's embrace, feeling as though she might suffocate from his tight hold. Was he about to transform? In her distress, she patted his back, only to catch Snape casting a meaningful glance her way before he turned and plunged into the crowd, just as he spotted James, hand in hand with Lily. He halted abruptly, fixating on their intertwined fingers, questioning when their relationship had blossomed to such intimacy. Hadn't Lily harbored disdain for Potter? Watching Potter, Lily, and that little rascal Peter in a tight huddle, Dumbledore wore an expression of quiet satisfaction, while Snape felt like a mere observer, out of place. No matter how intently he gazed at Lily, he received no response, yet found himself met with Peter's concerned look. How could that be? Why would Peter regard me with such eyes? We are not friends. Yet, at that moment, Snape felt an inexplicable warmth. It dawned upon him that he needed to leave this environment that did not belong to him. Resolutely, he turned to depart, fortuitously catching Lily's eye. Just as she contemplated pursuing him to inquire about Snape, she noticed a stranger searching for family while accompanying Petunia. She felt compelled to check on her sister first. After comforting Petunia, who was inconsolable and blamed herself for not rescuing Sirius, Lily found that Snape had vanished. Half an hour later, Sirius appeared, and upon seeing Peter safe in Lily's arms, he finally ceased his frantic running, collapsing to the ground, breathless and devoid of strength. Thank goodness, Peter is safe. This thought illuminated Sirius's mind. He willed his legs to move, relieved that he and his friends had emerged unscathed. "It seems you've had quite the adventure, Sirius," Dumbledore remarked, helping him up with a mix of teasing and relief, which made Araya feel as if Sirius's gaze was fixed on her. What did it have to do with her? Before Dumbledore escorted them away, Lily deliberately called out to James, catching him off guard. "You're welcome to bring Beyoncé next time." Her sweet smile rendered James momentarily speechless. Yet, amidst his joy, he instinctively stole a glance at Peter's face, stammering a response. "Sure." Did that sound a tad guilty? Petunia, too, wished to speak to Sirius privately. Yet the throngs of people made it impossible, so she simply said, "You're welcome to visit us again. Can I write to you?" "Of course, whenever you wish." Dumbledore chimed in, his tone laden with a hint of mischief, as he acted on behalf of Sirius. Sirius, supported by Lupin, seemed oblivious, relentlessly inquiring of Araya, "And then? You mentioned encountering magical creatures. And then what?" Araya observed Sirius's eager yet frail demeanor, then glanced at the shy and distressed Petunia, alongside Lily's indignation for her sister, and James's infatuation with Lily. Covering her face in exasperation, she thought, could her life become any more melodramatic? Chapter 66, Companionship. Dumbledore bid farewell to Lily and escorted them back to the Potter residence, where Mr. and Mrs. Potter had prepared a feast, eagerly awaiting their return. Just as James, buoyed by Lily's invitation, joyfully embraced Peter and Sirius, ready to enter the house. Lupin suddenly halted, apologetically saying his goodbyes. James immediately leapt up in disbelief. What? Remus? You're not joining our celebration. He quickly turned to Peter. You're not leaving, right, Peter? The hopeful gaze he cast made Araya unaware of how intensely James was focused on her. What is wrong, Remus? Araya inquired, more concerned about Lupin's somber expression than James's puppy-like eyes, which seemed lost in the haze of his feelings for Lily. I'm fine. It's just that the full moon is approaching, and I may need to head home, Lupin revealed, reopening old wounds regarding the last transformation that had nearly endangered his dear friends. Right, it's time, James exclaimed, smacking his thigh, suddenly recalling something crucial he had forgotten. An idea sparked in his mind. Araya nodded in understanding of Lupin's situation, while Sirius comfortingly patted his shoulder. However, the glimmer in James's eyes made Araya wish she could suppress his train of thought, though she knew she could not. This time, James indeed proposed a brilliant solution. I know how to help you, Remus. From now on, we'll practice animagus transformations, so you won't attack us. Animagus? Araya had forgotten about that. Realizing she needed to practice becoming a rat, a troubled expression crossed her face, while Sirius, assuming Peter was unaware of what an animagus was, began to explain. Hearing his friends resolve to practice such perilous magic for his sake, Lupin was left speechless, touched by their camaraderie. Indeed, werewolves do not actively attack animals. It was a splendid idea, aligning with the original story. Thus, under James's guidance, Araya once again immersed herself in intense study, secretly practicing animagus transformations with them from dawn till dusk. Of course, due to the spell's complexity, their attempts often resulted in humorous mishaps, such as James sprouting horns or Sirius manifesting a dog's mouth, or even their hands transforming into animal forelegs. Yet, Araya seemed to navigate her practice smoothly, perhaps because she had a clear image of what Peter's animagus form was, making her the quickest learner among them. It may be attributed to Peter's age. Combined with the maturity of her soul, which has exceeded 30 years, her mental prowess surpasses that of all others. One fateful night, she clandestinely achieved success. However, it was not quite as she had envisioned. The image of a modeled creature she recalled could hardly be described as adorable. Rather, it was a gray, long-tailed rodent. Yet, the reflection staring back at her in the mirror was that of an endearing caramel-colored, curly-haired hamster, with tiny black bean-like eyes, rosy little paws, and a fluffy tail. Appearing irresistibly cute, perhaps excessively so. What had transpired? Had she mutated? Not only had she become a female rodent, but had also altered her species? Yet, due to James knocking at the door, requesting to use the bathroom, she had hardly the chance to scrutinize her transformation before reverting back. Thus, she had unwittingly mastered the art of animagus transformation. At last, the night of the full moon arrived. James and Sirius, alongside others, felt compelled to accompany Lupin to the Shrieking Shack, hoping to bolster his strength. Despite Lupin's repeated objections, he could not withstand the combined persuasion of James and Sirius. Araya remained unfazed. As long as she could transform into a hamster in times of danger, even if discovered, her life remained paramount. Consequently, on the night of the full moon, coinciding with the eve of the new school term, the four of them ventured to the outskirts of Hogsmeade. From the village entrance, the intricacies of farewells began to unfold. Quickly return home. I can manage the rest of the journey alone, Lupin expressed gratefully, waving them off. Nonsense. We've come this far. Allow us to demonstrate our current prowess, James exclaimed, his cheeks flushed as magnificent antlers sprouted once more from his head. Behold, I am a stag, a reindeer of Santa Claus, capable of flight. He playfully nudged Sirius and Peter, with particular emphasis on Peter. Ahem, Sirius coughed awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the tension. I'm the keen-nosed dog, with a tail sprouting from my rear end, he confessed, unable to articulate his signature catchphrase, which James had meticulously crafted. Araya's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Did they truly believe such antics would convince a werewolf of their animal forms? Were they grossly underestimating the werewolves? She pursed her lips, feigning ignorance, and after a prolonged moment, let out a few toots, successfully maintaining her facade while they ceased to press her further. Peter, you're utterly foolish. How could you not even manage a partial transformation? James exclaimed, agitated, not out of concern for Peter's inability, but rather for his safety. We'll practice again tomorrow night. Although they later discovered that the spell James had found was not the method for becoming an animagus, in that moment, they all firmly believed they were on the brink of success. Yet, curiously, Araya's transformation bore an uncanny resemblance to her future animagus form. Could it be her protagonist Halo at play? Pretending not to know is far more challenging than pretending to. Was it too much to ask of her, the chubby tiger? The trio stood vigil on that eerie full moon night, before the foreboding Shrieking Shack, quietly awaiting Lupin's transformation. Observing James' eager demeanor, Araya felt a familiar sense of trepidation. Whenever James fixated on something, a myriad of unforeseen circumstances would invariably arise. As the full moon ascended, Lupin's elongated form began to embody a colossal soul and body, tearing apart his robes, gradually straightening to a towering height of over 2 meters. Transforming into a fearsome werewolf with greenish skin and protruding fangs, he lashed his powerful tail, instantly detecting the scent of the little human wizard. Lupin had lost all consciousness. His mind was on the verge of explosion as he leapt through the window, following the enticing scent. Oh no, run swiftly, we'll regroup at Hogwarts. James promptly devised an optimal plan, shoving Peter aside to help him evade the splintering debris. Sirius chimed in, urging, Peter, run faster. The trio instinctively chose different paths. If they split up, 2/3 of their team would likely remain unscathed. Meanwhile, both James and Sirius deliberately emitted strange cries, attempting to divert the werewolf Lupin's attention. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to ensure their friend's safety. While Araya had different intentions, she was eager to clandestinely test her newly acquired abilities. To her surprise, Lupin chose to pursue her. Was it due to his familiarity with her scent? Even in her hamster form, she cleverly utilized her size to conceal herself within the shrubbery. The werewolf emitted a mournful howl, resonating with the sorrow of a lost creature, indiscriminately thrashing through the vegetation while calling out for something. Araya had no choice but to hastily flee towards Hogwarts, only to be unexpectedly seized by someone gripping the nape of her neck. Squeak. Who is it? Chapter 67. The Pet Squeak. Just as Araya was nearing Hogwarts Castle, poised to reunite with her brothers, she was abruptly lifted by a cold hand, confronting the enlarged visage of none other than Barty Crouch Jr. The glimmering eyes of the little hamster met his cunning gaze, sending a shiver down her spine. How had she encountered this fiend? What was he doing loitering outside Hogwarts at such a late hour? Let me see. What shall I call you? He mused, playfully shaking the little hamster by its neck. The creature before him reminded him of someone. Intriguing indeed, he decided to dub her number 379. Squeak? What sort of ghastly designation was that? Araya trembled at the thought of the previous 378 numbers. Were they still alive? Before she could dwell on her thoughts, her head was suddenly thrust into his embrace. Where are you taking me? Squeak. Araya found herself painfully wedged between his shirt and chest, wondering why all these gentlemen favored such tight clothing. She could hardly breathe. Instinctively, she began to wriggle within his grasp, climbing from his abdomen to his collar, only to accidentally brush against a sensitive area, eliciting a soft moan from him. In an instant, she was extracted and unceremoniously deposited into the pocket of his trousers. What a mischievous little creature, he remarked. Fortunately, Araya found herself able to poke her head out of the pocket, finally able to breathe freely. Thus, Araya found herself inexplicably taken home by Barty Crouch Jr. just as the holiday was drawing to a close. She trembled in dread, realizing that not only had she escaped being devoured by a werewolf, but now she risked being toyed with by Barty. Barty Crouch Jr.'s residence was unexpectedly grand, reminiscent of an ancient noble family, adorned with a retro yet regal marble staircase leading to the second floor, with a colossal portrait of a distinguished ancestor hanging at the center. The eyes within the painting resembled Barty's, sharp and spirited, and at that moment, they lazily opened, seemingly unperturbed by Barty's nocturnal escapades. As he continued to doze in his chair, Araya gazed up at the seemingly endless staircase, feeling a knot form in her throat. How on earth was she to escape? What terrified her most was that Barty, this unprincipled fellow, had taken the liberty of appropriating their family cat's large cage for her to reside in. She could see the glint of predatory eyes from the sleek black cat, as if it were anticipating her demise. With one hand clutching the little hamster, and the other carrying the oversized cage, Barty ascended to the 3rd floor, traversing the dimly lit corridor until he reached his room. Little Barty's room was 100 times more ordinary than Araya had imagined. It was devoid of any terrifying jars filled with small animals or skeletal remains, and there were no peculiar weapons adorned with totems. Instead, it resembled a space so impeccably tidy that one might suspect it belonged to a neat freak. The spacious room contained nothing but a carpet, a bed, a study desk, a bookshelf, a wardrobe, and some wall art. No signs of disorder whatsoever. The only semblance of chaos was an old newspaper tacked to the wall, alongside Araya herself, who was covered in dirt. Araya speculated that perhaps little Barty's parents had set their expectations too high, resulting in a rather twisted child. In such a cold-toned household, she certainly felt no joy. Her head was caught within the circle formed by little Barty's thumb and forefinger, and she gazed up at him with her beady eyes, hoping he might release her so she could make her escape. However, upon meeting his gaze, he broke into a genuine smile that echoed her own. As his fingers tightened, Alaya felt a slight constriction in her breath. What respectable young lady resembles a rat? With a flurry of squeaks, she protested, struggling within his grasp until she finally captured little Barty's attention, reminiscent of her own pitiful state back then. As he spoke, he strode towards the bathroom, and Alaya's heart raced. Would she be harmed? She bit down on his thumb, but little Barty was remarkably unyielding, even as blood welled up. He frowned but did not relent. Rather, he tightened his grip, and Alaya feared she might be crushed. Just when she thought her fate was sealed, she found herself placed into an exquisitely ornate sink, where little Barty turned on the faucet. The sensation was akin to being beneath a waterfall, enduring a cleansing ritual. Before Alaya could fully comprehend the situation, bubbles of soap enveloped her, and those long, cool fingers gently massaged her plump belly, teasing. You are the first to enjoy this service. What an honor, little one. Little Barty had initially intended to return to Hogwarts to seek out Dumbledore. Ever since encountering a woman resembling Peter at the desert competition, he had been probing into her affairs, and more significantly, that extraordinary man seemed to be inquiring about her as well. Yet, on his journey, he stumbled upon this amusing little creature, reminiscent of a foolish little mouse, which sparked the desire to have another pet. Now, it appeared that despite her rodent-like appearance, he considered this a most prudent decision. Little Barty's touch grew increasingly gentle, so much so that he himself remained oblivious, while Alaya sensed an unsettling chill creeping down her spine. What intriguing technique was this? Was he preparing to devour her? Yet, little Barty merely continued to wash her thoroughly from head to toe with his shower gel, leaving her feeling as though her very skin might be scrubbed away. Wrapped within a handkerchief, Alaya began to suspect she understood the fate of his former pets. Weren't hamsters meant to be bathed in sand? Placed within a lavish cat cage, little Barty thoughtfully provided her with a running wheel and a cozy nest made from his discarded clothing. Good night, he whispered, planting a gentle kiss atop Alaya's little head before securing her in the cage and placing it on the windowsill. Instantly, Alaya burrowed into his clothing, feeling as if she had been transformed into a hamster. Her sense of smell had heightened exponentially. His garments exuded an intoxicating aroma, distinctly his own. Was this not akin to snuggling under little Barty's duvet? Surely, a night spent in such proximity would leave her steeped in his scent. Beneath the windowsill, a pair of green eyes glowed like light bulbs, fixated on her. Alaya yearned to scream for little Barty to return and remove his cat. However, she could only retreat into the corner, hoping for the chance to escape. Chapter 68, The Master. Thus, Alaya reluctantly found herself residing temporarily at little Barty's home, as it seemed to be protected by some magical barrier. Even if she exerted tremendous effort to flee from the Crouch residence, she could not escape the garden. It appeared any attempt would trigger an alarm, summoning house elves to drag her back. The captured little hamster received special treatment from little Barty, forced to run in the hamster wheel for nearly half an hour. Ultimately, exhaustion overtook her, and she collapsed in the palm of his hand. To her astonishment, he even insisted on feeding her carrots, prodding her cheeks painfully. To maintain her facade as a hamster, Alaya had no choice but to nibble on them. Though as a human, subsisting solely on vegetables left her perpetually ravenous. She longed for meat, craved pizza, yet, to return to Hogwarts, she could only wait for little Barty to take her there himself. Consequently, each day she lived in constant anxiety of being tormented by him. He was indeed remarkably disciplined, to the point of being somewhat frightening. His schedule was meticulously timed for waking, washing, dining with his parents, reading, visiting the restroom, and practicing potion making. However, Alaya's presence added numerous responsibilities to his life, such as preparing her meals, cleaning her mouth, bathing her, and taking her out to bask in the sun when it finally shone at noon. To be fair, aside from the occasional roughness in his words and actions, little Barty displayed a commendable attitude towards his little hamster. During meals, he would set up a miniature dining set for Alaya at his table, complete with vegetables and fruits he had carefully cut himself. He would allow her to roam his desk while reading, and if she grew bored, she could run on her wheel. The only drawback was that a thread, as fine as a hair, was tied around her little hamster foot, affixed to little Barty's pinky finger. If she ventured too far, she would be pulled back. Similarly, this method was employed to escort Alaya into the sunlight, which often resulted in her nearly being snatched by the family cat. Each time, little Barty would arrive just in time to kick the cat away and rescue her. After 3 such incidents, he abandoned the idea of tethering her. Fortunately, due to little Barty's free-range care, Alaya discerned the true nature of the old newspaper tacked to the wall. It was an article about the market of 1001 Nights in the Desert, depicting the events of that fateful competition, with various expressions captured on the podium, including her own image. Had little Barty not yet given up on uncovering his identity? In a fit of excitement, Alaya climbed up the bookshelf and shredded the newspaper that bore her traces. This brought upon her a new punishment from little Barty. who had the audacity to nip at her hamster rear. Such behavior was utterly perverse, leaving her infuriated, as it severely wounded her rodent dignity. Consequently, she retreated into the coconut shell house within the cage, resolutely ignoring the tempting treats little Barty placed inside. Remember, 379, you cannot touch your master's belongings. Little Barty clearly felt a flicker of irritation, nearly biting down in frustration. Thankfully, he quickly regained his composure, pondering why he would harm his pet over a newspaper devoid of leads. Recognizing he might have overreacted, he attempted to soothe her with gentle words before turning to release the cat and opening the cage door. Little Barty awaited the little hamster to leap into his arms, for she had no other choice. The family cat was not to be trifled with. He pulled up a chair beside the cage, spreading his hands wide in anticipation. Araya became instantly alert upon catching a whiff of cat scent. That little pervert actually resorted to such underhanded tactics. Very well. She would not be blamed for her lack of mercy. With a swift motion, Araya darted out of the cage, and as the vile black cat lunged towards her, she leaped onto little Barty's head. The black cat, unable to stop in time, collided with Barty instead. Ouch, you foolish feline. Little Barty had not anticipated that the hamster could jump so far. After deflecting the black cat, he felt something scurrying around on his body. The hamster had burrowed into his clothing, inducing that familiar fluffy, ticklish sensation. Barty quickly straightened up, fumbling to locate the elusive Araya hidden within his garment. However, clad in silk pajamas this time, Araya moved without restriction, unceremoniously making her way towards Barty's sensitive areas, hoping to turn the black cat's claws against him. Yet, Barty proved to be quite the adversary himself, promptly pulling down his pants and seizing the frantically scurrying hamster. Alas, this bath time would be exceptionally prolonged, and Araya nearly found herself submerged. Time flew by, and at last, the day of return to school arrived. Araya diligently sought to assert her presence, fearing that little Barty might not take her to Hogwarts. It appeared her efforts bore fruit, as Barty seemed unable to part with her, even bringing her along to the restroom. Thus, Araya was finally packed alongside the luggage, accompanying Barty Crouch to platform 9 3/4. Must you bring that creature? Old Barty, a senior official in the Ministry of Magic, was perplexed as to why his son chose to bring a modest little rodent instead of a prized eagle owl to school. Surely only a Weasley would prepare such a pet for their child. Of course, Barty politely and distantly explained their relationship, both aware that it was not particularly close. Although old Barty genuinely adored his son, that shouldn't be her, or perhaps it should be it, he mused. Despite knowing his son was quite exceptional, old Barty recognized that there was an elusive quality about him at times. You're right, I'm boarding now. Farewell, see you later, mother. Displaying a maturity beyond his years, little Barty bid his parents farewell and pushed Araya onto the train. No sooner had they taken a few steps than Barty began to toy with Araya in his palm. Here we go again. It seemed Araya had become Barty's stress ball. Whenever he faced troubling thoughts or needed to ponder, he would squeeze the little hamster in his hands, kneading her as if it calmed him. Consequently, Araya found herself increasingly desperate to escape. At that moment, familiar faces appeared outside the train window. James, Sirius, have you seen Peter? Us. Not even a letter. Has that little rascal grown wings? He hasn't even replied to our letters. Just wait until I see him. He'll get an earful. James threw a few punches at the air, incredulous that even Lily had written to him, yet Peter hadn't responded in kind. Peter's sudden disappearance was indeed strange. Sirius, too, was scanning the area for Peter. He had received a letter from Lily Evans and was anxiously awaiting news of Peter, worried he might be in peril. However, Dumbledore assured them he was fine. And with the school year commencing soon, Peter couldn't possibly skip out on attending, could he? Yet, still, there was no sign of Peter. Ever since their near mishap at the Shrieking Shack, Dumbledore had sent them all home, keeping a close watch to prevent any further adventures. Is he all right? Remus was also concerned about Peter, unbeknownst to him that Peter was right behind them, frantically scratching at the glass, bouncing around in delight. Unfortunately, he failed to attract James's attention but managed to catch the interest of little Barty, who was engrossed in his book. What's wrong? Number 379. I had no idea you were so delighted on the train, or that you spotted someone more important than your owner. As he spoke, Barty yanked down the window curtain, gripping Alaya's tiny form and squeezing her, his tone growing increasingly chilly. Alaya's desire to flee reached its zenith, and as the train attendant pushed the door open, she seized the opportunity to bite Barty's palm once more, leaving numerous bite marks. Of course, she had received her fair share of nips in return, but he wouldn't genuinely exhaust himself by quarreling with a mere hamster. Eventually, this dynamic evolved into a source of amusement for him, intentionally frightening Araya to witness the terror on her little face, akin to how one might interact with a pet dog. However, this time, Barty was distracted by a promotional vendor, unwittingly loosening his grip, allowing Araya to slip from his grasp and dart away, vanishing into the corridor. "Come back, Squeaky." Barty surprisingly called out a name unfamiliar to him, and for the first time, Araya learned that she held another name in his mind. As the snack cart became lodged at the door, Barty missed the chance to recapture Araya, glaring at the apologetic vendor. "What is your name, madam?" He turned. Noting that this vendor was now on the layoff list, Barty clenched his fists, secretly vowing that once he retrieved number 379, he would bind her feet or attach a heavy iron ball to her, followed by a firm bite to her belly. In the ensuing moments, Barty traversed the train compartments, searching for his lost pet. Meanwhile, Araya swiftly slipped into an empty compartment, hoping to revert to her human form, but the door was abruptly yanked open, revealing a pair of familiar faces. "I can hardly believe he is that kind of person." Penny was so eager for his reply, yet Black hasn't he responded at all, and she has secretly cried under her blankets several times. Lily sat down, somewhat disgruntled, while Sirius gently closed the door. Araya hastily hid beneath the bench, ready to witness the unfolding drama, gleefully clutching her paws, relieved she had come at just the right time. As an NPC, she had a splendid show to observe. "You should have always known what sort of people they are, Lily." Sirius, though maintaining his usual impassive demeanor, felt a flicker of excitement within. He had longed for the opportunity to inform Lily that the so-called orphan, Beatrice, was merely a ruse of theirs, Peter in disguise. Yet, he found no opportune moment to speak, as Lily seemed preoccupied with that girl, fretting over her muggle sister's pitiful love life. The matter lingered unresolved. Now Sirius, seeking to comfort Lily and drive a wedge between her and James's little circle, was disinclined to consider Peter's connection with Beatrice. Hearing Sirius's comments regarding James, after a period of correspondence, Lily suddenly perceived that Sirius's understanding of James was rather one-sided. Indeed, while James and his friends often found themselves in various predicaments, her deeper conversations with him revealed a genuine, humorous, and empathetic young man. For instance, his attitude towards children, or how he welcomed the homeless Black, despite Black's rudeness towards his sister. "Actually, James isn't as bad as you think, Sirius." Lily's words struck Sirius like a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Lily, are you serious?" Sirius Snape found himself in an almost disbelieving slump, unable to fathom the notion that if the scales of Lily's heart no longer tilted in his favor, would he still have any friends left? In this state of disorientation, a fleeting image of Peter's foolishly cheerful visage crossed his mind. The wounded Snape finally shed his customary stoic expression, evoking the curiosity of onlookers. Araya, unable to contain herself, cautiously peeked out to catch a glimpse of Snape's injured face, only to lock eyes with him in a moment of shared contemplation. What did Snape see? A gossiping hamster, who upon being discovered, froze in terror, retreating beneath the bench in a fluster. What on earth was a rodent doing here? "Are you all right, Sirius?" Lily, realizing her words might inadvertently wound Snape, sought to offer him some comfort. Following his gaze, she discovered a delightful little hamster beneath the seat. "What an adorable creature. How did you come to be here? You must have a rather careless owner." At the sight of the charming little hamster, Lily's spirits soared, and she gently cradled Araya, placing her on the bench. A careless owner? Araya's mind conjured an image of little Barty, grinning with mischief. Surely, he must be the devil's own master. Shaking her head vigorously in an attempt to forget his visage, she inadvertently led Lily to believe the hamster comprehended her words. "Are you saying you have no owner?" Lily's delighted reaction was infectious, making it difficult for Snape to maintain his anger. Her exuberance was truly uplifting. Araya merely blinked her shiny black eyes, neither shaking her head nor nodding, caught in a state of indecision. "She claims she has no owner. Poor little thing, let me take you in." "Huh?" Araya was baffled by her own utterance. Just as she prepared to flee, a knock echoed from the door. Chapter 70, Confrontation. In an instant, Araya reacted reflexively, darting beneath the chair with a squeak, startling both Lily and Snape, who had yet to comprehend the situation. The door swung open with alarming speed, revealing Peter's voice. "Are you in there? Hurry up and come out." James burst into the room, a hint of barely concealed anxiety etched on his face, genuinely worried for his friend. Upon seeing Lily's astonished expression, his demeanor shifted entirely. The carefree ease he had just exhibited vanished, replaced by a bashful scratching of the back of his head. "There you are, Lily. Long time no see," he grinned, reminiscent of a golden retriever. Sirius, overhearing James, pushed past him. "Have you seen Peter?" He knew it would take an eternity for James to inquire, and with him blocking the doorway, there was no way to ascertain Peter's whereabouts. "Hey, Sirius. Don't be so rude. He's been a bit hot-headed lately. Try not to take it to heart." Watching James's foolishness, Araya couldn't help but think it was amusing that he felt entitled to lecture others on rudeness. "You are not welcome here." Snape rose, shielding Lily from view. his discontent palpable at their uninvited intrusion and boisterous behavior. Casting a disdainful glance at Lily, his posture became even more rigid. At that moment, no one anticipated that Lily would disregard James entirely, stepping past Snape to confront Sirius. With indignation, she pushed against his chest. "Who do you think you are? How dare you toy with my sister's feelings?" "Oh wow." Araya was even more excited. Was this a love quadrangle? Overwhelmed, she inadvertently transformed back into her human form, staring incredulously at the bench. Why had her transformation failed? She hadn't intended to revert. Yet, her immediate concern was to change back, lest she be mistaken for a pervert. Araya had little interest in the unfolding confrontation between Lily Evans, who argued with remarkable clarity and precision, and Sirius, who responded with indifference. All she desired was to regain her hamster form, but unfortunately, her transformation lacked the authenticity of an animagus, resulting in failure. "All right, Sirius. Just write Penny a letter. We're friends." James hoped to prevent the fragile truce he had managed with Lily from deteriorating due to a muggle. He intended to persuade Sirius, as Lily's sister couldn't possibly be a villain. "Why should I? I have no obligation to reply. I have many matters to attend to." Sirius dismissed Penny entirely, as she was far from the first girl to send him love letters. The only reason he even spoke to her was due to her connection to James. He found her less appealing than Peter in drag and far less dependable. Why was she still pursuing him? Especially now, with Peter's unexplained absence, Sirius was hardly in the mood to entertain outsiders. "Sirius." James tugged at Sirius's neck, gesturing for him to give Lily a break. Why is Sirius being so stubborn today? Can't he just agree and discuss it later? Why provoke Lily's displeasure? "You must be irritated by that little twit, Peter. Let me talk to you." With that, James waved at Lily, pulling Sirius into the corridor. Remus chuckled awkwardly, trailing behind, leaving a parting remark about their friendship with Penny and asking Lily to extend his regards. Upon hearing the ever-kind Remus, Lily's expression softened slightly. The fierce demeanor of the little queen had certainly been striking, particularly to Remus, who had never imagined Lily was so adept at debate. This was the first time he had witnessed Sirius falter before a girl. Fortunately, it was Sirius. He compared it to his own inarticulate friend Peter, who would have been utterly helpless in such a situation when faced with such a formidable girl. Lily had always held a friendly disposition toward Remus, even engaging in brief conversations when they met in the library. Thus, she tempered her earlier fierceness, offering him a warm smile. "Of course, I will inform Penny. If only everyone could be as kind as you." Remus smiled in silence, quickly following in pursuit of James and Sirius as he sought to locate Peter. After they departed, Snape yearned to inquire about Lily's thoughts, but he was soon approached by another group of second-year students. "Excuse me, have you seen a little hamster?" They were students hired by Barty. Hamster. Suddenly reminded of the fleeing creature, Snape bent down to search, only to be met with a pair of commanding eyes. "Oh." Snape yanked Lily Evans behind him. "What is it? Show yourself." The four Hufflepuff wizards fled in fright, for indeed, there was a shadow lurking beneath the chair. "Ahaha." Araya awkwardly emerged from beneath the bench, dusting herself off, too timid to meet the astonished expressions of the two. This is a long story. After Alaya's explanation, Lily finally believed that Peter was not a pervert, but rather a victim who had been transformed into a hamster and was desperately trying to escape. This time, Lily was not so easily deceived, for the rotund little hamster bore no signs of having suffered or been bullied. It looked as if it had been feasting to the point of needing a diet. At the very least, she had never seen such a plump hamster before. Snape, ever piercing in his inquiries, asked, "Why did you become a hamster, and how were you captured?" Araya was taken aback, realizing that no matter how she responded, it would seem inadequate. Staring into Snape's eyes, she pondered whether to confess it was to accompany a werewolf in transformation. Alas, such information could not be divulged. "This is a long story, for I am cursed." Araya has completely lost track of the nonsense she is uttering. Yet her nimble steps retreating while she speaks reveal her urgency. In summary, "I have unspeakable woes, just ignore me." She swiftly escaped from the private room, her mind echoing a singular thought. She was so hungry, she must eat more. However, as she turned, she collided headlong into the little pervert. Must he be so hauntingly persistent? Chapter 71, Reunion. In the instant Araya crashed into little Barty, the familiar embrace triggered an involuntary reaction within her, and she momentarily froze, poised to bite. Meanwhile, the previously polite and insincere Barty, upon catching Araya, allowed a smirk to grace his lips as he naturally supported her waist, ambiguously encircling her form, inhaling a whiff of a familiar scent. What was this? As a realization dawned on him, he found himself unwilling to let her go, reclaiming her from the brink of escape. Alaya's expression of disdain mirrored that of his own little pet, both equally adorable. No, they were indeed one and the same. Once more they met. Peter's senior, little Barty, excitedly licked his lips, lowering himself to scrutinize her micro-expressions more closely. Truly, being with Peter was endlessly delightful. I am your senior, do not mistake that. For some inexplicable reason, upon encountering the little pervert Barty, Araya felt as though her phantom limbs were being nibbled. Her backside was chilled, and she struggled desperately to break free. Yet, Alet did not allow her to escape. His hand tangled in her flowing hair, and as she turned, he caught a few strands and inhaled deeply. What is this? Do you like the scent of my shampoo? He teased, affectionately toying with her cascading locks. What? If Araya had a tail, it would surely have been standing on end in fright. Did he truly know? Was she merely a hamster in his eyes? However, it was only logical for someone so fastidious to desire to wash her hair 8 times a day. How could she not retain the essence of his shampoo? She was not bald. I do not know what you were saying. Araya stubbornly clung to her silence, refusing to relent. How could she allow anyone to discover that her animagus transformation had not yet succeeded? I see. Little Barty seamlessly tucked away the strands of her hair into his pocket. Tell 379 that I am quite angry, and the consequences will be severe. His piercing gaze swept lightly over Alaya's face, her lips, and her hair, finally glancing back at Lily Evans and the others who had pursued her, before turning to leave. Except for Peter, he did not wish to converse with any Gryffindors. Faced with such a blatant threat, Araya yearned to call out and inquire about its meaning. What did he mean by consequences? Could he truly bite her backside again? Yet, she heard the sound of a door opening behind her. She could not risk exposing her secrets any further, although an unexpected individual had already discovered them. Araya sighed deeply, uncertain how much longer she could maintain her facade. Upon seeing Alaya's pained and desperate expression, Lily suddenly lost the desire to press for details, empathetically pulling Snape back. However, she found that Snape was utterly unmovable, seemingly quite concerned as he gazed at Peter. As expected, he actually initiated a conversation of concern for Peter. Where have you been? Snape had a multitude of questions to clarify with Peter, but upon witnessing his anguished expression, he hesitated, his words transforming into an unspoken care. Let Peter be alone for a while. His friends are looking for him. Lily still intended to pull Snape away, for Peter appeared far too sorrowful. He doesn't need. Snape could not believe that his friends would allow him peace. However, upon seeing them, Peter immediately took off, and Snape's heart raced alongside his retreating figure, only to be interrupted by Lily's words. After running a distance, Araya felt her spirits lifted. A familiar figure surfaced in her mind. Yes, she needed to consult with her brothers regarding Newt and seek his potential doppelganger that might exist within Hogwarts. At last, they had reunited. Araya encountered James and the others still searching for him in the corridor. In that first moment of meeting, James charged forth. Furious as a baboon confronting an intruder, his fist raised. Seeing his menacing expression, Araya turned to flee, only to be ensnared from behind by Sirius. Where the hell have you been? Do you no longer wish to be at Hogwarts? Do you have any idea how worried we have been about you? Sirius unleashed a barrage of accusations at Peter, simultaneously lifting him high, while Araya clutched his arm, struggling fiercely, nearly choking under his grip. Surprisingly, James, upon reaching her, did not lash out but instead cupped her chubby cheeks with both hands, squeezing them together so that her mouth formed a perfect O. James persisted, assisting Sirius in scolding Peter for his irresponsibility. Do you have any idea how long we've searched for you? Next time, we'll hang you upside down from the walls of Hogwarts and never let you down. James completely forgot his earlier threats to strip Peter of his trousers and make him sing the school song while clutching a pillar, or to wash their stinky socks. Yet, upon seeing him safe and sound, all he wished was to embrace his brother tightly. He hadn't even realized that merely seeing Peter unharmed had calmed his anger, and his eyes grew misty with unshed tears. I'm so glad you're all right, James murmured, releasing his grip, unaware of how deeply he cared for Peter, even forgetting how thrilling his correspondence with Lily had been. Do not frighten Peter again. He must have encountered something, surely. Remus was deeply concerned that James might do something to Peter, always ready to intervene, but thankfully, they all restrained themselves, causing no harm to Peter. Peter finally shared the details regarding Newt, but he glossed over the reasons for his disappearance, fearing that little Barty would discover it and expose him sooner. You mean you saw Newt again? He is still alive? James exclaimed. He must still be alive. We have received no news of his demise. Remus pondered this matter carefully and proposed they consult Professor Dumbledore, for he surely knew. Indeed, Remus, we should inquire with Professor Dumbledore. He must have the answers. James, a devoted admirer of Dumbledore, was the first to respond. Yet, Araya still wished to search for Newt's doppelganger herself, that elusive phantom. Perhaps she could discover the reason for his celibacy. Naturally, Araya thought of a particular place, Newt's secret hideout. Thus, upon her arrival at Hogwarts, she promptly set off alone to that very location. Chapter 72, A New Phantom. The opening ceremony of the new academic year was as lively as ever. Araya seized the opportunity to slip away discreetly while the trio indulged in a feast, precisely when they were engaged in a competitive pizza-eating contest with the adjacent table. As they could scarcely believe that they had participated in the Great Eater Contest of 1001 Nights. To prove their prowess, James and his friends spontaneously organized a grand eating contest at the Gryffindor table, even attracting the attention of nearby Hufflepuffs who joined in. Meanwhile, little Barty Crouch sat quietly amidst the Slytherin crowd, watching Araya intently, his subtle expression seemingly saying, "I await your return, 379. Araya felt overwhelmed. How could she have so many matters to consider? However, the good news was that she successfully slipped away from the hall under the guise of the contest, heading towards the secret base where she had once been ceremoniously invited. Years have passed, yet that secret base continues to slumber quietly in the corner of Hogwarts. Its door creaking open to reveal a tapestry of memories woven with cobwebs, entwined with remnants of the past. Inside, the familiar assortment of cages of varying sizes remains, alongside jars that have long been emptied. On the desk lies an open book adorned with Newt's elegant handwriting, while a vast map graces the wall, marked with numerous bold crosses, indicating places he once sought, including the Forbidden Forest, the Black Lake, and Hogsmeade. Araya's gaze fell upon a portrait hanging on the wall, depicting Newt and their quartet amidst a Quidditch match. In that moment, he exuded a bashful excitement, capturing the essence of youth in its most vibrant form. She noticed herself, with her hair in playful braids, standing next to Newt, a delightful Niffler perched upon his shoulder, appearing rather taller than usual. Flanking them were Lita Lestrange and James Sirius. And, was that his brother? This must have been the circle of individuals Newt cherished most, though she hadn't anticipated that she would occupy the center stage. Unable to resist, Araya waved her wand, casting a spell that restored the secret base to its former glory, evoking a flood of memories shared with Newt. She opened his notebook, where the graceful script contained his insights on a particular magical creature, accompanied by a charming sketch of a hamster. This little creature seemed oddly familiar. Could it be a depiction of herself? The notion that Newt could be distracted from his studies to illustrate her in a chibi style filled her with a sense of pride. Turning further, she discovered his drawings of Peter in various moods, grinning, weeping, and even serious, revealing his burgeoning talent as a future magizoologist, capturing Peter's essence with remarkable precision. If she continued flipping through the pages, she would come upon an animated representation of Peter in a dress, reminiscent of that infamous ball, with a bewildered Newt standing beside her. Araya had no recollection of this scene. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with disbelief yet laced with youthful innocence, broke the silence from behind her. "You found me, Newt." Araya gasped, startled yet elated. Just as she had surmised, Newt's apparition had indeed materialized behind her. Clad in his student robes, his eyes shimmered with the youthful naivete of yesteryears, and more importantly, with the delight of seeing Peter. This was the third person to gaze at her with such fervor today, surpassing the intensity of the others. His ethereal form fidgeted awkwardly, fingers tracing his own hands, nervously tugging at the hem of his garment, pretending to observe the bowtruckle resting on his shoulder while discreetly glancing at Peter. "You've finally located me." Newt's words were tinged with excitement, even causing the bowtruckle's limbs to bend slightly as it leapt into the air and vanished. "So, we will meet in the future, won't we? Just you and me, right now." Newt's ears and the freckles on his face flushed with a hint of crimson, as if brimming with anticipation for their eventual encounter. Araya felt a lump in her throat. It seemed every apparition of Newt posed the same question. Yet, the reality was that their meeting would occur when his hair had turned white, while she remained unchanged from her youthful self. Clenching her fist, she felt the sting in her palm, a reminder to assist Newt in finding the one he truly loved. "Of course, when we meet in the future, you'll recognize me instantly, and I will see that you have become an extraordinary individual." Araya embellished the narrative of their future meeting. "Newt, is the girl you fancy that Slytherin student? Lita Lestrange?" She recalled the name, but her inquiry caused Newt to stiffen, his expression tense as he vehemently shook his head. No. Lita is just a good friend," he said cautiously, casting a sideways glance at the ever-curious Peter. "You too, but you're different." No one could occupy his thoughts like Peter did. Lita was merely Lita, a friend, whereas Peter was something more profound. Sensing Newt's discomfort, Araya suddenly believed his words to be genuine. He seemed not to harbor romantic feelings for the Slytherin girl, but rather a mere friendship. Just as she was about to probe further into his affections, James and the others burst through the door. The trio, accompanied by a professor, surged in like a specialized task force. "Peter, we've come to rescue you. Don't worry, you're here, right, Peter?" James and the others rushed in, immediately realizing their friend, who should have been keeping score, had vanished. They swiftly sought out Professor Dumbledore, their minds swirling with countless scenarios of Peter being bullied or abducted. However, under Dumbledore's guidance, they concluded that Peter might have gone in search of Newt's apparition, given his heightened anxiety regarding Newt. "What brings you here, Professor Dumbledore?" Araya turned abruptly, only to find that Newt's apparition had already dissipated, halting her investigation. The silver lining was that Dumbledore appeared knowledgeable about Leta Lestrange's story. "You mean Leta Lestrange? I recall she married Theseus Scamander, a true hero. Newt's brother?" Chapter 73, The Meeting. Through Dumbledore's introductions, Araya discovered that Newt's childhood companion, his best friend, was now with his elder brother, an unexpected turn of events, considering she had never perceived any sparks between them during their school days. Curiously, Leta often resembled a protective hen, fiercely retaliating against anyone who dared to bully Newt. It now seemed that Newt's feelings for Leta were genuinely platonic. Araya's investigation hit a stalemate, particularly after learning from Dumbledore that Newt's brother and sister-in-law had perished in battle long ago. This revelation cast a shadow over her thoughts. He had no family left in this world. It explained his relentless pursuit of friendships, deepening her understanding of Newt's aversion to marriage. However, as James and the others were increasingly concerned that Peter might spiral into despair over Newt's situation, they deliberately sidestepped the topic, channeling their energy into mastering their animagus transformations. That day, they reconvened in the library, where James excitedly produced a hefty tome, pointing out the instructions with fervor, announcing the commencement of a new training phase. "This method is bound to succeed. Peter, why don't you read it aloud to reinforce your understanding?" Araya, still engrossed in researching the heroic couple, Theseus Scamander and Leta Lestrange, reluctantly raised her gaze to the circle formed by the trio, casting a pleading look towards Lupin. "Allow me to assist Peter. He seems a bit busy." Lupin, ever perceptive, sensed her unspoken plea and, as he had done before, prioritized Peter's needs. "No need. Let him do it," James interjected, his intent clear, to ensure Peter read more to solidify his grasp, preventing any mishaps during their animagus training. Left with no choice, Araya complied, reading aloud about the necessity of holding a single leaf of mandrake for an entire lunar cycle. The group fell into a harmonious silence, captivated by Peter's clear, slightly soft voice, each member lost in unexpected reveries. James pondered, why hasn't that fellow Peter hit puberty yet? He still resembles a little boy. And upon closer inspection, he doesn't even have an Adam's apple, lacking any semblance of manliness. He really ought to seek assistance from his father to help Peter transition into a true man, brimming with masculinity. That said, Peter's voice is indeed quite melodious. Sirius, meanwhile, found himself entranced by the way Peter's lips moved, increasingly captivated by their full, healthy, and rosy appearance, reminiscent of a ripe peach. How could a grown man possess lips akin to those of a girl? He continuously lifted his water cup, feeling the heat of the day intensifying, leaving him parched. Remus discreetly glanced at Peter, then at Sirius. Sirius had long since expressed his concerns regarding Peter's excessive pampering and attention, hoping he would confront his feelings and not jeopardize their precious brotherhood. Yet, the tenderness in Sirius's gaze towards Peter was so profound it could almost evoke tears. Why couldn't he feel the same? Araya remained engrossed in her reading, reflecting on her recent transformation into a hamster, realizing it was not a genuine success in becoming an animagus, but rather another manifestation of dark magic. Unbeknownst to her, her brothers were lost in their own thoughts, drifting far away. However, there were others eager to join their gathering, and this time it had little to do with Peter. Yet they could not escape the fate of being summoned. "Sirius Black, your brother is injured. Professor Dumbledore has asked me to summon you to his office." A Gryffindor prefect approached their little group, appearing somewhat anxious. Everyone turned to Sirius, curious about his reaction, including Araya. To their surprise, Sirius did not exhibit the calm demeanor they anticipated. Instead, he deliberately opened the newspaper on the table to shield his face, concealing his troubled expression. "I want to go. Aside from our shared surname, I have no connection to the Black family, but he is your brother," the bewildered prefect exclaimed, a well-meaning traditional Gryffindor, attempting to engage Sirius in a heart-to-heart about brotherly support in the absence of such significant discord, believing it to be a misunderstanding. "Enough of this. If you persist, I wouldn't mind changing my surname. Potter sounds rather appealing to me." Sirius collected himself, lowering the newspaper in a futile attempt to appear composed, though his clenched fists betrayed him. "Bravo, Sirius. What a splendid idea," James exclaimed, genuinely thrilled, as he enveloped Sirius in a tight embrace. Araya and Remus stared in disbelief. "Are you serious, James Potter?" However, the thought brought joy. After all, it was James Potter, and it was not uncommon for brothers to wish to share a surname. "Peter, please do me a favor and speak with Professor Dumbledore." Sirius implored with a hint of vulnerability, his gaze inevitably drifting back to Peter. How reassuring it was. Peter was quite dependable. Seeing the comical expression on Peter's face as he gazed incredulously at James, Sirius felt a flicker of brightness pierce through his clouded mood. Fortunately, he still had his brothers as his staunchest supporters. Thus, Araya was tasked with the urgent mission to Dumbledore's office, though she was uncertain of her purpose there. Upon arriving at Professor Dumbledore's chamber, she was greeted warmly, as if her arrival was wholly anticipated. He playfully inquired, "Have you uncovered the secret of why my old friend remains unmarried?" He winked mischievously, lowering his voice to add, "I've always been quite curious. Do remember to inform me." Yet, abruptly, the tone shifted to one of seriousness. Regulus's injuries are indeed quite severe. By the way, do you know a student named Barty Crouch? Dumbledore's sudden earnest inquiry piqued Araya's interest, prompting her to discern the underlying meaning in his words. What connection could there be to that peculiar boy? Yes, I've encountered him a few times. Then it becomes curious. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Upon arriving at the scene, he had only witnessed Regulus and Barty in a state of mutual destruction. To ascertain the truth and provide an explanation to old Barty and the Black family, Dumbledore resorted to a bit of magic, only to discover that Barty Crouch's mind echoed with the name of a fourth-year student, Peter Pettigrew. Did this have any relation to his duel with Regulus Black? Barty Crouch's Little Theater, Act 1, the renowned Moon Yin Yin. As the new school year commenced, Barty Crouch found himself seated on the Slytherin benches, his gaze penetrating the crowd to lock onto the Gryffindor group. What had once been a casual interest in a certain Gryffindor had now transformed into something far more consuming. Initially, he regarded Peter Pettigrew merely as a plaything, yet the enigma surrounding him was multifaceted. Was he not a girl disguised among the boys, seated beside that adult figure, and capable of deceiving his own perceptions as a little hamster? When Barty returned to reality, he realized she was no longer in sight. At that moment, a revelation struck him. Her secrets were known only to him, and this unique awareness sparked a thrill within him. Barty reminisced about their shared moments, concluding that her secrets and future belonged solely to him, didn't they? Simultaneously, he noticed someone else at the Slytherin table who seemed to be observing her. Regulus Black? Why was that chap fixated on Peter? They should not be familiar with one another. Upon further reflection, Barty considered that Regulus might not be gazing at Peter, but rather at Sirius Black, standing beside him. In that moment of impulsive jealousy, Barty despised anyone coveting what was his. Thus, he orchestrated a meeting with Regulus, only to discover that his opponent was no mere pushover. Their duel, conducted in true Slytherin fashion, revealed Barty's youthful naivety. To evade punishment, Barty feigned severe injuries, eager to witness how his little pet would react to his wounds. Lying in the infirmary, Barty soon found himself swathed in bandages. Under the dim light, he gazed towards the door, awaiting the arrival of the owl he had dispatched, feeling a sense of impatience. Yet it did not hinder him from savoring the reminiscences of their shared experiences. He adored the texture of that little hamster, its form firmer than dough yet perfectly soft, possessing a delightful rebound. Its round belly and glimmering eyes always looked at him with a mix of indignation and frustration. During meals, when its cheeks were stuffed, the sight was both adorable and foolish, yet Barty often worried it might choke, prompting him to use his finger to extract the hidden morsels lodged in its cheeks. Had it merely been a hamster, Barty would not have been so stirred, but now, recalling it, if his fingers had delved into that girl's mouth, it was hard not to let his imagination run wild. Her full, glossy lips, and her pitiful, pleading eyes. Sleep eluded him that night, his thoughts spiraling into a whirlpool of desire. He licked his lips, biting down on his finger. Next time, if given the chance, he would be sure to bite back fiercely. That night's dreams felt strikingly real, transporting him back to the bustling market of 1001 Nights, where he found himself seated in the judge's chair for the camel trainer competition. Only this time, he occupied the prominent position. The figure of that esteemed gentleman vanished without a trace, as if he had transformed into the most distinguished guest of this event. In a place within reach, seated gracefully, was Peter, adorned in an attire reminiscent of Middle Eastern dancers. Her flowing, soft, slightly curled hair and innocent, large eyes exuded a hint of moisture, while her luscious lips slowly uttered two words that rendered him rigid, with blood rushing back to his heart. "Master?" Little Batty murmured, grasping her slender arm tightly, unable to deny his fondness for her tender way of addressing him. Unfortunately, just as he was fixated on Peter's lips, yearning to steal a kiss, he was abruptly awakened. At that pivotal moment, when their proximity intensified and breaths became more urgent, little Batty suddenly opened his eyes. It was the bloodshot gaze of old Barty Crouch that met him, and in that instant, little Batty's disdain for his father surged to its peak. Frustrated, he yanked the covers over his head, expressing his discontent in silence. Meanwhile, Mrs. Crouch, mistaking her son's plight for a grave injustice, rushed over, tears welling in her eyes, proclaiming, "My poor son, I shall make that little brat from the Black family pay dearly. You can rest assured." Crouched beneath the blankets, little Batty bit his finger, forcing himself to replay the earlier scene in his mind, yearning to dream of it once more. He was determined to possess that fellow. Newt's Little Theater 1, Gellert's love for braised ribs. It had been years since Newt embarked on his quest to find his friends, and time seemed to slip away too swiftly. It felt as though he had scarcely begun before half the year had passed. Yet he had grown accustomed to such a fulfilling life. Traveling the globe in search of wondrous creatures while seeking his long-lost companions, he thrived in his endeavors. However, this year was different, for his only friend was getting married, and the groom happened to be his brother. Today, he had hurried back from the Amazon rainforest, bearing a small gift. He felt quite awkward, despite having become a pillar in both the academic and magical communities. He remained unskilled in public speaking, and even more so in engaging with others. Thus, although he accepted the invitation, he refrained from informing his brother and Lita of his arrival, clutching a pot of ripe mandrake and lowering his head to minimize his presence. Nearly being mistaken for a thief by the doorman. Grasped by the collar, Newt clumsily explained his identity. "I am not a bad person, and thankfully." Theseus' commander arrived just in time upon hearing the commotion. "Let him go, he is my brother," Theseus exclaimed, somewhat agitated, gazing at his brother whom he rarely saw throughout the year. He seldom took the initiative to embrace him, whispering in his ear, "I thought you wouldn't come." "I certainly would," Newt replied. "Lita will be delighted to see you. By the way, she seems to be looking for you." Although Theseus was pleased to see Newt, he was also curious as to why his newlywed wife wore such a contented smile upon receiving his wedding gift. "She's looking for me?" Newt pondered, somewhat perplexed, realizing that he hadn't written to her in over a year. Given his nomadic lifestyle, it was natural for Lita to feel upset about wanting to speak with him. Guided by Theseus, he found himself in the bride's dressing room. Theseus gave him a gentle nudge, causing him to nearly lose his balance. "Help me calm her down." She's a bit nervous. Clearly, Theseus was also experiencing a degree of anxiety, which reached its zenith. "I can't go in there now. I'll see you later. Please send my regards to Lita." According to custom, it was deemed inappropriate for the bride and groom to meet before the wedding, a tradition Theseus generally scoffed at. Yet for her sake, he was unwilling to take the risk. Newt awkwardly rubbed his nose, clutching the flower pot tightly, sending a hopeful glance at his brother. "Of course. Everything will go smoothly." He then cautiously knocked on the door, and as soon as he entered, he was met with a soft projectile. "Why did you take so long?" A playful voice chimed, filled with a teasing lilt, but upon turning around, she froze, realizing it was not Theseus. Sorry for my tardiness," Newt's commander stammered, at a loss for where to look, only to discover that the object in his hands was a pair of stockings wrapped around a makeup box, evidently mistaking him for his brother. "You actually came," Lita exclaimed, rushing to embrace her long-lost friend, completely dismissing the previous moment of awkwardness as she naturally took the stockings from him and tossed them under the bed. "I apologize, I thought you were Theseus. He is indeed quite conservative and unlikely to come. I should have anticipated this." Today, Lita appeared more radiant than ever, her gown both classic and flattering, transforming her into a figure reminiscent of a beauty from a mural. Yet as Newt gazed at the ceiling in a daze, he imagined Peter in a wedding dress. If Peter donned a bridal gown, she would undoubtedly be stunning, possessing a graceful figure and perhaps a round, cherubic face, unmistakably a beauty akin to a robust giant. Though his thoughts roamed freely, he could not escape the rigidity in his body. He remained unaccustomed to interacting with girls. Perhaps Peter would not have found it so challenging. He simply had not been granted the opportunity to confirm it. "By the way, why didn't you tell me about that matter?" Lita finally released Newt from her embrace, her expression teasingly bright as she shot him a knowing smile. Confused, Newt inquired, "What matter? Is it about my deliberately not responding to your letter, or perhaps I accidentally lost your invitation, which had been torn apart by Niffler? It's about you having a soulmate. After all these years of friendship, you've kept it from me? Speak up, who is she? Perhaps I can assist you." Lita recalled the wedding gift she received, which had been signed by Newt's commander's girlfriend, filling her with excitement. She had even kicked Theseus out of bed upon receiving it. Cherishing the exquisite necklace from Newt's girlfriend, a trendy piece unlike anything she had encountered in contemporary shops, the brief message was filled with blessings. Yet it revealed nothing of the young lady's identity. Newt has a girlfriend behind everyone's back? Since then, Lita had planted a seed of curiosity in her heart, pondering who Newt's mysterious girlfriend could be. Once upon a time, Lita had indeed harbored different feelings for Newt during their lonely student days, finding solace in their shared warmth. She thought that if Newt were to confess his feelings, she would undoubtedly marry him, for she could find no one who understood her better. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when she met Newt's brother. While Newt became engrossed in searching for the non-existent and magical creatures, she and Theseus developed a close bond, and through their time together, she truly came to understand what it meant to love someone. Theseus was indeed a remarkable man, as was Newt, yet his world no longer revolved solely around her. Newt's little theater too, the quacking duck. Are you saying that my female friend sent you a wedding gift? Newt questioned, doubting his ears. For he could not recall having a soulmate, nor did he know any women. The only females he was acquainted with, apart from magical creatures, could be counted on one hand, and that included the elusive Peter. Could you show it to me? Of course. I have always cherished the sight of Lita's astonished expression upon meeting Newt. With newfound confidence, I approached my vanity, drew open the drawer, and carefully unveiled a small red velvet box containing this letter. Dear Ms. Lita Lestrange, by the time you receive this letter, you may have already become Mrs. Lita Scamander. As your sister-in-law and Newt Scamander's girlfriend, I extend my sincerest wishes to you and Theseus. As Newt read on, his gaze grew warmer with each familiar stroke of ink. It was Peter. It was indeed Peter's handwriting, for among their quartet, only Peter's cursive was so inconsistent, making it effortlessly recognizable to Newt, who had long observed magical creatures. This note was undoubtedly from Peter. What did this imply? Did Peter dare to declare himself her boyfriend? In that instant, Newt's emotions surged from confusion to an exhilarating high, akin to riding a roller coaster to paradise, breaking through all barriers. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the yellowed parchment, his face drawn closer to its ancient scent. Suddenly, he erupted into fits of laughter, and to Lita, Newt appeared as if possessed, his lips twitching as he chuckled. Ha! Oh dear. Newt laughed, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. When would they meet again? Yet, this brought immense encouragement to Newt. Peter was indeed waiting for him, and he would surely find her. An invigorating rush swept over him as he could no longer contain his excitement, determined to stay and participate in their wedding. Newt offered no opportunity for Lita to refuse, exclaiming, I'm sorry, Lita, I just remembered something I must attend to. Wishing you a joyful marriage. He loves you dearly, truly. While carefully folding the letter and tucking it into his bosom, he added, could you deliver this letter for me? Oh, and by the way, this is a gift. My wedding present. Newt swiftly silenced Lita's protests with a sprig of mandrake. Thank you, she began, wanting to linger, wishing to dance with him, a farewell to the past. However, Newt seemed genuinely anxious, and she realized she could not hinder him. Then we shall meet again, he said, adjusting his collar. Swiftly bidding farewell to Lita before embarking on his quest to find Peter and their vanished friends. A resolve took root in his heart. He believed that Peter would forge an indomitable bond with him in the future. The thoughts that followed were embarrassingly sweet. Unbeknownst to him, the letter and wedding gift he held were painstakingly sent back by Araya and their friends through dark magic from the future. Their intention was to indirectly confirm the identity of Newt's beloved. If she truly existed, Lita would surely know, and she would not allow Newt to remain alone, ready to assist the oblivious Newt in pursuing that girl. However, Araya and her companions in the future awaited several days without witnessing any alteration in history. Instead, Araya received a letter from Newt of this era. It was said that that very evening, Newt had intended to escort her home, delivering her safely to her family. Newt sought out Dumbledore, having learned that Beatrice was a relative of the Blacks. Fortunately for Newt, he was unaware of the intricate histories and lineages of those pureblood families. He genuinely believed Beatrice to be a young girl of the Black family, enamored with her, and had approached Dumbledore to present her with a gift. When Araya received the modest yet thoughtful gift from Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, she was taken aback. Newt Scamander, now a renowned magizoologist, suddenly wished to invite her to his home. Memories flooded back to the year they spent the holidays at Newt's home, where he would tenderly hold her hand while interacting with various magical creatures, always quick to distance her from danger if any creature attempted to attack. He would sneak into the kitchen at night, quietly stealing treats to satiate his own rumbling stomach, even warming them for her. Araya's heart was stirred anew as she gently opened the plain yet heartfelt box. Inside lay an irresistibly adorable, fluffy creature that flew around her head before nuzzling her cheek and settling on her shoulder. I hope it will accompany you the next time you feel lost, so you won't cry. It conveyed a simple yet profound sentiment. Araya felt a warm glow within. Did Newt think she cried merely because she was lost? How endearing. If only he had sent her a tree guardian as well. It seemed her old friend truly did have a fondness for her. Peter. Dumbledore, of course, was aware of Peter's identity, yet it was surprising that someone so typically reticent would proactively reach out to a child, albeit a teenager. Oh, I also hold great respect for Mr. Newt Scamander. Araya chuckled awkwardly, realizing that history had not shifted despite their efforts. She would need to seek out Newt's counterpart at Hogwarts once more. Meanwhile, the elder Newt had become pen pals with Araya. Though due to James and Sirius's concerns about Araya becoming too infatuated, her replies were often edited by them. Newt, on the other hand, was overjoyed by how well he connected with Beatrice. He never anticipated a child's vocabulary and discourse could be so mature and delightful. However, this left James and the others in distress, as Peter became increasingly engrossed in conversing with Newt about magical creatures, necessitating an even greater investment of time and energy to respond to letters, more exhausting than homework. Eventually, they simply allowed Araya to correspond with Newt freely. For aside from Quidditch training and classes, they had no energy left to assist Araya in researching magical creatures. This meant that eventually, Alaya's handwriting would be revealed to Newt. Trembling fingers, vacant eyes, and slow movements led Newt to extract a classic pocket watch from his coat, carefully unfolding the neatly folded parchment within and comparing it meticulously. To his astonishment, the person he had sought all these years had appeared, seemingly with a child. Newt's once bright eyes clouded with emotion. Had he grown old? Chapter 74, Misfortune. So now I must visit Regulus on Sirius's behalf. Araya found it hard to believe her ears, yet gazing into Dumbledore's earnest eyes, she felt certain she had fallen into another of his traps. Of course, if Peter would kindly show some compassion towards the unfortunate Barty Crouch, it would be most beneficial. It is said that through your warm guidance, young Barty is willing to make friends now. Dumbledore winked, withholding the fact that it was due to old Barty's intimidation or request. Araya was well aware of the situation with Barty Crouch. The notion of him wanting to befriend anyone was merely a ruse to enlist help in capturing himself, the hamster. However, given the circumstances, she could find no reason to refuse Dumbledore's request. His pitiful, elderly gaze made her feel like a disobedient descendant, neglecting the disappointment of the elder. Thus, with a heart full of conflict, Araya intertwined her arm with Dumbledore's and stepped into the fireplace leading to St. Mungo's. This was Alaya's first visit to St. Mungo's, and she was swiftly captivated by the solemn atmosphere tinged with the scent of antiseptic. Each hurried healer exuded an aura of sanctity. As she traversed the dimly lit corridors, she observed family members of patients expressing their heartfelt gratitude to the healers, and caught sight of a bloodied healer rushing to the next room without a moment to cast a cleansing charm. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment in the noble pursuit of healing. Beside her, Dumbledore was the epitome of accomplishment, as he encountered old friends and former students with every 10 paces. After a brief stroll of nearly 200 meters, Araya found herself fatigued and bid Dumbledore farewell, opting to seek out Regulus on her own. However, just as she was about to enter his room, a sudden thought struck her. It would be rather inappropriate to visit the patient empty-handed. Passing by the previous room, she noticed the sleeping occupant surrounded by baskets of vibrant flowers, and stealthily appropriated a single bloom from each basket, hoping to remain undetected. She gingerly slipped inside, transforming into the guise of a small hamster for stealth, adeptly navigating her surroundings despite lacking mastery of animagus transformation. Perhaps it was her unique ability as a time traveler? Regardless, she successfully infiltrated the room, only to find that the patient, who had been peacefully slumbering, had quietly opened her eyes and licked her lips, clearly aware of Alaya's presence. Araya, feigning innocence, squeaked loudly from beneath the bed, fully expecting that the curious individual would rise to investigate. Yet, her voice grew hoarse, and emboldened, she crawled out from her hiding place, ready to revert to her human form and begin her floral thievery. To her dismay, as she peeked out, she found herself ensnared by a net-like contraption. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she realized, to her horror, that she had been captured once again. Oh, so you did come looking for me. Oh dear senior. No. Wait, you ought to be designated as number 379, remarked the smug little Barty, triumphantly lifting the captured hamster before his eyes. With one hand restraining her, he playfully poked her nose, taunting, "Aren't you supposed to be quite the runner?" He then retrieved a delicate, intricately carved mini muzzle from a nearby drawer, crafted from pure gold and adorned with gemstones, and swiftly affixed it over Alaya's mouth, declaring, "Now you are safe, number 379. Araya gazed up in terror at the figure of Barty, donning a black-eye mask, and thought, "Help, he is becoming increasingly deranged. I merely nipped at him 100 times. How did it come to this? Is he truly engaging in such twisted games?" Clearly, this latest injury was of little consequence to Barty. It merely served to escalate and resolve the situation in his favor. He dashed with remarkable speed towards the bathroom attached to the ward, where his own shower gel awaited, indicating that he had anticipated Alaya's potential arrival in various forms. Araya could do nothing but watch helplessly as he dragged her to the sink, where she was submerged and thoroughly scrubbed multiple times. Ultimately, she was drenched and caught in his grip, half jokingly, half seriously warning her, "If you run again, I shall consume you." Barty initially only required an overnight stay in the medical wing before returning to classes, but old Barty Crouch had other ideas, resolutely escorting him to St. Mungo's for a thorough examination. Once again transformed into a mere plaything, Araya found herself unable to even nip at Barty, resorting instead to scratching him with her tiny paws. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. It was Dumbledore, inquiring after Peter, mistakenly believing that Peter had arrived first to visit Barty. The previously jovial Barty's expression soured at the interruption, and he swiftly concealed the little hamster within his embrace. When Dumbledore appeared, Barty's demeanor shifted again, adopting a facade of respect and humility, though his posture betrayed him, as he did not even lift his rear off the bed. Seizing the opportunity, Araya began to wreak havoc on his chest, clawing and nibbling, much to the dismay of Barty, who struggled to contain the mischief beneath his clothing. Peter, you say? Alas, I have not seen him, Barty replied, his disappointment palpable as he noted Dumbledore's piercing gaze directed at him. Araya, squeezed tightly, gasped for air. Becoming a motionless hamster, pancake. What sound was that? Dumbledore inquired with an enigmatic half-smile, his expression suggesting he was fully aware of the situation. Barty, increasingly anxious, was not merely troubled by Dumbledore's words, but by the sudden stillness of the little creature in his grasp. Fearing for her well-being, he hastily threw off the covers, forgetting entirely about Dumbledore's presence beside him. Thus, Dumbledore beheld the disheveled state of Barty's hospital gown, which lay open to reveal suspiciously intimate red marks, as if he had engaged in some provocative activity, punctuated by swelling and traces of blood. To his astonishment, the seemingly faint hamster had vanished. Chapter 75, A Visit to the Sick. In that moment of crisis, Araya exhibited an extraordinary will to survive, as Barty lifted the covers. She seized the fleeting opportunity obscured from his view and bolted out, having surveyed the layout prior to her entrance, thus managing to escape with ease. With newfound resolve, she dared not conjure any more mischief and swiftly transformed back into her human form to visit Regulus, vowing never to return to that peculiar Barty again. Initially intending to discard the humiliating muzzle, she reconsidered upon realizing its potential worth and, succumbing to the allure of its value, tucked it into her pocket as she entered Regulus's room. The layout was similar to Barty's, albeit with fewer flowers, reflecting the Black family's emphasis on nurturing a boy's character and preparing him to become a proper heir. Despite Regulus's arm being encased in a cast, he remained engrossed in a book. Bathed in sunlight, his glossy black hair framed his face gracefully, and a hint of a smile graced his lips, as if he had recalled a pleasant thought, only to frown moments later at the unfolding narrative. It seemed that Regulus was a man of deep emotions, perhaps more innocent than she had previously perceived. Ahem, brother, it's me, Araya announced, her presence causing Regulus to momentarily drift in thought, mistaking her for his brother. And unsure of how to respond, he pretended to read on, his smile lingering. However, as time passed without any acknowledgement from his brother, a hint of disappointment clouded his features. Then, hearing his brother's voice offering him a lifeline, he was met instead with the sight of the earnest and humble Peter, stirring a mix of disappointment and melancholy within him. Yet, he held on to hope, believing Peter's visit must surely be connected to his brother. Perhaps he bore news? Indeed. It is I. How are you faring? Araya sensed the emotional shift within Regulus, noting the forced cheerfulness in his demeanor, and found herself at a loss for words to comfort him. Now, he appeared much like a forsaken puppy, wagging his tail in gratitude towards the one who provided him sustenance. Are you here to assist my brother? The cautious tone in his words shattered Araya's heart. She longed to seize Sirius by the collar and pull him close, yet all she could do was continuously comfort him with benign falsehoods. He sent me to tell you to take good care of yourself. Though he may no longer belong to the Black family, he will forever remain your brother. Upon uttering these words, Araya suddenly realized she had perhaps gone too far, but gazing into the hopeful eyes of the puppy, she felt compelled to nod in affirmation. Even if it were not true, she would strive with all her might to make it so. Thank you, Peter. Regulus's impression of Peter drastically shifted at this moment. He had always perceived Peter as a mere parasite, a shadow of that small clique, yet now he recognized him as someone capable of providing emotional support. His gentle demeanor was quite striking, and Regulus believed he would no longer view Peter through a biased lens. Thank Merlin, you are here. Dumbledore finally appeared at the door of the infirmary, his demeanor exuding calm assurance. He knew Peter would undoubtedly show up. Araya cast a grateful glance at Dumbledore. If he delayed any further, she might have been compelled to return to the school and fetch him herself. Regulus was momentarily surprised, but upon reflecting on how Peter had arrived, he understood. He respectfully greeted Dumbledore before watching them depart, and just before they left, he turned to Peter and said, "Please send my regards to my brother, and may I write to you?" This left Araya astounded. When had they grown so close? Although bewildered, she nodded in agreement. Upon returning to Hogwarts with Dumbledore, Sirius and James were already waiting for them. They had initially intended for Peter to merely inform Dumbledore, unaware that Dumbledore had persuaded Peter to visit St. Mungo's to see Regulus. James remained relatively unaffected, but Sirius was absolutely livid. He felt that Peter had been used because of him. Moreover, it was for his detested brother, inciting an indescribable anger within him that had nowhere to be released. He could not question Peter about visiting Regulus, as it was his request for Peter to go. A sudden sense of helplessness washed over him, akin to having his tower stolen. He only hoped Peter would return soon, sternly warning him to keep away from the other blacks. At this juncture, Araya received 2 letters. One from the venerable Newt Scamander, which was snatched by the irate Sirius, who assumed it was from Regulus. James and Remus followed suit, eager to assist Peter in crafting a response. Consequently, they did not notice Araya's pale complexion as she concealed another letter in her hand. Help! Had she truly received a letter from Riddle? In a frantic rush, Araya dashed back to the dormitory's restroom, locking the door behind her. Cautiously, she opened the letter adorned with gilded lettering. Dear Peter, it is as if I am meeting you through this letter. Long time no see. I wonder if you have come across my diary. I eagerly anticipate our reunion. Araya's hands trembled as she clutched the parchment. Good heavens! How could she have forgotten about that diary? Since leaving the desert, she had lost track of it. Was it in the desert, on James's flying carpet? Or perhaps at James's home? A sudden realization struck her. If the diary remained lost, then Voldemort could never be entirely defeated. She would eventually need to locate that cursed diary. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Araya turned and began rummaging through the dormitory cupboard, ignoring the most crucial aspect of the letter, the anticipation of their reunion. Thus, when Araya beheld Riddle in the Great Hall, she was utterly taken aback. Why was he here? It was mealtime, and they had slightly delayed due to their discussions about responding to Newt. Yet it seemed as if they had not delayed at all, for all eyes, students and professors alike, were fixed upon them as they jovially entered the hall. It appeared everyone was waiting for their arrival to begin the meal. Seated beside Dumbledore, the tall, dark-haired man finally smiled upon catching sight of Araya. It seemed all had gathered at last. Chapter 76, Confrontation. Indeed, it appears everyone is present. Riddle's languid yet authoritative voice resonated clearly in every ear. Dumbledore rose to announce the commencement of the evening's banquet, advising those who had yet to return to their seats to do so promptly. Sirius recognized the dashing dark-haired man at the head of the table. He had made appearances at numerous family banquets, being one of the most sought-after young wizards today, rivaling even Dumbledore's influence. However, Sirius was well aware that this individual was a self-serving Slytherin, the antithesis of Dumbledore's righteousness, and thus regarded Riddle with a measure of hostility. To his astonishment, he noticed that Riddle seemed intrigued by Peter, who was nervously looking down. Why? Sirius found himself perplexed. He could not fathom a connection between Peter and such a dubious character. He would sooner believe that Peter was friends with centaurs. Worried that the seemingly nefarious dark wizard might pose a threat to Peter, Sirius grasped Peter's sleeve and swiftly took a seat near the entrance. This positioned them far from their usual spot, as James and the others preferred to remain close to the professor's table, where the view was optimal. After a considerable distance, James turned back to see that his friends had already taken their seats, leading him to awkwardly scratch his head before returning to sit beside them. He kicked Sirius under the table. What are you doing? This is the spot for the pompous ones. Although the 4 of them reigned supreme in Gryffindor, they still had rivals. While they scorned the notion of competing with them, they preferred to unite against the snotty one. Did you not see everyone staring? We must not place Dumbledore in an awkward position. Sirius half covered his face, insisting to James, who was quite cooperative, mirroring his gesture. You make a good point, Sirius. Turning to the anxious Peter, he admonished, take note. Peter, only to find Peter's face ashen, seemingly frightened by something. Concerned, he asked, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Did you eat something bad from Dumbledore? How many times have I told you not to eat the sweets he offers, especially those from the cockroach pile? The mere thought of those crawling little creatures in candy left James agitated, and he inadvertently raised his voice, interrupting Riddle's speech. At that moment, Riddle was speaking as the representative of the accomplished graduates, captivating the audience with his eloquence, though not including the 4 friends. Yet the rest of the attendees listened intently to the debonair figure radiating an aura of authority. Now, James found himself in the spotlight. After a 3-second pause, Riddle regained control of the room. So, that student, have you seen my missing item? And no, I haven't, James instinctively replied as he stood, promptly sitting back down. Filled with regret for not presenting himself more compellingly, Riddle maintained his nonchalant tone, yet James felt as though he had been crushed repeatedly beneath a heavy fist. Araya, clutching her head, was on the verge of tears. All she wished was to remain inconspicuous until Riddle departed. Was there any difference between James's display before the Dark Lord and a child relieving himself? Now, evading scrutiny seemed nearly impossible. Riddle, of course, was already well acquainted with Peter's past, thanks largely to Lucius recognizing the figure of Sirius Black, which led to the unearthing of his closest friends. Thus, he arrived, immediately discerning the apparent closeness between the little traitor of the Black family and that woman. This prompted Riddle to confront them, yet it mattered little. There was still ample time ahead. Once more, Dumbledore rose to James Potter's defense, steering Riddle's discourse back on course and assuring him of his utmost efforts to have the students assist in recovering the precious item that had gone missing. Riddle pressed his alluring lips together, smiling with a hint of aloofness. If he could, he would prefer not to contend with Dumbledore's disingenuous facade. However, she was present, and he had to engage in a proper duel with him. Afterward, the room fell into silence, with no more whispers. Although Sirius was eager to inquire about Peter's situation, given the previous awkwardness, it seemed prudent to wait until they returned to their dormitory. However, no one anticipated that as Riddle took his leave, he would deliberately pass by Peter's side, pausing to greet him. His arrival engulfed the space in a refreshing scent of cedar, which was utterly delightful. The moment Araya inhaled it, her mind went blank, as it bore a striking resemblance to the fragrance of laundry pods she had favored in her past life. Long time no see. Peter, Riddle strode confidently, flanked by a discreet board member, a hawk-nosed dark wizard, and another scarred dark wizard, greeting Araya from a position of superiority. Araya stiffly turned, chuckling nervously. I seem not to recognize you, haha. Is it inappropriate for me to have transformed into a hamster? How unfortunate, but I do know you. We shall meet in the headmaster's office shortly. Peter, Riddle's unequivocal words compelled Araya to nod in agreement, as he provided her no grounds for refusal. Riddle departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a hall buzzing with speculation about the inconspicuous Peter Pettigrew, who had suddenly garnered the favor of that esteemed individual. Peter, when did you conspire with that dark wizard? Sirius, the most agitated among them, seized Araya by the neck and delivered a playful jab to her head. Concerned that his departure from the Black household might have led to Peter's corruption, Araya struggled to breathe, perplexed as to why Riddle, knowing the diary was in her possession, would resort to such elaborate means. Yet the truth was, she had no idea where it was. Wait, perhaps this could be utilized. An epiphany struck Araya, revealing a potential solution. He might believe that his precious item is in my possession, she began, but before she could finish her thought, the others misinterpreted her words. Incredulous as they scrutinized Peter up and down. Riddle covets something of Peter's? Is he interested in him? Sirius was so shocked that he accidentally shoved her aside. Under their suspicious gazes, Araya hastily clarified. It's that notebook. The item I obtained in the desert. He desires that. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why such peculiarities? James, feeling a wave of relief, patted his chest, baffled as to why he had associated Riddle with an attraction to Peter. After all, they were both men. With an awkward smile, James felt guilty for his improper thoughts, turning to glance at Lily, eager to rectify his assumptions. Boys were supposed to like girls like Lily, yet he found the snot-nosed brat persistently watching Peter. What was his intent? What schemes lay beneath? Chapter 77, The Mysterious. Araya, overthinking once again, finished her meal while James, Sirius, and Remus busily retraced the steps of where the diary might have been misplaced. Peter and I did mix up bags, but I don't recall there being a diary in that bag, James lamented, scratching the back of his head in frustration, nearly pulling out his hair as he struggled to comprehend how the diary could have vanished so suddenly. Could it have fallen in the desert? If all else fails, do you remember what it looked like, Peter? We could recreate one for him. Sirius, having seen many old notebooks at home, believed they could surely find one in Nocturne Alley. This might be somewhat challenging. Araya was uncertain how to explain that the diary was capable of dialogue. Riddle was not someone to be easily deceived. Nevertheless, the invitation from the future Dark Lord was one they could not refuse. To bolster Peter's courage, the three of them accompanied him to Dumbledore's office. We'll go with you, James declared, resolute in his belief that he could shield Peter from this ordeal. Unfortunately, they were promptly intercepted at the door by Lucius Malfoy and Dumbledore, who had been waiting for them. Just as Lucius attempted to escort them away, Dumbledore intervened. Yet, Araya was still ushered into the headmaster's office, a place she despised entering. Inside, the position where Fawkes usually perched was empty, likely a precaution against Riddle's presence. Araya spotted Riddle seated in Dumbledore's high-back chair. Even from behind, his imposing aura made her breath quicken. However, the scene felt inexplicably familiar, as though she had often encountered him at Hogwarts, even sharing a sense of intimacy. No, when had she developed such sentiments towards the Dark Lord? Coughing slightly, Araya edged closer to Riddle, only to trip over a rope on the floor. Wait, why was there a rope on the ground? Upon steadying herself and looking down, she realized it was not a rope at all, but rather his pet, Nagini, a long serpent resembling a python. Nagini, do not frighten her. Riddle turned, using parcel tongue to admonish his snake to remain calm, while his gaze remained fixed upon Alaya's face. He seemed to be searching for traces of the woman from his dreams. And though he felt 60% assured it was her, he required complete certainty before fully claiming her. Do you know why I sought you? Riddle rose, no longer looking down upon her. Although he had never given Araya the impression of superiority, their proximity had shifted to something more intimate. Is it because of your diary? Under Riddle's inscrutable gaze, Araya found herself unable to resist and spoke the truth. She could not feign pretense. The next moment, a piece of parchment appeared in her hand. Does this look familiar? Riddle produced a piece of parchment from his robes, tossing it onto the girl's face. Her innocent, youthful eyes were somewhat bothersome, causing Riddle's heart to flutter uncomfortably. Although he did not despise such anomalies, he needed to exercise restraint. She was still a student. What? Araya quickly picked up the parchment, examining it closely. It was evidently a portrait, but instead of depicting Peter's silly visage, it bore a striking resemblance to her past self, particularly as a half-blood. Her features combined Eastern and Western traits, appearing both three-dimensional and gentle. With her dark hair cascading smoothly, she found herself nostalgically recalling her former appearance. Wait, what did this mean? How did Riddle know what she looked like in her past life? As she caressed the parchment, its smooth surface indicated that its owner cherished it dearly, frequently touching it. Now developing a patina of wear. Could it be Riddle? How bizarre. What does this mean? She inquired. Isla's voice trembled slightly as she instinctively distanced herself from Riddle. Surely, he could not be the deity governing time travel. If that were the case, he would likely be the first to traverse back and personally slay his father, followed by eliminating Dumbledore. I am asking you, Riddle declared, abruptly discarding the Dumbledore figurine he had been toying with, slamming it onto the table. The oppressive aura he exuded caused Isla to shudder once more, yet this time she managed to hold her ground, refusing to confess. I do not know her. What does it have to do with me? Isla twisted her thigh, compelling herself to appear resolute, mentally convincing herself that he dared not lay a hand on her. Prepared for Riddle's wrathful retribution, she was taken aback when he smiled. No, I believe you resemble her quite strikingly. As Riddle reminisced about the dream, he considered that if he provoked that woman, she would disregard all propriety and mount him, gnawing at him like a playful pup. At that moment, she resembled a prickly hedgehog before transforming into a dog, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Riddle suddenly felt a wave of warmth wash over him, loosening his meticulously tied tie, slightly unveiling his alluring collarbone. If you happen to see her, do remember to inform her that I am waiting. Riddle reclined back at Dumbledore's desk, his gaze becoming somewhat dreamy and shimmering. The brooding demeanor significantly softened, leaving Isla momentarily mesmerized. Was the Dark Lord attempting to seduce her? No. This must be a figment of her imagination. He was undoubtedly employing his charms to extract the truth about her connection to that portrait figure. Possibly also awaiting news from the diary. Isla clenched her jaw and stamped her foot. I will, my lord. The mere utterance of those words darkened Riddle's expression, for she had never referred to him as such. Chapter 78, Nightmare? The darkening of Riddle's visage instilled in Isla a tinge of fear, though this overwhelming pressure made her feel like a fish on a chopping block. That night, she found herself dreaming of him once more. And the reason for this was clear. The male model in her dream was likely him. He would encounter his past life. And it was quite possible that her subconscious in the dream mirrored her former self. Had she been flirting and teasing the future Dark Lord in her dreams? And more frequently than her monthly cycle? Surely, he would not spare her, seeking vengeance for past grievances, given that he was known for his grudges. In her slumber, Isla felt a profound sense of helplessness and dread, tears streaming from her eyes. Yet, this awakening did not deter Isla from continuing to meet Riddle in her dreams. The setting was once again the familiar Hogwarts, this time in the very library she dreaded, where the Dark Lord leaned against a window, engrossed in a book. Even during a moment of repose, he maintained an impeccable demeanor. Finally, Isla beheld Riddle's face clearly. It bore not a single wrinkle. His pores so refined they seemed to glisten. The juxtaposition of his youthful innocence and mature composure exuded a serene authority that compelled one to gaze upon his flawless visage. What a striking young man he was. However, in Isla's eyes, he was merely a wolf in sheep's clothing, though she often cosplayed this role in her dreams. She found herself unable to look him in the eye now that she was awake. Recalling the past, she had traced her lips along his collarbone, her hands seeking something pliable. She wished to vanish into a crack in the ground, finally realizing that this was not her solitary dream, but an intrusion into Riddle's dream. Thus her desires were unfulfilled. As Riddle rose from the window, she suddenly found herself tumbling onto a bed. What had just transpired? Had they not been in the library moments ago? Riddle, mirroring his demeanor from the daylight hours, bit his lip and sensually tore at his tie. the dreamlike quality rendering his movements all the more fluid. The moment Isla's head grazed Riddle's pillow, his body descended upon her, his school robes and shirt vanishing, revealing what appeared to be marks of prior torment, red and swollen. Memories of forgotten details surged into her mind. Had she done this? Was she truly such a beast? Like a famished pup, Isla desperately wished to inquire if it was indeed her doing, yet the enigmatic expression on his face rendered her speechless. Meanwhile, Riddle, undeterred in his slumber, glanced at the disarray he was in, a wicked smile gracing his lips. So what do you call me? He threaded his fingers through her hair, cradling the back of her head. Answer correctly, and I might just let you bite. Isla felt that this dream was utterly absurd, before the brooding yet enticing Riddle. Her voice quivered. I don't know. Wrong, he retorted. Isla's heart raced as he pressed closer, allowing her to feel the heat of his fury. How do you know my name? Have you disclosed everything in your previous dreams? Her mind raced, grappling with the pressure mounting around her. Handsome, male model, duck, or perhaps, Dark Lord? Each title she uttered seemed to thin the air around her, leaving her breathless. Young master? Brother? Darling? The moment she uttered those terms, it felt as though Riddle's mood had lightened, for his hand had finally relaxed its grip. Isla's spirits lifted. Yet she regrettably realized she had yet to utter the word that resided in Riddle's heart. Unluckily, none were correct. Thus, punishment was in order. Riddle remarked before unceremoniously biting her nose, nearly causing Isla to awaken from the shock of pain. Goodness, he was serious. She felt as though her nose was bleeding. Riddle, however, merely licked her nose, his lowered gaze beckoning her to return, yet Isla surrendered. No, I don't want a reward, nor do I wish to bite you. Her words had scarcely left her lips when he seized her own, indicating that he was determined to play this game. Daddy? Grandpa? Uncle? Husband? Finally, upon uttering the word husband, a genuine smile of satisfaction and pride broke across Riddle's face. He responded softly, transforming the rest of his words into a deep kiss that left Isla utterly bewildered. Ugh! Riddle's kissing prowess surpassed her wildest imaginings, and even within the dream, she felt a hint of suffocation. Finally, a voice broke through her reverie. Peter! Peter! Wake up, Peter! Sirius, awakened in the middle of the night by Peter's whimpering, initially thought he was experiencing a nightmare, likely frightened by that dark wizard. Peter had always been timid. Sirius? In her dazed state, Isla momentarily believed she was still in the dream. His presence would surely incite Riddle's fury, and she feared he might be torn apart by Riddle's wrath. Sirius, run! Isla, still disoriented, pushed against Sirius's chest. This sudden action left Sirius astonished. Peter was concerned for his safety, even in dreams. The urgency in his expression was genuine, causing Sirius's heart to surge as if it had been struck, erupting into a cascade of fireworks within his chest. Unable to contain his overwhelming excitement, Sirius enveloped Isla in a massive embrace, awakening her from her slumber. Yet, why was Sirius holding her, tears silently streaming down his face? What was wrong with him? Sirius? I comprehend, I understand. Sirius bore an expression that suggested he held all the answers unspoken, as he firmly patted Araya on the back, leaving her even more perplexed. Meanwhile, in another guest room at Hogwarts, Riddle slowly opened his eyes, his face contorted in frustration. Why did she always manage to escape at critical moments? An entire sleepless night stretched into dawn. Chapter 79, The Search. Following that night, Araya clearly sensed that Sirius seemed to regard Peter with the same protectiveness one would afford a beloved brother. What had once been camaraderie now appeared to transcend mere friendship. Everything else was tolerable. At least she was delighted that all she needed to do was focus on her own assignments. Even James no longer burdened her with his homework. And Sirius, well, he had taken it upon himself to handle communication with Newt. However, the most confounding aspect was that Sirius insisted on sharing a bed with her. It all began the night he had awakened her from a nightmare induced by Riddle's visions. Having been startled awake and drenched in cold sweat, Araya intended to wash away her fears with a shower, but to her surprise, Sirius abruptly threw back his covers, gesturing for her to join him, declaring he would keep her company while she slept. Oh, Peter, what a predicament you've placed me in. Muster your courage and transform into a man. Yet, his actions implied a desire to share the bed, reminding her to refrain from passing gas beneath the covers. He displayed an indulgent demeanor, almost endearingly tsundere. I can manage to sleep on my own, Araya thought, her mind racing. She wasn't afraid of nightmares. Rather, she dreaded the prospect of more intimate dreams featuring a protagonist she could not contend with. Nonetheless, Sirius remained obstinately set in his ways. Fortunately, their relentless quest for Riddle's diary kept them busy, causing both Araya and Sirius to collapse into bed each night, though the mornings were somewhat awkward. They often found themselves unconsciously entwined, much to the chagrin of James, who would exclaim, Peter, You need to grow up. No more sleeping arrangements for Gryffindor warriors. After some contemplation, Sirius extended the invitation to Peter, intending to safeguard the fragile boy, who must surely be suffering from nerves after his encounters with dark wizards. Remus initially assumed Sirius was jesting, or that James would erupt in anger, but quite the contrary occurred. He quickly settled down, declaring, "Tonight, it will be my turn to watch over Peter." Araya was left speechless. When did she become such a prized member of the team? She genuinely felt happy for Peter. He had gained 3 honorary fathers. They all sought to keep him company while sleeping, albeit with a hint of irony in her tone. Setting aside these vexations, the good news was that she was now in frequent correspondence with Newt, and their conversations were lively. More precisely, all 4 of them engaged in delightful exchanges with him, as their replies were crafted together in their secret hideout. The bad news, however, was that they had yet to locate Riddle's diary, and they had even ventured into Nocturne Alley in search of it. It was a weekend, allowing students to venture out to Hogsmeade, the oldest and largest wizarding village in existence, a perennial favorite among Hogwarts students. Their task loomed heavy. Although Araya doubted they would find a substitute for Riddle's diary in Nocturne Alley, she felt compelled to accompany them for Peter's safety. Lily Evans had not abandoned her quest to help her unfortunate Muggle sister find true love, believing that her sister's lack of magical prowess was a grave injustice. Now that her sister had developed a fondness for the wizarding world, especially since she had taken a liking to a wizard, Lily was determined to facilitate a match. Thus, her already hectic life grew even more complicated, compounded by Lily's incessant entanglements, often accompanied by her snotty little brother. Sirius was nearing his wit's end, reluctantly agreeing to find time to write to her Muggle sister. Ultimately, Araya believed that Sirius's reluctant acquiescence stemmed from James's attitude towards Lily. However, the crux of the matter was that Sirius promptly delegated the task of replying to Peter, who found himself at a loss, scratching his head and wishing to refuse. Yet, the quick-witted Sirius pressed him. "Peter, your replies are a collective effort. It is now your turn to reciprocate." Sirius had always considered Peter to be more emotionally attuned than most men and deemed him more than capable of penning a letter to that Muggle. Thus, Araya found herself burdened with the task of fostering a bond with Petunia Evans, leaving her increasingly bewildered by her student life. So, the moment they exited Hogwarts Castle, they encountered the eagerly awaiting Lily Evans and Snape. Lily, beaming with joy, was engaged in conversation with Snape but rushed over to them upon spotting them, disregarding Snape entirely. "Sirius, you've finally arrived." Lily had grown considerably more familiar with the 4 of them, now greeting James enthusiastically and nearly addressing Sirius as brother-in-law. This distressed Sirius, for if Lily Evans continued to shadow them, how could they sneak off to Nocturne Alley? "Good morning. This is the scarf my sister just sent you today. Try it on," Lily exclaimed, pulling out a red scarf from her satchel. While it couldn't compare to one woven by magic, it bore the charm of being handmade by Petunia, something even he lacked. Sirius's face contorted momentarily, gazing at Lily's expression of sheer luck, desperately wanting to shout, "I don't care for it." Yet, for the sake of his brother James, he gritted his teeth and accepted the scarf. "Thank you," he muttered. "No need to thank me. Petunia will surely be delighted that you like it," Lily replied, now wholly absorbed in the thought of inviting Sirius to her home. Her enthusiasm undeterred by the absence of a response. "Where are you all headed?" She sought to learn more about them, ideally facilitating a connection between Sirius and Petunia. Meanwhile, Snape stood 10 feet away, his expression dangerously close to the ground. Noticing this, Sirius quickly exchanged glances with the others, and the perceptive Araya instantly grasped his intent, marveling at their unspoken understanding. Wonderful. Would Lily Evans accompany me to purchase a few items? Araya understood this was a ploy to divert Lily and Snape's attention. Lily, having no valid reason to decline, eagerly agreed, always eager to assist others. Though she felt a twinge of regret, she happily took Peter's hand, beckoning Snape along. "Severus, would you like to join us?" Lily's invitation was merely a formality. She was well aware that Snape detested crowded places and preferred to immerse himself in books and experiments. He had come today solely out of concern for Lily, fearing she might be teased or mocked by those ruffians. But this time, he decided to follow along, intent on having a private conversation with that little chubby boy. Chapter 80, Heart to Heart. Initially, James and Sirius were quite hesitant about bringing Peter to Nocturne Alley. Deep down, they understood that timid Peter had already suffered nightmares instigated by Riddle the Dark Wizard, and the array of dark wizards populating Nocturne Alley might only exacerbate his fears. The vendors peddling human fingers, eyeballs, and half-formed creatures, alongside the disheveled wizards puffing on hookahs, and those with blackened teeth mumbling strange incantations. All of these figures instilled a sense of dread. While such terror was thrilling for them, for Peter, it would truly be a living nightmare. Now, Sending him to accompany Lily Evans seems quite peculiar. Strangely, James harbors no resentment towards Peter and Lily's opportunity to spend time together. In fact, he appears utterly disheartened at the sight of the snotty creature trailing after Lily Evans. This sensation is indeed bizarre, although the snotty creature remains as repulsive and loathsome as ever, and Lily continues to radiate her stunning beauty. He finds himself devoid of the previously intense rage that would have consumed him. Instead, before departing, he fervently admonishes Peter to keep his distance from that snotty creature, warning him that he is no match for it. Should it bully you, make haste to find Dumbledore. We shall avenge you. Though he attempts to lower his voice, his words are unmistakably audible to Sirius, who chuckles, proclaiming his lack of prejudice against rats. Who are you calling a rat? Sirius, who was initially beside Peter, bristled upon hearing Severus's jibe. The sudden surge of blood to his face left him unable to discern whether Sirius was joking, but he could certainly detect Severus's ill intentions towards Peter. Sirius spun around, seizing Sirius by the collar. Looks like you're eager to taste my fist, snotty. Typically, it is James who first clashes with Sirius. This time, however, it is Sirius. Enough fighting, Sirius and Sirius. We are all friends here. Lily swiftly intervened, separating the two. At this moment, the pair are her cherished companions, one a close friend, and the other her sister's prospective boyfriend, and she wishes to avert any conflict between them. Meanwhile, our protagonist displays an expression of a mere bystander, entirely oblivious to her central role in the dispute. With her arms crossed and draped over Remus's neck, she gazes at the four of them with unabashed curiosity. Indeed, James immediately steps forward to support Sirius. Amused, Remus shields Araya from the commotion, recognizing that had it been the old him, he would have rushed to separate them. However, with Peter so comfortably leaning against him, he finds it difficult to move, instead relishing the moment and admiring Peter's charming, mischievous smile. Perhaps only James and Sirius are cognizant of their shared intent to hasten Lily's departure with Sirius. Yet Peter appears as if he has settled down with a stool, utterly exasperating them. Ultimately, Sirius, unwilling to continue entangled with the snotty creature, pointedly directs Peter. You go talk to them. Tell them to behave. With a silent mouthing of instructions to Araya, he pushes her toward Lily Evans. Turning coolly to Lily, he says, Don't join the snotty creature in bullying my brother, all right? This leaves Lily feeling utterly vexed, calling after his retreating figure, I would never bully a friend. Unlike you lot. Lily tugs at Sirius and Alaya's sleeves as they walk away, and only after a considerable distance does she apologize to Peter. Sorry if I scared you. I'll help you pick a good gift, 1ti Sirius. Lily glances back, seeking Sirius's affirmation, but instead finds him fixated on the back of Peter's head. Lost in thought. Sirius? What are you staring at? Lily Evans's inquiry jolts Sirius back to reality. He instinctively averts his gaze from hers and hastens a few steps to join them. Time is of the essence. He is unsure why he was staring at Peter's rather ample head, when he should be contemplating how to speak with him privately. Lily assumes he is still upset with James and the others, oblivious to Sirius's unusual behavior, and continues enthusiastically questioning Peter about whom he wishes to gift. Araya, however, has no particular gift in mind, though she muses that if she were to give one, it would be for Newt, as he has sent her numerous gifts recently. From cute teddy bears, which James discarded as cursed dark magical items in the room of requirement, to homemade pumpkin pies, which were devoured by the other three, to Newt's autographed books and various magical creature feathers, Araya feels immensely grateful. He is a good friend. He always sends me gifts. Araya carefully considers how to describe Newt's status, aware that the friendship between a master of magical creatures and a student might be hard to believe. Good friend? Is he a boy or a girl? Lily suddenly becomes curious, inching closer to Araya and whispering conspiratorially, Perhaps you could tell me. My lips are sealed. The sight of Peter and Lily leaning in together irks Sirius, prompting him to return and interject. What? What are you two discussing behind my back? Lily chuckles awkwardly. Oh, we were just deciding what to buy? Lily then links her arm through Sirius's and begins advising Peter, if you're gifting a girl, a bottle of beauty potion would be perfect. The latest shampoo from the Potter family is also quite nice. What about for a boy? Araya observes Lily's detailed knowledge of the Potter family products with some astonishment, realizing James must frequently send gifts to Lily Evans. For a boy, perhaps something related to Quidditch? If it's for James Potter, he would surely be delighted. Lily instinctively uses James as an example, only to hear Severus's disdainful click of his tongue. Araya senses the atmosphere shifting and quickly interjects. You're right, James would love that. But my friend isn't fond of Quidditch. At his age, playing Quidditch might just break his bones. And as for perfumes and shampoos, they hardly suit the eminent status of Newt as a master of magical creatures. Surely, she couldn't buy him an owl. He likely has more than enough already. And he probably doesn't lack other magical creatures either. It's all right. Let us head inside and take a look. Lily, noticing Araya's reluctance to divulge more secrets, ceases her inquiries and, tugging her sleeve, leads her into a shop to browse. So swiftly did they vanish from view that Sirius barely had time to interrupt Lily's chatter. He would have to seek another opportunity. Chapter 81, Illness. Araya thus accompanied Lily Evans and Sirius on a stroll through Hogsmeade. While she managed to sidestep inquiries about Sirius's feelings towards Penny, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the trio's unusual dynamic. Though the scene of the three of them together felt discordant, Lily, youthful and exuberant, animatedly showcasing a plethora of products, while Sirius stood beside her like a dark knight, scaring off any suitors drawn to her charm. Araya felt slightly dazed, whether from the sheer volume of goods or Lily's vibrant energy, which bordered on overwhelming. Fortunately, she did manage to select a necklace that appeared to be a gem from the Muggle world, likely priced low due to its common origins, which sparked a flicker of excitement in her as a girl. Thus, she purchased it, later becoming a wedding gift for Lita Lestrange upon her historical journey back to the past. Upon seeing Peter pick up the sapphire necklace, Lily intended to caution him that boys typically do not fancy such things, but then a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Peter's friend is a girl? Perhaps even his crush, and he was merely shy, wishing to keep it secret from everyone? Lily Evans smiled silently, covering her mouth in excitement over her newfound discovery. Casting an encouraging glance at Peter, praising the necklace for its exquisite beauty, assuring him that she would certainly adore it. Huh, who would like it? Isn't it a gift for herself? Rest assured, I won't disclose this to anyone. Lily performed a little curtsy, causing Araya's head to ache even more. What on earth was she thinking? So, it seems that Gryffindor's penchant for daydreaming knows no gender? Under Lily Evans' enthusiastic influence, she even suggested that Peter purchase some trinkets favored by young girls. Of course, a significant part of her motivation stemmed from her genuine affection for such baubles. Had she not been financially constrained, she would have undoubtedly emptied her purse on these delightful items. For instance, a brooch that changes fragrance with one's mood, a comb capable of creating various hairstyles at will, an everlasting jar of perfume, and a hat that blooms, among others. Lily was rarely so elated while shopping. Her tastes perfectly aligned with Peter's. It was as if she had momentarily forgotten about Severus Snape. Standing beside them, Snape felt increasingly out of place, his face growing more irate, a flush of red creeping onto his pale complexion as he disdainfully clenched his fists and yanked Peter's collar, demanding, "Come here. We need to talk." Araya, slightly dazed from the shopping spree, felt a wave of gratitude towards Snape for leading her outside to breathe in some fresh air. She wondered how he managed to convince Lily not to join them. However, as she took a deep breath, the world suddenly darkened, and under the glaring sunlight, she fainted. Was she ill? Perhaps it was due to her excessive worrying lately, or maybe it was the result of James constantly kicking off the blanket at night, which had left her vulnerable to a chill. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Araya could only think one thing. It was hopeless. The enmity between the highwayman and Snape could never be fully clarified. She silently lamented that she must not dream of anyone again, for her fragile heart could hardly endure it. Yet, where was the silver lining in such a situation? Fortunately, in her dream, it seemed as though Riddle was injured, merely allowing her to rest upon him while he wrapped his arms around her waist, caressing her back with a gentle rhythm. Don't go. But outside her dream, Snape was utterly thrown off balance. Stop pretending, he exclaimed, disdainfully supporting Araya's body while attempting to distance himself from her, his demeanor somewhat comical. The limp Peter instinctively leaned against his shoulder, yet Snape resisted, determined to prevent him from collapsing onto the ground, as he was forbidden from using magic off campus and lacked the anonymity of a family-supported wand like others. Thus, he had to rely solely on his strength to carry Peter indoors. Thankfully, the kind-hearted owner of the 3 broomsticks provided him with a recliner, though she was preoccupied and instructed them to contact the professor themselves. "You stay here with Peter. I'll fetch the professor." Lily Evans immediately took action, reasoning that Snape, as a boy, would be better suited to look after Peter than she would. She lacked the strength to move Peter, and if he needed to use the restroom, that would pose a problem. Little did Lily know that Snape could never have imagined a day where he would be alone in a room with that oaf Peter. Even though he was utterly incapable of executing his intended plans, he could only glare at the reclined Peter, his frustration boiling over. That insufferable little brat. Just moments ago, he had nearly thrown out his back, but upon seeing Peter's flushed face, breathing heavily from a high fever, he reluctantly stood up, retrieved his handkerchief, and dampened it with cool water to place upon Peter's forehead. "You won't die from a fever, you sharp-tongued softy," Snape muttered, turning once more to search for his cauldron. He realized that the potions he carried lacked any remedy for fevers, yet he had plenty of concoctions prepared for Potter and his friends. As fate would have it, Snape indeed managed to borrow some, and thus, in the hazy realm between wakefulness and slumber, Araya found herself in a misty wonderland, where a giant bat stood before a massive cauldron, stirring and singing, or rather, grumbling. To others, this might be a frightening sight, but to Araya, aspiring to become a creature caretaker, it was simply a considerate bat. She shakily got to her feet, determined to thank it in person for brewing potions during the day. "Thank you, Mr. Bat," she exclaimed, only to stumble and tumble into the bat's wings. Snape, deeply engrossed in potion making, felt as if his nearly strained back had been struck by a hammer, hearing Peter's foolish words echo, "Who are you calling a bat?" Yet, upon turning, he beheld Peter's cherubic face, his lips slightly parted like a ripe peach, which inexplicably tightened Snape's throat. Why was she clinging to him? Araya remained lost in the warmth of Mr. Bat's broad wings, rubbing her face against them until she accidentally brushed against Snape's sensitive lower back, nearly causing him to topple the cauldron. Chapter 82. Escorting. Dazed from the fever, Araya clung desperately to the giant bat before her, contemplating whether revealing her discovery of the enormous bat would allow her to become a magical zoologist. Surely, Newt would be proud of her. She must now be considered half his apprentice, despite this bat's rather irritable demeanor, as it continuously tried to wriggle free from her grasp. Nevertheless, she thought, having previously tied up a lamb, it should feel somewhat similar. Yet, Snape grew increasingly alarmed as he noticed Peter seemed intent on devouring him. She had already begun searching for rope to bind him. Unfortunately, that rope happened to be his belt, and as he clutched his pants, he found it impossible to escape. Just as Snape prepared to knock Peter unconscious, Lily burst into the room, accompanied by Professor Dumbledore. "Peter, are you all right?" exclaimed Lily Evans, covering her eyes in disbelief at the overly intimate scene. "I didn't mean to look. I'm sorry." Before them, Peter, his face flushed, had Snape's belt wrapped around his neck, muttering, "Hee hee, I've caught you, haven't I?" Meanwhile, Snape, his face a stormy shade of green, was holding up his trousers with one hand while attempting to fend off Peter's approach with the other, creating a scene rife with misinterpretation. Lily's cheeks reddened as she found it hard to believe her dear friend. Dumbledore, with a chuckle, remarked, "Ah, youth is a wonderful thing." And with a flick of his wand, he extricated Snape from his predicament, sending Araya back to the recliner with a levitation charm. "It's not what you think," Snape exclaimed, humiliated, as he jumped up, clutching his pants and hastily retrieved his belt, fleeing in disgrace. Behind him, Dumbledore called out, "Aren't you going to help your classmate take his medicine?" It was evident that Snape's potion was on the verge of success. He believed this concoction would be far more effective than the one in his hands. "No," Snape roared back, caught in a spiral of frustration, yet soon enough, he recalled Lily's words about needing assistance if Peter required a restroom. If he weren't present, wouldn't that make things difficult for Lily? Of course. Peter's foolishly sickly visage, frail and pale, was equally hard to shake from his mind. Thus, he returned once more, relieved to find that the annoying lot had yet to return, and Lily must have helped Peter drink his potion, for his complexion had regained a hint of normal color. Araya remained in a daze, sensing that the giant bat had transformed into a man. Goodness, he was a beast man. She had discovered a new beast man in the magical world, a momentous revelation indeed. The orc gently assisted her by administering a wondrous liquid, and she instantly felt revitalized. What a delightful bat he was. Yet how did this bat's visage gradually transform into that of Severus Snape? Snape? Why would she dream of Snape? I truly apologize. It is not your companions. Although Snape was pleased to be recognized, his demeanor remained as brusque and unyielding as ever, still nursing a grudge over the embarrassment of being toppled by a madman. How did I end up here? That is a question you ought to ponder concerning why you find yourself sprawled out in this manner. Despite Snape's unfriendly tone, no one noticed that he was uncharacteristically accommodating, responding to every inquiry, even those he deemed trivial. "Severus, Peter is unwell." Lily couldn't help but speak up for Peter, who appeared exceedingly pitiable at that moment. He was ill, not foolish, and certainly not a child. Snape, though still bearing a fierce expression, no longer provoked Araya. However, due to Dumbledore's sudden pressing matters, he was burdened with the responsibility of carrying Peter back to Hogwarts. Could he not find another professor to assist? Snape grumbled as he swiftly hoisted Peter onto his back, realizing that if he was to undertake this task, he ought to complete it promptly. He had no desire to encounter James Potter and his friends and waste time explaining why their comrade was in such a state. "You ought to lose some weight, you little rotund one," Snape muttered quietly while carrying Araya, noting that Peter was much lighter than he had anticipated. Yet, if Peter were not a little chubby, how could he have been so easily overthrown? The memory of the earlier enchanting scene quickened Snape's pace. He truly should not have associated with those four individuals, for misfortune would surely follow. Currently, he wished to rid himself of the burdensome potato on his back, but Araya was not one to let him off so easily. Although Araya had improved significantly after drinking the potion, her body still radiated an astonishing heat, and lying against Snape's back felt akin to resting upon a cool stone. The protruding bones were somewhat uncomfortable. However, the refreshing sensation deeply pleased Araya. She nestled against Snape's shoulder, slipping her hand into his collar, letting out a contented hum. This was indeed more refreshing. Yet, the uninvited proximity left Snape struggling to maintain his composure, wishing to toss Peter aside and admonish, "Control your hands. Fool, he is not your toy." But Lily, standing protectively by Peter's side, exclaimed that he was about to fall. Urging understanding for Sirius, Peter was merely befuddled by fever and had yet to regain his senses. If it became too much, she could always leave. It was all too stimulating for her to bear. However, at that moment, Lily's shock transformed into a sense of blessing, for after all, it was a Gryffindor yearning for freedom, and such love would undoubtedly be met with blessings. Snape, speechless, pressed his dry lips together, wondering how he found himself the target of such teasing, with the victim turning out to be that fool. Moreover, why did he, a grown man, exude such an intoxicating scent? It was truly nauseating. Just as Snape was on the verge of exploding, ready to deliver a punch to the one behind him singing peculiar rhymes, they finally arrived and encountered a kind-hearted junior. "Allow me to escort the senior back to the dormitory. I happen to reside nearby." Young Barty Crouch's deceptively charming face instantly captivated Lily Evans. "I remember you. You are exceptionally talented in Professor Horn's Slug Club." Lily recalled that all members of that club were distinguished students recognized by the professors. Snape, true to his future role as a double agent, immediately saw through the boy's insincerity. What did he intend to do with Peter? Yet, what did it matter to him? He suppressed the faint sense of unease deep within. However, after walking a considerable distance, Lily suddenly inquired uncertainly if that boy was a Gryffindor. She couldn't recall seeing him in the common room. Chapter 83, Back to the Dormitory. "Are you saying that boy is not a Gryffindor?" Snape asked skeptically. He had indeed not paid attention to which house the boy belonged, as he had never conversed with him. "Perhaps I misremembered. He must be Professor Horn's prized pupil and not a villain. Besides, Peter should not have any enemies to worry about. Let us search for them. James and the others should be returning soon. Rather than allowing them to speculate, it is better to be forthright and inform them of the truth. Peter's fever is certainly not due to Snape. I hope they do not quarrel." Snape acquiesced to the plan, not out of genuine concern for a conflict with James Potter, but because he felt that if that fool was truly uncomfortable, his friends present would ease his plight. Thus, the two returned to Hogwarts together, only to find that James and the others had ulterior motives, sneaking off to Diagon Alley and using the invisibility cloak to search for a self-replenishing diary, hoping to assist Peter in his predicament. When they returned, they found neither Snape nor Lily Evans, nor even Peter, who should have been resting in bed. Araya, in a daze, sensed someone gently lifting her and placing her on an unfamiliar bed, followed by the application of a refreshingly cool cloth to her face. Araya felt the chill and couldn't help but shiver slightly beneath the covers, awakening her senses considerably. In her hazy state, she glimpsed young Barty's handsome face, adorned with a mischievous smirk, hovering over her. "Move aside. Senior, your face is quite flushed," Barty exclaimed as he grabbed her hand and pressed it against his cheek, which was rather warm. What a fiery little creature he was. Araya, feeling dizzy from the heat, finally recognized that she had been brought to the Slytherin dormitory by that little weirdo, Barty Crouch, and was now on his bed. "Let me go," she protested, withdrawing her hand, but her cheeks remained ensnared by Barty's grasp, becoming even more flushed and swollen, appearing quite delectable. In a moment of impulsive affection, Barty leaned down and quickly bit the tip of Alaya's nose, as if she were still that little hamster. This left Araya utterly bewildered, covering her face in disbelief, staring at Barty, who was still playfully swaying in front of her. You bit me? You can bite back," Barty declared, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his slender yet not frail arms, adopting a posture that dared her to retaliate. Araya, disinterested in engaging with this little weirdo, swayed unsteadily as she attempted to leave. Barty did not pursue her, but rather leaned against the bed, crossing his arms, smirking. "Now that the Slytherins have returned, perhaps you would like everyone to discover our little secret." He seemed quite pleased with himself, as if he enjoyed sparring with Peter. "I am not afraid." Although Araya spoke bravely, she couldn't help but realize that as a Gryffindor in the Slytherin common room, it would be challenging not to attract attention and inquiries. Especially since she was somewhat of a prominent figure in Gryffindor, she could very well face hostility. The pause in her steps and the overwhelming sense of loneliness only served to elevate the corners of Barty Crouch's mouth. Indeed, the best decision was to wait until midnight to sneak back. However, to ensure that Barty would not engage in any further odd antics, Araya took the initiative to lock herself in the bathroom of Barty's dormitory. This action caused the smile on Barty's face to fade. You need to rest, senior. He knocked heavily on the door, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Araya was unperturbed. Turning on the faucet to refresh herself, she suddenly noticed something in the stark, cold-toned environment. Is this the diary I lost? In an instant, Araya regained her senses, perplexed as to why little Barty possessed the very journal she was desperately seeking. Yet, her steps remained unsteady, the aged diary now open, revealing the bold inscription, "What is your relationship with him?" The heavy strokes seemed to emanate a tempest of jealousy and envy. Araya and little Barty crouch? She found herself at a loss, wondering how he had come into possession of it. Was this the discontent of young Riddle? Before Araya could slip away unnoticed, a blinding light enveloped her, drawing her back into the memories of her school days. It was unclear how long Araya lingered in Riddle's memories, witnessing fragments of her former dreams, both shy and vexing. Just as she felt herself drifting into slumber, the diary expelled her, causing her to stumble directly into Sirius's embrace. "Peter, you're still alive." Sirius was the first to envelop Araya in a tremendous hug, while James joined from behind, wrapping his arms around them both. And Remus swiftly wiped away tears from his eyes, joining the warm embrace. It was then that Araya realized she had returned to her bed in Gryffindor's dormitory, the cursed diary lying prominently on her bedside. She was compelled to relive how she had overpowered young Riddle, a sight she had no wish to revisit. The sheer embarrassment of it all was overwhelming. Such springtime dreams need not be documented in full. It truly felt like a public execution. She was acutely aware of how lascivious she appeared in her dreams. No further reminders were necessary. Araya's silent anguish manifested as yet another nightmare in front of James and the others, who, tender-hearted, could not bear to release her from their embrace. 4 of them entwined like nesting dolls. "Peter, look what we found. A talking diary." James triumphantly presented the item they had labored to discover. An antiquated telephone? While it did indeed speak, it was evident that this was a modified device, capable of receiving broadcasts from the Muggle world. Araya found herself torn between laughter and tears. They had truly put forth great effort, albeit in the wrong direction. "Isn't this what you wanted?" James realized his mistake and stomped his foot in frustration, lamenting his pocket money. "I've already found it. No need to worry." Araya turned to toss the diary onto the floor, intending to crush it underfoot to vent her frustration. "As long as it's found." The others consoled the ailing Peter, leaving Araya both astonished and flattered. Had they finally recognized Peter as a good friend? Regardless, she had finally fulfilled her obligation. Chapter 84, Gift Giving. Although James and the others were somewhat disheartened that the item they had painstakingly procured was not what Peter needed, they quickly dismissed the matter from their minds as Araya discovered the diary had returned, resting upon her desk. More importantly, James and the others realized that Peter had indeed prepared a gift for that old codger Newt, yet had failed to prepare anything for them. "Peter, are your brothers treating you poorly?" James ensnared Araya in a playful chokehold, a combination of a headlock, fist, and ear-biting, trapping her on the bed. The games these teenagers played had become increasingly bizarre. "Indeed, Peter, I have something prepared for you." Sirius pulled James aside and mounted him, reminiscent of the boy's penchant for stacking games, and soon Araya was buried beneath a towering pile. "Remus, how did you end up joining in?" Araya was taken aback. Had he not been her greatest ally? Little did she know they were all vying for gifts, as if they were still children. "Because I have a gift for you as well." Remus, feeling a pang of sympathy for Peter, was reluctant to abandon such bonding activities, thus gently pressing down on James's back. After a chorus of pleas from Araya, they all forgave her, drenched in sweat. "I was wrong. I will give everyone gifts." She offered to return the favor. Was that not enough? Thus, she was hoisted up by Sirius and James, seated upon the chair like royalty, while Remus stood by, wiping the sweat from her brow. One by one, they presented her with their thoughtfully chosen gifts. Each of the 3 inexplicably grew nervous, seemingly anxious about Peter's reaction to their offerings. They had formed a silent agreement to present their gifts as grand finales, resulting in Remus going first. Perhaps due to his limited funds, Remus gifted Araya a small, vintage dagger, unassuming in appearance yet unexpectedly sharp. Araya adored the dagger, finding it quite practical. Next time she encountered a deviant, she could use it for self-defense. The 3 exchanged glances at Peter's sinister grin upon receiving the dagger, suddenly feeling a chill in their spines. "Peter, you won't be turning us into siblings, will you?" James blurted out his concerns, and Sirius and Remus exchanged anxious glances, as if sharing the same apprehension. "How could that be?" Araya stammered, nervously shaking her head. Thankfully, naive James was easily placated, eagerly awaiting Sirius's gift. Who had suggested it too? Sirius, also feeling a bit nervous, had not truly considered that Peter appeared odd. he produced a beautifully crafted Victorian-style perfume bottle, though the color scheme clearly indicated it was meant for a man. With one hand in his pocket and the other coolly extending it towards Araya, he declared, "This is for you, to enhance your masculine allure. Don't always rely on that sickly sweet shampoo." "Huh, thank you, but I've never used perfume. It's just James's shower gel and, oh, that cursed little Barty's private grooming products." She had no desire to use any of it. "What? Do you have something against our family's shampoo?" James, having only caught the last remark, mistakenly inferred that Peter disliked their family's shampoo, and his mock angry expression caused Araya to swiftly retreat. "No, I like it very much." "Humph, that is more like it. Our shampoo formula is the best in the world, and this is for you," James boasted confidently, certain that Sirius's perfume could not compare to the fragrance of his family's shampoo. "What?" Araya watched as James mysteriously retrieved a cage draped in cloth from beneath the table, strange animal sounds emanating from within. "This is the trendiest new pet from Nocturne Alley. You won't find it in Diagon Alley." James hoisted the heavy cage proudly, and Araya felt a thrill of excitement. What animal could it be? A magical creature, perhaps? Is it your favorite furry animal, perhaps black and white? How about that? I know you well. James reveled in the adulation reflected in Peter's eyes, feeling as though he might ascend to the heavens. It can't be a giant panda, right? Araya feigned indifference, but in truth, she was utterly captivated. Such a mysterious setup, and black and white. She felt herself swoon with happiness. Pandas were her absolute favorite animals, bar none, something nearly impossible to find outside their native land. But now, could her childhood dream finally be realized? With trembling hands, Araya lifted the red curtain, only to be greeted by a black and white skunk, which, startled by the sudden crowd, released an unearthly stench, leaving everyone in tears. "Woo, my panda cub." Araya covered her face and bolted from the dormitory. "That's a skunk. James, you've been tricked." Remus darted to the window, flinging it open, while Sirius pinched his nose and tossed the cage containing the skunk into the bathroom. And what of James? Due to his proximity, the skunk directed its rear towards him, releasing a noxious spray that left him in tears, ultimately causing him to faint. Had this skunk not been procured by James himself, they would certainly have suspected it was a form of revenge orchestrated by Snape. For an extended period thereafter, none of them dared to use their own restrooms, opting instead for the communal lavatories in the lounge. Meanwhile, after returning Riddle's diary to him, Araya found herself grappling with what gift to send, only to unexpectedly receive an extravagant present from Riddle. How did he know she intended to give a gift? Did he desire one as well? The items Riddle sent were excessively lavish, a veritable cornucopia of opulent garments and antique jewels, along with his own clothing. What on earth was that about? Araya was utterly speechless, unable to conceal them, yet equally unable to discard them. In a scene featuring Snape, with a hint of Hushenya, he had already gazed towards the entrance of the banquet hall for the 10th time. Although seated beside Lily Evans, it was evident that her words struggled to penetrate his mind, as his thoughts were consumed by Peter, that foolish wretch, and his pitiable, dizzy state from the previous night. Even in his dreams, he found himself plagued by Peter's infatuated declarations, referring to him as the cute bat. It was a nightmare too dreadful to bear. Snape would have preferred to dream of the ever-present stench of alcohol and insults in his home. At least there he could see his mother, rather than endure visions of Peter's infatuation. "What's the matter, Severus?" Lily Evans cheerfully shared a letter she received from Petunia the previous night, only to notice her friend was still fixated on the door. "It's nothing." Snape quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head to consume his now-cold cereal. "Are you looking for Peter?" she inquired. "He should be fine. Didn't Professor Dumbledore say last night that he had completely recovered from his fever?" Lily gently patted her friend's back, pleased that Snape finally had friends aside from her. "No, I'm not concerned about that," Snape retorted, increasingly irritable. Why would he worry about Peter's health? He was merely curious about the efficacy of the potion he had brewed. However, when Peter appeared at the entrance, flanked by Sirius, he couldn't help but cast his gaze in their direction. It had been quite a while since they had partnered up in the past. If James or the others skipped class, he might have teamed up with Peter in potions. Recently, however, it seemed that James and the others were eager to partner with Peter. Was it because Peter's potion-making skills had improved rapidly? He yearned for an opportunity to question Peter about Beyoncé, so as soon as Peter settled into his seat in the back row of potions class, Snape approached and unceremoniously plopped down beside him, opening his bag. Sirius, who should have been with Peter, was intercepted by Lily Evans. Araya exchanged a knowing glance with Sirius, realizing that Snape was stalling for Lily's sake. Sirius, on the other hand, was less than thrilled about discussing that muggle woman again. He had already asked Peter to write to her. What more did she want? James, noticing Lily's presence, joined their conversation. "Lily, if you have any questions about Sirius, Feel free to ask me. I'm his best mate. Though James's words suggested camaraderie, his attention was entirely diverted by Peter and Snape. He couldn't help but worry about Peter. That sniveling fool was surely being bullied. What is Peter doing sitting over there? I'll go get him. He attempted to fetch Peter, but was met with Lily's glare. They're good friends. Sirius wouldn't bully Peter. In fact, he saved him. What do you mean? James was perplexed, as they were unaware of Peter's illness and disappearance, believing instead that he was merely resting in the dormitory. It's nothing. Class is starting. Return to your seats, Lily commanded, firmly taking her place beside Sirius. James reluctantly settled into the seat in front of Lily, spending the class training himself to be an owl, constantly turning around. Araya instinctively sensed Snape's ill intentions and sat up straighter in her seat. Lupin wished to sit in front of Peter, but with James lacking a partner, he could only walk toward James while glancing back every few steps. See you after class. What is the matter? Did your mother come to see you off? Snape couldn't resist taunting Lupin about his overly sentimental farewells. He was astonished by Peter's unexpected popularity, even among Slytherins who were willing to greet him. Later, Snape learned that Peter had gained a considerable reputation at Hogwarts due to Voldemort's influence. Being associated with such a figure undoubtedly required cultivating relationships. Snape realized his dream of having a private conversation with Peter was dashed, as not only Slytherins but also Gryffindor brutes crowded around. It was utterly maddening. Get lost. Snape glared at the gossip mongers, finally managing to clear them away just before class began. At last, he had the opportunity for a private exchange with Peter, so he boldly inscribed, "I know your secret," on parchment and pushed it toward Araya. What? Araya's mind immediately raced to her cross-dressing escapades. When had Snape discovered her secret? However, as Marx once said, it's better to maintain a facade than to reveal the truth. I don't know what you're talking about. Class is starting. Araya discarded Snape's elegant script into the fire, unwilling to waste paper. Snape discreetly observed Peter from the corner of his eye, noticing not a hint of guilt, but rather an unexpected charm. Was there a certain blooming beauty about him? He must be losing his mind. Snape buried his face in his hands, realizing he had indeed slept poorly the night before. The corners of his eyes were not cooperating. Today, Professor Horn seemed somewhat different, likely due to the return of his prodigious student, Riddle, which made him more ostentatious than usual. He spent a third of the time recounting Riddle's numerous accomplishments, while the remaining third was devoted to how he taught his students. Of course, you students are also quite remarkable. I believe that given time, you too can achieve excellence akin to Mr. Riddle. James rolled his eyes at this, and Sirius continuously dropped his wand in protest. Since he had taken Peter away, their little brother had been plagued by nightmares, leaving them restless and anxious, their own fault for insisting on sharing a bed. Their disdain for that dark wizard grew ever stronger. Finally, they had the chance to brew potions themselves. Sirius deliberately made a mess, which drove Lily Evans away, causing him to join Araya and Snape in the middle. Can we be a group? Lily's sulking demeanor made Snape feel a rare inclination to refuse her, nearly prompting the words to escape his lips. Yet he would never turn down Lily, never. It seemed to have become instinctual to be kind to her. Though articulating his feelings remained a convoluted matter, Snape shifted slightly to allow Lily to squeeze in, but unexpectedly, Peter stood up, as if to leave the stage for lovers, causing the onlookers to disperse. Lily had received a letter from Penny the previous night, feeling comforted by their progress. Today, she sought to confirm this with Sirius, only to find that the fellow was utterly oblivious, knowing even less than she did about their correspondence. To make matters worse, he seemed to be deliberately causing chaos, preventing her from conducting her experiments, which left Lily in tears. Sirius had to soothe her while keeping a watchful eye on the cauldron in Peter's hands, simultaneously directing a glare at the insufferable Sirius and James. He desperately needed an ally. Unfortunately, James arrived just to complicate things further. Chapter 85, The Gathering. Araya looked on in exasperation at the gift boxes sent by the Riddle family, each nearly a meter tall. The most troubling aspect was that these boxes were magically enchanted. The robes were not merely lying inside, but rather sprang forth like a series of jack-in-the-boxes. Amidst a grand orchestral backdrop, one gown after another leapt out, each seemingly endowed with legs, dancing in midair to the rhythm of the music. Araya barely had time to collect them, and for a moment, she questioned whether she had entered the world of Harry Potter or that of Cinderella. It felt so fantastical. Of course, she was quick on her feet. Before James and Sirius returned, she had already stuffed all the jewelry under her bed, though some of Riddle's haute couture gowns remained scattered, yet to be concealed in her wardrobe. Peter, listen to me. We need an urgent meeting. What are you doing? James dashed ahead, bursting through the door, animatedly waving what appeared to be a letter. The moment he entered, he found Peter perched atop a box that was about to overflow, surrounded by odd garments that clearly did not belong to any of them. far too formal and evidently adult-sized. James lowered his raised arm. Which Slytherin-esque lair did you rob? He casually picked up one of the garments from the floor, noting its decent style, and held it up against his neck, envisioning how Peter would look in it. Not as good as me, he chuckled gleefully. I don't know. I didn't do it. Someone must have sent the wrong package. Araya swiftly snatched the riddle-embellished robe from James's hands, crumpling it and shoving it back into the box. She then kicked the remaining items under the bed. By the way, what were you saying just now? Araya attempted to divert the topic clumsily, though it was effortless to redirect James's attention. Oh right, James just sold us all out. Before James could finish, Sirius, who had just entered, seized the conversation. Exasperated as he sank onto Peter's bed. How can you say that, Sirius? This is a perfect opportunity to strengthen our relationship with Lily. Invitations among friends are perfectly normal. James, slightly flustered, reddened at the implication, fearing Peter might misconstrue his intentions, and he hastily clarified. Right, Peter? It would be quite rude to decline an invitation from a girl, wouldn't it? What on earth? Araya pushed the sweat-drenched Sirius off her bed, having just changed the sheets. She did not appreciate him lounging there post-Quidditch. Sirius noticed Peter's disdain towards him. Though he felt similarly about himself, he didn't want to see Peter reject him. So he stood up, turned around, and sat back down on the other side, this time remembering to cast a few cleaning charms on himself. Essentially, Lily Evans invited us to her home for Halloween to experience Muggle festivities. Remus, who had just entered, gently clarified for Araya. She has ulterior motives. She just wants me to go because of her Muggle sister. Sirius grimaced at the thought of Penny's exuberant smile. Preferring to be tied to Peter for 3 days and nights rather than face her. Don't overthink it. What if Lily actually wanted to invite me? James suddenly regained his confidence, approaching the mirror to tame his unruly hair. Perhaps Lily is quite eager to meet Beyoncé? After all, she has been mentioning her quite a lot. Remus offered a sage observation, which left Araya momentarily disoriented. Help! Why must I become a clown? James immediately had an epiphany, rushing to Araya, his eyes wide with excitement and desperation as he grasped her hands. Right. I almost forgot. I need your help. Huh. Araya's gaze wandered, especially as she felt her heart soften at James's puppy dog eyes. How could she shake off this infatuation? There's no way around it. Peter, we need you this time, Sirius echoed, imploring Araya. Without this Beyoncé situation, he feared Penny would drive him mad. Thus, the quartet gathered at their secret base that night to strategize how to navigate Halloween safely in the Muggle world. Before departing, James reminded Peter, oh, and Peter, don't forget about the gifts for the brothers. Christmas is just around the corner, and you'll need to prepare 2 gifts. Huh, isn't one gift enough? Araya thought the same, but James firmly rejected the notion. No way, don't even think about slacking off. I've already prepared everyone's Christmas gifts. The implication was clear. Peter should not expect to cut corners. Araya's expression fell. Perhaps she could simply sift through Riddle's gifts, repurpose them, and claim she had found them. However, dealing with Riddle might pose a challenge. He undoubtedly lacked for nothing and probably wouldn't care for childish trinkets. Araya, too, was short on pocket money. After some reflection, she decided to send him her hairband, reasoning that he gifted her his clothing, so her hairband would be a fitting exchange. Consequently, in the days that followed, Nagini sported an unfamiliar hairband tied in a bow on its tail, and they never witnessed Nagini's tail touch the ground again. Fearing the bow might come undone, after delivering her gifts to Riddle, inspiration struck Araya, and she gifted James a hat large enough to contain all his dog hair. A cool mask akin to that of the Phantom of the Opera to Sirius for when he felt displeased, and a razor to Remus, enabling him to maintain a fresh appearance even in the most disheveled moments. As for the origins of these gifts, the details can be found in the Room of Hidden Treasures. Clearly, they were all delighted, and it sparked new ideas for the group. Their Muggle Halloween costumes were all sourced from that very room, although Araya found the outfits rather absurd.